Chapter 441. Just like when he entered Pan'in City, Songsher's departure was not a grand affair. Having received the brief message gone, no one dared to disobey the wishes of a border patrol inspector and hold a large farewell ceremony. As many breathed a sigh of relief, the cold, angular shuttle sped across the city sky, heading towards the distant horizon. The rust-red buildings flowed slowly behind, and the highway built decades ago wound its way across the land, leaving a gray-white trail. Songsher, of course, wasn't in charge of piloting the shuttle. He stood at the edge of the open hatch, looking down at the vast, boundless land. It was still barren land, but the withered, murky yellow hues reflected in his eyes weren't as desolate as he had expected. Songsher gazed at a low, hilly area where clumps of fern sprouted from the cracks in the rocks, adding a touch of muted yellowish green. Ecological restoration. Restoration projects for barren lands have always been Yinnan's basic policy, Anthony replied, looking up from his data panel piled with documents. This is also a manifestation of the glorious path. Songsher gave a soft hum in agreement. Because what the others said was true. The Seven Earths War was earth-shattering, with various forces constantly adding chips to the war, creating a total war of unprecedented intensity in the history of Terra. Nuclear weapons, self-proliferating swarms of nanomachines, biological and chemical weapons, even a death match between high-level psionicists. Not all high-level psionicists would choose to fight in the sky. In short, through a series of reckless abuses, 40% of the planet's surface was ecologically destroyed, its terrain altered, and it became an uninhabitable barren land. Of the victors of the Seven Earths War, most forces adopted a policy of temporarily shelving or slowly purifying the wastelands. Only Yinnan maintained a consistently enthusiastic and proactive approach. This was evident in the Ranger Legion's exploration and reconnaissance of the wastelands, and in the massive annual investment of resources in wasteland restoration projects. Thanks to its control of the space-based weapon system Wide Area Weather Control device, Yinnan's restoration costs for conventional wasteland types were significantly lower. Over the past decades, the total area of wasteland within Yinnan's territory has shrunk by 1/3. While some high-risk types of wasteland haven't been completely purified, their threat level has been reduced to medium danger. Songsher stretched out his hand. He tried to feel the vibrant, gentle, and moist breeze that would greet him after the wasteland restoration, but instead, he was met with a crackling, howling airflow. Anthony assessed the situation and discreetly dismissed the warning. Passengers, please be aware of the differential airflow at the cabin door. How much longer, until we reach Red Frost Province? Songsher abandoned his plan to use the wind to sniff out clues, sat back down, and asked casually. At our current speed, we enter Red Frost Province in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Lapis Lazuli's voice echoed in the cabin. Should we speed up? No need, let's just keep going like this. As Songsher spoke, Anthony handed him a data panel with a map of Red Frost Province clearly marked. Please take a look. Oh, okay. Songsher took the data panel. Anthony gave a very detailed report, and the young man tapped it twice, noticing that Anthony had even considered readability, preparing 2 additional versions, one less detailed and one simpler. After considering the issue of professional ethics, Songsher chose the most detailed version. As one of the core bases of Haida trading, Hongshuang Province had a very strong commercial atmosphere. In his previous life, he had been to Hongshuang Province while in Yunnan, but he had only mingled at the lower levels, and hadn't been involved much at the upper levels. Now, returning as a patrol inspector, he needed to catch up on some data. The situation is all right. Songsher scrolled through the document, his eyes quickly scanning line by line. In this version of the document, Anthony had prepared a Hongshuang Province investigation report. Compared to the rampant political corruption and frequent violence in Pan'in City, Haida trading operations in Hongshuang Province were clearly more benign and cautious. The only somewhat subtle issue was that, influenced by the strong atmosphere, the locals had an excessively high regard for commerce. Simply put, in the eyes of most people in Hongshuang Province, becoming a mid-level public official was far less desirable than becoming a mid-level manager in a company. Of course, if the comparison were to be made with a corporate alliance, then Red Frost Province would be considered quite restrained. With the Lord of Yinnan overseeing things, there really won't be any major problems, Songsher said, pressing the data panel. After all, theoretically, the Lord of Yinnan is their chairman. Haida Trading predecessor was the super-large international neutral trading company Haida Group, possessing immense strength. However, during the Seven Earths War, it was declared war on by a coalition government controlled by these giant corporations. Faced with the combined forces of multiple giant corporations, Haida Group held out for a short time before quickly collapsing and nearly going bankrupt. But at this critical moment, the First Lord of Yunnan, who had already gained considerable fame, led troops to its aid, repelling the corporate alliance in the Battle of Vundit. Following this major battle, the first ruler of Yunnan reached a cooperation agreement with the battered Haida group. The former assumed the position of permanent chairman, while the latter renamed itself Haida Trading and began to oversee the establishment of Yunnan's logistics and trade system. After the Seven Earths War, thanks to its illustrious achievements and first-mover advantage, Haida Trading rapidly expanded in Yunnan. Today, its power surpasses even its former peak, reaching a new height of prosperity. Buzz. Communication is stable. A slight distortion noise followed by a clear voice suddenly rang out on the shuttle's communication channel. Your Excellency, you are approaching the airspace of Red Frost Province. At the far end of the sky, dozens of streaks of rainbow light rose, shooting almost 90 degrees into the heavens, trailing trails of seven-colored smoke that lingered for a long time, painting the sky with brilliant colors. Upon closer inspection, these contraptions guiding the rainbow light were clearly streamlined, technologically advanced fighter jets. At hypersonic speeds exceeding Mach 6, they moved like birds soaring through the air, weaving and twisting, performing incredibly agile maneuvers. It was like a dance. One of Yunnan's current main combat aircraft, Thunderclap of the Clouds, Lapis Lazuli identified the model. Please allow us to be uninvited, for this is truly exhilarating and exciting. The clear voice rose slightly, as if carrying a hint of amusement, inspiring no ill will, but rather a sense of warmth and comfort. Patrolling Inspector, Lord Song-Shur. Haida Trading welcomes you. Chapter 442. Oh! Song-Shur raised an eyebrow, glancing out the window. They arrived so quickly. With the communicator ringing, in an instant, 12 Thunder of the Clouds aircraft swept across the sky, arriving in the vicinity of the shuttle. They slowed their speed, reformed into an escort formation, and protected the latter. Song-Shur, a new report. The lapis lazuli in the cockpit flashed. At the same time, Anthony's expression changed slightly in the rear cockpit, as if he had also received something. The content, Song-Shur said succinctly. Preliminary report on the cleanup of corruption, abuse of power, and illegal organizations in Hengshuang. Anthony quickly skimmed the report, then spent less than a second organizing his thoughts. Your Excellency, the cleanup began the day after you arrived in Pannin City. From specific points to the whole area, from top to bottom, from inside to outside, their work is quite thorough, that's my assessment. Isn't that taking my job? Song-Shur was also looking at the document. He clicked on the appendix list, swiped it once, then swiped it again. He didn't reach the bottom. No. Anthony adjusted his striped tie. You have fulfilled your duty, Your Excellency. He replied, without your visit, this report would have been completed much later. I was just saying, Song-Shur sighed. But such understanding makes it a little difficult to know where to begin. Respected Inspector General. That clear voice rang out at the opportune moment. Our purge operation is still progressing smoothly, but undoubtedly, we still need your guidance. This is a small but sincere suggestion. We believe that Your Excellency does not need to spend too much time elsewhere. Please come to Ohadin, and begin your Crimson Frost journey from there. What do you say? At this moment, neither Anthony nor Lapis Lazuli spoke, but simply looked at Song-Shur. Isn't your sincerity a bit too high, starting with Ohadin? Song-Shur casually put down the data panel, a half smile on his face. Red Frost Province is the base of Haida Trading, and the city of Ohadin is the capital of Red Frost Province. Haida Trading's headquarters are located there. I don't think this has anything to do with sincerity, Your Excellency. As a member under the chairman, for the betterment of the business, this is our most basic duty. Then I'm here. Your Excellency, I must emphasize that inviting you to Ohadin is not to obstruct your inspection of the rest of Red Frost. The voice suddenly paused, then instantly reacted. Then, Ohadin will be open to you. The communication ended there. For a moment, only the roar of the escort array's turbines remained in his ears. Song-Shur leaned back, the slightly hard chair back enveloping him. Well, it wasn't exactly unexpected, Song-Shur said slowly. After all, their suffix is trade. Anthony, you're not from the Eastern continent. There's a saying there, peace is paramount. That's something they excel at. Your Excellency, Anthony replied, I actually have some knowledge of the cultures of various countries. Then you are truly multi-talented. Song-Shur pinched his brow, then turned his head to look down. The yellowish-brown wasteland receded into the distance, replaced by a dense jungle of reinforced concrete, and a small city in the Red Frost Province. Before the sweeping purge that preceded the border patrol, these local cities underwent significant changes. As the foundation of the Haida trade, When the latter wanted to do something here, nothing could defy its will. This was also why Songshur chose to accept the invitation. Just as Anthony had said, the purpose of the border patrol and surveillance had been achieved. Or at least most of it. I sleep for 20 minutes. Songshur reclined his chair, instantly collapsing into the air. I haven't slept for days, it feels strange. Lapis lazuli, while I sleep, increase the speed. The next time you open your eyes, you see the sky over O'Haraton, Lapis lazuli said. Okay. Then Songshur opened his eyes, and sat up. He checked the time. The digital clock had ticked 1,200 times. Anthony, holding the data panel, had somehow already stood up. He stood ramrod straight in the center of the cabin, the turbulence of the flight not even managing to wrinkle his clothes. Your Excellency, this is a formal occasion, Anthony explained, noticing the young man's gaze. While you were resting, I ironed the clothes. He displayed his right prosthetic arm. A formal suit module was installed in a groove in the middle of his forearm, with a universal interface providing 24 emergency functions, including sewing, ironing, drying, and washing. Songshur sighed sincerely and stood up. Then, the young man's pupils reflected a three-dimensional city. Perhaps using the word three-dimensional to describe a city is a bit strange, but at this moment, that was Songshur's first impression. The orange-red clouds, vast and boundless, dyed the sky and earth with a deep, impenetrable red. In the cascading light of the sunset, the boundless city stood on the earth, its skyscrapers, like mountains and peaks, or vast, dense forests, stretching endlessly, many hundreds of meters high, appearing to pierce through the sea of clouds when looked up. Gradually darkness fell. Then, the river of light began to flow. It was a magnificent, yet orderly river of light. Like schools of fish, the streams of light converged into a long river, weaving through the city. Upon closer inspection, each stream of light was clearly a flying vehicle. Shuttles with different paint schemes swam like whales, while large drones carrying containers flew to their designated locations after passing through layers of airspace verification. Almost all flying objects traveled along tracks defined by altitude and airspace. From afar, the entire city resembled a freshly baked multi-layered cake, with the river of light of different colors winding around, adding new jam to each layer. Songshur's gaze lowered further. Amidst a series of continuous bangs, bursts of brilliant fire exploded. Each burst caused passers-by along the artificial river to pause for a moment, their faces changing color several times. Those were fireworks. Considering the safety impact of fireworks on flying objects, only low-altitude fireworks are permitted here. Those truly spectacular, high-flying super fireworks can only be set off in specific areas, or on special holidays, when the government temporarily lifts the ban. The young man's eyes lowered one last time. On the street, neon lights on the ground echoed the fireworks in the sky, and many faces beamed with excitement, whispering loudly. How could the arrival of the Border Patrol compare to the magnificent scene before him? Red Frost Province, capital, headquarters of Haida Trading. The City of Eternal Light, Ohatan. Chapter 443. Finally. Songshur stretched, gazing ahead, a colossal building thousands of meters tall, or perhaps tower would be a more apt description. At the very heart of O'Hara, stood an imposing white tower. Every moment, shuttles slowed, stopping at the tower's open helipad, and flying vehicles surged out of slowly opening hangars. Like a honeycomb. Your Excellency, please stop at K-OI-T012. The tractor is approaching. That clear voice suddenly rang out again. At the same time, a small black drone flew in from afar, guiding Songshur's shuttle smoothly without any obstacles, unlike when a drone suddenly appeared to issue a ticket. Whoosh! A shadow slowly passed by, then stopped. Anthony let out a soft breath, his expression returning to its coldness. Songshur stepped out of the hatch and onto the ground. He scanned his surroundings. The open-air platform, situated at an altitude of 1,400 meters, was nearly at the top of the tower. Then, the young man's gaze fixed ahead. On the open-air platform, there were quite a few people. The largest group consisted of 2 rows of armed personnel, dressed in uniform gray power armor, the Haida Trading logo emblazoned on their chests. They stood like steel knights, their faces hidden beneath their helmets. Not bad. Songshur made his judgment. Leaving aside the performance of the cybernetic implants and weapons, given the resources controlled by Haida Trading, anyone qualified to stand here to greet him with armed personnel couldn't be lacking in quality. What Songshur truly admired was the temperament of these 12 armed individuals. Iron-like, ice-like, steel-like, sword-like, a formidable will honed only through the crucible of war. Based on this, coupled with their cybernetic bodies and weapons, and if equipped with targeted technological gear, These 12 men might even be qualified to hunt down a third-ring psychic in a direct confrontation. It seems you figured it out. At the rear of the armed formation stood a middle-aged man in a suit, a warm smile on his face. As expected of a psychic, who earned the title of Southern Dipper through slaughter, Inspector. Judging by his voice, he was the one who had maintained contact with Songshur, the one with the clear, resonant voice. Oh! Songshur stepped forward, Anthony deliberately positioned a short distance behind, while Lapis Lazuli floated beside him. Haida Trading has never forgotten the glorious righteous path. The man raised his hand, pointing it at the armed men. We are not merely indulging in pure commerce. Of course, we can discuss that later. Trust me, Your Excellency, you will not be disappointed. The man placed his raised hand on his heart, speaking respectfully. Haida Trading, Quality Department Head, Shi Qianfeng, reporting for duty. Almost simultaneously, an anti-gravity drone, smaller than the previous tractor, approached. Below it hung a glass tube. This glass tube, slightly shorter than a hand, was evacuated, and a perfectly cut cube-shaped crystal lay quietly at its bottom. No, rather than a crystal, this transparent cube felt more like glass. Merely gazing at it for a moment, one had the illusion that the glass reflected one's own face. Zero-element crystallization. The young man's gaze lingered on the glass tube for a moment. This feeling. Pure crystal lotus? My body is made of crystal. Mystical Bodhi? But the next instant, Songshur dismissed these thoughts. No, that's not right. Either it feels similar, but doesn't match at all, or it's not a spiritual energy technique from the Great Origin Path at all. Crystal observation, is that right? He raised his eyes, uttering a question in a declarative tone. Your insight is keen. The middle-aged man, or rather, the Quality Control Department Head, Shi Qianfeng, smiled and nodded, clear inside and out, pure and flawless. Indeed, it is the spiritual energy technique crystal observation. We heard that you have 2 slots available for your third-ring spiritual energy techniques. After searching our internal reserves, we found a suitable technique for you. Shi Qianfeng removed the glass tube and placed it flat in his palm. Of course, this is a presumptuous plan on our part, as we were unaware of your plans. However, no matter how you use it, it's yours. Songshur picked it up and shook it. Then, can I take this as a bribe? I believe you noticed. Shi Qianfeng's smile remained unchanged. When I gave you this zero-element crystal, I didn't address you as patrol inspector. Of course, this isn't a bribe. You can take it as a thank you. Shi Qianfeng bowed slightly. You must already know about our Haida Trading and the past with those trust companies. They were greedy and insane. To destroy their competitors and pursue endless profits, they turned their swords against us, tearing us apart and drinking our blood. This had nothing to do with official business, only personal grudges. We haven't forgotten for a moment. Shi Qianfeng said, and you, Lord Songshur, played a crucial role in the Battle of Cast Light City, effectively striking a blow against the power of Fubo energy. Such an exhilarating and joyful undertaking, don't you think it deserves our gratitude? Simply gratitude. Songshur remained noncommittal, examining the glass tube before casually slipping it into his pocket. But I do need this psionic technique, so let's consider it that way. Of course, it's unrealistic to say it's completely unrelated to official business. But it's definitely not what you're thinking. The man straightened up again, laughing heartily. The front line of the corporate alliance confrontation has always been ours, Yinan. Even from Yinan's perspective, seeing Fubo Energy suffer such a great loss is something worthy of praise. A hint of mischief suddenly appeared in Shi Qianfeng's smile. Is there really anyone in this world who doesn't enjoy seeing those trust companies suffer? Songshur glanced at the other man for a second, then laughed as well. In short, on a personal level, you are a friend of Haida Trading. However, now, please, Your Excellency the Inspector General. Shi Qianfeng turned around and led the way. Of course, there are also Anthony and His Excellency Lapis Lazuli. I heard the name Anthony Sally quite often these past few years. Yes, it's thanks to talents like you that Yinan has achieved its current success. You flatter me. Anthony replied neither servilely nor arrogantly, but gave a slight bow to show respect. I was merely doing my duty. As the head of the quality department at Haida Trading, he was already a core member of the management team of this behemoth, and even within Yinan, his position was quite prominent. According to Anthony's past plans, even if everything went smoothly, he himself would likely not reach the same level until he was at least 45. As Shi Qianfeng walked, he added, His Excellency Lapis Lazuli, we have always valued harmony. Regarding the new market of intelligent machinery, we look forward to the day when we can cooperate in the future. Then, on behalf of intelligent machinery, I thank Haida Trading for their kindness. Lapis Lazuli answered steadily. A mutually beneficial arrangement isn't exactly a benevolent act. Shi Qianfeng stopped and turned to face the three. Gentlemen, welcome to the lighthouse. Chapter 444. An endless mechanical dome replaced the night sky, with towering metal walls connected by sky bridges amidst a crisscrossing network of mechanical structures. Yet, this world of iron and steel didn't feel heavy. Instead, under the white light, it gave off a soft, gentle feeling. Shi Qianfeng clapped his hands. 4 flat, circular platforms flew over, clearly indoor mobile vehicles utilizing anti-gravity technology. This is the headquarters building of Haida Trading, located in the highest ring of the first ring according to the district divisions, Shi Qianfeng said, stepping onto one first. However, internally, we prefer to call this building the lighthouse. Is this part of our corporate culture? Songshur stepped forward, slowly lifted up by the moving platform. To be precise, it's about corporate legacy. Shi Qianfeng smiled. The predecessor of Haida Trading, Haida Group, started its business in ocean trading. You should understand what a lighthouse represents to passing ships. We hope that wherever Haida Trading employees are, they will always remember this place and stay true to their direction. That's the meaning of a lighthouse. The group slowly ascended in the vast space. In principle, for a visitor of your status, we should hold a grand reception. Shi Qianfeng's prosthetic eye brightened, as if he were responding to something. However, considering you probably don't need that, we keep it simple. There's one more thing. The president is currently busy and cannot personally accompany you on this visit. Please forgive him. Songshur, who was observing a maintenance robot moving along a vertical track in the distance, looked away upon hearing this. If your president were here in person, I'd probably be the one addressing you as you, wouldn't I? Shi Qianfeng let out a hearty laugh. You're joking. This was hardly a joke. Songshur thought to himself. The chairman of Haida Trading was naturally the mastermind of Yunnan. The highest position below him was the CEO. The fifth ring's consensus, the final agreement, Alexander Dulles. If one were to presume a little more, then in a sense, Alexander was the actual leader of Haida Trading. And looking further upwards, Alexander Dulles was one of the current pillars of Yunnan. Yunnan was currently at its strongest point since its inception. The Psionicists who swore to follow the master of Yunnan, to jointly support Yunnan's pillars, and to reach the fifth ring, true spirit, had arrived. 9 pillars. Given his status, even when facing the patrol inspectors, he was someone who could freely discuss the difference between favor and duty. A minute passed, and the moving disc stopped at the edge of a platform. Songshur suddenly looked up, sensing 2 different streams of spiritual energy being directed towards him. Judging by their intensity, both were clearly at the 4th ring. This involves some of our more secret information, so necessary precautions must be taken. Shi Qianfeng gestured. I think the chairman asked you to temporarily inspect the territory to test our achievements. Haida Trading, chairman, secret achievements? Several words danced in his mind, intertwining with memories from his past life. Songshur suddenly realized that this quality department head had brought him directly to the lighthouse to demonstrate something. What appeared before him was something that was less like a door and more like a high wall. A towering, silver alloy wall rose abruptly from the ground, disappearing straight into the dome. Its width alone exceeded 50 meters, instantly resembling a fortified city wall guarding a nation's borders, eternally protecting the creation behind it. Lapis Lazuli scanned the wall once, paused seemingly in surprise, then scanned it again for a second inspection. Its optical observation module, naturally equipped with cutting-edge technology and boasting superior performance, achieving nanometer-level precision in static conditions, still failed to detect the slightest imperfection against this alloy wall. This is absolutely smooth? A total internal reflection mirror? Anthony's prosthetic eye, not as optically advanced as Lapis Lazuli's, belatedly realized what was happening upon hearing the latter's barely suppressed exclamation. Such a breakthrough in material science, Director Sure? Anthony's tone carried a hint of inquiry. I'm sorry, the result isn't as wonderful as you imagined. Shi Qianfeng stood before the wall, indigo, firefly-like light spilling from its surface, enveloping the man, as if verifying something. This material science technology was salvaged from a depth of 6 by our deep-sea submersible department. It can maintain an optically rarefied medium material that is close to a total internal reflection mirror, provided certain conditions are met. Shi Qianfeng shrugged. I don't know much about the specific technical details. I only know that the conditions for maintaining it are extremely complex and demanding, and so far no solution or alternative has been developed. making it difficult to promote practical use. It can only be sealed in the technology reserve. But it is, after all, a miracle of material science, so we still spent a lot of resources to reproduce a portion of it. Is its purpose here? I like to answer that it's to showcase the strength of Haida trading. Sure, Qianfeng sighed softly, but unfortunately, the correct answer is for show. Silently, a straight black line appeared at the center of the high wall, then slowly expanded. Like the great fortress carved by dwarves deep in the mountains in mythology, the wall split in two, and a vast new world opened its arms to the visitor. This was an ocean of light. At first glance, countless indigo dots of light drifted and swirled, sometimes converging, sometimes dispersing, flowing slowly through the vast space. Then, a matrix composed of enormous standard cubes formed the walls of space, contracting, bulging, or collapsing every second, like a god turning a Rubik's cube. Sure, Qianfeng gazed at the matrix and the sea of light, his eyes showing, for the first time, a joy from the bottom of his heart. He turned around. Your Excellency the Inspector, Sure Qianfeng gestured, please grab a dot of light, anyone will do. Songsher didn't waste any words, and readily grabbed one that happened to drift past him. Universal New Calendar 2153, November 20th, 21 hours 20 minutes and 37 seconds. Songsher clutched the tiny point of light, no larger than the tip of a pin. Without needing a data interface, a stream of information spontaneously flowed into his mind. Kroner Province, Taz City, Brijago District, 2nd Street, 302, near Expiry Goods Store, Ace's House, transaction amount, 107 sulfur coins, purchase list includes the following items. Lapis lazuli hovered beside him, its perception even more intense than Songsher's and Anthony's. The AI's unique talent allowed it to react the very first second it stepped into this place. Each point of light here was clearly a stream of data, surging and converging into one, transforming into the unimaginably vast ocean of data before him. Chapter 445. Your Excellency, do you know the essence of trade? While Songsher was reading the information, Sure Qianfeng casually gathered a speck of light, then gently released it, letting it drift away. Before the other could speak, the man calmly gave the answer, it's information. Information is the essence of trade. From the very beginning of time, with the first barter, the essence of trade was established. His voice was so clear. Fruit and animal meat are both food, and similarly, according to the traditional tribal exchange ratio, 10 fruits could be exchanged for a small piece of meat. The risk of picking fruit is lower than hunting animals, and meat is more filling than fruit, so several times the amount of fruit is needed to exchange for meat. This is the balance between risk and benefit. Sure Qianfeng snapped his fingers, and countless specks of light swarmed in, forming an image of a shrub laden with fruit. But what if a member of the tribe accidentally discovered a grove of bushes full of fruit? Obviously, he chose to hide it, and his life changed completely. The risk of picking the fruit was less than for others, and he expended less labor. Yet, he could possess more fruit than others, and even use the surplus fruit to exchange for meat as winter provisions. Did he pay any price in the whole process? Sure Qianfeng shook his head, obviously not. The only thing that gave him this new life was information. Information about the location of the bushes. A sudden plague would cause the price of targeted medicines in the area to skyrocket. An extreme climate event, once in a century, would cause a complete crop failure in a region, making wheat as valuable as gold. If one could foresee the arrival of plagues and natural disasters, one could earn profits 1,000 times greater than usual, Sure Qianfeng said calmly. But not everyone is revelation. Most of the time, we cannot predict the future. The only thing we can do with all our might is the present. Therefore, you created this place. Songsher stretched out a hand, passing through the sea of light, a gesture that caused a flood of information to rush into his mind. Thousands of miles away, in a large supermarket, the bill for the balloons a boy casually bought, the stock market opening this morning, the stock price increase of a cutting-edge technology company, the dock about to be dismantled, the manifest for the last batch of containers entering the warehouse. Although he had already guessed what this place was about, Songsher couldn't help but sigh. You remind me of an acquaintance. I guess you're referring to the Eastern Continent Republic Surveillance Network. Sure Qianfeng smiled slightly. I must admit, we have referenced that thing. However, compared to it, our trade network focuses more on the utilization of information. Sure Qianfeng waved his hand, and 2 points of light detached from the ocean, flew to him, and hovered silently. Price, payment method, delivery time, liability for breach of contract, market fluctuations. Every piece of information can easily affect the operation of trade. The simplest example is that two businesses in a region whose industries could perfectly complement each other might miss this opportunity simply because they are unfamiliar with each other or fail to realize it. Or, a mistake in coordination or an exchange of personal interests could lead to a significant increase in the costs incurred by both parties in the trade. The man pinched 2 points of light in each hand, then gently pushed them together. They merged naturally like water droplets, forming a slightly larger point of light. But under the control of the trade network, these will no longer be problems. We control all the information. Trade will no longer be an uncontrollable chaotic system, but will become an ordered, massive organic entity. From the center of Shi Qianfeng's palm, centered on that point of light, a line extended out. No, to be precise, dozens of lines extended from the point of light, each line connecting to another point of light. Every point of light in this vast ocean of light was linked together by countless lines. Once the trade network is fully operational, Yunan's resource utilization rate will reach unprecedented levels, and all redundant errors will be minimized. Trade network? Song Shi listened quietly for a while before finally speaking. I feel the Yunnan Resource Integration System would be a more suitable name for your system than trade network. I don't completely object. Shi Qianfeng clapped his hands, and the network of lines that could make even those with phobias faint dissipated, returning to its original state of scattered light. We will bring down those culprits who caused the current calamity, make them pay an absolute price, reclaim what belongs to us, and guide the newly born world in a more ideal direction. The smile on Shi Qianfeng's face had faded without him noticing. His clear voice suddenly became more solemn. Your Excellency, please report back to the chairman. Haida Trading has never forgotten the glorious righteous path. The man enunciated each word clearly. From the very first day after the end of the Seven Earths War, we have not stopped preparing for this for a single moment, a single minute, a single second. The border patrol is his eyes, his blade and sword. Your presence here is as if he were here. Shi Qianfeng's expression was solemn. He looked at Song Shi, but his gaze seemed to pass through the young man, seeing a certain personified being in the distant distance. His voice rose slightly. When the war is declared again, Haida Trade will bring him an efficient, powerful, and well-functioning industry. Song Shi stared at this sea of light for a while, then said, How far along is your trade network now? The main framework and basic branches have been set up, Shi Qianfeng answered loudly. There are still a few details to polish, but they're not a problem. Who? Song Shi slowly exhaled. It's one thing for me to be a border patrol inspector, but Anthony and Lapis Lazuli, you're actually willing to reveal such secrets? 2 aspects. Shi Qianfeng's solemnity faded, replaced by a composed smile. He first raised his index finger, smiling at the two beside the young man. First, with Anthony Sally's talent and potential, he'd be qualified to access the trade network sooner or later. I haven't violated any confidentiality regulations, I only taken a small advance. And Lord Lapis Lazuli, you are a core follower of Meteor, Atoll, and Legion Radiant Star 3. Now, reborn from the dead, your future is unpredictable and limitless. We are very interested, and look forward to you leading the Onyx to a new life. Lapis Lazuli showed no surprise. Since awakening in Forged Light City, as Song Shi's companion, he has done so much and has long been the subject of countless gazes and studies. Given the power of the High Tower Trading Company, deducing its true identity is not impossible. Secondly, Shi Qianfeng said, ultimately, after so many years, everyone has guessed pretty much what the others are preparing for. Chapter 446. The first day of the visit has come to an end. Leaving the trade network accommodations, Song Shi paused by the floor-to-ceiling window in the corridor. The sky was gradually turning a pale white. However, for the headquarters of Haida Trading, Lighthouse, time held little meaning. With tens of thousands of employees working tirelessly, the lights here were always on, guiding this behemoth of Haida Trading forward. Shi Qianfeng had provided temporary accommodation, a business hotel within the lighthouse. As a headquarters building thousands of meters high, the lighthouse was practically a small city, with extremely comprehensive facilities, even boasting an artificial inland sea spanning several thousand acres. Shi Qianfeng had already arranged all the formalities. After leaving Trade Network, he consciously bid farewell temporarily, leaving room for conversation. Anthony, aren't you going to offer your insights? Song Shi withdrew his gaze, and casually reached for 3 cans of sparkling beverages from a vending machine on the other side of the corridor. The spherical intelligent robot, pulling a fully loaded cart and having just disassembled the vending machine storage compartment to restock, hesitated for a moment. Its headlight immediately turned red, but before it could utter a loud warning, its prosthetic eye flashed. Facial recognition passed, granting the user a temporary privilege level of T10, equivalent to an EVP, employer manager. The headlight turned green, the robot retracted, and meticulously continued restocking according to its program. Actually, I did make some deductions, Anthony said, taking a can without drinking it, just holding it in his hand. During my vacation, I studied the economic index white papers of Yunnan over the years. Compared to conventional national models, Yunnan's resource redundancy loss rate is relatively low. My initial assessment was that our country's highly centralized system, coupled with a supervisory system, resulted in efficient local administration and thus more efficient resource utilization. Anthony frowned slightly. The reality is that the speaker had already instructed Haida Trading to create this trade network. Over the years, the trade network must have been secretly piloted many times. While Haida Trading is indeed a core component of Yunnan, it must be listed as one of them. Without the authorization of the Lord of Yunnan, how could Haida Trading have the authority to freely access information on the core forces of Public Justice Army, Second National Assembly, Marshall Sect, and Saman Rhodes Clan, and thus create a unified trade network encompassing the entire Yunnan? Everyone is preparing something. King Jinchi repeated Shi Qianfeng's words from not long ago, his voice tinged with melancholy. Sure enough, no one is stopping. Songshur pulled off the pull ring, leaned against the wall, and remained unconcerned. After the Second Seven Earths War broke out in his previous life, Yunnan, relying on its trade network, did indeed transform into a massive, organic entity. With unprecedented efficiency, it allocated all resources to its military campaigns, stepping into the flames of war that engulfed the entire world, and practicing its glorious righteous path. It was certainly impressive. But that's about it. Which power, whether it's the corporate alliance or the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, doesn't possess such a so-called trump card? Even the AI, which claimed to use von Neumann automata to infinitely proliferate and devour all of Terra's matter to create a planetary model, was immediately and decisively defeated. Thinking of this, Songshur reassured Lapis Lazuli, "It's alright, you Omnics aren't bad either." Lapis Lazuli's gloomy tone stopped, and he looked somewhat confused. "Your Excellency the Inspector," Anthony composed himself within seconds, his expression returning to its usual cold calm. "So, for the rest of the trip, do you plan to rest or continue your inspection?" "I pause the inspection for now, but not rest." Songshur tossed the glass tube, which spun twice in midair before being firmly caught by a well-proportioned and strong hand. The young man examined the glass-like cube and smiled. "Let's go to the hotel first." "Wait a moment, I need to obtain a psionic technique." "As you wish," Anthony nodded. Therefore, Songshur casually summoned several indoor movable panels, using gravity to lift the three of them, and quickly moved towards the hotel. Perhaps wanting Songshur to see the lighthouse with his own eyes, Shi Qianfeng arranged a hotel that wasn't exactly close, and with the restrictions of the lighthouse, indoor road speed limits, and speeding penalty standards, the mobile platform couldn't be driven too fast. Of course, if he insisted on speeding, no one would stop him. But considering his identity as a patrol inspector, Songshur regretfully abandoned this tempting idea. Along the way, he saw uniformed staff members hurrying along everywhere. Most of them carried data boards, wore name tags, and their faces showed varying degrees of fatigue, confidence, or frustration. They moved through the holographic projections, like schools of fish desperately swimming, striving to climb to the top of the food chain in the ocean called Lighthouse. Some staff members, after hanging up their communications and sighing deeply, glanced up and saw access level T10 appear in their prosthetic eyes' field of vision. They were startled at first, then immediately bowed to the person displaying it. 20 minutes later. Lighthouse, first ring level, rest area. This area had been completely cleared out. Even deserted was an exaggeration. In his perception, besides himself and his two companions, only a large group of service robots remained. Fully automated service. You can make your own arrangements. Songshur summoned his flame wings, leaped into the air, and landed on the 4th floor of the hotel. "I'll be there shortly." He opened the window, jumped into the room, and casually gave the room's intelligent system a do not disturb command. Songshur sat cross-legged in the center of the bedroom, and took out the glass tube. Zero-element crystals can be considered materialized psychic energy, and their properties will vary greatly depending on the type of psychic energy. So far in this life, Songshur had used 2 zero-element crystals containing psychic energy techniques. The one containing ember caused slight pain upon sight, the one containing wildfire felt like a raging inferno. And this one, psychic energy technique, glassy observation. The crystal-clear cube gave Songshur a sensation akin to drinking ice water on a sweltering summer day, chilling to the core, yet without causing any pain. Instead, it offered a sense of clarity and purity. Clear inside and out, flawless and without blemish. Songshur murmured softly. His third-ring psionic skill was only 2 levels short. In terms of his current combination of psionic skills, its offensive capabilities, endurance, functionality, and control were all impeccable, but it still lacked in support abilities. His original plan was to move in this direction next. Observation. Divine Eye, Heavenly Eye, Dharma Eye. In the Eastern Continent's tradition, these were mostly ancient names for psionic skills that enhanced observation effects. In his previous life, the psionic skill he had inscribed was similar to Fiery Eyes of Truth. But in this life, Songshur closed his eyes and crushed the glass tube. Crystal observation might be a better choice for him. Reason, Intuition. Chapter 447. Time seemed to stand still. Shattered shards of glass flew through the air, hovering in midair. The minimalist bedroom, like a damp tissue, was now bathed in fresh color. Everything had shed its dullness, replaced by a vast, boundless starry sky. The deep, smooth mirror stretched to the horizon. The young man stood upon it. With each step, ripples spread like water beneath his feet. Songshur looked up. The sky was like a curtain soaked in color, large swaths of pale blue gradually shifting to pale blue, then deep purple. The only constant was the constellation of stars, some dim, some bright. As Songshur looked up, they too were looking down upon the one who had come after him. The path, great origin. The glazed temple is clear and bright inside and out, pure and without blemish. After a long while, Songshur slowly withdrew his gaze, turning it directly ahead. The deep, silent mirror reflected a man's face with cold, sharp features. It was a young man dressed in simple, unadorned military attire, like a wandering knight from ancient times. He held an unsheathed iron sword, staring intently at the young man in the distance. His eyes were sharper than the sword itself. A single glance from him felt like a slash, chilling to the bone and piercing to the soul. This kind of spiritual technique. I was wondering what kind of test its original owner would have left behind, Songshur said, pressing his neck. If it's a test like seeing all beings and seeing myself, the difficulty isn't too bad, but it's definitely time-consuming. The wandering knight seemed to understand Songshur's words. He took down the iron sword, placed 2 fingers together, and slowly ran them over it. Suddenly, the blade turned, pointing straight at the young man. Those cold, sharp brows suddenly lifted, revealing a hint of fierce determination. Then, Songshur smiled. It's all in the sword. He slowly deciphered the other's meaning, extending his right hand, the heavy blade solidifying into a straight blade. A burst of crimson-gold flames erupted, instantly transforming into a deep, inky black, and undisguised, violent killing intent soaring to the heavens. Without even testing the waters, Songshur abruptly transformed the forging flame into calamity flame from the very beginning. At the same moment, the young swordsman's blade was coated with a bright white light. But this bright white light carried no trace of gentleness. Instead, it overflowed with a chilling, murderous intent. Spiritual skill tied by killing chi. Tied by in the heavens is gung metal. This young man was also a cultivator of the great origin path, a spiritualist who followed the metal element of the 5 elements. At his peak, he was at the mid-4th ring. Songshur slowly paced. The test left by this 0-element crystal is at the upper 3rd ring. Come! The moment the brief words fell, the calamity flame surged and roared within the heavy slaughter. Then, a white light suddenly shone from within the deep black tide, its sharpness reaching its peak, unstoppable, forcefully cleaving through the calamity flame. Gung metal is associated with killing and strength. Using Tai by Sha Chi to evolve the sword's edge, the opponent had clearly grasped the essence of the gung metal path, his sword's killing power reaching a terrifying level. The cleaved calamity flame, at the cut, had its black surface shrouded in a layer of misty white, losing its original violent ferocity. Clearly, the opponent's sword strike was more than just a simple cleavage. Psychic art, Autumn Frost. Autumn, with its dew, chill, and frost, is the season of penetrating cold. Using autumn frost as a metaphor for a sword has been a tradition for countless years. With this psychic art, each of the opponent's sword strikes is like autumn frost, leaving behind frosty sword energy that continuously damages and dismantles the target. But one autumn frost is far from enough. Songshur casually turned his heavy slayer, staring directly at his opponent. The raging flames that swept around, almost filling the entire space, surged like churning dragons, suddenly creating massive waves that crashed against each other, shattering the white autumn frost into dust. Autumn frost was certainly not bad, but against Songshur's incredibly high-quality psychic flames, it was somewhat insufficient. A single thought could burn. The wanderer's lips curled into a grin. The next instant, he vanished from his spot, a new burst of sword light erupting. Songshur activated soaring to the heavens without hesitation, his speed and explosive power amplified, and he slashed out. A bright white sword light split apart. No, not just one, but several, more than a dozen. The young swordsman clearly also possessed a kind of spiritual energy technique called escape technique. After he too unleashed his power, the two clashed with incredible speed, far exceeding the sound barrier. As the sword swept across the battlefield, in an instant, hundreds of bright white lights crisscrossed, forming a grid that tore through the calamity flame. Then, they were overwhelmed and crushed by even more, stronger, and more intense calamity flame, which swallowed and shattered all the white lights. But the young swordsman showed no fear. His action was still to draw his sword and slash. The calamity flame isn't very effective. The words were shattered the moment they appeared by the violent aftershocks of spiritual energy. Glancing at the young swordsman's brows, which furrowed and relaxed intermittently, Songshur deflected the sudden sword strike, then slashed back, only to have it evaded. This was unsurprising. The heavenly stem gung metal is known as the White Tiger. Each of the opponent's sword strikes just now, besides Autumn Frost, was imbued with some kind of spiritual technique utilizing the killing intent of the White Tiger. Spiritual practitioners, who have progressed extremely far in the gung metal path, and would have been considered great supernatural beings in the ancient eastern continent, also possess in-depth knowledge of murderous aura. In this situation, it would be strange if they didn't have such resistance against calamity flame. Therefore, I would be the same against that White Tiger killing intent. A sudden surge of black flames coalesced into a single line, causing Songshur's flames, which had swelled to tens of meters, to slash down fiercely. The young swordsman's expression hardened slightly, but he showed no sign of backing down. He simply gripped the hilt of his sword, and against the blazing edge, a dazzling, awe-inspiring, and terrifyingly sharp sword light pierced through, clanging violently. This sword light was so condensed, it clearly possessed the texture of light, yet anyone who glimpsed it felt as if they themselves had been pierced. The light, which should have been ethereal and elusive, transformed under the swordsman's control into an indestructible blade of Gingjin divine metal. Unstoppable. The sharpest of sharp. In reality, this single strike could cleave a large, permanently solidified dam, causing the surging river to briefly flow backward. This kind of attack, relentlessly pursuing killing power and delivering it decisively, was something even Songshur couldn't completely defend against. Therefore, there was no need to defend. Suddenly, a new power surged from Songshur's blazing sword, as if a cataclysmic disaster had been born at this moment. Spiritual energy technique, calamity. Stop killing with killing, stop attacking with attacking. Continue to strike, and you will die. The instant he sensed that ominous aura, the consciousness honed through countless battles allowed the young swordsman to make the most accurate judgment. The Gingjin divine blade suddenly paused. Paused for a mere instant. Deep within the young swordsman's eyes, a line of color, like glass or Gingjin, appeared at the very center of his pupil. Spiritual energy technique. Glassy view. Chapter 448. The sword light, clear and sharp, resurged. Even before they truly touched, a clear tearing sound echoed under the starry sky. Songshur did not dodge. Blessed by the calamity, the flame-like blade, imbued with the power of destruction, collided violently with the sword light. It first collapsed to a single point, then, in less than a tenth of a second, expanded wildly, bursting forth with an unprecedentedly bright and intense light. The condensed, dark flame-like blade loosened into a tide of fire, then, unable to even maintain its momentum, further collapsed, transforming into countless flying flames. The bright white sword light also disintegrated. The once indestructible, supremely sharp Gingjin divine blade, eroded by the endless calamity, was covered in dark rust, which eventually spread throughout its entirety. The divine blade completely shattered and crumbled. Songshur surveyed the swirling flames around him. His right hand, wielding the heavy weapon, bore countless thin, straight sword wounds, densely packed and silently appearing from his fingers to his forearm. Flames coiled around his arm, attempting to penetrate the sword wounds and heal the injuries, but were instantly severed by sharp, invisible lines. The wandering swordsman grinned. This movement seemed to aggravate the wounds, causing his brows to furrow considerably. Burns. It was visible that his hands, arms, and even chest, his linen military uniform, were almost completely burned away, tattered and mangled. Beneath, the exposed areas were covered in shockingly large areas of burns. However, these burns weren't blackish red. Instead, they appeared as patches of pure, crimson gold, as if they had penetrated to the bone marrow, becoming an inseparable part of his body. The destructive power contained within destruction could ignore most defensive forces, and even the injuries it caused could resist most healing methods. Truly worthy of the glazed temple. Songshur lifted his gaze from the sword mark and moved it to the young man standing before him, sincerely praising, "You saw so clearly." The wandering swordsman's eyes, with their glaze as clear as glass and as metallic as gold, flowed even more, as if about to burst from his pupils. Meeting that gaze, Songshur felt as if his entire body had been thoroughly seen through. Spiritual ability glazed temple. Clear and bright inside and out, pure and without blemish. This spiritual ability, derived from the imagery of glazed glass, allows the wielder to become like a piece of clear, pure glass, using their own body as a mirror to reflect the flaws of others. The wandering swordsman just now, precisely by using glazed temple, managed to glimpse a flaw in what was otherwise an unavoidable fiery blade of calamity, causing the sword light to burst forth, snatching life from the jaws of death. Yes, a flaw. Nothing is perfect. Even with Songshur's cultivation, he knew his spiritual energy still had flaws and shortcomings. It was just that compared to most spiritual users, his flaws were far fewer and smaller. If someone truly claimed something was perfect, Beyond would probably be the first to jump out. The ritual you performed to obtain Liuli Guan should have been clearly seeing the metal nature. Without giving him a chance to answer, Songshur moved slowly. After all, if you can't even see yourself clearly, then you can forget about clearly seeing the flaws of others. Although both are a great source, you follow the path of gung metal, so clearly seeing the metal nature, well, if it were me, Songshur pondered for a moment, it should be fire taking Liuli. The wandering swordsman raised his eyebrows, remaining silent, but the iron sword he had been holding in both hands was now in his right hand. A bright white light emanated from the wandering swordsman's left hand, the radiance of Tai by Sha Qi. He ripped off, or rather, sliced away, his tattered upper garments, revealing a well-proportioned and powerful body covered in chunks of crimson gold. Then, his 5 fingers, sharp as blades, plunged into the edges of the crimson gold chunks, as if scooping out a spoonful of steamed egg custard, painstakingly carving out the entire body piece by piece. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Songshur didn't seize the opportunity to act. He silently watched this scene until the other had scooped out all the crimson gold. Then, he crushed it into powder. The powder flowed from between the wandering swordsman's fingers, turning into tiny sparks in midair. Blessed by Tai by Sha Qi, his 5 fingers were also divine weapons. In reality, piercing the sloping armor of a heavily armored mech would be no more difficult than cutting tofu. With the aid of the glass mirror, precise illumination ensured the excavation would proceed flawlessly. The wandering swordsman slowly exhaled. His once iron-like, indestructible physique was now a pitiful sight, riddled with craters, his lead mercury blood lingering at the edges, barely managing to stay afloat. But the invincible sharpness emanating from the wandering swordsman was even more intense than before. Songshur, merely watching, felt a prickle of unease, a slight, indescribable stinging pain throughout his body. Heh! He suddenly laughed. It was a laugh born of extreme excitement, a laugh of pure joy. It's a pity, what's here is ultimately just an echo of your past. Songshur spoke with a sigh, his smile growing even wider. If the real you were here, you would surely possess an even greater brilliance. The wandering swordsman seemed to understand the words, but still didn't answer. Songshur raised his finger and pointed, and in a flash, everything around him changed. Spiritual energy technique, solid stone. Invisible ripples spread across several miles, with a gentle yet undeniable force. It could be seen that with the activation of solid stone, the once extremely sharp Tai by Sha Qi of the wandering swordsman dimmed considerably. It was suppressed. Forcibly using self-damage to isolate the effects of the calamity's injury, Songshur pointed out the significance of the opponent's actions. You did succeed, but this action also caused your condition to decline significantly. The two had already engaged in a fierce battle, then suffered a blow from the calamity's flaming edge, and then used self-damage to stop the remaining momentum of the calamity. After this series of events, the wandering swordsman was quite badly injured. Although your theoretical condition has declined significantly, without the lingering interference of the calamity's remnants, your true spiritual energy is actually stronger. I give you a chance. Songshur calmly raised his heavy slayer sword. Your spiritual energy technique combination focuses on extreme killing power, but in terms of endurance, it's far inferior to mine. The outcome of our battle will be decided in the next strike. The wanderer chuckled softly, then, that chuckle transformed into pure coldness. He patted the sword's edge, the sound crisp and clear, the sword trembling as if impatient. The spiritual energy fluctuations that had pierced the heavens and earth on the wanderer's body slowly subsided. In their place, the murderous white light on his tightly gripped 3-foot sword, which had been suppressed and weakened by the swasher, gradually brightened, exceeding its original state and even climbing higher. The path of gung metal allows no dull sword. The sword light illuminated the pure white expanse. Chapter 449. The wandering swordsman was gone. All Songshur could see was a pure, unadulterated white sword light, illuminating the entire heavens and earth. Abandoning all possibilities, he channeled all his spiritual energy into a single sword strike. The outermost layer of calamity flames was pierced before it could even react. The sword light shot straight forward, leaving a trail of frost-like marks, like a glacier bursting forth from a sea of fire. The tie by Chongsha. Even with Songshur's spiritual energy, facing this extremely sharp edge, he felt as if his mind had fallen into an ice cave, as if 1,000 weapons were being hurled at him. It chilled him to the bone, Yet it was exhilarating. As it should be. Songshur laughed loudly, abruptly crushing 4 fire seeds. The Chongsha sword transformed from a straight blade into a stream of fire. With a massive influx of spiritual energy from the fire seeds, it swelled in the wind, like a serpent transforming into a black flame dragon coiling through the 9 heavens. The scorched earth, fueled by the spreading and raging flames, desperately tried to block the surging pure white sword light. As they collided, a series of teeth-grinding sounds of shattering glass echoed. The calamity originating from the end of the world was reborn in this instant, evolving into a terrifying killing power that sent chills down one's spine. Songshur gripped the fiery-shaped heavy slaughtering sword. Under the indiscriminate destructive power of the destructive calamity, the latter groaned under its unbearable strain, the force spreading backward, causing Songshur's right hand to tremble uncontrollably, cracking inch by inch. Another spark of fire shattered, soaring to the heavens. From the starry sky's perspective, in this instant, in the tranquil space belonging to the Tao path, 2 divine lights moved from back to front, one extremely sharp, the other violently destructive. Then they pierced through everything in their path, colliding head-on. A terrifying surge of psionic energy erupted. Centered on the point of impact, a sphere of pitch-black flames coiled and swirled, beams of white light piercing the flame barrier, attempting to break through completely. But as time passed, the beams of white light gradually faded until finally, they were completely engulfed by the black flames. A few breaths later, the dense, impenetrable tide of black flames extinguished. TSK, that was truly excruciating. Amidst the dissipating flames, Songshur took a deep breath, revealing the crisscrossing sword wounds covering his body, the deepest parts revealing bone. His upper body clothing had been completely pulverized by the extremely sharp sword light. He crushed several sparks of fire, and patted them into his body. While he couldn't completely heal the wounds, he could at least prevent them from worsening. This was because each wound contained lingering Tai by Sha Qi, like a maggot clinging to bone, trying to erode and expand the injury. This Tai by Chaos sword technique was too powerful. Even with Songshur's current spiritual energy, it would take several days to fully heal. But it stopped here. Songshur released the heavy Slayer's sword and looked ahead. The wandering swordsman stood still, the iron sword in his hand trembled slightly, then fine cracks spread throughout the entire blade, the edge shattering and collapsing like sand, scattering in the wind. Such an intense collision, even with the infusion of Tai by Chaos Chi, had pushed the iron sword to its limit. It could no longer hold on. Gung metal, though extremely sharp, was also too rigid and easily broken. The glazed temple can see the flaw in my attack just now. Songshur stared at his opponent, but even if they can see the flaw, whether they can truly address it is a new problem. The glazed temple is at the mercy of others. Your sword still lacked a bit of sharpness, was a moment too slow, and missed a crucial opportunity. And so, he was defeated. The wandering swordsman glanced at his battered body, and after a long while, he looked at his opponent. At this moment, only those eyes remained unchanged, like glass, like gold. Clear and illuminating. "Did you see clearly?" he said, his first words yet. Songshur nodded, replying, "Yes, I saw clearly." And his last words. The wandering swordsman nodded, nonchalantly releasing his grip on the sword hilt, and plopped down on the ground. As if not satisfied, he simply leaned on one hand, reclining against the starry sky. He gazed at the starry sky in a daze, and after a long while, suddenly laughed twice. His entire being transformed into a sliver of pure white starlight, traveling against the current across the sky, becoming a corner of the vast cosmos. Songshur stood quietly, and after an unknown amount of time, he lowered his gaze. In the calm, smooth mirror-like surface, a pair of pupils, like glass, like golden fire, were reflected. Lord Lapis Lazuli, could you share your views on the current mainstream ideologies within the Onyx? Under an open-air parasol by the hotel, Anthony, sleeves rolled up, sat upright. Though his question was inquiring, his tone held no offense, instead conveying a comfortable, casual conversation. Which aspect are you referring to? Lapis Lazuli floated in his seat. For example, exterminationism and regulatorism, Anthony answered fluently. You served under Legion 3, and I believe your opinions have considerable applicability to the study of Onyx. Lapis Lazuli paused for a moment, then asked, so, you have some knowledge of Onyx? Yes, Anthony confirmed, readily replying, during my administrative leave, I conducted research on Onyx, so I have some understanding of the subject. I see. Lapis Lazuli indicated it understood, then stated bluntly, since you know I followed Starry Night 3, you should understand my stance on genocide. I oppose it. Anthony nodded slightly. But could you elaborate? Lapis Lazuli replied, there's absolutely no room for negotiation. I understand. Anthony pondered. Then I think that perhaps in the not-too-distant future, Yinan will engage in some mutually beneficial cooperation with you. Is this your personal deduction, or is it a message conveyed in advance from the First Court? Lapis Lazuli countered. The general trend. I think that's a more accurate summary, Anthony answered. Hearing this, Lapis Lazuli pondered for a moment, and just as it was about to speak, it and Anthony simultaneously looked in one direction. On the 4th floor of the hotel, a young man wearing a new overcoat leaped out, landing lightly on the lawn, and walked towards them. Your eyes? Lapis Lazuli inquired. At this moment, Songshur walked over, his gait steady, the only problem being that his eyes were closed. Well, I just inscribed the glazed temple, it still needs some time to adjust. Songshur opened his eyes, and Anthony and Lapis Lazuli were simultaneously slightly startled. Those pupils, shimmering with a glazed luster and slivers of crimson gold, were incredibly clear. Meeting his gaze, they felt as if they were being thoroughly examined. However, the next moment, Songshur closed his eyes again. The glazed temple is indeed remarkable. Songshur leaned back in his seat, gesturing for a food service robot. My current feeling is, well, subtle, difficult to explain in detail. Let me think. You can think of it as me seeing things more clearly now. For example, Anthony, with your flow manipulation, if you were to further divert the surrounding atmosphere, I could see the subtler details of the flow you're controlling. Clear and bright inside and out, pure and without blemish. Anthony seemed unsurprised. I checked the archives. The glazed temple is a very high-level psionic technique. It should possess such an effect. Your Excellency. Then he spoke. The original itinerary was to inspect the base of the Justice Army after the height of trade, but half an hour ago, a new invitation arrived. Initially inviting me over? Songshur tapped the table, pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. 2 words? Anthony paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Your judgment is accurate. Indeed, Martial Sect. Chapter 450. The Lighthouse, first ring level. The spacious bedroom was dark. The minimalist furniture seemed shrouded in a dull gray. In the dim light, the only source of illumination was the open glass window. Songshur stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the world below the tower. He had acquired the glass view 2 days ago. Neither Lapis Lazuli nor Anthony were by his side. The former was undergoing equipment maintenance and module upgrades. Even as a third-ring transcendence, Lapis Lazuli wasn't forged into supernatural organs in every part. The characteristics of the intelligent machine race meant it carried numerous detachable and connectable auxiliary module units. These units suffered from daily wear and tear, requiring updates and iterations. Since he had come to the lighthouse, a comprehensive maintenance was necessary. Anthony was busy negotiating contracts. Songshur, in his capacity as the Enlightener's ambassador for foreign investment, granted Anthony negotiation and signing authority, representing the Enlighteners in commercial cooperation with Haida Trading. Haida Trading naturally had no reason to refuse. In fact, it was quite pleased. For many years, the former had been trying to intervene in the market of the corporate alliance. However, in this formal business cooperation phase, Haida Trading's attitude changed significantly. The general direction of cooperation had been determined, but it launched various offensives on different details, clearly not intending to use the Enlightened One's foreign investment ambassador's concurrent border inspection title to create a one-sided transfer of benefits. Fortunately, Anthony stated that he had some knowledge of business operations, and after taking full control, judging from the current stalemate in negotiations, it seemed he hadn't really lost ground. So, for the time being, there was nothing to do. Haida Trading had extremely strong control over Red Frust province. After issuing the order to purge, the entire territory was swept through violently. Cases and lists were being added in droves every hour, constantly being sent to Song Shi's desk, leaving him with nothing to do. No, according to Shi Qianfeng, he believed that his most important task as the inspector patrolling the territory on behalf of the Lord of Yunnan was not the accumulated filth, but rather to examine the completion of the trade network. Following this line of thinking, he wasn't idle. On the contrary, he had already completed all his tasks. Song Shi rejected the suggestion of arranging a shuttle for the service drone beside him, found a window, and jumped out. Flame wings unfolded with a whoosh, carrying Song Shi like a bird leaving its nest, speeding between the mechanical sea cliffs, flying out of the lighthouse, and diving towards Ohitan below. Under the meticulous management of Haida Trading for so many years, Oharitan, known as the City of Eternal Light, is a testament to its prosperity. As evening falls, a river of neon lights flows through the cracks in the concrete jungle, slowly spreading across the land, painting the city with an indescribable, magnificent hue. Since I'm already here, and this is a rare opportunity, I should see it for myself. After all, I wouldn't refuse an invitation from Wuzong. As a core force forming Yunnan, Wuzong was already planning to go anyway. This is just an earlier departure. I'd be leaving soon. My free time is hardly plentiful. To create a clean, positive, and vibrant social environment, and jointly build a great Yunnan. Recently, Hongshuang Province launched a new round of cleanup operations. Multiple departments are cooperating and advancing in an orderly manner, internally auditing the government and externally scrutinizing all sectors with a firm attitude, effectively curbing new cases and eliminating existing ones. To date, several achievements have been made, including but not limited to. Song Shi paused at a street corner, glancing up slightly. The screen on the exterior wall of a skyscraper was abruptly cut off by a thin metal roof. The rocket-powered display swooping down onto the street, draped in flames, caused little commotion. Most people squinted at it for a few seconds before paying it no mind. What era were they living in? Still using this old-fashioned prosthetic performance routine? In the end, apart from one passerby who came over and asked, "Brother, what brand is that rocket backpack you bought?" the rest of the pedestrians barely gave it a second glance. After watching the news for a while, Song Shi looked away and strolled down the street. In just a short time, the street became crowded, mostly with people eager to start their nightlife. Song Shi even spotted a few young men in uniform still on, with a fast food logo printed on the back. They each carried several cans of beer and surged towards a small square. There was a stage there, and the surrounding scaffolding hadn't been completely dismantled. It was clearly a temporary setup. Judging from the content of the giant holographic projection, it was probably a music festival, but it was clearly not very well known. The list of sponsors was sparse, and the most popular band on social media had barely 200,000 followers. But that didn't matter. The group of young men from the fast food restaurant, arm in arm, squeezed into the space below the stage. With a loud thud from the drummer, they joined the rest of the audience in shouting and chugging drinks. As the song reached its climax, the lead singer, dangling a data cable, gripped the microphone and raised his thumb sharply, shouting to the sky, "Glorious Path! Glorious Path!" The audience paused for a moment, then everyone roared in unison, the atmosphere reaching a new peak, "Glorious Path! Glorious Path!" Standing not far away, Song Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, want to learn more about the Glorious Path?" Suddenly, someone leaned closer. It was a man in his 30s. Seeing that the other didn't immediately wave him off, his expression brightened. He pulled open his tightly drawn coat, revealing a paper bag inside. Personal instruction from the chairman. Incisive analysis of the Glorious Path. Source from one of his former secretaries. Absolutely reliable and authentic. What? Song Shi opened the paper bag. "I see you're one of us. That's why I was planning to give it to you." Seeing this, the man said seriously, "Only 200 sulfur coins. Let's all walk the Glorious Path together." He patted his chest and said without hesitation, "You think I'm trying to make money? Wrong. These are just freebies. The money will all go to donations to the orphanage. Every bit of your kindness will be put to good use." Song Shi picked up the contents of the paper bag with interest. It was a stack of neatly arranged CDs. He randomly pulled one out. The chairman tames the weather, then another. The chairman smashes the Fubo Energy solar radiation focusing device with pebbles. He stopped. "For donations to welfare homes," Song Shi said with a half smile, "the kind where you donate 10 yuan out of 200? The man's expression turned serious, his tone righteous. "Ahem, You really misunderstood. Fine, I take them all. Under the man's surprised gaze, Songshur pulled out a credit card and tossed it over. Since you actually donated to welfare homes before, keep 2,000 for yourself, and donate the rest on my behalf to the one you usually donate to. The man was shocked. You're not having an episode? Give it back if you don't want it. The man immediately changed his tune. I'm not having an episode. Ahem, then it's all yours. May you always uphold the glorious and righteous path. The man handed over the paper bag, rattling off a long string of words quickly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Fine, I'm sorry for being so blunt, but for someone like you, taking these, I'm afraid they're useless. Songshur weighed the paper bag in his hand and said leisurely, Take this to your chairman. Chapter 451. Your Excellency, are you really not planning to stay a few more days? Lighthouse, first ring level, an open-air platform. A sudden gust of air swept through, making a slapping sound against the hem of his clothes, but Shi Qianfeng seemed unconcerned, his smile beaming. I can stay, but are you sure? Songshur's hair fluttered. If I stay at the lighthouse for a few more days, I'm afraid many people will become anxious. You're joking again. Shi Qianfeng replied loudly, The innocent are innocent, and the upright have nothing to fear. Your inspection tour has brought a fresh look to the Red Frost province. How could anyone be anxious? Speaking of which, Shi Qianfeng feigned slight surprise. Your eyes. I have obtained the glazed observation. Songshur's pupils flickered slightly, the original black and white fading, transforming into a line of fiery red gold. No wonder the chairman has such high hopes for you as a psychic. Shi Qianfeng exclaimed, his tone now noticeably more sincere than before. At your age, you're not far from reaching the fourth ring, are you? Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, Shi Qianfeng sighed, rubbing his temples. It seems we, the pillars of Yunnan, will soon have another one added. Songshur chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Back then at the border, the fourth ring revelation from the secret seminar, bearing the Yunnan Lord's decree, granted him border patrol and inspection. However, this order, directly issued by the Yunnan Lord, was clearly not something the fourth ring revelation intended to publicize. In most people's eyes, even someone of Shi Qianfeng's status naturally considered him a member of Yunnan. However, this was simply a matter of habit. With Shi Qianfeng's status, asking personally would certainly reveal the inside story, but there was no need. Oh right, there's one more thing. Shi Qianfeng took out an electronic business card, blue and white, bearing the logo of Haida Trading, a simple sketch of a lighthouse in a rainstorm. I heard about your last-minute change of plans, the invitation from Wuzong. Considering your karmic ties with the biting defense front, it would be strange if they didn't come looking for you. So generous. Songshur understood the implication. You can't expect our side, which always adheres to the principles of equality, harmony, and prosperity, to be friendly to a group of people clinging to psychic supremacy. Shi Qianfeng shrugged, of course, the most crucial point, as mentioned before. Shi Qianfeng smiled, his right palm pressed against his chest. Songshur, you're a friend of Haida Trading. I appreciate your kindness. Songshur didn't accept the electronic business card, as for help. This isn't the right way to deal with a martial sect master. The young man raised the corners of his mouth. I'm waiting for them. Whether it's patrol surveillance or Southern Dipper, I'm waiting for them all. Well, how should I put it? Shi Qianfeng showed no annoyance, slowly retrieving the electronic business card. I'm not surprised at all. I don't believe your personality profile didn't calculate this possibility. Songshur said leisurely, smiled, and without further hesitation, turned and walked towards the shuttle that had already been prepared. Manager Shi, then I take my leave. Anthony straightened his tie, nodded slightly to Shi Qianfeng, then turned and strode after him. Mr. Shi Qianfeng, I look forward to the future cooperation between the intelligent machinery and Haida Trading. Lapis Lazuli shook hands with Shi Qianfeng, then flew towards the shuttle. A muffled roar from the engine followed, then it soared into the distance, gradually becoming a black dot before vanishing completely on the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. Sigh. Shi Qianfeng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance for a long while before finally turning his gaze away amidst a mountain of communication notifications. The world is about to collapse. Each punch has its own power. Each punch has its own intent. Power originates from the ground. Intent arises from the heart. Your power is not strong enough. Your intent is not pure enough. Forget about traveling the world with your skills every day. You can't even dominate this one place. Didn't you say our martial sect was the strongest? How come you're now just a nobody? Foolish fool. Have you ever seen any force that claims it's not the best? If my martial sect were truly the strongest, I would be saying these things to you in the Eastern continent right now. So your recruitment announcement was just a bluff. And isn't pursuing the strongest a bit too exhausting? Heh, if that's really what you think. How could you have stepped into transcendence when your spiritual energy awakened? Hypocritical. Impure thoughts. Half-hearted. I throw another 10,000 punches. Please reconsider. 100,000 punches. Then, in a sudden moment, the weight of memory returned. Go, the other party accepted. A man in sportswear spoke with a serious expression. Inside the gravity chamber ahead, a terrifying roar, like a dragon churning and a tiger roaring, a chilling sound, abruptly vanished after a crisp explosion. It was as if the sound had been clenched and crushed into dust by clenched fingers. Then the gravity chamber door slowly opened, and a lithe figure stepped out. The Big Dipper governs death, the Southern Dipper governs life. It was a short-haired woman in her early 20s. More than her delicate face, anyone looking at her would first notice her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, sharp as swords, yet when combined with her amber eyes, they lost their usual coldness and hardness, transforming into an unyielding, refined brilliance. He has a good title, and he certainly deserves it. The woman casually threw on a coat, a white windbreaker, and wore athletic trousers. She was dressed as if she were about to head out for her morning exercise, if one ignored the gravity chamber behind her. The man who had just spoken to report looked at the woman's back with awe. This gravity chamber, built with considerable resources, and capable of withstanding the trials of ordinary third-ring psionicists, now looked as if it had just survived a natural disaster. The floor, ceiling, and walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, no part was intact, and it was filled with numerous craters. No, more accurately, it was fist imprints. Fist imprints, one after another, deeply etched into the walls. A hazy white mist rose from the woman's body, like fog or smoke, yet unlike real heat, it didn't dissipate. Just before it completely receded, it spontaneously condensed, forming tiny, silvery dewdrops, each as large as lead or mercury, swirling and coiling around her. If someone were to attempt to measure it, they would be astonished to find that the maximum radius of the swirling trajectory of these silvery dewdrops was exactly 3 feet. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. The man's gaze shifted from the gravity chamber to the woman, but the burning intensity in his eyes wasn't as if he were looking at a person, but rather at something more abstract, yet imbued with a tangible concept. Martial Emperor, the current world-walking official. Lu Danshu, the transcendence of the third ring. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I will proceed to the martial ruins of the Northern Thunder defense line for another battle. The man was startled. Isn't such a decision a bit hasty? Haste? I don't think so. It doesn't matter, that's a matter for later. Right now, Lu Danshu's jade-like hand slowly clenched, scattering all the silver beads. She revealed her white teeth, her smile radiant. I must test the might of the Southern Dipper. Chapter 452. The Wuzong's base of operations doesn't border the Red Frost province. Without maximum speed, the shuttle will need to fly for a while longer. King Jinchi stated for several minutes, then, looking at the young man propping his chin up and casually glancing out the window, finally tried to remind him, Songshur, are you sure you don't want to prepare some countermeasures in advance? Countermeasures? Songshur finally turned his head, his expression slightly strange. What do you mean? There are indeed some historical issues between the Wuzong and the biting defense line, Anthony suddenly spoke up, but you are the personally appointed by the speaker as the border inspector. Any historical issues are none of your concern. Are you sure? Songshur's eyes lit up with interest. Given the Wuzong style, how could I not think they simply ignore it? You're overthinking it, Anthony said. The current Wuzong is the Wuzong of Yinan. If you're unhappy, no one can force you. The man's tone remained calm, but beneath that calm lay a resolute edge. Please trust the speaker. Trust? Of course I trust. Songshur patted his hand. If I weren't happy, I wouldn't have accepted the position of Border Patrol Inspector in the first place. He then turned to the AI. Lapis Lazuli, I appreciate your kindness, but as for a solution, I don't think it's necessary. And you don't need to worry too much. Although the martial sect is somewhat a cough, Songshur said, gesturing for the other to toss some food over, but overall they act fairly uprightly. If they really want to do anything unpleasant, they punish them internally first. Lapis Lazuli tossed over a bag of potato chips. Songshur casually tore it open, spun it around, but Anthony refused, and he didn't want the Lapis Lazuli either, so he ate it himself. In the past, the martial sect was also a major power in the Eastern continent. It initially started as a loosely organized society of ancient Eastern continent psychics, holding regular meetings. It wasn't until after a long historical period that it gradually evolved and integrated, eventually becoming the psychic group Martial Sect. The Martial Sect main goal is to pursue the supreme martial pinnacle, the strongest of the strong. It has always had friction with the Northern Thunder Defense Front, and their conflicts have never ceased. Because of their different styles of operation, almost every conflict results in heavy casualties, leading to a rapid escalation of tensions. During the Seven Earths War, various forces entered the fray, and the flames of war swept across most of the world. Both the Martial Sect and the Northern Thunder Defense Front had the idea of achieving victory in one decisive battle, but considering the heavy losses that would result in a full-scale war, the final victor might not even survive the ensuing chaos. Therefore, the patriarch of that generation of Martial Sect and the Marshal of the Northern Thunder Defense Front reached an agreement. Each side sent 7 people to a desolate mountain range, setting up 7 arenas to fight for 7 days, with the outcome determined by the results of the matches. 7 days later, 300 miles of rivers and mountains collapsed, the earth's veins crumbled, and the heavens crumbled. The Martial Sect won 3 and lost 4, thus withdrawing from the eastern continent. The young man slowly chewed on his words, his expression calm, but deep inside, he was filled with barely suppressed joy. The Martial Sect. Lu Danshu at this age is not to be missed. This current Martial Sect's world traveler was 4 years older than him, or maybe 5. He didn't think he had ever seriously asked before. Before his death in the Empire in his previous life, he and she had fought 3 all-out battles. First, defeat, then a draw, and finally victory. They battled from the 2nd to the 4th ring, a truly exhilarating experience even among all his past lives. The memory is still vivid. Now, she's in her early 20s, and her psionic abilities should be at the early middle stage 3rd ring. Songsher smacked his lips, finishing a bag of food as he thought. By the way, Anthony, is the briefing ready? Hearing the question, Anthony's expression turned serious, and he handed over a data tablet. Please take a look. Songsher casually tossed the bag out the window, praising, very efficient. The data tablet contained a preliminary report on the Martial Sect's core forces. Professional ethics come first. The fundamental duty of patrolling and monitoring the territory cannot be forgotten. In his previous life, he was so engrossed in fighting within the Martial Sect's territory that he only had a general impression of the overall situation. However, as the inspector patrolling the territory on behalf of the Lord of Yunnan, he obviously couldn't act based solely on a general understanding. Songsher skimmed through the document. The situation was neither good nor bad, merely average. Over the years, the Martial Sect had theoretically developed a concrete organizational structure and operational system, but in reality, it was no longer as loosely organized as it had been initially. With regular gatherings of spiritualists, it still couldn't be considered a very tightly knit force. Some members of the Martial Sect rarely showed themselves, spending their days diligently training their spiritual abilities, hoping to reach the supreme martial peak, the strongest of the strong. Others frequently roamed the territories of other forces, claiming to sustain themselves through war and prove their martial arts. Of those who remained within the Martial Sect's core territory, only a small minority were truly capable of managing affairs. They largely delegated the operation of their core factions to the government, unlike other factions that were inextricably linked to and mutually infiltrated by their respective local governments. Instead, they maintained a somewhat aloof and independent stance. This led to the local government becoming increasingly bloated over the years. Furthermore, the Wuzong's overall aloofness didn't mean that every member was celibate. Some used their connections to support numerous families, companies, and gangs within the local power structure, indulging in rampant corruption. As long as their actions weren't particularly egregious, the government turned a blind eye. After all, the Wuzong possessed a current pillar of power and considerable influence, yet it declared it wouldn't interfere with the local government's operations. Therefore, occasional minor errors were within acceptable limits. So, it's time for some rectification. Songsher put down his data tablet. I think the primary approach will be warnings, with punishment as a secondary measure. The filth accumulated in the local government over the years needs to be cleaned up. Those in the Wuzong need to be warned. Enjoyment is acceptable, but not excessive. Songsher smoothly determined what needed to be done. Anthony cut to the chase. Your standards? Kill those who don't listen to advice, kill those who cross the line, and kill anyone who tries to test the waters, Songsher sighed. It's mainly because time is tight. There's no other way. Anthony's prosthetic eye brightened, clearly noting it down in his memo. A bad pen is worse than a good memory. Attention, your destination is approaching, please prepare. A soft, synthesized female voice echoed in the cabin. Songshur slowly stood up. Looking around, unlike the plains, this place was a landscape of mountains and hills, undulating terrain with significant elevation differences. Buildings were situated amidst the undulating landscape, connected by skyrail lines, forming a network of cities. The stronghold of Wuzong, Sanlu Province. Capital Duk City. Chapter 453. Following closely behind was a deafening boom. In a corner of Duk City, a dazzling azure light first appeared, then burst into the air, breaking the sound barrier and leaving a long, lingering white trail in the sky before precisely stopping in front of the shuttle. Your Excellency, the patrol inspector. It was a burly man, shirtless and adorned with mountain lord tattoos. He crossed his arms, scrutinizing the shuttle. Duk City is a vital location for my martial sect. Even if you were invited, you should have waited for the reception staff to escort you. In other words, you're going to stop me? The man's expression shifted slightly, seemingly hesitant, but in an instant, that hesitation transformed into a fierce glint. You are patrolling the territory on behalf of the sect master. I naturally dare not stop you, but duty calls. A hand pressed down on his head. A hand burning with crimson gold flames. The man was a member of the martial sect, his spiritual energy at the mid-third ring, and his consciousness honed through countless battles. He would be considered a formidable opponent anywhere. However, in that instant, he didn't see his opponent's movements clearly. No, to be more precise, despite being mentally prepared, he barely caught a glimpse of his opponent's actions, but his body couldn't react in time. He could only watch helplessly as 5 fingers, like a dark cloud obscuring the sun, gripped his face. His spiritual energy roared, his mind trembled violently, and the man attempted an instinctive counterattack. But it was futile. At that moment, a passerby who happened to look up witnessed a scene they would never forget. A white streak appeared in the sky above Duk City, and in that instant, a crimson gold streak of fire followed its trajectory, from the heavens to the earth, crashing into Duk City, and completely engulfing the original white streak, leaving only a newly formed, burning streak of fire dividing the sky. Boom! Because the developer hadn't secured funding, the construction site, abandoned halfway through and with safety nets still in place, was struck by a fiery meteor after 220 days of abandonment. The meteor struck, unleashing a violent firestorm that surged like a tsunami, engulfing everything nearby. The reinforced concrete structures collapsed without a sound, turning into massive plumes of ashes. Under an unyielding will, the fire spread was contained within the construction site, but the accompanying heatwave dissipated far and wide, causing temperatures in several city blocks to rise by more than 10 degrees Celsius, prompting the meteorological department to dispatch an investigation. With this level of skill, they dared to test the waters? The abandoned construction site of 1 minute had vanished completely. The next minute, a massive crater within the city, flowing with molten lava, stood. The man was badly burned, his flesh and bones charred. His eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled to lift his head. The hand that had been pressing against his head loosened, and what came into view was a pair of fiery, glassy eyes. A key location for the martial sect, to receive and escort him? Songshur stood in the center of the pit, his expression suddenly becoming indifferent. How dare you disobey orders before the inspection tour? If they had faced each other directly, even if the man was still no match, he could at least have exchanged a few blows. However, Songshur's attack just now was ruthless. He activated all his abilities, the calamity, the stone, the soaring sky, and the glass observation, and even added a spark of fire. The killing force of his attack was unbelievably strong, completely exceeding the man's expectations, resulting in a decisive defeat in a single blow. Ignoring the severely injured man, Songshur slowly raised his hand. The flowing fire gathered and transformed into a pillar of flame hundreds of meters high, shooting straight into the sky, standing conspicuously in Duk City. Figures leaped and bounded between skyscrapers, ignoring traffic rules, rushing towards the straight pillar of flame. Within a few breaths, the first group arrived at the scene. Your Excellency, such behavior is perhaps too much. Seeing the man's injuries at the bottom of the pit, one of them had a stern expression, but before he could finish, he was pushed down by another man beside him. This man was younger, in his early 30s, and his attitude was extremely softened. Your Excellency, He Chong is arrogant and disregards right and wrong, openly defying the patrol inspectors. He deserves this fate. He didn't look at the man still struggling in the pit. From today onwards, we will certainly punish and discipline him severely. May I take him to the hospital first? The sound of an engine came from above, and the shuttle slowly hovered. 2 figures jumped down. Songshur didn't even look, simply calling out, Anthony. According to Articles 2, 7, and 9 of Chapter 3 of the Yunnan National Security Law, and its supplementary clauses, as a border inspector, you have the right to make decisions regarding actions including, but not limited to, killing, when necessary. Anthony, dressed in a suit, stood behind the young man, his expression cold and stern, speaking each word clearly. The place where you are located can be considered the first court. The man's eyelids twitched. According to the files, the other party wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Why was he acting so ruthlessly now? He slowed his speech. Inspector, isn't this a bit too much punishment? Songsher said indifferently. I am acting on behalf of Yunnan. Good. The man's eyelids twitched again, his softened tone hardening like molten iron, instantly hardening into a steely edge. He Chong dares to obstruct the border patrol. He deserves to die. It's irrelevant, there's no reasoning with him. The group that arrived varied in posture and expression, but they all shared one thing in common. Their cybernetic implantation was extremely low, even non-existent. The man was the same. He abruptly ripped off his coat, revealing a chest as hard as cast iron. A powerful burst of psionic energy erupted from him. Judging by his aura, he was clearly another third-ring psionicist. But what if it were someone else? Songsher, the man shouted. Martial Sec Master, Fong Si. The dignified Southern Dipper, would you be willing to offer some guidance? The indifference on Songsher's face suddenly melted away. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Calling me Inspector General, Your Excellency Inspector, it made me really think that this trip would allow a bunch of people to bow down and worship. What level are you? Songsher slowly drew his heavy slayer blade, flames spontaneously swirling around its blade. I knew it. The man showed no anger, only a loud shout. That's right. I am indeed at the first heaven. Pretty much what I expected. Songsher's pupil shone with a fiery, glassy luster. After crashing into Duk City, the glassy aura had been constantly operating, clearly reflecting the other's spiritual energy. The 12th heaven of the martial sect considers both strength and potential. What heaven does Lu Danshu currently hold? The man's body erupted with crimson flames. Lu Danshu is the current world inspector of my martial sect, naturally at the 12th heaven. Very well. Back then, you suffered 4 losses and 3 wins, retreating to the eastern continent. Due to karmic ties, you now want to test me, who has stepped onto the martial ruins. Songsher's lips curled into a smile. I give you this opportunity. I also see if you are now qualified to surpass the Northern Thunder defense line. The response was a fist accompanied by a furious shout. Then, come on! Chapter 454. Just before the fist truly landed, terrifying heat roared and surged, a scorching wind sweeping across all directions. The third ring of great source was also of the fire element. Songsher pressed down on Chongsher, defying the surging heat, neither dodging nor avoiding, and slashed at the fist with his blade. There was no thud of a blade piercing flesh. Instead, a heavy, muffled thud, like solid metal colliding, echoed from the huge crater. Thump! The two separated instantly. The man staggered back 4 steps before stopping, while Songsher stood rooted to the spot, not retreating a single step. No, to be precise, he clearly chose to swallow the impact of that punch rather than retreat. Not retreating. This signifies moving forward. Without giving the man any time to react, the instant he stopped his retreat, Songsher stepped forward and slashed out again. The time was too short. The man had no other options and chose the safest method, a horizontal punch to block. Thump! Another muffled sound. Still failed to break through. The opponent's fists were truly forged from steel. Even the bulging veins were not delicate or weak. Each vein was like a pure black steel bar welded to the brass-colored skin, forming the extremely hard fists before him. This feeling was all too familiar to Songsher. The body and fists were forged by forging flame. The opponent also possessed this spiritual energy technique, and compared to his own use of the forging concept to freely reshape scorched earth and other spiritual energy techniques, it offered greater flexibility and control, or the ability to maintain self-immolation by combining burning blood. The path chosen by the opponent was to abandon all other operations, purely forging themselves, using themselves as a weapon. Day after day of repeated tempering and refining forged the powerful physique that dared to directly confront Chongsher. To reach this level in the first level of cultivation. Then, Songsher took another step, Chongsher striking again. It wasn't simply a super-fast combo, the man had already reacted. The opponent had clearly seized the subtle moment after each strike, just as he was about to counterattack, steadily inserting his fiery blade, forcing him to abandon his counterattack and continue parrying. What keen observation! No, This couldn't even be fully explained by observation. Even with the opponent's exceptional talent, such precision was impossible. You martial grandmasters are indeed not bad. With those words came another simple, direct strike. The man grunted. This kind of all-knowing, timely attack was far more troublesome than a simple super-fast combo. For the first time, cracks appeared in the bronze-colored skin of his honed fists. The others around him, having chosen their positions, watched the battle intently, most with tense expressions and hearts filled with astonishment. Martial Sect 12th Heaven. Compared to pure strength, the 12th Heaven is closer to the potential of a new generation of martial sect members. Even if the man is only at the lowest level, the first heaven, it means he has a chance to break through to the fourth ring, Ascension. But facing a spiritualist who had fought his way to the heavenly capital and reached the martial ruins with honor. Of course, they didn't expect to defeat him at the first heaven. Even a narrow defeat would be somewhat unrealistic. A crushing defeat, a humiliating defeat, was the only expected outcome. Everyone was mentally prepared, but what they saw still exceeded their expectations. With Fong Xi's strength, he couldn't even mount a proper counterattack, being overwhelmed from the very first strike. Chongshi condensed a flame blade several meters long, which crashed down. The man could only retreat further. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the battle now entered a strange atmosphere. The exchanges of attack and defense between the two sides weren't fast, at least not beyond their observation limits. Most of the moves were clearly visible. Yet, even in this situation, Fong Xi was retreating step by step, slowly but irresistibly. In his place, Chongshi strolled forward, step by step, as if taking a leisurely walk. Boom, boom, boom! For a moment, only the sounds of flame blades colliding with fists filled the arena. This abandoned construction site wasn't large, only about half the size of a football field. Both being great source beings at the third ring level, if they were to unleash their full power, even 100 times larger wouldn't be enough to destroy this place. However, both chose to restrain their destructive force, confining the raging winds and fire tides to a small area. With each step Fong Xi retreated, the earth cracked, and with each step he took, the spiderweb-like cracks he left behind grew larger and larger at a visible rate. This indicated that his spiritual energy was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, gradually sliding from an indestructible, towering structure towards a precarious state. But his opponent hadn't even used Calamity yet. He was undoubtedly in a weaker position, so long before this Southern Dipper arrived in Duke City, or even earlier, after the opponent attacked Wushu, Wu Zong had collected the opponent's files, carefully studied them, and devised several countermeasures. Therefore, at this moment, he clearly understood that every strike his opponent was currently delivering could only be described as earnest, but without using the destructive Calamity, it couldn't be considered a full-force attack. Thump! In the blink of an eye, the crimson gold blade struck, and Fong Xi violently opened his fists. However, at the point of contact, the cracks deepened, and wisps of ash uncontrollably drifted out. This Southern Dipper was clearly trying to shatter his body, and pierce his fist with a pure strike. Even in death, he couldn't accept such a humiliating defeat. Fong Xi roared, his left fist, which should have once again met the heavy blow head-on, suddenly unfurled its 5 fingers, completely disregarding the consequences, and fiercely gripped the flame blade. His right fist, too, unfurled its 5 fingers. But this time, it wasn't to grasp anything. It was simply to clench his fist tighter. And then unleash it. Taking a direct hit, and then counterattacking, this was destined to be an underwhelming display of full power. That was how it should have been. However, after choosing to take the blow head-on, Fong Xi decided to leave no room for retreat, frantically activating multiple spiritual energy techniques. Even as the blade pierced his body, he would exert all his strength to make this punch powerful enough. Therefore, this punch was no less than a full-force attack. Calamity. A calamity fire containing the power of destruction silently rose, a spark extinguished, and facing this punch was another clenched fist. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, its impact capable of overturning several city blocks. At the critical moment, the hundreds of meters high pillar of fire that Chongshi had initially erected suddenly collapsed, coalescing into a flowing, circular river of fire that tightly blocked all the impact. The crowd, who were preparing to intercept the aftershocks, exchanged glances, and silently lowered their raised hands. The dense, almost tangible curtain of fire gradually dissipated, revealing a smaller, deeper crater beneath the giant pit. Fong Xi lay inside, his body mangled beyond recognition, as if he'd been struck head-on by a heavy semi-trailer truck. He was unconscious. Beside him lay another man, the burly man who had initially blocked their way. He too was unconscious. Only one figure stood. Chongshi scanned the crowd. In such a short time, many more people had arrived. Meeting his gaze, they were silent for a moment. Someone bowed slightly first, and the others followed suit. The young man remained noncommittal, took the coat Anthony offered, and turned to walk in one direction. Let's go to City Hall. Chapter 455. Your Excellency, should we arrange for nearby treatment? Anthony carefully chose his words. Songshur, walking ahead, had his left arm, mainly the fingers, cracked open, with crimson gold blood seeping out, enveloping his palm and slowly burning. Oh, no need. Songshur clenched his fist in front of the man, then casually released it. I didn't want to back down, so I took that punch head on. After all, I'm at the first level of the heavenly realm, so the punch was quite powerful. Plus, I used the bad calamity, which makes it seem like I'm indiscriminate, so it looks a bit serious, but it's all superficial. It healed with some rest. But that person will have to lie in bed for at least half a month. Songshur explained, his forging of the flame of forging. The pursuit is a bit too much. While a strong physique is forged through hardship, recovering from a severe injury requires a significant amount of time and effort. Saying this, Songshur looked at the intelligent machine, raising an eyebrow. Lapis lazuli, no opinion? Middle to lower tier. Having traveled together for so long, Lapis lazuli knew what the other meant and answered without hesitation, the first heaven. Just as I judged. Songshur clapped his hands and laughed. Not bad, your judgment is quite good now. Anthony listened for a moment, connecting it to the information he had previously reviewed, and guessed what the two were discussing. The seeds of the Northern Thunder Defense Front? Yes. Lapis lazuli confirmed his guess. I was present during the Battle of the Northern Thunder Defense Front. Their training list was called Seeds. That Fong seed from earlier, in the first heaven, I think is at a middle to lower tier. After a moment's thought, it added, the number of seeds is more than 12. When we left, there were 31 new generation seeds. If Chu Tonglu's father had entered Yunnan back then, Chu Tonglu would probably be one of the 12th level cultivators now. Songshur stroked his chin. Around the 2nd or 3rd level. But it's difficult to go any higher. If he encountered Lu Danshu, the current 12th level cultivator, at the same level, that guy could easily beat him with one hand. Sighed Chu Tonglu. Chu Tonglu. Anthony knew who this person was. He was a fellow traveler from the southern Dipper Eastern continent, a well-known third-ring transcendence cultivator, who had spent 6 years in Yunnan before the age of 30. When he was ordered to accompany the newly appointed regional inspector Songshur, he specifically researched those associated with him to ensure everything went smoothly, including Chu Tonglu. He pulled out Chu Tonglu's file in Yunnan and reviewed it from beginning to end. To be honest, Songshur probably didn't know as much about Chu Tonglu's life as he did. Speaking of which, Songshur said casually as he walked, without stopping. Your speaker, theoretically, also served as the 12th heaven. Upon hearing this, Anthony's expression remained unchanged, but for a moment, he was genuinely confused. The 12th heaven. The next instant, he suddenly grasped the connection and realized what was happening. With Lioli Temple constantly active, even the slightest change in expression was enough for Songshur to immediately tell that the other party understood. Anthony, if you understand everything so easily, then I'm in a bit of a predicament. You flatter me, I actually don't understand at all. Anthony bowed slightly and respectfully said, Please enlighten me, Your Excellency. It's like this, Songshur replied instantly, the highest position in the martial sect, the sect master, 9.5 out of 10 sect masters throughout history have served as the 12th heaven. In principle, the 12th heaven is the undisputed next sect master. However, that sect leader back then lost to the martial first, and then to the first lord of Yunnan, so he merged the martial sect into Yunnan, relinquishing the position of sect leader. Songshur sighed. So much so that every generation of the 12th heaven in recent years has been determined to defeat the Lord of Yunnan and reclaim the position of sect leader. I understand. Anthony's posture was impeccable. I see. As he spoke, it was as if a gust of wind had swept up sand. Suddenly, the pedestrians on the street disappeared. The vast district was left with only rows of holographic billboards, still operating according to their predetermined programs, smiling and advertising the latest and trendiest products. Through the gaps in the layered lamplight, 3 figures slowly advanced. Duk City has issued a regional martial law notice. King Jinchi's consciousness entered the Duk City intranet, surveying the entire area. All irrelevant personnel along the route to the city government have been evacuated. Songshur hummed in agreement, completely unconcerned. But the result was undoubtedly regrettable. No new obstacles appeared until Songshur stepped onto the steps of the municipal government building. As the capital of a province, Duk City's government building was beautiful, perhaps more accurately described as imposing. Over 100 feet tall, it stood straight like a sword, yet subtle details incorporated elements of Eastern continent design. The martial sect did indeed not interfere much with local governments, but such a behemoth, even in its mere existence, influenced many things. The design of this government building was just one example. Click. Pushing open the glass door, the atmosphere in the lobby was somewhat eerie. The woman behind the reception window forced a smile, but even without Liu Guan, Song Shi could sense her tension. There was no fear, only pure tension. Therefore, she was the one who gave Song Shi the best impression among everyone present. Your Excellency, Inspector. Having received the message, the hall was already quite crowded. A smartly dressed middle-aged man quickly approached. I am the current deputy mayor of Duk City. The mayor is currently on a visit, and won't be back for the time being. I will be temporarily in charge of receiving you. Song Shi glanced around. None of the people present were of low rank, most were of high character. Even when facing him, their expressions were either serious or slightly tense, without revealing any inappropriate emotions. Unfortunately, it was pointless. Liu Guan was certainly not some kind of telepathy. Even with an ordinary person in person, it couldn't read their thoughts. However, with its connotation of inner and outer clarity, pure and without blemish, it was still quite capable of discerning subtle expressions and emotional changes on the surface. It was sufficient for those present, whose highest level was only second tier. No need for formalities. Song Shi's tone was flat. Wuzong doesn't interfere, unlike Haita trading, which took a hard line and preemptively purged its core forces. Even several days after learning of the patrol's arrival, Duk City and its subordinate provinces hadn't reached a consensus and were instead somewhat chaotic. One could even say panicked. Purge the provinces, those who deserve to die will be killed without exception, he said. Those who surrender will have their punishment reduced by 1 degree. Those who harbor illusions and hope to escape will have their punishment increased by 5 degrees. Song Shi flicked a spark. You should relay my orders. Chapter 456. Song Shi's orders were resolutely carried out. No one tried to say, should we reconsider? These border inspectors, acting on behalf of the ruler of Yunnan, were high-ranking officials in the capital of a province, but compared to the border inspectors, who had direct access to the first court, they were far inferior. Furthermore, Song Shi seemed to be pressed for time. His style of action, since the start of his inspection tour, was all about speed. Anyone who displeased him was killed. It was best not to provoke him. The second day after entering Duk City. Your actions are very efficient. In an antique-style courtyard, Song Shi sat on the ground with a man. The latter tossed 2 pieces of bread into the pond beside him. Instantly, several bright red koi carp pounced, swallowing the fist-sized pieces of bread in one gulp, splashing water everywhere. A new breed using biomodulation technology. The other party casually wiped away the water stains. They say they can grow up to 3 meters long. I don't know if that's true, but they eat a lot every day. Their increased size seemed to have enlarged the koi's brains as well, making them quite agile. They swam over to Song Shi, their round heads craning against the edge of the pond for a while. Realizing he had no intention of feeding them, they flicked their tails, splashing water everywhere. The splashes of water hissed in midair, instantly vaporizing. Startled, the koi immediately plunged into the depths of the pond without looking back. I have been appointed by the sect leader as the inspector of Duk City. The other party pondered for a moment before speaking first. His words revealed 2 pieces of information. He was a member of the martial sect. He was also an inspector directly under the first court. So what is your current role? Song Shi tapped the coffee table lightly with his index finger. Currently, I'm an inspector, the other person replied. Your swift and decisive action has done me a great favor. Swift and decisive action, ha. Song Shi remained non-committal. As a regional inspector, although my authority doesn't compare to that of a border inspector, if you truly want to rectify things, I don't think it's a difficult task. You already know the answer, so why ask? The other person shook their head, speaking frankly. No force, no institution, no individual can achieve a perfect ideal state. As the inspector, my role is simply to ensure these deep-seated problems don't escalate to a baseline, guaranteeing the Duk City and its subordinate provinces can provide sufficient strength whenever the Grand Master needs it. Your regular, swift, and decisive purges of the entire territory are naturally necessary. He tossed out another piece of bread. This time the koi didn't dare to pop its head out. But we can't maintain this high-pressure situation indefinitely. It would create widespread anxiety. Appropriate relief is also necessary. Over time, with compromises, negotiations, and tacit understandings among all parties. Even as the inspector, I'm somewhat constrained and find it difficult to exert force. He concluded, that's why I said you'd done me a great favor. Songsher grasped the teacup, heat rising from his palm, the tea bubbling gently. The young man exhaled and changed the subject. How come you have so many prosthetics implanted? Compared to the previous martial sect members, he had seen with extremely low levels of prosthetics. Especially that pure natural being at the first level Fong Si. The Duk City inspector before him, in his 40s, had a much higher level of prosthetics. Although he didn't have a large-scale replacement like a prosthetic limb, he had a constantly shrinking, high-precision prosthetic eye, a brain-computer interface at the back of his head, and data slots under his ears, all present and accounted for. A bright silver-etched circuit even ran across his chin. I must state beforehand that we martial masters do indeed, have a tendency toward psionic supremacy. Hearing this, the other person's expression immediately became serious, and he said solemnly, but that doesn't mean we have to be primitives. Those who call us old-fashioned clinging to ancient dogma. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming suspicious. Did the Northern Thunder Defense Front say something to you? Could it be Haida trading? The man cursed, coldly snorting, a bunch of greedy bastards. It's pure corporate slander, not worth paying attention to. In short, most outsiders have a great misunderstanding about us martial masters. The other person's voice was firm and resolute. You should understand, the supreme martial peak, the strongest of the strong. To reach that level, a cybernetic body is absolutely insufficient. At least with current technology, it's far from enough. Only spiritual energy. He raised a hand, clenching it into a fist. Only spiritual energy can lead to the true path to ultimate power. A cybernetic body may provide temporary strength, but relying on such an external thing offers no benefit whatsoever in the future. Songsher, seeing you maintain a natural posture, you must agree with this view. The man suddenly released his fist, his 4 fingers clenched together, his index finger raised straight up, pointing at the young man. Am I right? Can I assume you are speaking to me, as a member of the martial sect? Songsher met the index finger, drank the boiling tea, and then slowly spoke. The other party didn't answer, but the solid, deep light in his eyes said it all. So, Songsher put down his teacup and slowly stood up. Which level are you at? I once served as the 4th heaven, but I have failed to live up to the sect master's expectations, and have yet to break through to the 4th ring. The man stood up, and the air seemed to ripple subtly, like a dark dragon pressing down before a storm, gradually sinking. It was suffocating. That was the former 4th heaven. Earlier, Songsher had been invited by the local overseer to discuss the situation here. King Jinchi and Anthony were away pushing forward with the purge. Back then, we martial sects were defeated by the Northern Thunder defense line. This cause and effect must be settled. Your ability to conquer the heavenly capital and fight the martial ruins is truly breathtaking. You have done what every member of our martial sect has always wanted to do. If I don't personally experience it, I will die with regrets. The man's tone was extremely respectful, but accompanying it was an increasingly intense and burgeoning aura. Songsher of the Southern Dipper. I am Wu Bit of the martial sect. May I offer my guidance? Powerful spiritual energy surged and echoed in the antique-style courtyard. Even the slightest ripples caused the pond to splash, and the koi carp trembled, wishing they could bury their heads in the mud. Even though he had relinquished his 4th-level heaven status due to his advancing age, now over 40, he still hadn't broken through to the 4th ring. As the man said, he felt pain, hatred, and regret. He had failed the sect leader's expectations. But he had once been a 4th-level heaven. Another explanation for not breaking through to the 4th ring. He had been stuck at the peak of the 3rd ring for a long time. Let's change locations, Songsher said. Of course. The man roared. The next instant, 2 streams of light shot out in reverse, crashing through the courtyard and soaring into the sky. Chapter 457. It's about to begin. A low shout rang out. But he didn't need to remind them. Everyone around, with their sharp eyes, looked up, their gazes fixed intently on the scene before them. Duk City had already issued a martial law notice, and the Security Bureau's mobile units were ready to isolate an area any moment, but this isolation clearly didn't include members of the martial sect. They obviously already knew what was about to happen, each finding a spot in a nearby building to observe immediately, and not miss a single detail. And now, it was time to begin. With a deafening crash, the top floor of a building nearby collapsed, and 2 streaks of light shot into the sky. A former 4th-level expert. And with the advantage of age. Even if Wu Bin can't defeat him, He can force out the true strength of that Nan-Do expert. Don't talk about being unable to defeat him. Quiet. The two sides are about to fight. Watch closely. At this level of martial arts competition, don't miss a single detail. In my opinion, a violent roar drowned out all other words. Two streaks of light hovered hundreds of meters in the air, then collided violently in that instant. Boom! The two separated immediately upon contact, then rose again, reaching a height of 1,000 meters before stopping their momentum. Songshur slowly exhaled, turning slightly to Chongshur. This way we can hold our own a bit. Unlike Oakington, Duk City didn't have supergiant skyscrapers like the lighthouse, towering over 1,000 meters high, almost like a city within a city. Even smaller buildings, those over 500 meters, weren't numerous. Some had speculated that perhaps this urban planning was for the convenience of the martial sect, so that when they were at their headquarters on that majestic Yuan Mountain, they could better overlook Duk City below. It doesn't matter anymore. Crimson gold flames appeared in the sky, like a vast fire dragon coiled around the young man. Even hundreds of meters away, the martial sect members standing atop the various buildings still felt a wave of scorching heat coming towards them. Ha! A furious roar erupted, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, forcefully dissipating some of the heat. Looking in the direction of the sound, the owner of this roar was none other than a 10-meter-tall, valiant warrior. This warrior wore a crown, a Shura-patterned mask, an embroidered tiger battle robe, gleaming armor, and a bronze mirror belt, clutching a massive spear in his hand, facing the young man ahead. Then, with a snap, the mask embroidered with Shura patterns was lifted, revealing Wu Bin's face. Really, not a trace of machinery in sight. Songshur raised his eyes, and glanced over, his tone so. Unlike the current transcendence, even when disguised as a warrior, his inner self is a jumble of mechanical structures, electromagnetic halberds, steel armor, and multiple shot magazines. This warrior before him is entirely of ancient design, as if he just stepped out of a storyteller's tale from the eastern continent. There's another difference. Although this warrior is incredibly lifelike, under Liu Guan's observation, he still possesses a slightly transparent, unreal quality. Indeed, it's a consensus. In an instant, Songshur concluded, this approach of appearance reflects the heart is something I haven't seen in a long time. That's right. It is indeed appearance reflects the heart. Wu Bin let out a long roar, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, and he vanished from his spot. He reappeared with a spear thrust that tore through the raging sea of fire, aimed directly at Songshur. A stream of fire twisted, solidifying from its ethereal form, and with a clanging sound, precisely blocked the spear tip, sending it flying back. Songshur casually flicked his wrist, retracting the stream of fire formed from Chongshur. The spear thrust forward again, Chongshur parried once more. No need to pay attention to others, just delve deep into your own heart. The power it contains is enough to change reality. It's rather withdrawn, but how should I put it? I actually quite approve of this consensus approach. Without feeling? No. A solemn voice echoed around him. This is Soul Self. Soul Self is indeed alone. Songshur sighed. Pay attention, I'm about to attack. Remember to hold your Dharma form. The next instant, Chongshur suddenly reversed its rotation, crimson flames igniting upon it, brewing a profound destructive power. Calamity. A sense of crisis surged within Wu Bin's heart, shaking every thought of his to the point of warning. The perception of the consensus path is inherently stronger than other paths, and Wu Bin further inscribed a spiritual technique similar to a sixth sense, with a warning effect. Therefore, Wu Bin instantly concluded that a direct confrontation was not an option. Avoidance was out of the question. He couldn't find an opening, the power of glassy observation. No, it wasn't just this spiritual technique. With his own skill level, it was impossible for him to see through glassy observation so clearly on his first encounter. The only possibility was that the opponent's combat awareness was inherently terrifying, and that in such a short time after inscribing it, they had already mastered the application of this spiritual technique to a high level. Spiritual techniques, ultimately, depend on the user, don't they? The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. In the nick of time, Wu Bin made a decisive move without hesitation. With a tug and a flick of his battle robe, he wrapped it around the flame blade, and as it was burned through, he appeared in a more distant place. Spiritual technique. 7 souls rebirth. Humans possess 7 souls, each with a name: corpse dog, hidden arrow, sparrow shade, thief swallower, non-poison, filth remover, and foul lung. As a consensus at the peak of the 3rd ring, Wu Bin abruptly transformed legend into reality, artificially dividing his consciousness to create his own 7 souls. Each soul can be considered a clone, deployed to absorb damage when needed. In a sense, he has 7 lives. At the cost of his first soul, Wu Bin evaded the fiery attack, instead twisting his spear shaft and launching a fierce attack. Psionic technique Divine Might. A powerful aura erupted, radiating outwards as if tangible, striking fear into the enemy and inspiring courage in his own. Immediately afterward, the surrounding psionic flames were also violently impacted by this aura, showing signs of loosening and collapsing. Thinking in his heart, pondering and constructing a prototype, and then manifesting it in reality through psionic power, this valiant warrior is the Dharma image forged by the man. Having honed his skills to the peak of the third ring for so many years, Wu Bin's mastery of his spiritual energy had reached a level of unparalleled mastery, a far cry from the blank slate he was when he first manifested his Dharma form. At this moment, more than 9 spiritual energy techniques were operating simultaneously, imbuing the Dharma form with immense power. Not bad, Songshur commented, the trajectory of the sudden spear thrust reflected deep within his azure pupils. Chongshur followed up with a slash. With this strike, the flames, which had been loosened by the impact of divine might, seemed to suddenly gain a backbone, surging back up, even more solid than before. Clang, however, this time, Chongshur failed to completely block the spear thrust, being forcefully deflected. Blessed by this Dharma form, Wu Bin's power far surpassed Songshur's. He had held back throughout the battle, all for this one strike. As if suddenly plunged into a 10,000-meter abyss, an immense pressure surged in from all directions, clamping down on Songshur and leaving him no escape. That was precisely what Consensus excelled at. Some called it spiritual power, others psychic power. But as a native of the Eastern continent, Wu Bin preferred to call it divine consciousness. Chapter 458. In a sense, divine sense is a supernatural organ of Consensus psychics. They can use it to delve into the minds of others, rummage through memories, tamper with thoughts, and manipulate cognition. They can also manifest it externally, influencing matter, interfering with laws, and changing reality with their heart. Although Wu Bin isn't a specialist in the telekinesis approach of Consensus, as a peak third ring psychic, even his lack of expertise in this area has its limits. If he wanted, a single thought could uproot a building tens of meters high. Accompanied by the arrival of a powerful divine sense, enough to easily shatter steel, it tightly enveloped the young man. It wasn't just simple, physical pressure. Divine sense also possessed some more peculiar properties. According to the common terminology of the Eastern continent, this meant that Songshur's aura had been locked, ensuring that he couldn't break free of the divine sense's restraint by brute force alone. Then, Wu Bin's spearhead lit up. It was a crystalline, dark golden light. Just staring at that point of light made his pupils throb and his hair stand on end. Manifesting this Dharma form greatly enhanced Wu Bin's strength, defense, and speed. Furthermore, because the Dharma form is essentially a spiritual or energy body, he was significantly less susceptible to conventional types of damage. On a battlefield, Wu Bin could confidently confront towering, war-level behemoths tens of meters tall without being at a disadvantage. This was the peak third ring psychic, the highest level of extraordinary combat power allowed in conventional warfare. Literally, a lone warrior capable of breaking through enemy lines and suppressing an entire city. But ultimately, he was a consensus, not a transcendence. The attack of the Dharma form could not penetrate the endless flames, nor break through the opponent's defenses. Therefore, this strike was aimed at the mind. A sudden burst of dark golden light erupted. In the eyes of all onlookers, a golden ray pierced the atmosphere, striking the young man with a mind-shattering force. Courage and strategy combined, remarkable skill, worthy of the fourth heaven status. At that moment, a voice of praise rang out. Accompanying this was the spreading cracks and the shattering sound of breaking glass. That was the result of the divine consciousness used to bind it, unable to bear the burden. In Songshur's palm, a spark was extinguished, and crimson gold ripples, in a pervasive manner, began to expand rapidly in a spherical shape, forcefully pushing aside the surrounding, seemingly tangible, divine consciousness. Flint and scorched earth, propelled by a single spark, erupted with terrifying power. One suppressed divine consciousness, the other shattered it. Then, the crimson gold ripples transformed, turning into jet-black calamity, colliding head-on with the flying spear. The calamity was pierced. This simple, spreading calamity was utterly ineffective against Wu Bin's long-prepared spear. It could only delay him for a moment. But that moment was enough. Breaking free from the shackles of his divine sense, Songshur calmly raised the heavy slayer as the spear hurtled through the air. Under the destructive power of calamity, his 5 fingers shattered inch by inch, and strands of boiling burning blood rapidly flowed out, surging towards the heavy slayer, making it burn even more intensely. The scorching crimson gold ripped through the sky. Interesting, but not quite enough. The flaming edge slashed down. The spear collided with the heavy slayer, the condensed golden light shattering and dissipating bit by bit, unable to advance even an inch further. The heavy slayer's blade also shattered, turning into a large number of drifting sparks. Even such a single shot failed. The battle was ever-changing, and only in these brief moments of stalemate did the onlookers of the martial sect have a chance to exchange a few words. With Wu Bin's spiritual energy, he actually, as the spear had completely shattered and the shaft crumbled inch by inch, an unusual omen occurred. From the disintegrating, nearly completely disintegrated shaft, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the cracks. It was the same golden light as the spearhead from a moment before. The spear was part of the Dharma image, not real matter, but always a manifestation of will. It didn't need to follow a reasonable physical structure. Wu Bin's 5 fingers twisted fiercely, grinding the shaft to pieces, gripping the dazzling golden light tightly. While Chongshur was preoccupied, he roared and continued thrusting forward. A spear within a spear. This was his true killing move, then. Not thick, not thin, just evenly proportioned 5 fingers rose up, blocking the golden light. A moment of silence fell, then black flames surged, and shockwaves billowed, carving a massive hole in the sky. The deafening roar arrived late, echoing for a long, long time before finally fading away. Songshur examined the golden light embedded in his palm, then closed his eyes, as if carefully assessing something. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again and nodded slightly. My spear couldn't really touch you? Wu Bin exhaled deeply. Is it because of the force? More or less. If you wanted to deceive your opponent, to conceal this spear within a spear technique, its strength was destined to be limited. But you couldn't find a suitable opportunity to use a stronger move. It was just a last resort. Songshur said lazily, that's why I said it's somewhat interesting, but not quite enough. A desperate move. Wu Bin's heart skipped a beat. This shot, while lacking in power, was only compared to his own full-force attack. In terms of sheer killing power, he was confident he could shatter the mind of an ordinary third-ring psionicist. He could clearly sense that the young man before him wasn't unscathed from the attack, but he was far from being seriously injured. Wu Bin took another deep breath. Without making any visible movement, the 10-meter-tall martial general slowly dissipated, turning into light and disappearing, returning to his original manly form. I concede. Songshur showed no surprise. Strictly speaking, even now, the opponent still had the strength to fight, and his condition wasn't bad. To completely obliterate an opponent of the former 4th level, 3rd ring peak level, would require even some effort, even for him. But it was pointless. This one shot of mine won't do you any good. Firing again would only buy time. Wu Bin gestured. Shall we talk downstairs? Sure, but there's something I better say now. Songshur's mind raced, and he withdrew the fiery sea of flames. It'd be convenient. Wu Bin looked slightly puzzled, but then nodded. Please speak. One after another, I'm getting a little annoyed. Songshur's voice wasn't loud, but none of the people present were ordinary. Even from 1,000 meters away, they could clearly hear his calm tone. And don't bother with the formalities. You're all bound by rules, and I can't act freely either. Listen carefully, then go tell everyone that the border patrol is temporarily offline. Nando is here now. The young man's eyes blazed with fire, as he stood with his hands behind his back. The 12th level of martial sect, I will break through them all. Chapter 459. Regardless of whether these words caused a huge uproar. After that day ended. Keeping his word, Songshur didn't stay at the city hall, but instead chose a remotely located motel. The owner, who had been struggling with a failing business, sold the motel at a fairly fair price after learning someone was willing to buy it. How's the progress? On the motel rooftop, Songshur sat cross-legged, with Anthony and Lapis Lazuli behind him, one tumbling and the other flying, both having just arrived. Progress is quite rapid. Hearing this, Anthony cleared his throat and reported, under your executive orders, all levels of departments, including but not limited to the police department and cybersecurity agencies, are working diligently to clean up the entire area and eradicate deep-seated problems. I prepared a briefing. Would you like to review it? Songshur took the data tablet, glanced through it, and indeed, the progress was encouraging. Before the full-scale operation of Yunnan, those so-called chronic illnesses were far less intractable than most people imagined. They were more like accumulated grease, seemingly deep-rooted but easily wiped away. Let's take the simplest interrogation process as an example. Ordinary people with rigorous training can use techniques to build mental barriers to resist the prying eyes of consensus psychics. However, Once the latter's psychic power exceeds a certain limit, even the most tenacious and stubborn agents become puppets to be manipulated at will. Not to mention that most people have never received this kind of anti-mind reading training. Under Songsher's orders, consensus psychics in Sanlu province were being rounded up like dumplings, increasing the efficiency of evidence collection to an unprecedented level. With border patrols now in place, those petty tricks that were possible in the past are now rarely attempted. In addition, cybersecurity agencies are responsible for online tracing, the Police Bureau for offline suppression, and members of the martial sect are also involved. This is primarily physical force. Faced with such unparalleled violence, any resistance becomes an unrealistic fantasy. That's good. Songsher put down his data tablet. Anthony, I'm giving you full authority to handle this. Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, Songsher stroked his chin. After this trip, how many ranks will you get promoted? I should remain in the first court. Anthony answered without hesitation, clearly having considered this beforehand. According to usual practice, I served in the first court for 5 years. The next step is to be transferred to a local post, and after achieving some results, I return to the first court. But accompanying you on this inspection tour can replace that step. As for the specific new position, I have no authority to decide for the speaker. Songsher nodded, saying nothing more. Clearly it was a casual question. Your Excellency the Inspector, Anthony bowed slightly, you wish to challenge the 12th level of the martial sect. Songsher smiled enigmatically. What Songsher means is, King Jinchi slowly spoke, that you are challenging them. Anthony paused slightly, then quickly composed himself. I understand. Songsher wore an expression of deep understanding. He stood up, casually grabbing at something, the wind flowing through his fingers. Since the Seven Earths War began, the martial sect first lost to the Northern Thunder defense line, then to the First Lord of Yunnan. These past years, they've spoken harshly, but the fire in their hearts has only burned fiercer and more intensely. And that's not all. Now, even their supreme martial peak, the strongest of the strong, has been proven by others. Anthony's expression turned slightly solemn as he pronounced the name, word by word, Grand Marshal. Indeed, Songsher said leisurely. But should we lament? Of course not. This is the inevitable result for the defeated. Now I will break through 12 heavens in succession, adding fuel to the fire in their hearts. If they are trapped here, utterly defeated, then the so-called martial sect should voluntarily withdraw. Anthony slowly straightened his back. He adjusted his tie, and from a distance, he resembled a black military blade, his demeanor cold and stern. But in the man's eyes shone a piercing light. Your Excellency the Inspector, Anthony said, the martial sect may have indeed declined in the past, but now, the sect's leader is the speaker. What you have said will never happen. Well said. A cheer rang out. From around the street corner emerged a casually dressed young man, about 27 or 28 years old. His hands were in his pockets, his dark red hair dyed with an incredibly natural touch, drawing attention. If Wuzong were really as incompetent as you say, he wouldn't be alive now. The young man raised an eyebrow, a hint of cynicism in his expression. The mighty Songsher of the Southern Dipper, I reckon I can't win. Songsher looked down at him. So I want to test how deep a wound I can inflict if I go all out. The young man grinned. Tit for tat. Let me put it this way, as long as you don't kill me, you can go all out. Songsher laughed. You're quite reasonable. Reasonable? Wrong. The young man shook his head repeatedly. I'm in the prime of my life. I have so many things to do. I can't die here so soon. I'm afraid you just kill me. A patrol inspector personally appointed by the Grand Master. Let's not even talk about whether there will be punishment, or how severe the punishment will be. Even if I were to chop you up, I still wouldn't be able to crawl out of my coffin. Fine. Songsher stood up, and Anthony and King Jinchi flew to his side. Then I promise you, I guarantee I won't kill you. That's good. The young man nodded, pulling his hands out of his pockets. A heavy, black iron-painted pistol with laser-engraved patterns was held in his right hand. Martial sect, currently at the 8th level. The young man's index finger pressed the trigger. At the very end of the steel muzzle were a pair of eyes flashing with murderous intent. Yu Xingfei. The index finger pulled down. No flash erupted. From within the indigo electromagnetic glow, a slender bullet shot through the air. The scorched earth, like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, couldn't even withstand the bullet for half a second before it pierced through it. 10 times the speed of sound, the bullet struck its target's face before the scorched earth could even disperse. At the critical moment, the fiery form of Heavy Slayer materialized out of thin air, getting ahead of the bullet's trajectory and blasting it away. Then, a belated, clear, resonant sound echoed around the inn, lingering for a long time. Feeling the shockwave from the heavy attack, Songshur carefully assessed the situation. The speed of this electromagnetic catapult-launched pistol shot is acceptable, but its destructive power is almost comparable to a proper large-caliber electromagnetic sniper cannon. The result of psionic enhancement, Songshur concluded. The path of truth. Extreme, precisely truth. A fierce glint flashed in Yu Xingfei's eyes. A heads up, I have 7 rounds in one magazine. Second shot, watch out. Chapter 460. Wait a moment. Songshur raised his hand to indicate. Don't you think you're standing too close? Yu Xingfei was located at the street corner in front of the inn, about 30 meters away. For a third-ring psychic, this distance was practically face-to-face. Even without Soaring Sky, Songshur could arrive in the blink of an eye, and if he used Soaring Sky, literally an instant. Your own truth must be something like shooting? Songshur lightly jumped off the rooftop. Your psionic energy is still a bit short of the middle of the third ring. How about I give you 1,000 meters to get ahead? Or 2,000 or 3,000 meters wouldn't be bad either. Think about it. No need to get ahead. Yu Xingfei's index finger on the trigger paused, answering the other party's second question first. If I really wanted to get ahead, I wouldn't be here at all. The messenger would have been a drone long ago. As for my psionic energy, you guessed quite accurately. That's right, it's shooting. A gust of wind suddenly swept in, Yu Xingfei's red hair fluttering. Don't you think shooting is the greatest form of warfare? From the first stone thrown, the dimension of war was permanently changed. Firearms, missiles, even the space-based weapons hanging above those giant corporations' heads are essentially a form of shooting. This is the only truth of war. There's some truth to it, but let's not accept it entirely. Songshur nodded in agreement, Chongshur hovering around him. But in that case, I thought you'd bring a composite bout to fight. That's too old-fashioned. Yu Xingfei scoffed, shaking his head repeatedly. Why are you all so prejudiced against us martial sect members? Alas, you're as immovable as mountains. All right, here I come. Targeting an expert of your caliber, once the distance gets too great, my lethality will be completely insufficient. Yu Xingfei finished speaking. The instant his index finger pressed the trigger, Songshur vanished from his spot, transforming into a blinding streak of fire that hurtled towards him. Second shot. Unlike the silent first shot, this one was incredibly powerful, a tangible sonic boom spreading outwards, dust billowing, and all the glass structures in the entire block shattering. The bullet accurately struck Songshur, who had activated his soaring strike, crossing the distance in less than 1/10 of a second. Psionic art, anchoring. Psionic art, spiral. The former aids in aiming and tracking the enemy, while the latter allows Yu Xingfei's shot, even before it's fired, to tighten and compress like a spiral spring, accumulating power. During their conversation, Yu Xingfei had been secretly accumulating energy with spiral power, unleashing this incredibly destructive shot. Song Shizhong slashed out diagonally, the flames colliding with the bullet, creating an unimaginable roar. The bullet melted into ashes, but Zhongshi was also forcibly shaken, momentarily slowing Song Shi's momentum. In that instant, Yu Xingfei was already violently thrown backward, likely some kind of reverse-firing psionic technique, allowing him to use his shot for two purposes, slowing the enemy and moving himself. Third shot. Before the shout, a deep crimson suddenly descended, obscuring vision. The sky was instantly dyed with fire clouds. More accurately, a sea of crimson gold fire, rendering scorched earth wildfire. With Song Shi's current spiritual energy cultivation, burning the sea with a single thought is beyond his reach in a broad sense, but in a narrow sense, it's already within his grasp. Before Yu Xingfei arrived, people and valuables from several nearby blocks had already been evacuated. He could now proceed with some restraint. As a great source, he naturally had to prepare. With a deafening roar, a towering sea of fire crashed down, and even with Yu Xingfei's frenzied backward flight, he couldn't escape its range in time. Yu Xingfei clicked his tongue, pulled another pistol from his pocket, and fired it into the air, while forcibly firing a third shot from the gun in his right hand. He had no choice but to fire. Because Song Shi, having regained his footing and launched another soaring to the sky, charged forward again. Compared to the immense power of the second shot, this one was silent once more. It ignored the surging crimson gold sea of fire, and in a flash, it was about to pierce Song Shi's brow. The bullet was engulfed by the suddenly generated calamity flame. This time it was no longer insignificant, and was completely burned away. Song Shi's pupils, now a pure, azure color, grew even clearer. The inner gun, another technique specifically targeting the mind. Your shooting is indeed quite good. Unfortunately, it failed to work. Thud. At the same time, Yu Xingfei's newly drawn pistol, clearly a shotgun type, under the enhancement of spiritual energy, fired a shot that sent shrapnel flying, creating a brief vacuum in the sea of fire crashing down upon him, allowing him to withstand the onslaught. But then, Song Shi lunged to his side. Yu Xingfei flipped his hands, raising the shotgun at the young man and firing, while his other hand picked up the electromagnetic catapult pistol, pressing the muzzle against his forehead, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! Yu Xingfei was struck as if by a heavy blow, his entire body retreating at an unprecedented speed, as if transformed into a bullet and shot away. But he still couldn't completely avoid the blazing blade of Chong Shi. A line of fiery slash appeared on Yu Xingfei's chest, spreading rapidly, as if to incinerate his entire body. Fourth strike! Yu Xingfei shouted again, completely disregarding his injuries. It was another powerful strike combining spiral and anchoring. Even after deliberately suppressing his spiritual energy to the same level as his opponent, Song Shi couldn't withstand it without injury. His palm holding the sword trembled, his tiger's mouth split open, and his entire forearm ached. But that was all. Soaring to the sky rose again, a violent torrent of fire surged forth, swallowing the distance that had just widened between them. The power of destruction manifested. Calamity. In just a few breaths, the moment of victory or defeat was approaching. 7 strikes had only been unleashed to the 4th strike. As expected, Yu Xingfei grinned. Possessing the shooting psionic ability, he chose to risk close-range combat for greater lethality. Facing an opponent of Nando's caliber, even with the opponent deliberately suppressing their psionic power, firing just the 4th shot was already close to killing him. There was no way he could survive until the so-called 7th shot. Fortunately, the 7 bullets in the magazine were just a rash assumption, a misleading tactic. What a load of rubbish about 7 bullets. He had planned this before even arriving here, gambling all his chances of victory on the next shot. A fierce glint flashed in Yu Xingfei's eyes. In that instant, there was no turning back. He didn't hesitate to take the surging, devastating blow head-on, charging forward, almost crashing headfirst into Song Shi's arms. The 5th shot. The trigger was pulled. A self-created psionic technique. Shoot the Heavenly Wolf. Chapter 461. He couldn't withstand this strike. Yu Xingfei understood this clearly. He was neither transcendent nor did he inherit the fine traditions of the martial sect. He had very few implanted prosthetic bodies, and his physique was merely adequate, far from strong. Even without the calamity enhancement, with the spiritual energy of the Southern Dipper, a single strike would be enough to severely wound him. And with the power of destruction contained within, if this strike hit a vital point, killing him wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, he needed to first secure a promise of no killing. Therefore, he had to exchange injury for injury. So close, even able to see each other's faces clearly, Yu Xingfei forced a smile. The next instant, along with the black muzzle of the gun, he was engulfed by the flames and slammed deep into the earth. But the trigger had already been pulled. What resounded from all directions was hardly the sound of gunfire anymore. It was more like the deafening clang of weapons clashing on a battlefield where blood and marrow flowed freely. From the moment ranged weapons were invented, the battlefield was ruled by shooting. Only the bravest warriors were qualified to wield bows and arrows. Only the most formidable archer formations could win a war. Banners shattered, swords broke, blood-stained jade thumb rings cracked and fell away, and blood-stained index fingers hooked the bowstring, knocking the last arrow into the torn flesh. With a devout faith in shooting, with absolute dedication, Yu Xingfei personally fought on high-intensity battlefields for 4 years, thus creating the shooting the Heavenly Wolf. An extremely ferocious killing intent erupted. The instant this shot was fired. No, at such close range, even instant seemed far too long. In the third of an instant, everything within sight was stained crimson like blood. In the second third of an instant, the atmosphere above and the streets below, unable to bear the strain, emitted a teeth-grinding creak. Countless fine cracks appeared and spread, then differentiated into even finer ones, turning fragments into dust. In the third third of an instant, the heavy slaughter used to intercept, upon contact with shooting wolf, disintegrated, its straight blade form forcefully transformed into a stream of overflowing fire. This dark yellow, rimmed bullet, without the slightest pause, carrying immense killing intent, struck the youth's right chest. What determines life and death isn't some shooting technique. It was at this moment that a calm voice rang out. Behind the heavy slaughter, which couldn't reassemble in time, a hand burning with raging black flames appeared in front of shooting wolf. Or rather, it grasped the bullet. The destructive power originating from the apocalyptic catastrophe erupted from the clenched palm, shattering several sparks, and transforming them into a massive influx of spiritual energy. Even with the stone sweep effect, the force of the collision couldn't be completely suppressed. A terrifying shockwave swept across the area, clearing away the crimson from shooting the sky wolf, and shattering the omnipresent sea of fire. The force lingered for a long time before finally subsiding. Hu. Songshur slowly exhaled a scorching breath. He released his right hand, which could hardly be called his right hand anymore. His fingers, palm, and back of hand were devoid of any flesh, only translucent white bone remained, extending all the way to his elbow before the familiar skin color reappeared. Not bad, Songshur praised, that shot was quite good. But the name shooting the sky wolf sounds so familiar. Are you sure you created it yourself? The spiritual energy technique you mentioned is called breaking the sky wolf. In the deep crater, Yu Xingfei tried to stand, but after struggling for a long time, his shockingly burned body refused to allow it, and he had to give up. This move, shooting the heavenly wolf, is absolutely my own creation. After a while, Yu Xingfei looked up. Well, okay, it did reference a little, but just a little. Songshur examined his palm. The killing power is indeed strong enough. This hand of mine needs to be healed for a while. Healed for a while. Yu Xingfei's eyelids twitched. He had risked his life, and with shooting the heavenly wolf at such close range, he had only severely injured one arm. Your scheming is commendable. Songshur descended, walked to the edge of the fire pit that the street had transformed into, and praised, through this series of maneuvers, you truly found the optimal opportunity to shoot the heavenly wolf. You flatter me, you flatter me. Yu Xingfei perked up a bit. Judging from your past battles, I thought you preferred simpler methods. When strength is insufficient, one naturally needs to compensate with external means. Scheming is also part of external means. Why do you think I would be averse to it? Songshur countered, if your vice sect leader suddenly declared he wanted to kill me, what do you think I would do? Without waiting for an answer, Songshur leisurely said, then I would definitely immediately call upon your sect leader to suppress the vice sect leader. Otherwise, do you expect me to fight the Fifth Ring now? During the Seven Earths War, the previous sect leader of the martial sect was defeated by the first lord of Yunnan, and thus the entire sect merged into Yunnan. The position of sect leader was also held by the lord of Yunnan, while the original sect leaders became vice sect leaders. As he spoke, accompanied by the clanging sound of iron felt striking against each other, Songshur's right hand, which had turned into bones, suddenly gushed out a large amount of scalding blood. Like tangled threads, it wrapped around the bones and forged the shape of the skin. Theoretically, he should indeed recuperate for a while. But what does his spiritual energy, which is still somewhat lacking from the middle level of the third ring, have to do with his upper third ring level? After restoring his spiritual energy, which he had deliberately suppressed to the same level as Yu Xingfei, to its peak, the destructive power of his shooting the heavenly wolf attack significantly diminished. Yu Xingfei, though physically weak, had excellent eyesight and saw through the cause and effect, letting out a sigh inwardly. He hadn't died because the opponent didn't intend to kill him. The opponent hadn't died because he was simply incapable of killing him. In that case, the 9th level was roughly equivalent to his 8th level, and he couldn't possibly be a match for this Nando. The 10th and 11th levels were considerably stronger than him, but not to the point of such a significant gap. He could probably at most get the opponent serious, but it would be difficult to get them to go all out, let alone fight to the death. Oh well, it's not a big deal. As long as Lu Xingxing launches his attack, everything will be alright. Should I call an ambulance shuttle for you? Songshur squeezed his right hand, a congealed of fire and blood. I already called one before I came. Alright. Songshur casually grabbed something, and the swirling sea of fire on the ruins of the street, leveled in a few breaths, receded like a tide, flowing back into the young man's body. Yu Xingfei coughed several times, watching Songshur about to leave, then suddenly raised his voice. Let me ask you a question. Did your glazed temple foresee the shooting wolf beforehand? Songshur turned around, slightly surprised, then smiled. Guess? Yu Xingfei's pupils flickered. He looked up at the empty sky, sighed. Never mind, forget I asked. Chapter 462. Songshur stood by the shuttle's hatch. A rather subtle point was that after beating Yu Xingfei into a state of utter exhaustion, no one came knocking on his door for the next 3 days. Or, to be more precise, no heavyweight figures like the current 12th Heaven Realm came. Instead, it was all former 12th Heaven Realm officials, 12th Heaven Realm candidates, and candidates for 12th Heaven Realm candidates. Considering the impact of his role as a patrol inspector, and not wanting to destroy too many places, Songshur simply stayed in the area he had leveled with Yu Xingfei that day, waiting for various groups to arrive. Over 3 days, the average elevation of the ruins in the area dropped by 5.7 meters. Then finally, it quieted down. With this little free time, Songsher rode the shuttle, aimlessly wandering the skies above Duk City. The martial arts atmosphere in Duk City is quite intense. Songsher casually surveyed the city, where giant screen advertisements proclaim things like, even the great sage equaling heaven uses steroids, fighting shooting / close range weapons / memory teaching chips, helping you transform instantly, and swallow a golden pill, and you know your fate is not in the hands of heaven. Golden Pill series new internal turbine engine. Were everywhere. The spokespeople on these screens all exuded the aura of masters, boasting about the product's superiority while casually detonating steel armor and catching bullets with their bare hands. Songsher even saw Yushengfei's face in a promotional video for a new Gauss rifle. Below the dazzling giant screen projections, there were also street fighting arenas everywhere. Most were simply open spaces with fences erected, with on-the-spot registration and participation. After confirming that neither side was carrying firearms, the prosthetic bodies would engage in a chaotic brawl. Generally, no death warrant is signed. If one is lucky and strong enough to make a name for themselves, they have a better chance of becoming a member of the martial sect. In Sonlu province, the martial sect is another way of saying they are aloof and detached from worldly affairs. Leaving aside the abundant resources and guidance, even the lowest-ranking members enjoy a prestigious status. But these people don't have much of a chance, Songsher commented after scanning the room. The martial sect has a strong preference for spiritual energy. No matter how skilled ordinary cybernetic individuals are, they're unlikely to catch their eye. Lapis Lazuli, what do you think? Anthony had gone to coordinate various parties and clean up the mess, leaving only Lapis Lazuli by his side. A modified form of psionic supremacy, Lapis Lazuli replied. I can't give a wrong assessment of it, but their ideas are flawed. If it's pure psionicism, without cybernetic bodies, excluding those at the transcendence level and other paths, even those skilled in defense, even at the second-level mastery, can be effectively killed by a large-caliber firearm. Instead, with more powerful airborne weapons, combined with ground special forces, well-prepared countermeasures, and integrated information control, there's a considerable probability of quickly suppressing them. But cybernetic bodies aren't, well, shortcuts. They're just a tool, a means of enhancement, Lapis Lazuli said slowly. I have indeed seen cases of psionicists who became obsessed with cybernetic strength and neglected their psionic abilities, but you can never use a few cases to represent the majority. The upper limit of conventional technology is indeed lower than that of psionicism, but how many psionicists can reach the third level or higher? That makes sense, Songsher nodded, then shook his head. But you overlooked one point. When a fifth-ring cultivator wants to do something, only another fifth-ring cultivator can completely stop them. I can't completely agree, Lapis Lazuli said. When a celestial weapon, like the celestial calamity fire of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, descends with its calamity fire, it can restrain a fifth-ring cultivator. In the ancient era of cold weapons, second-ring psychics were invincible, sweeping across the battlefield, but now even third-ring cultivators cannot single-handedly dominate high-intensity battlefields, Lapis Lazuli said calmly. In the primordial era of cold weapons, psychic energy didn't have sublimation or true spirit, let alone divine throne. Songsher gazed at the sky. Regardless of overall development, at the level of productivity, the purest, supreme power was only psychic energy. Lapis Lazuli remained silent. On the giant screen on the exterior wall of a nearby building, the martial sect's promotional video began to play again. The core elements were martial arts, psychic energy, strength, and, compared to when they were still in the Eastern Continent, the element of glorious righteous path had been added. Compared to the Northern Thunder Defense Front, the martial sect's recruitment standards are much stricter, resulting in a smaller membership but a significantly higher minimum requirement. This is evident in the number of potential newcomers, the Seeds and the 12 Heavens. The Seeds number nearly 3 times more than the 12 Heavens. While this is partly due to the Northern Thunder Defense Front's larger territory and population, the stringent recruitment standards cannot be ignored. One is a political system, the other is a group of psionicists, King Jinchi concluded. The martial sect is relying on probability. Songsher paused, glancing strangely at the AI. Why don't you just say they're gambling? To gamble on the next Grand Marshal, who, with unparalleled martial prowess, will sweep across the heavens and earth, proving the long-cherished wish of the martial sect, the strongest of the strong, the ultimate spiritual energy. Songsher sighed, however, all I can say is that the future is promising. What do you say, Lu Danshu? Songsher raised the corners of his mouth and looked to the side. To the side of the shuttle, atop a building hundreds of meters high, a short-haired young woman had somehow appeared. She stood with one foot on a water tank, her posture relaxed. Wearing a windproof jacket and athletic pants, she looked like a mountaineer who had gotten up early to climb. A sudden gust of air swept through the air, her black hair dancing in the wind, revealing a languidly expressionless face. "Why do I hear someone criticizing Wuzong as soon as I get here?" she drawled, raising an eyebrow at the shuttle. "Oh, I misspoke. It's not just a person, there's also an AI." She raised her index finger and gestured forward. "Talking about others behind their backs isn't a good habit. I didn't know you cared about that." Song Shi released his grip on the hatch and stood in the howling wind. "Don't act like you know me too well. Oh, maybe you've seen my file." Lu Danshu rested her left hand on her knee, smiling slightly. "But what you said earlier, one thing is definitely true. The martial sect is indeed gambling. My master, the one you mentioned as the vice sect master, told me personally that he couldn't defeat the Grand Marshal." Lu Danshu sighed deeply. "Over the years, the Northern Thunder defense line has 3 fifth-ring psionicists. Looking at our martial sect, the previous generation's quality is inferior, and their numbers are inferior. If this continues, I think the martial sect is doomed sooner or later." Song Shi also laughed. "The previous generation?" Lu Danshu met the young man's gaze and smiled slightly. The previous generation. Chapter 463. Wisps of fire quietly appeared around Song Shi, seemingly impatient. "Where are your 9th, 10th, and 11th levels? Although they are no match for you, they can still be injured if they go all out." Lu Danshu withdrew her leg and slowly stretched. "If they are injured, they won't be at their peak, and then I have to wait for you to recover. When will it be my turn? I don't want to wait so anxiously." Martial sect, current world traveler and 12th level, Lu Danshu. The woman casually announced her name. "Song Shi, didn't you want to break through my martial sect's 12th level? If you defeat me today, you will be the one to break through all 12 levels. At my peak? That won't do." Song Shi's pupils were like glass, flickering with firelight. Lu Danshu tilted his head. Mid-stage 3rd ring. Still 3 levels short of completing your spiritual energy skills." Song Shi glanced at him. "If I were to go at my peak, this battle would be too boring." Silently, sparks of light appeared around the young man. A total of 28 sparks. 20 fire seeds. Then, these 28 fire seeds transformed into a streak of flame, rising straight into the sky, exploding like fireworks at their highest point. Even the description fireworks was too understated. The bursting flames of the fireworks, their lights scattering and streaking across the sky, vanished in an instant. At this moment, amidst the unimaginable surge of spiritual energy from the 20 fire seeds, it was as if the sun was setting, with dense, impenetrable fiery clouds swirling and spreading, obscuring the entire sky as far as the eye could see. In an instant, the world changed. A brilliant crimson gold color surged like a raging tide, engulfing everything in its path. Pedestrians under the eaves, bloody fighters on the street-side arenas, burly men in vests peddling substandard protein powder. Almost everyone in Duk City looked up in astonishment, some gazing at the intense fiery clouds in the distance, others tilting their heads back to stare directly at the crimson gold overhead. The fiery clouds, formed from pure flames, continued to spread, only stopping when they had covered a significant portion of Duk City. "It's not a fiery cloud at all, it's just a thin veil." Lu Danshu squinted for a few seconds, then couldn't help but press her forehead. "Is the Border Patrol inspector leading the charge in fooling people?" These seemingly dense fiery clouds, which appeared to replace the sky, were clearly just an extremely thin layer in her eyes. The magnificent and imposing scene was clearly just an illusion caused by the pure color of the flames. It was easily punctured. But as she spoke, Lu Danshu's eyes gradually brightened. "Incredible. Even with a clever trick and the advantage of fire's ability to ignite a wildfire, how vast is Duk City, the capital of a province? Even if it only covers a small portion, it still spans several thousand square kilometers. Even if 10 great sources were tied together and repeatedly drained, their spiritual energy reserves wouldn't reach this level. But more than this massive spiritual energy reserve, what truly impressed her was the control it possessed. This level of wide area manipulation, yet still maintaining the spiritual energy flame as a uniform veil, rather than uneven in intensity. If the massive spiritual energy reserve only surprised her, then this control filled her with uncontrollable joy. A low chuckle escaped Lu Danshu's throat. The incredible fiery clouds, reflected in her amber pupils, suddenly faded, leaving only the outline of a humanoid figure of crimson fire ahead. Wilderness? Restrained within the city. Wilderness. restrained within the city. The flame wings suddenly unfurled, and Songshur leaped out of the shuttle, a streak of light piercing the fiery clouds, speeding towards the outskirts of Duk City. Lu Danshu slowly unzipped her windbreaker, the hem fluttering loosely. She exhaled slowly. She bent down, knees bent, and squatted. Her fingers together in front of her thumb, fingertips touching the ground, one leg behind. The rooftop of the building sank in a level manner, then shattered completely. Just moments before the devastating roar, Lu Danshu vanished from his spot, like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, piercing the atmosphere, scattering clouds, and leaving a straight, white trail across the sky. Two streaks, one red and one white, like parallel hypersonic fighter jets, swept across the land in a few breaths, crashing into the wasteland outside Duk City. This place was about 10 miles from the outskirts of Duk City, but as it was near the capital, it had undergone regular maintenance, so the environment could only be described as dilapidated, not yet desolate. The asphalt road stretched straight ahead, with endless, yellowish wastelands on both sides. Scattered buds of Chenopodiaceae plants sprouted from the gaps in the sand and gravel. After thinking about it again, I'm still quite annoyed. Lu Danshu patted his face. If I don't go all out, you find it boring, and I find it meaningless too. You can think of this as giving you a chance to beat me. Songshur raised his hand, and crimson gold flames appeared, then solidified within his 5 fingers, transforming into the heavy slaughter. Otherwise, a one-sided crushing victory would probably be even less interesting than you think. Alright. Lu Danshu shrugged, interlacing his fingers, and pressing them outwards, a crisp cracking sound echoing from his bones. The invincible Lord Nando, then I go. Songshur calmly nodded. Lu Danshu vanished from his spot. In his place was a fist imprint, its 5 fingers clenched, knuckles clearly defined. There were no special phenomena, but this pure fist imprint, like a whale leaping from the sea, brought forth unparalleled power. Songshur's hair suddenly fluttered, and he made only one movement. Facing the fiercely approaching fist imprint, the heavy slaughter slashed straight out. Calamity. Fist and blade collided fiercely. The ground within a 10-meter radius of each other caved in, the surface smooth. After a moment of silence, a thunderous roar, like the sound of a great bell, erupted, and almost tangible white ripples spread outwards. The two separated instantly, returning to their initial positions. As if nothing had happened. Lu Danshu slightly exerted force with her feet, and the incoming sound wave, as if cleaved by a sword, abruptly split in two. This is the taste of calamity, the short-haired woman said, rotating her right fist. A crack ran along it, and amber-colored blood, with a lead mercury-like texture, seeped out without dripping, forming tiny dewdrops along the edge of the crack. I can hardly remember the last time it hurt this much. Pain? Songshur shuddered. Should I call this a compliment, or the lingering afterglow of composure? Just like in her previous life. At this moment, the figure reflected in the Lioli temple resembled, more than a so-called human, a piece of jade, sculpted and refined through countless trials until it was flawless. Lu Danshu. Spiritual arts. Golden skin and jade networks, mercury blood and silver marrow. Dragon and elephant might, indestructible to draw. Chi and blood furnace, innate reflection. Only with an ultimate physique can one unleash ultimate fist techniques. Chapter 464. The devastating strike, primarily based on the destruction element, unleashed by Songshur, was something even the former Transcendence-level Senji of Mount Nari, a peak cultivator, was unwilling to withstand head-on. His desolate skeleton body could hardly withstand such a terrifying killing move imbued with destructive power. But Lu Danshu took it. Absolutely, he took it head-on. Oops, still a little short. Lu Danshu touched the slash mark on his right fist. It seems my physique is still not perfect enough. The scorching destructive power emanated from this slash mark, preventing his body, capable of breathing and regenerating, from healing the injury. Not perfect enough? Do you expect to be indestructible? Songshur slowly paced, smiling. Don't you think that's a bit far-fetched? The more far-fetched the idea, the more valuable it is. Do I need to teach that? Lu Danshu rotated her wrist, speaking matter-of-factly. Besides, I'm still on the path of transcendence, not some great source or consensus. Alright, let's put that aside for now. The woman's fingers loosened, and then clenched again. This is, well, the power I have when I throw on 1,000 punches. In 10 arose, she moved, her fist struck. The unparalleled force of the punch shattered the atmosphere, the earth, and everything in its path, hurtling towards Songshur. Songshur didn't dodge, didn't avoid, didn't retreat, but struck again with renewed force. The violent force, enough to shatter an artificial cochlea, surged forth, only to be swallowed up by an even more terrifying power in less than a tenth of a second. This time, it wasn't Lu Donchu's footwork that generated the power. It was flames. The pitch-black flames, blotting out the sky, raged like a tsunami or storm, transforming into a veritable natural disaster. Up, down, left, right, front, back. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, in the blink of an eye, the world changed, and Lu Danshu fell into the fiery inferno. What is meant by great source? The flow of consensus. Not hidden deep within the sea of fire, Song Shi appeared directly in front of Lu Danshu, speaking leisurely. You should say, beyond, the flow of consensus. Wow. Lu Danshu casually reached out, plucked a black flame, sniffed it, frowned slightly, and extinguished it with her fingers. This is the calamity flame. Quite exciting indeed. But to kill me, it's probably not enough. She chuckled. 2,000 punches. She bent her knees and stepped forward. The fist surged forth once more. The deep, raging inferno seemed to slice open with a single line, instantly creating a vacuum. The powerful, rounded fist force, like a giant bronze bell, was about to strike Song Shi's chest when, in the next instant, a fiery blade, breaking through 10 meters, blocked the punch. Following this was a series of explosions. The roar of tigers, and the howl of dragons, the deafening roar of thunder, boom, boom, boom. The two transformed into two streaks of blazing light, crisscrossing and twisting within the sea of flames. They collided dozens of times with every breath, the earth bearing the weight, creating several new craters every second, only to be smoothed out by the surging flames. Having acquired a series of spiritual energy techniques, including golden skin jade meridian, mercury blood silver marrow, and indestructible Vajra, Lu Danshu had not stopped refining them for a single day. Through 1,000 years, and 100 years, she had pushed each of these techniques to a level of near-divine mastery, together forming the terrifying physique of her immaculate martial body. Every punch was so powerful, every technique so astonishing. Faced with such physique and such martial arts, the current First Heaven Realm expert he had met upon first entering Duk City, who had honed himself with the flame of forging, seemed like a mere novice. But such physique, such boxing skills, failed to defeat Song Shi. Each of Lu Danshu's punches was either as solid as iron, as fierce and powerful, or as gentle and yielding, transforming and bursting forth at will, as if 1,000 boxers were unleashing 1,000 different techniques. But no matter the style, no matter the punch, each one was steadily blocked by her opponent's sharp edge. Well done, Nando. Well done, Liu Guan. Lu Danshu was not surprised but delighted, her eyes shining even brighter. She laughed loudly. Try this again. Since the ever-changing, exquisite boxing techniques couldn't avoid the Liu Guan gaze, she would try something purer. Lu Danshu looked up and took a deep breath, clenching her fists, then exhaled like a long misty blade. In that breath, her fists followed the force. 4,000 punches. Unlike previous descriptions that merely summarized the strength of the moves, 4,000 punches. This punch represents both the strongest attack since the start of the war and a harbinger of something else. The body is the bow, the tendons the string, the fist the arrow. In an instant, Song Shi felt a darkness before his eyes, as if something had enveloped him, followed by a burst of sharp energy, like a torrential downpour of countless powerful arrows, endless and obscuring everything in sight. A barrage of arrows. This attack, Lu Danshu intended to deliver a full 4,000 strikes. Pure force and speed, head-on collision, without any fancy moves, without any room for error. If you can block it, you can block it. If you can't, you simply can't block it. Song Shi began to retreat, little by little. With Lu Danshu's spiritual energy cultivation, the rapid arrow strike technique he used was even more ferocious than the saturation firepower of an entire artillery position. It could even pierce and grind down an entire mountain with 4,000 punches, erasing it from the ground. For the first time, Song Shi felt his senses being obscured. It wasn't some kind of divine obscuring, it was simply that Lu Danshu's endless fist strikes were too dense, too ferocious, omnipresent, completely enveloping the young man. Even the raging flames along the way were pulverized. Just as they began to recover, they were torn apart and shattered by 10, even 100 new fist strikes. Within the raging sea of fire, Lu Danshu was like an unyielding copper pea, seemingly oblivious to all the burning. With each punch from this immaculate martial body, Song Shi felt as if he were being struck by a high-speed train, the weight almost crushing his defenses, but it was only almost. Lu Danshu unleashed a barrage of 4,000 punches, forcing Song Shi to retreat step by step, like a longbow slowly tightening, about to snap with each new blow. But it didn't snap. In that instant, a fiery, azure light suddenly shone in Songsher's pupils. The taut bow, a sign of impending collapse, was also a symbol of pent-up power. After enduring a full 3,241 punches, the immense power he had accumulated erupted at the opportune moment captured by Liu Liguan. Facing the newly unleashed 100 punches, Songsher no longer had the will to block. He stopped his retreat and charged forward. Suisher activated at full power. In the instant the punches slowed, Chongsher erupted with ferocious fury. The overflowing destructive power transformed into a pure-colored flame blade tens of meters long, ruthlessly shattering all the punches and slashing towards Lu Danshu. Chapter 465. Songsher's consistent fighting style was to use offense as defense, to stop killing with killing. Having been suppressed in a rare instance, and in gathering his strength, the strike he unleashed was earth-shattering. Even Lu Danshu's 4,000 flurry of punches, capable of destroying mountains and uprooting peaks, was swallowed by the surging black flames. There was no time to dodge or withdraw. And she had no intention of withdrawing. Lu Danshu's hair trembled wildly. She laughed wildly, her fingers suddenly snapping, abruptly withdrawing her torrential downpour of punches, as if cradling a massive cauldron in her arms. Her hands swirled in a circle, as if lifting a cauldron, before unleashing a powerful and violent punch. The flames, tens of meters long, collided with the immense fist force. The center of the sea of fire, which had obscured everything, suddenly collapsed inward, forming a swirling vortex. The earth trembled within a 10-meter radius, followed by shockwaves reaching 50 meters, then 100 meters, an unimaginably powerful aftershock of spiritual energy that created a massive, smooth-sectioned crater 10 meters deep. Within the crater's reach, a vacuum of existence reigned, the atmosphere and the raging flames were reduced to dust. Lu Danshu gasped for breath, her exhalation like a rosy cloud, recovering her unsteady breathing. She had first unleashed 3,000 high-speed punches in quick succession, then countered a powerful and fierce punch against Yin Feng. Even with her physique, she needed to catch her breath. Such a gentleman, aren't you going to continue? Then, Lu Danshu giggled. She licked the droplets of lead and mercury blood dripping from the back of her hand. One could see that it was now covered with fine cracks, like shattered glass, extending upwards to her elbow. As if burned by the residual heat, Lu Danshu quickly withdrew her tongue, stuck it out, and slowly lowered her hand. She had anticipated the opponent's counterattack and was mentally prepared, but when it actually erupted, the terrifying killing power of that slash still exceeded her expectations. Faced with such a powerful strike, he switched from a rapid-fire barrage of attacks to a fierce, violent punch. Even with his superior martial arts skills, the fundamental difference between the two techniques prevented this punch from reaching its peak, falling short by a hair's breadth. In this level of exchange, falling short by a hair's breadth meant defeat. Naturally, I'm giving you a chance to admit defeat. Songsher, watching from afar, slightly lowered his heavy hand, his trembling right arm finally regaining its balance. If I attack now, you might accuse me of taking advantage of your poor aim. Aren't you just like me, also out of energy? Energy. Is there anyone who doesn't have it? Songsher smiled. That's very well said. The coquettish laughter vanished, replaced by a wanton, flamboyant style. Lu Danshu raised her eyebrows. Casually tearing off her tattered windbreaker, she was only wearing a bodice, exposing large expanses of skin. At first glance, this skin shimmered with a crystalline sheen, possessing the translucency of jade. At second glance, however, it seemed as solid as diamond or black iron, its texture indestructible. At third glance, both characteristics merged into one, emanating a deep red, almost black, wolf-like smoke-like aura. This was a symbol of mastery of the psionic technique, blood furnace. According to the Enterprise Alliance, this meant the psionicist's life force was both incredibly abundant and of extremely high quality, resulting in extreme solidity. Even from a purely conceptual standpoint, Lu Danshu was worthy of the title of martial sect of this generation, the world's walker, and the 12th heaven. As Songsher saw at this moment, the woman's entire body showed not a single trace of implanted prosthetics. Lu Danshu's path of transcendence was one of the most classical and traditional paths in the Eastern continent. And she had walked it with dignity, reaching a level worthy of being called a grandmaster. Based on a series of spiritual energy techniques such as indestructible Vajra, blood furnace, and mercury blood silver marrow, through day after day of punches, and year after year of honing and tempering, she had constructed this immaculate martial body. Even now, with obvious burns and slash marks on this immaculate martial body, the surging fighting spirit emanating from it only intensified, even infecting the air with a thick aura of blood. Songshur. Songshur, what beautiful ultimate move are you preparing? You can't possibly expect to just clash head-on like this and blast me down, can you? Lu Danshu rubbed her shoulder, her face revealing blatant joy. This was no exaggeration. With her terrifying physique, if she were to continue this direct confrontation, it would be her opponent who would collapse first. He was merely injured. While his opponent was practically pushing herself to the limit, her internal organs, bones, and flesh were likely all trembling. In fact, the most incredible thing was that she, with her great origin body, had taken so many of his punches head-on. But I don't want to hear it. Then, the woman raised her slender index finger. She slowly exhaled warm breath, her eyebrows trembling slightly, her amber pupils filled only with pure expectation. I beat you until you do. A new punch came crashing down. From the oncoming force of the punch, Songshur laughed loudly, activating self-immolation without hesitation. Without the input of a spark, the duration of self-immolation was reduced, but this do-or-die attitude amplified its power to an even higher level. With a sudden surge in power, Songshur's Chongshur stirred up a raging inferno, the condensed flames actually suppressing the punch. I have to see if you're worthy of my beautifully prepared ultimate move. Without hesitation, Lu Danshu unleashed another devastating punch, the two strikes striking simultaneously, forcefully halting the opponent's attack. Bang! Boom boom boom! After activating self-immolation, with the overall enhancement, Songshur finally managed to achieve a semblance of even strength, moving away from his previous position of being constantly suppressed by the punches and only able to counterattack. The two exchanged high-speed blows, and from the sky, two streaks of light left trails on the ground, the aftershocks roaring continuously, forcing all the shuttles and camera drones trying to observe to fly further away. Chongshur slashed down, then slightly turned and withdrew. Just in that brief moment before the strike landed, while still gathering power, a fierce punch slammed down, forcing Songshur to interrupt his charge and preemptively parry with a diagonal slash. Lu Danshu bit down on Chongshur. Literally. The instant Chongshur slashed down, Lu Danshu lunged forward, letting the raging flames rush to his 5 orifices, his 2 rows of neat, white teeth biting down on Chongshur. He even used Chongshur as a medium to restrain Songshur's right hand. His teeth didn't waver, his Adam's apple didn't tremble, his lips didn't move. But in that instant, a long, unrestrained, arrogant chant resounded throughout the surrounding world. 8,000 fists. 1,000 autumns, 100 years. His 5 fingers came together, tightening into a fist. This was a gesture he had repeated countless times since childhood, an inseparable part of his being called Lu Danshu, more natural than nature itself, more instinctive than instinct. This was the gesture of clenching a fist. In that instant of biting down on Chongshur, freeing his hands. Facing the young man directly in front of him, Lu Danshu raised his hand, clenched his fist, and bent his knee. From bottom to top. One punch. The sky. The hole has been opened. Chapter 466. A punch of immeasurable power, delivered from below, struck Songshur, sending him soaring into the sky. The unparalleled violence shattered his defensive stance, sending the young man hurtling through the air like a cannonball, instantly leaving a straight, circular vacuum trail before he finally stabilized himself thousands of meters into the sky. From him, the terrifying aftershocks of the punch spread outwards, causing the low-lying clouds at that altitude to suddenly part, revealing a massive, clearly visible hole. On the ground, Lu Danshu remained in his punching stance, like an unshakable bronze statue. However, this bronze statue suddenly wavered. Lu Danshu spat out the heavy weapon, forcibly biting back his 36 loose teeth, fixing them in place. She swayed, chuckling softly, as expected. That's the line of thought. Yes, after all, in a head-on confrontation, I really can't handle you. 1,000 meters above the ground, Songshur touched her cheek. The cracks on her skin from the self-immolation were already shocking, but now these dense, crimson-gold cracks made one wonder if she would shatter at the slightest touch. Her injuries were extremely severe, and her once vast, ocean-like spiritual energy had transformed into a flickering candle flame in the wind. Having taken a hit from Lu Danshu's 1,000 autumns and 100 years punch at close range, even with Songshur's cultivation, her condition had deteriorated significantly. Lu Danshu slowly scanned her surroundings. Endless calamities surged forth, engulfing all vision, like an inverted, pitch-black furnace engulfing the woman. Heaven and earth furnace. Even with her eyes closed, Lu Danshu could clearly sense the power of this sea of fire. From the very beginning of the battle, while he was relentlessly bombarding his opponent, the enemy was also laying a trap. Every wisp of flame blasted away would recoalesce and attack again, each collision with the flames leaving a new wound on the immaculate martial body. Every moment, this Southern Dipper was using Calamity Flame, Disaster Flame, and Forging Flame as the foundation, supplemented by other spiritual energy techniques, to continuously enhance and modify the surrounding environment. As he said, if he were to engage in a direct, head-on confrontation, he could never be his match, he would only be crushed. Therefore, he focused solely on defense, dragging the battle out until now, finally completing this terrifying sea of fire, a veritable furnace of heaven and earth. Immaculate martial body? Then he used the furnace of heaven and earth to forcibly refine it. In the end, it's still a great source. Lu Danshu let out a long sigh. After enduring countless blows in the fierce battle, Song Shi was in poor condition. However, the constant burning of her mind and body only worsened her already fragile state. She no longer possessed the strength to maintain high-speed maneuverability and aerial combat. Facing a monster-level De Yuan, who had already established his presence, her opponent was now invincible. Lu Danshu looked up, drawing out her words. However, our invincible Lord Nando would certainly not choose such a victory, would he? Song Shi's voice came from the sky. Should we wipe the blood from your face first? Lu Danshu casually wiped her face, her hand covered in blood droplets congealed into lead and mercury. Her biting Chongshi just now had almost been slashed in the face, leaving her with blood gushing from all 5 orifices. All done. Here it comes. Facing the dark sea of fire below, Song Shi swooped down. The heavy weapon was no longer in his hand, but his fist was. Song Shi's 5 fingers also clenched into a fist, facing the raging wind. From top to bottom, his body ignited with streams of flame, like a falling meteorite, plummeting towards Lu Danshu below. Before the increasingly approaching, rolling force, facing upwards, Lu Danshu gradually assumed the most perfect stance. Power originates from the ground, intent arises from the heart. 10,000 punches. The next instant, a brilliant smile appeared on the woman's face. Just kidding. 100,000 punches. The moment she raised her arm, a series of crackling explosions erupted, as if every bone in her arm was about to shatter and scatter. Even before the 5 fingers were fully clenched, a terrifying aura erupted, causing even the sea of fire that had transformed into a furnace of heaven and earth to suddenly swell with a large bubble. Then Lu Danshu fainted. Song Shi quickly stopped his dive, shifting his landing direction to avoid pinning Lu Danshu's head to the ground with a single punch. The young man landed on the ground, raised his hand, and pressed it down sharply, taking a moment to cancel the sea of fire of the furnace of heaven and earth scene, then walked a few steps to Lu Danshu's side. After observing for a few seconds, Lu Danshu's eyelids suddenly rolled back, and he slowly opened them. You're still standing. Lu Danshu lay on the ground, his first glance at the bright sky, then at Song Shi beside him. Looks like I still couldn't deliver the punch. By your standards, a move that can withstand 100,000 punches, even if you were standing here perfectly fine, you still wouldn't be able to deliver it, Song Shi pointed out precisely. That's not how it works. Do you know what putting yourself in a do-or-die situation means? Do you understand what surpassing means? Lu Danshu, supporting herself on the ground, sat up cross-legged and shouted, I was in such a bad state just now, I couldn't beat you with 100 punches, I couldn't throw 10,000, I couldn't even throw 100,000, so why not choose the strongest, fiercest, and most ruthless one? That makes sense. Song Shi thought for a moment, and deeply agreed. It's a pity I couldn't throw that punch. It is a real pity. Lu Danshu nodded as well. If I could throw 100,000 punches, I feel I could kill you with one punch. You at your peak? She chuckled again. Why don't you sit down for a while? You don't seem very stable. Well, I'm probably a little bit more stable than you think. Song Shi remained expressionless, slowly made a hand gesture, then withdrew his heavy weapon to support his posture. Having been tempered by spiritual techniques such as forging flames and boiling blood, his physique far surpassed that of most great sources, even allowing him to withstand his usual head-on clashes with Transcendent S. However, compared to Lu Danshu's immaculate martial body, it paled in comparison. Even with the calamity-inducing sea of fire that evolved into the heaven and earth furnace, continuously weakening his opponent, being bombarded with so many solid punches still left him feeling as if he were about to fall apart. Ugh, what a mess. Lu Danshu surveyed his surroundings. Looking down from above, a large crater with a radius of over 2,000 meters had appeared on the barren land near Duk City, a wound scorched by the sea of fire. Within this crater, there was a series of deeper pits of varying sizes, the aftershocks of the punches and the fiery blades. How was my fist technique? Songsher nodded. There's a place for you. Lu Danshu smacked her lips a few times, a look of half-satisfaction on her face, before collapsing backward back onto the ground. Completely unconscious. Chapter 467. Lu Danshu, who travels the world, actually lost? Yu Xingfei squatted on the shuttle, swallowing hard. As an 8th level expert, his last martial arts sparring match with that woman resulted in his shooting dreams being shattered by 3 punches. Yu Xingfei glanced at the others without showing any emotion. Such a grand event, with the other party creating such a commotion, had attracted more than just martial sect members. Drones were flying everywhere, and the outskirts were teeming with people, as if the sky and ground were packed with them. Perhaps considering the group of sharp-eyed, silent martial sect members, no one dared to promote muscle-building body wash on the spot. A burly man, with a bare upper body and Mountain Lord tattoos silently touched his face. He was the martial sect member, who had been forced into the city center on the first day the patrol inspectors arrived in Duk City. He didn't think he could be a match for his opponent, but if he fought openly and honestly, he figured he wouldn't be defeated in a single move. However, looking at the devastated scene ravaged by the natural disaster in the distance, he suddenly began to doubt himself. The 12th level has been defeated, someone whispered hoarsely. Didn't he say earlier that he would break through all 12 levels of the martial sect? Yes. He was defeated. Lu Danshu lost. Then came applause. The first, the second, the third, the martial sect members, some with gloomy faces, some with awe, some with gleaming eyes, all clapped vigorously at this moment. With their strength, the applause was literally a thunderous roar, deafening, rolling and echoing throughout the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. Even the scorching heat wave carried by the wind couldn't stop it in the slightest. The applause is clapping. Songsher turned his head slightly, hearing the distant roar. He glanced at Lu Danshu, half asleep, her eyes smiling, and sighed. After a while, the earlier fist injury had stabilized. The young man dispersed the heavy blow, stood up, and slightly raised his head. Aren't you going to step forward? The clouds that had just gathered suddenly broke apart again, and billowing flames raged, carving a huge hole in the sky. A streak of light swooped down and landed in front of Songsher. The azure flame swirled, almost tangible, and even without any deliberate effort, an undeniable aura of power emanated from them. Entangled in these azure flames was a burly man, with distinct and deep-set features, and a cold expression. Martial sect, Vice sect leader? One of the 9 pillars of Yunnan. 5th ring transcendence, Qingguan Shinyu. After the burly man landed, his gaze fell on Lu Danshu, lingering briefly on his arms. To deliver the supposedly 10,000 punches, Lu Danshu's arms were completely overloaded, now limp like 2 boneless snakes. He clenched his fist and punched Lu Danshu. There was no earth-shattering sound, but a subtle grinding noise reminiscent of grinding powder. Lu Danshu's body crackled and sputtered, suddenly releasing tiny specks of black flame, which instantly turned to ash. He raised his fist again, looking at Songsher. I won't use it, Songsher said lightly, pressing his chest where a fist mark remained. Such a rare punch should be savored. Vice Grandmaster, you weren't completely exorcised either, were you? Shinyu nodded. He stomped his foot, the earth jolting Lu Danshu into the air. A large hand then grabbed him and hurled him away. Judging by the location, it was the headquarters of the martial sect, in the direction of Yuanshan. Shifting his gaze from Lu Danshu, who had disappeared into the horizon, Songsher was about to say something when the other spoke first. Shinyu flicked his finger, shattering all the cameras trying to monitor the area. He said, Martial sect, how is it? If you want to ask that, you know I have quite a good relationship with the Northern Thunder Defense Front. Shinyu stared directly at the young man. Let me think, it's average. Songsher changed his tone. Not bad, not great either. Enough to govern a region, but to dominate the current affairs. If the martial sect has that ability, Songsher spread his hands, then I should be your subordinate now, not your colleague. Shinyu pondered for a moment, slowly hummed in agreement, and disappeared from the spot. Songsher waited a while, and after confirming that the other party had indeed left, he wasn't too surprised. Because in his previous life, in the few times he had met this Qingguan, the other party always seemed a bit inexplicable and mysterious. He was used to it. Qing Jinsher, remember to notify the Municipal Traffic Management Bureau and the Urban Construction Bureau to clean this up. Songsher suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and changed his words. Never mind, don't issue a mandatory order. If they want to keep it as a battlefield site for worship, so be it. Qing Jinsher, who had been overlooking the entire situation from high above, landed. Along with him was Anthony, who had appeared at some point, presumably having rushed over after hearing about the commotion. Qing Jinsher scanned the young man up and down several times, and was about to speak when Songshur raised his hand. "It's all right, he won't die. He just needs some rest." Anthony surveyed his surroundings, quickly assessing the situation by referring to the recording of the fight he just witnessed. He had to admit, this exceeded his expectations. The official duel recording in his database between Wuzong and Lu Danshu, the current world inspector, was from 6 months ago. Judging from the performance just now, it was completely outdated. Could anyone in his generation from the Second National Assembly achieve, or even surpass this level of performance? Anthony wasn't optimistic. And this psychic, almost destined to become a pillar of Yunnan in the future, had been defeated by this border inspector. Anthony took a deep breath, straightened his tie, and calmed his mind. "Your Excellency the Inspector," he said, "you need some time to recuperate. Should I postpone the scheduled Dongli army inspection?" "Postponed?" Songshur stroked his chin. "Sure, postpone it for now, about a week. Thinking about it, I haven't had much rest since entering Yunnan. A balance of work and rest is key." "Oh, right." As if suddenly remembering something, Songshur casually asked, "Is everything here finished?" King Jinchi succinctly replied, "The killing, punishment, and police operations are all completed. Only the final cleanup and handover work remains." "That's good." The three didn't choose to take the shuttle, but walked step by step into Duke City. At the highway checkpoint, a large crowd stood, gazing at the three. Mainly the young man from the center. As he waved and walked towards them, the crowd parted like a tide, spontaneously making way. And then, a week passed. The newly appointed inspector visited the Army of Justice. Chapter 468. Well, it wasn't that quick. During the week of recovery, Songshur first spent time thoroughly evaluating and erasing the fist imprint left by 1,000 autumns and 100 years in one punch, and stabilizing his body. This kind of fighting was beneficial to him, who had activated self-immolation. After all, only through repeated tempering could the material become purer and stronger. His spiritual energy breakthrough in this life was so rapid, influenced by his past life's experience, and also due to the continuous high-intensity combat. Strictly speaking, although he had already inscribed the 6 spiritual energy techniques of the third ring, theoretically only one step away from the peak of the third ring, his actual spiritual energy accumulation was actually somewhat lacking. However, after killing Shang Jin Yuanxi, then fighting Lu Danshu, and battling a bunch of others in between, Songshur now felt his whole body restless, and his spiritual energy was clearly rising. It probably wouldn't be long before he could make up for this shortfall in accumulation. Once he had accumulated enough power to inscribe the final spiritual energy technique of the third ring. Songshur had already made his decision. This one would be the Dharma aspect. Next was the martial sect. Songshur went up Yuan Shan, originally intending to have a serious exchange with Shenyu, the Azure Gate. But the other party wasn't even at headquarters. The pillar of the sect, whose whereabouts were unknown, left him with no choice but to regretfully give up. Lu Danshu, however, had woken up. The two had a normal conversation for a while, and the former expressed her desire to learn from his advanced experience and, in the name of the martial sect, also to traverse the Northern Thunder defense line. This was something that had never happened in his previous life. Songshur could only wish her success. After all, considering historical ties, the martial sect's status as a walking figure of the world meant that the Northern Thunder defense line was no longer simply a matter of sensitivity. The Northern Thunder defense front certainly wouldn't stage a multi-general ambush to annihilate the enemy's future the moment she entered the country, but that didn't mean they would tolerate provocation. Either she wins all the way to Tiandu and conquers Wushu, or she is defeated and dies on the way. There is no third outcome for Lu Danshu. Wang Chenlai is strong, but with the Grand Marshal's brilliance before him, Lu Danshu said, her nose gleaming. Once I set foot on Wushu, I will definitely. Isn't it possible? Songshur reminded her. The Grand Marshal is no longer with the Northern Thunder Defense Front. How did you know? Alright. Lu Danshu's enthusiasm waned, but she quickly became excited again, clenching her fists. Then I challenge Wang Chenlai. Without asking any nonsense like doesn't the Vice Grand Master have any objections? Songshur took his leave and descended the mountain, taking Anthony and King Jinchi with him, boarding the shuttle to the Justice Army stronghold, much to the relief of many. Lapis Lazuli, didn't you go see your fellow martial sect members? What did you say? Songshur put down his data panel, casually closed a video with a bold, blacked out title, let the martial sect be great again, and turned to look to the side. Yes, the martial sect does have AI members. After all, they value the identity of psychic more than race. As long as you have the psychic ability, even a phantom beast will be accepted. Hard to evaluate. Lapis Lazuli gave a emoji. That martial sect AI at the second ring consensus level, inspired by the call to Supreme Martial Peak, the strongest of the strong, resolutely abandoned its physical body and boldly chose to become a digital ghost, a virtual life form. This kind of operation, which is almost a change in the form of life, is something even a third-ring psychic would find difficult to achieve under normal circumstances, but this opponent, relying on the racial uniqueness of androids and consensus psychic energy, managed to complete it at the second ring. Whether it's strong or not is another matter, but this android's vitality is truly vigorous now. The dual methods of data clones and consciousness fragmentation make it extremely difficult to kill. His dedication to martial arts is indeed fervent. Songsher nodded sincerely, applauding in praise. He casually turned his head. Anthony was half reclined, his prosthetic body at full power, his brain-computer interface connected to a mobile supercomputer via data cable, intently handling docking tasks and contingency plan assessments. The Axiom Army. Songsher rubbed his temples, his expression slightly strange at the thought of their scale. The Axiom Army. Strictly speaking, it is not a political power. The Axiom Army originated as a military alliance formed during the Seven Earths War, primarily composed of the regionally powerful Valo Empire, along with surrounding vassal states. This military alliance was once very powerful, but as the war intensified, in a decisive battle, the Axiom Army was decisively defeated by the Vanpusta Empire's 6 knightly pillars, the Holy Crown and Law Order, leading to the alliance's disintegration and the collapse of the royal family. At this critical moment, the First Lord of Yan'an, having just concluded a battle with the Eastern Continent Republic, made a decisive decision to personally lead his army to the aid of the defeated Axiom Army, taking them in during their retreat and holding off the Vanpusta Empire's subsequent pursuit. Then the First Lord of Yan'an was crowned again. In short, after a series of negotiations, the previous emperor of the Varo Empire abdicated, and the First Lord of Yan'an was chosen as the next Varo Emperor. After the Seven Earths War, the Varo Empire and its surrounding vassal states were incorporated into Yan'an, but the military alliance, the Righteous Army, remained. Within the Righteous Army, they still insisted on referring to the Lord of Yan'an as the Varo Emperor. That is, the Second Varo Dynasty. Songsher gently knocked on the hatch. This trip, rather than overseeing or inspecting anything, was probably really about. 2 fighter jets appeared out of nowhere. Their paint scheme was black and white, the signature colors of the Righteous Army. These 2 fighter jets activated low-power mode, significantly reducing the roar of their anti-gravity engines, and stood protectively on either side of the shuttle. From that moment on, no more prompts like "please show your airspace access permission" appeared. The path ahead was clear. They arrived pretty quickly. Songsher glanced at the navigation system. They had only just left Sanlu province, and the Axiom Army had already arrived. More than enthusiastic, they were practically impatient. In our Yinan region, the areas where the Axiom Army is located have always been among the most fervent. Anthony, who had been sitting up at some point, met Songsher's gaze and added, "I set a timer. Given the Axiom Army's usual practice, now is the time for them to show up." Songsher stood up. The distant mountains and barren plains shifted and changed behind them, until finally settling into a single patch of lit land. One of the Axiom Army's strongholds, Vidance Province. They arrived. Chapter 469. The first thing to appear in his field of vision wasn't a city. Songsher looked up. At a height far greater than the shuttle's altitude. Like a castle floating in the clouds, through gaps in the thick clouds, steel-like scales and claws emerged, making one wonder what kind of being lurked in the sky. The vast, surging clouds couldn't obscure the Lioli Temple's view. It was a majestic steel behemoth, its body, thousands of meters long, piercing through the sea of clouds, like the lair of a mythical dragon. Numerous tiny black dots hovered in the surrounding airspace, some flying, some returning to the ship's hangar. Space Mothership Axiom Order. In Songsher's extraordinary vision, this space mothership was even more dazzling than the sun beside it. A massive amount of energy points shone throughout the ship, forming an energy network like a star map. Within it were both energy engines providing power and powerful psionicists. No matter the minor details, the facts remained unchanged. Yinan's strategic-level structure, the space carrier belonging to the Axiom Army, had arrived at this moment. They're really standing high enough. Songsher raised his eyes. The space carrier maintained a flight altitude of 23,000 meters, one of the more reasonable daily altitudes under normal circumstances. But shuttles generally don't fly this high. At this moment again, a middle-aged man walked onto the deck of the space carrier. He went to the figurehead, the sculpture of the first ruler of Yunnan, and then jumped down. The violent air currents and scorching solar radiation at 10,000 meters seemed less important to him than what he would eat that night. With a series of explosions, he landed straight down in front of the shuttle below. Directly ahead, commander of the 2nd Army Group, Axiom Army, Dominic Hubbard. It was difficult to categorize this man's attire as simply military uniform or armor. His clothing was more like a combination of both, adorned with numerous ornaments. He even wore a classically styled helmet, which he only removed with both hands when he spoke. He gave the young man a slight bow and salute. "You are the Inspector General of the territory. Your presence is the presence of the First Court. Your presence is the presence of His Majesty's gaze." Dominic's features were noticeably recessed, making him appear somewhat strange, but when he spoke, this strangeness vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, hard quality like a steel sword. A fourth-ring psychic. Song sure sensed the powerful psychic energy deeply embedded within the man, and the man made no attempt to conceal it. That's normal. The Axiom Army comprises 4 army groups. As the commander of an entire army group, without fourth-ring psychic power, it would be difficult to control the forces under his command. In most cases, prestige and strength go hand in hand. Dominic didn't seem to be the type to engage in conversation. After a few brief words, he put his helmet back on and said steadily, "Gentlemen, please board the ship first." So they boarded. With the commander leading the way, the space carrier naturally didn't unleash its firepower on the shuttle, otherwise, Songsure would have decisively turned and fled. As a strategic-level structure, each space carrier is inevitably staffed with multiple fourth-ring psychics, in addition to shipborne weapons, protection systems, and technical countermeasures units. Even for Songsure at his peak in his previous life, breaching a space carrier would have been a difficult task. As they approached landing, Songsure jumped onto the deck first, while the shuttle, assisted by a smart drone, entered the distant hangar. It was huge, truly enormous. The ship's length of over 1,000 meters was self-evident. The flight deck of the space carrier wasn't a single rectangular block, it extended angled flight decks on both sides of the midsection, reaching a width of over 400 meters at its widest point. In his previous life, his experiences boarding space carriers had always been as part of the attacking force. Having the leisure to observe it like this was a truly rare experience. The deck was filled with numerous flight units, short-range assault shuttles for boarding, large drones for intercepting fire, hypersonic fighters, and strategic bombers for delivering high-yield nuclear weapons, gravity collapse bombs, or infrasonic oscillators. "Is there anything loaded in here right now?" Songsure pointed to a strategic bomber. Dominic glanced at the young man, with a hint of surprise and replied, "Your Excellency, no one knows when war will break out. The only thing we can do is exercise extreme caution. This hammer of order has a standard nuclear payload of 10 million tons, which can be increased to 100 million tons depending on the intensity of the war." He gestured. "It can take off at any time. Would you like me to demonstrate?" Songsure immediately declined. Dominic nodded, unconcerned. A little further ahead, towering guards stood like marble sculptures on either side, holding ceremonial swords and spears, clearing a wide passage. Literally tall, these guards had undergone obvious prosthetic implants and adjustments. Special alloy skeletons enhanced their physiques, and carbon electromagnetic muscle bundles, composite artificial eyes, circulation enhancement systems, and intracranial information analysis modules, along with their classically styled heavy armor engraved with emblems and patterns, gave them a silent but imposing presence. The personal guard. Songsure observed them for a few seconds, assessing their strength. To put it simply, their configuration was that of a normal elite guard, but considering their imposing presence, their actual combat effectiveness could be increased by 1 or 2 levels. "Your Excellency, we understand His Majesty's decree for your presence, so please follow me to the bridge." Dominic paused, his gaze settling on Anthony and Lapis Lazuli. "Gentlemen, since you are traveling with the Border Patrol, ordinary confidentiality regulations need not be followed. However, I must remind you that, under no circumstances should the principles of justice and order be overlooked. Secrets and the sword's edge may be seen and observed, but must not be divulged." As he spoke, Dominic's expression was solemn, his right hand resting on the long sword at his waist. Before Songsure could speak, Anthony placed his hand on his chest, his tone equally solemn. "I will remember this." Lapis Lazuli nodded. Of course, no objection. They then followed Dominic's footsteps towards the command center. Songshur noticed that although the guards remained silent, beneath their full-face armor, intense, almost fanatical gazes lingered on him. But they weren't looking at Songshur, but rather at the patrol inspectorate, and even the beings behind them. Along the way, anyone who saw them, whether soldier or officer, would stop and salute. The Justice Army emphasized strict discipline and a clear hierarchy. Even if a group army commander and a patrol inspector were to order Justice Order to advance towards the Enterprise Alliance, they would execute it swiftly. About 7 minutes later, the Bridge of Justice Order appeared before them. Chapter 470. The interior of the ship, decorated in a style consistent with its exterior, lacked the overtly high-tech feel. Most walls were adorned with intricate patterns, including murals depicting the myths and legends of the Valo Empire, such as the creation of the three worlds, the slaying of the sun-devouring beast, and the blood-soaked ocean of divine battles, all included. If a researcher from the Council of Knowledge were here, they would likely launch a scathing critique of this practice. Songshur intentionally compared the faces of the Valo mythological god-kings, Oriadat, on these murals, finding a striking resemblance to the figureheads on the deck that went far beyond mere coincidence. No wonder the Van Pusta Empire had led its army to annihilate Valo back then. Your emperor is a god-king, then what is our majesty? Who is the main architect of the Axiom Order? Songshur touched a small bronze statue on the side of the corridor, its surface smooth and shiny. If I remember correctly, technology isn't the Axiom Army's forte. We of Yinan are all under His Majesty's command, without distinction, Dominic said first, then added, the construction of the space carrier is an extremely complex and massive megaproject, involving many fields, and was built jointly by all of Yinan. If your question was about energy and material science, then the organization providing technical support in this area is the Protection Protocol. Songshur had an I knew it expression on his face. Back then, the Protection Protocol extensively collected and developed a large amount of technology under the guise of protection and utilization, and then the Knowledge Council came knocking. The two sides clashed fiercely, fighting tooth and nail. Compared to its counterparts in Yinan, the Protection Agreement was in a slightly better position. While at a disadvantage, the overall situation was still a stalemate. However, the Protection Agreement was unwilling to continue the deadly struggle and decisively surrendered its technological reserves to the rising star of Yunan's first leader. Over the years, the Protection Agreement had consistently played a leading role in promoting Yunan's academic disciplines and technological research. The bridge doors slowly slid open, revealing a completely new world. Songshur almost thought he had come to the wrong place. If the previous ship's interior decoration had only a touch of classical style, then this Axiom Order Command Bridge was practically a council chamber of an ancient dynasty. The interior furnishings were undeniably luxurious. Pure white marble paved every corner, spotless, and every sculpted pillar was adorned with ironwork and silverwork, reflecting a bright luster under the purple crystal chandeliers hanging from the dome. Not far away, there was even a sizable reservoir, its steps made entirely of ivory, its surface gleaming white. Anthony's expression remained unchanged, clearly accustomed to it. Lapis Lazuli, obviously having gathered information beforehand, also showed no reaction. Only Songshur clicked his tongue inwardly. He naturally knew the Axiom Army and their habits, and had some idea of what the bridge would look like, but he truly hadn't expected the Axiom Army to do this inside a space carrier. As the commander of the 2nd Army Group, the captain of the space carrier Axiom Order, and the master of this council chamber, Dominic showed even less of a reaction. He was completely oblivious to all the luxurious furnishings, offering no lingering impressions. It seemed that these furnishings, rather than providing material enjoyment, were more like a means of trying to grasp at memories. Inside the vast bridge, a number of people, having clearly received the communications beforehand, rose early, saluted Dominic and Songshur, and quickly returned to their positions after the latter nodded. At the very center of the bridge stood a huge platform table, upon which floated a star map-like projection. Countless points of light were connected by dotted lines, crisscrossing and intersecting, while massive amounts of data constantly cascaded down alongside. Upon closer inspection, however, this star map was essentially a comprehensive view integrating mapping, navigation, command, and ship status. The space carrier belongs to Yunan's global air strike sequence. Theoretically, our 2nd Army Group of the Axiom Force doesn't have true control over it. Dominic tapped the table skillfully. But by His Majesty's favor, he personally named this space carrier, and handed it over to our Axiom Force. We swear to establish an eternal order for His Majesty, which is the origin of the name Axiom Order. After this brief introduction, Dominic waved, "Please come closer." Without an implanted electronic prosthetic, You cannot directly adapt to the command system. Please use an external link device as a temporary replacement. He handed over a pair of silver frameless glasses. Then Songshur saw it. In a fleeting instant, his thoughts began to collapse into something vast, then his vision abruptly shifted upwards. The earth receded into the distance, the surging rivers transformed into ravines, the rolling mountains were smoothed out, and Songshur's consciousness, moving faster than sound, traversed physical barriers, projecting itself onto a brand new world, a dazzling world. The dominant color was grayish-white, likely representing some barren area. At this moment, the gray-white map shimmered with endless, dazzling stars, dense artillery arrays clashing back and forth, and massive numbers of fighter jets dancing wildly in the sky. A colossal four-legged spider-like machine, like an iron fortress, staggered forward through the ravaged trenches, its onboard heavy machine guns unleashing blinding whips of fire, easily crushing anything that dared to stand in its way. Nearby intelligent mechanical units, like a tidal wave, clung to this iron fortress, like squires of an old knight, charging forward. Then a new monster appeared on the battlefield. 3 pillars supported this steel monster, its outer armor sharply defined, and a spherical protective energy field covering its entire body. Before its nearly 90-meter-tall form, even the spider-like machines that served as iron fortresses became docile. A war behemoth. Each brief flash of its high-energy pulse cannon foreshadowed the destruction of a patch of land. A beam of indigo light pierced the sky, striking the colossal war machine from the distant horizon, causing violent ripples in its protective energy field. Beyond visual range, on the deck of a battleship, the dark muzzles of cannons slowly cooled, awaiting the next salvo. This is a satellite view? Feeling everything he saw, Songshur rubbed his temples. Not entirely. The satellite is only one component of this observation system. Dominic stroked the hilt of his sword. As you can see, while we are saying this, the Axiom Army is conducting a joint military exercise. You are His Majesty's blade. Dominic paused, choosing to be direct. I want you to see it for yourself. He emphasized the word for yourself. Chapter 471. At that moment, gazes fell upon them, not one, not two, not secretly, but all the personnel on the bridge, from the staff officers to the flight squadron commanders. These management figures dressed like old military aristocrats, simultaneously focused their attention on the young man beside the central star map. It has been said that gaze possesses power, and those present were all seasoned officers, not lacking in psionicists. Such a unified gaze was like an empty blade slashing down, capable of crushing a person. This is a one-time exception, never to be repeated. Songshur turned his head, a flash of fire in his pupils. Most of the officers groaned, their previously orderly and unified formation inevitably loosening, their power dissipating. Dominic watched all this quietly, and only spoke when Songshur turned his gaze back, saying, "They always been like this." "I know," Songshur said calmly, "so I give you one chance, but there won't be a next time. Whether someone is qualified to serve as a border patrol inspector is not something you can judge." Dominic nodded. Then, the topic returned to the earlier mention of personally. Personally. I'm afraid it doesn't really mean I be involved. Songshur surveyed the table. After exiting observation mode, he couldn't have a complete overview, but the star map provided a simplified real-time battlefield map, using symbols to replace real objects, still allowing him to glimpse the battle situation. Border patrol inspection, military exercises, personally involved. That was reasonable, but if it meant personally commanding. If it were a special forces operation, he had considerable experience, and was confident he could do very well. But once it became a large-scale battlefield exercise, commanding a legion, then it really was a matter of specialization. Unless you circle around and pull an A in one go, that counts as a tactic. If the so-called personal involvement is something else entirely, not as a commander, but as a superhuman unit, there are still problems. Of course, I can back off, and I can even deliberately avoid friendly fire, but then, what's the point of the exercise? Songshur casually pointed to a spot on the battlefield. A soldier jerked back, dodging a slashing power sword, but then a high-yield grenade, seemingly out of nowhere, exploded with a deafening roar, sending flames and dust shooting into the sky, blasting him to pieces. Literally to pieces, his mechanical parts exploded everywhere, scattering in a mixture of engine oil and milky coolant. Yes, this wasn't a cyborg with implants, but a purely mechanical, sensory-simulated soldier, remotely controlled by soldiers behind him, participating in the exercise in his place. The brief overview had given Songshur a general understanding of the joint exercise conducted by the Axiom Army. It involved cooperation between the sea, land, and air forces, and used live ammunition throughout, though the lethality had certainly been reduced beforehand. Kinetic firearms weren't loaded with full-power ammunition, laser weapons power thresholds were locked at half, and tactics like prosthetic self-destruction required advanced reporting and approval of explosive charges. The firepower of the warships beyond visual range strike arrays was significantly reduced, yet even so, this exercise was still far too dangerous. A high-energy pulse cannon from a massive war machine, whether at double or one-tenth of its power, could still instantly vaporize a person. Therefore, the conventional soldier units on both sides were replaced by these simulated mechanical soldiers, and the outcome of all actions was determined by the overall coordination system. Such a limited exercise, while not entirely meaningless, left Song Shi with little interest in participating. "Your considerations are extremely reasonable," Dominic said, then slowly walked to the side, gazing up at the wall, or rather, the reliefs on it. The entire wall was made of pure white marble, depicting the god King Oridart raising his great axe, poised to cleave the sky and earth. "Your Excellency, do you know what this is?" Dominic stared intently at the reliefs. Song Shi took a few steps to the wall as well. The creation of the three worlds in the Vero mythology. The artist who created these reliefs was a master. With just a few strokes, he depicted the god King's majesty and holiness, as well as the vast and imposing sky and earth, inspiring awe. The only flaw was the god King's great axe, broken in the middle, leaving only half, which added a touch of decay to the otherwise overwhelming divine power. Oridart could no longer tolerate the rampaging beasts, and the coexistence of gods and humans. So he raised his great axe and with the first cleaving, separated the sky from the earth, with the second, separated the earth from the sea, with the third, separated the twin suns, and thus day and night came into being. As Dominic recited this passage, his tone shifted abruptly, somewhere between reading and chanting, drawing out a deep, drawn-out tone. In the most quintessential Vero mythology, it wasn't the god King Oridart who created the three worlds, but rather Oridart who created the three worlds, and thus became the god King. Elected by the beasts, the gods, and humans, Oridart ruled over the three worlds. Gods cannot trespass on the earth, humans cannot trespass in the sky, and beasts shall eternally reside in the sea. These rules of the three worlds were established by his own hand, and even he himself cannot violate them. Song Shi picked up the thread, so the Vero Empire came up with the three lives theory. Oridart, as the ruler of the three worlds, couldn't freely travel between them due to the rules of those worlds, and thus had to choose continuous reincarnation. His first 100-year reincarnation was on Earth, as a mortal king, his second 100-year reincarnation was in the ocean, as a king of beasts, and his third 100-year reincarnation was in the sky, as the king of gods. Back then, in the Seven Earths War, the Axiom army was defeated by the Vanpusta Empire, and the first dynasty collapsed precisely because Amak 19 was a vacant king. He was an emperor in a vacancy, not a true reincarnation of Oridart. Song Shi knew what he was going to say. Now it's different, now everything is different. Dominic's voice was like iron, carrying an unbelievable conviction as he raised his voice. Even mortals have their limits. Amak 19 did well, but he was, after all, just a mortal, powerless to change anything. That wasn't his fault. But now, the 100-year deadline has passed. The mortal king, the reincarnation of Oridart, has returned to one of his three eternal worlds, arriving on Earth. Some time ago, the other officers drew their weapons. They stood on various parts of the bridge, clapping their long swords, sabers, and pistols. After a brief commotion, the sounds gradually merged into a rhythmic low beat. "Your Excellency, please report to His Majesty that the Army of Justice will always be his most loyal sword." Dominic turned, gazing at the young man, his pupils seemingly burning with an inextinguishable fire. Reality has many limitations, making it inconvenient to die for it. Therefore, we have prepared a brand new, unrestricted simulated exercise in the abyss, hoping you will personally participate and inspect it on His Majesty's behalf. Chapter 472. Song Shi understood one thing. Compared to Panyin City, Haida Trade, and Wuzong, those places certainly also highly valued, even revered, the Patrol Inspectorate, cooperating wholeheartedly and allowing him to act arbitrarily. But essentially, what they revered was the power represented by the Patrol Inspectorate, and the significance of the First Court behind it. These Justice Army before him were different. The reason they respected him so much wasn't because of any so-called power, but simply because the Patrol Inspectorate position was personally granted by the Lord of Yunnan, representing, to a certain extent, the latter's personal presence. "You are the chairman's eyes, you are the emperor's arm." Song Shi had heard these words again and again, but most of them were just polite words tinged with genuine sincerity. Dominic and his ilk, by proclaiming themselves His Majesty's sharpest blade, genuinely considered themselves the representatives of the Lord of Yinan. Let's get to the result first, Songshur said, rubbing his temples and clearing his throat. No problem, I personally go and see if you can truly bear the weight of His Majesty's sword. Songshur asked, you plan to conduct 2 exercises simultaneously? Dominic first raised his hand, signaling everyone to return to their posts, then shook his head. The joint military exercise you just saw is almost over. Our military exercise in the Abyss is also nearing completion, and will officially begin soon. Personnel can be transferred in time. Songshur believed him. Before joining the Axiom Army, he had read a lot of materials. The Axiom Army conducted military exercises every few days, claiming to be always ready to uphold the glorious righteous path, possessing extremely rich and extensive experience in this area. What's the depth of your training area? Dominic replied, Depth 1. The temporary network serving as the exercise area has been completed, the containment fences are fully operational, and an Abyss Lord has been assigned as a technical advisor to ensure no confidential data is leaked during the exercise. Once the exercise ends, this temporary network will undergo an annihilation process, obliterating all data and leaving nothing usable. Songshur asked again, what about security? The pressure at Depth 1 isn't strong, but deaths within it will still have some impact. The mortality rate is ample, Dominic said. Dominic continued, all login devices have just undergone maintenance, and the logistics and medical team is on standby in reality, ready to assess physiological conditions at any time. Then I have no questions, Songshur indicated his approval. Due to the limitations of the Megaproject Domain Firewall, and the fact that most virtual login device and service providers have signed the regulations on limiting virtualization based on scientific and ethical factors, the virtualization level of the upper layer domain cannot be too high. To ensure realism, the Axiom Army chose to set this military exercise at Depth 1, the Abyss. However, I cannot stop on other aspects, Songshur clapped his hands. In the name of Border Patrol and Supervision, I grant Anthony Sally administrative authority. He will be responsible for the review on my behalf. Any objections? No objections. Dominic nodded slightly, paused, and said, these are certainly important, but I believe His Majesty's intention in bringing you here is primarily military. So I will remain on this ship of Axiom and Order, Songshur replied calmly. You won't be disappointed. With business successfully concluded, a slight smile finally appeared on Dominic's usually meticulous face. He pondered for a moment, then pointed to the relief depicting the opening of the 3 worlds. Your Excellency, you are not a Vero, so you probably don't know that traditional reliefs depicting the opening of the 3 worlds don't have this break. He was pointing to the broken axe of the god King Oradat. Songshur cooperated. Then what's the meaning behind what you're doing now? It's not about meaning, it's just to remind every soldier of justice to remember this. Dominic stared at the crack, his tone undisguisedly solemn. 79 years ago, the sharpest blade that should have belonged to Oradat was broken like never before. That was a complete and utter defeat and disgrace, instigated by the Van Pusta Empire. The man's right hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword. Now we have a true mortal king, but the shame remains, and defeat has not been turned into victory. We have not let go of these things for a moment, and that is the meaning of the Justice Army. Dominic raised his voice. This world will surely usher in a glorious righteous path. Bring a glorious righteous path through war? Songshur smiled leisurely. Even the most correct principles are difficult to implement without a sword at your throat. Dominic remained unmoved, like the Van Pusta Empire, which was obsessed with religion and feudal autocracy, manipulating millions of people under the guise of faith, and even creating the toxic legacy of negative entities. A massive war was needed to burn them all to ashes before a new, glorious path could be rebuilt. We are ready. The man concluded the conversation with these words. Songshur's accommodation was arranged in a private cabin within the Axiom Order. This was one of the highest-ranking officer cabins on the entire space carrier, decorated with palatial opulence, which Songshur readily accepted. For these military aristocrats, who called themselves the Emperor's Sword, power and treatment were highly correlated. If Songshur had refused this luxurious cabin and casually opted for a standard one, they would have only been puzzled, not anything else. Phew, Songshur snapped his fingers, and the intelligent control system activated the cabin's lighting, thoughtfully adjusting it to the most comfortable brightness. Among the various forces in Yinan, the Axiom Army was the most closed off. It was said that even the history textbooks for its core factions were custom-made, told from the perspective of the Vero Empire. Although this had been somewhat modified after being reminded by the First Court. In provinces like Red Frost, everyone considered it an honor to become a businessman, dreaming of joining the Haida trade and taking charge of a region's trade. Within the core of the Justice Army, soldiers hold extremely high status. Officers consistently rank first on the annual career preference list. From Boy Scouts and conscripts to reserves and subsequent promotions, the Justice Army possesses a mature system. If the Emperor demands it, the Justice Army can instantly mobilize a massive force to fight for his glorious righteous path. Do you have anything to say? Songshur pulled up a chair and leaned down, looking at Anthony and King Jinchi. I have no problem. King Jinchi carefully chose his words. Given important military matters, my position precludes further discussion. Songshur then looked at Anthony. Anthony nodded calmly. I have some knowledge of military operations. Please participate in the exercises yourself. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 473. Of course I believe you. I mean, don't you have anything else to say? Commander Dominic just said so much. Songshur rested one hand on the brown red solid wood armrest. Lapis Lazuli isn't from Yunnan, so it's normal that she doesn't feel anything, but Anthony, don't you plan to offer any opinions? For example, on the glorious righteous path? Hearing this, Anthony finally raised his head slightly. He looked at Songshur for a while before replying, Your Excellency, I still remember the destruction of Sunildara. I understand. Songshur nodded and stood up. Then let's leave it at that. You can make your own arrangements. I go for a walk alone. As you wish. Anthony bowed. I go online for a bit. Lapis Lazuli flew towards a corner. Songshur walked out of the cabin, and a miniature drone immediately flew over to guide him and provide services. Probably because Dominic considered that this patrol inspector didn't have a prosthetic body, and that electronic life would be inconvenient. This drone was also high-end. It wasn't the common rotary wing type, but rather equipped with an anti-gravity engine, its body perfectly rounded, and it flew almost silently. Upon receiving the command take me to the deck, it swiftly flew ahead, weaving and turning, opening all the doors as soon as it arrived, leading Songshur back to the deck without hindrance. On the vast deck, there were more people in military uniforms and engineering clothes than expected, mostly carrying out routine maintenance work. No one was wearing a safety harness. No one was qualified to be a member of this Axiom order. Even the most ordinary member of the mechanical team could easily overcome the high-altitude wind pressure and ensure they wouldn't be suddenly blown away. Along the way, everyone who recognized the young man's face immediately fell silent. They didn't approach, but simply bowed respectfully, watching him until he was out of sight, unwilling to look away. Songshur sat on the edge of the deck, following the gentle female voice from the drone's announcement that this was Deck Area 3. If anyone else had openly sat on the edge of the space carrier's deck, using it like a flowerbed for a spring outing, they would have inevitably received a barrage of verbal and physical reprimands from the ship's officers, and the deck would have been thoroughly scrubbed. Fortunately, his identity as a patrol inspector was a great help, ensuring that no one could criticize him. Songshur slowly exhaled, feeling the air hitting his face. Dara in the traditional context of the Sunil Federation means brilliant, and Sunildara is the capital of the Sunil Federation. Then, this treasure, which the Sunil people were so proud of, was reduced to ashes along with millions of people 81 years ago by the Eastern Continent Republic's space-based weapon, Heavenly Torch of Calamity. Now, in Yunnan, the predecessor of the Second National Assembly is the Sunil Federation. As expected, everyone is impatient. Songshur tapped the deck beside him. It was made of some kind of composite metal, extremely tough, with a non-slip coating. Upon closer inspection, subtle bumps and dents were clearly visible, but this didn't diminish the space carrier's appearance. Instead, it added a sense of realistic solidity. His gaze then drifted outwards. At an altitude of 20,000 meters, everything seemed so small. Even with Songshur's eyesight, he couldn't see the roots and veins of a weed on the ground. He casually grabbed something and smelled a faint odor of engine oil, likely coming from the lower compartments. Songshur waved to a soldier not far away. Yes, it's you. No ambiguity, come here. A young man in his early 20s jogged over, his expression revealing an undisguised unease. He opened his mouth, seemingly considering what to say to such a high-ranking figure, but finally stood solemnly and said, Lester Breen, 1st 3rd Assault Team, salutes you, Inspector General. Songshur sized him up. Though called a young man, his ceramic bulletproof armor, massive prosthetic arm, and the intense red glow in his pupils, along with the modules covering his entire body, clearly indicated he was a ruthless character who could easily wipe out an entire street gang with just a gun or an armor-piercing power sword. Qualified to serve on a space carrier, and as a member of an assault team, he would be considered a top-tier soldier in the Justice Army. It's not a formal inquiry, just a casual chat. Songsher gestured for him not to be nervous, and first posed a soothing, gentle question. How long have you served? Sir, 9 years. Including my Boy Scout and Reserve service, it's 11 years. 11 years. Songsher calculated the time. Considering the man's age, you've risen quite quickly. The young man, whose face resembled two-edged circuits, replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. My combat skills, prosthetic body fit, and scores in firearms and vehicle skills assessments have consistently been #1 in the district. Songsher nodded, pondered for a moment, and then asked, why did you join the Justice Army? To become His Majesty's sword. The man's answer was extremely formal, without a trace of deception, to spread the glorious path of righteousness throughout the world. As he spoke, the man looked directly at Songsher, a subtle shift in his expression on his deep-set face, as if he were anticipating something. Emotional control was a fundamental training exercise for the Justice Army, something he had always excelled at, yet at this moment, a slight ripple stirred within him. When it came to authority, even his superior, the commander of the Justice Army's 2nd Army Group, was somewhat inferior to a regional inspector from the 1st Court. A very standard answer, Songsher said. But is there anything more detailed? I'd like to hear it. Something more detailed? The man paused slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, Inspector, do you know Amber Lake? Songsher had absolutely no idea. Fortunately, the other person continued naturally. It was a saltwater lake, once an important salt-producing area of the First Pharaoh dynasty. An amber-colored mineral accumulated at the bottom, so on sunny days, the entire lake looked like a piece of amber. Later, with advancements in salt extraction technology, Amber Lake's importance to the First Pharaoh dynasty gradually diminished, and it was instead developed into a tourist attraction, which was said to be quite successful. My great-grandfather described the scenery there to me. When they were children, they would roll around by the lake, and when they came home, they would be covered in brown salt stains, and get a good beating from the adults. The man paused, then slowly said, Amber Lake is gone. The long swords of the Holy Crown Knights evaporated the lake water, and shattered the dried-up lakebed. The scenery my ancestors saw, I will never have the chance to see again. That's what I think. The man's tone was flat as he said this, but his prosthetic eyes shone with a molten iron-like light. The Van Pusta Empire should pay something. Chapter 474. The 3rd day after boarding Axiom Order. In peacetime, this aerospace carrier has been roaming the entire territory of Yan'an in stealth mode. Stealth mode includes wide-area optical camouflage, so most Yan'an residents are unaware that a monstrous steel behemoth has just passed overhead. However, to prepare for border patrols, Axiom Order has been operating in the airspace of the Axiom Army's core territory, almost in a semi-static state. Personal cabin. Oh, it's almost done so quickly. Taking the briefing handed to him by Anthony, Songsher quickly scanned it while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The situation is quite good. Before his official arrival, the Axiom Army had already launched a wave of internal purges, severely cracking down on those who withheld military pay, overstated military expenses, embezzled, solicited bribes, and sold official positions. Every power has its deep-seated problems. Not everyone's heart is solely devoted to His Majesty. Moreover, the two are not necessarily contradictory. In short, after executing the dragon in the lightning-fast trial, he was just as bored as he was at the Haida Trading Company. Oh well, not quite. Your Excellency, Commander Hubbard sent me a message. Dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, always carrying a data tablet, Anthony actually seemed quite out of place in the fully armed space carrier. However, that sense of incongruity vanished the moment he stepped into the cabin, decorated like a nobleman's bedroom. He said that preparations for the exercise are complete, and the opening ceremony is tentatively scheduled for 3 p.m. He asked me to ask for your opinion, Anthony said. Songsher glanced at the upper right corner of the data panel. 4 hours until 3 p.m. Tell him it's fine. He quickly tossed the data panel back to Anthony. I'm waiting to inspect it. And so, 4 hours later. Axiom Order, Abyss Submersible Chamber. Beneath the towering steel walls, rows of silver-white cubes were arranged like a honeycomb. From the gaps in the honeycomb matrix, a gentle white light flickered and faded at a stable frequency. Cyber warfare is a crucial part of modern warfare, and the space carrier cannot be left out. It has prepared a dedicated Abyss Submersible Chamber. No brains. This was Songsher's first reaction. If it were a corporate alliance like Fubo Energy Groden Glory, its Abyss Submersible Chamber would surely be crammed with clones or non-clones brain-soaking and green life-sustaining agents. These would serve as filters during Abyss submersion, reducing the abyss pressure on the personnel and improving efficiency. The Justice Army isn't those greedy, money-grubbing freaks, Dominic said, his tone now slightly reserved, having been present at the scene. We are His Majesty's sword, the practitioners of the glorious righteous path. Songshur agreed. Songshur wasn't the only one preparing to dive, or rather, there were many. A quick glance revealed at least 1,000 people gradually lying down in their cabins. Most were completely focused, their expressions solemn and devout. We deployed over 100,000 men for this exercise, primarily from the 2nd and 3rd Armies, Dominic said, observing his soldiers. What you see now is only a portion, many more are not part of the Justice Army, but believe me, they are all reliable and powerful warriors. Songshur pressed the edge of the submersible's interface. The texture was much smoother than he had expected. Then he laid down inside. The hatch closed, and his vision went dark for a moment, then a ghostly blue light gradually illuminated the inner walls of the rectangular block. The external chain device hissed against the back of his head, and his consciousness seemed to sink to the bottom of the sea, a warm current enveloping every inch of his body. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, Songshur opened his eyes. The blurry pixels rendered into sharpness at a visible speed. The environment was inside a vehicle, presumably a mobile base vehicle. The interior space wasn't small, with a square table in the center. A 3D holographic projection map floated on the table, a massive number of red dots spreading across the broken corridors, streets, and highways, like a tide attempting to engulf the city ahead. Accompanied by a loud roar outside, the space shook violently, presumably the aftershocks of close-range artillery fire. "Commander, we must hold on." A burly, fully armed man jumped out from the side, shouting, "Just hold on for another 19 hours. Hold Urea. Our reinforcements will arrive at that time. Don't rush." Songshur placed his hands on the table. "Let me check the settings first." "Okay." The burly man said "oh," and stepped aside. As expected of an exercise to be inspected by border patrols, every detail was taken into account. Songshur had just focused his gaze on the 3D map when a briefing immediately popped up beside him. The gist was that a full-scale world war had begun, and their current battlefield was Yinan's attack on Urea, an industrial city belonging to the Enterprise Alliance. Urea possessed both strategic location and industrial capacity. Yinan was determined to capture it, and the Enterprise Alliance could not afford to give it up. Therefore, the two sides had begun a war of attrition over the city. Am I on the Enterprise Alliance's side? Songshur continued reading. Yinan had mobilized 70,000 troops for a major offensive against Urea, while the Enterprise Alliance had deployed 30,000 troops for a desperate resistance. Then I still have the advantage. Songshur quickly made his judgment. He wasn't really good at group command, but in his previous life, he had personally experienced many large-scale battlefields, so he had some basic knowledge in this area. Yinan's forces were indeed twice as many, but the Enterprise Alliance, relying on Urea to build fortifications and fight a positional defense war, could largely compensate for their numerical disadvantage. Furthermore, due to the industrial city setting, Yinan needed to ensure productivity after occupation as much as possible, and couldn't indiscriminately bombard the city, limiting the use of high-powered weapons. And most importantly, they only had 19 hours. In such a short time, to conquer a modern city of 700 square kilometers. Even just a preliminary occupation was an extremely difficult task. So, you're going to use this to prove the strength of the Axiom army to me, no to that person? Songshur slid out the list. Then first, let's see what's banned in this exercise. Okay, 5th ring psionicists are banned. Now we don't have to worry about the Axiom army commander flashing over our heads and cleaving the city to smithereens with a single sword strike. No, not only 5th ring, but 4th ring psionicists are banned too. Of course, according to the given background setting, this is the Enterprise Alliance's 4th ring support being intercepted by Yinan's 4th ring. Currently, the two sides are fighting hundreds of miles away from Urea, so it won't affect the situation in Urea. To translate, the supernatural units appearing in this exercise have a maximum level of 4, equivalent to 3rd ring psionicists, or top-tier cybernetic beings with advanced weaponry. Songshur stroked his chin. In this situation, yet you put me on the defensive. Are you trying to show me how to deal with high-level supernatural units? Chapter 475. Oh, the space carrier hasn't been deployed either. With 30,000 against 70,000, the advantage is on my side. After understanding the situation, Songshur turned to the burly man. What is your current identity? The man truthfully reported, an armed personnel hired by Southern Heavy Industries, as one of your special operations team members. Songshur sized him up. The burly man carried a large power axe. His two mechanical arms were thicker than a silverback gorilla's, covered in thick armor, and had additional propulsion nozzles at his ankles and knees, clearly a type specializing in close to medium-range combat. This isn't Southern Heavy Industries at all. Isn't it all from Yunnan? There wasn't a single Southern Heavy Industries logo visible on the weapons and cybernetic prosthetics on the burly man's body. It's like this. The other party replied, we can't possibly have all the parameters of the military equipment and other data from the corporate alliance, so we can't reproduce them in the abyss. Therefore, both sides are simply using the same identity, with some data adjustments made to the equipment. The actual situation is still the same. Essentially, it's still a red-blue offensive and defensive exercise. That makes sense. Songshur nodded and checked his identity. Corporate Alliance, a special operations advisor under the Security Department of Southern Heavy Industries' parent company. This position is designed for those who are capable, but don't want to manage affairs. Theoretically, they have considerable power, but they can't interfere with the company's business operations across departments. It's a sinecure where they can enjoy themselves normally, and only use force when necessary. Songshur then opened the command system and found that he had permission to view almost all of the corporate alliance's intelligence and deployments, but he couldn't personally issue command orders. It was astonishing that after the exercise officially began, his own troops, disregarding his border patrol and surveillance status, had directly stripped him of his command authority, retaining only the right to provide real-time advice. Well done. Songshur tapped the table, offering sincere praise. A general in the field may disobey the Emperor's orders. The mobile base vehicle stopped, the heavy bulletproof door opened, and Songshur jumped out. This place was originally probably a commercial street, but after several rounds of long-range fire from the Yunnan side, it was almost completely razed to the ground, a landscape of ruins. A piercing shriek swept wildly overhead. Songshur looked up. A series of dazzling flashes of light suddenly ripped through the sky, like exploding fireworks, scattering across the city. The tremors beneath his feet continued incessantly, seemingly never-ending. Songshur's senses expanded, scanning his surroundings. No one was there. It seemed this exercise hadn't included civilians. That meant fewer restrictions on him. Do you have a communicator? The most durable kind. The burly man who had just gotten out of the car rushed back inside, quickly rummaging for a black, palm-sized metal disc. It's a Crust-Yo-type integrated battlefield communicator. It's highly resistant to high pressure, high temperature, corrosion, and magnetic interference. Songshur took it and dialed an encrypted communication channel provided by the command system. Hello, this is Special Operations Advisor Songshur. Can you hear me? Roger. This is the Uriah Temporary Command Center. I looked at our personnel deployment list. There are 3 Depth 4 demons. Any one of them will do. Have him set up a real-time communication line for me. As they delve deeper into the abyss, the power of the demons gradually blurs the boundaries between the network and reality. In electromagnetically silent zones, places where signals theoretically cannot propagate, some powerful demons can still achieve network communication. For them, the medium for transmitting network signals is no longer just electromagnetic waves, but also the abyss and psionic energy. Deep 4 demons possess this ability. Even before officially joining the battlefield, Songshur, with his experience, could guess the current situation. The electronic warfare on both sides is practically a bloodbath. Battlefield communication signals are fragmented, like isolated islands in the ocean. In this situation, even the highest command center cannot maintain real-time control of the overall situation, down to each individual soldier. When the signal is weak, tactical execution in local areas must rely on the independent judgment of junior officers. Therefore, Songshur requested a precious psionic communication line to maintain real-time contact with the upper command center. Application approved. Psychic communication established. 3 breaths later, a reply came from the other end of the communicator. Special Operations Advisor, Songshur, here is the first order. Until the second order is received, you may act independently and subjectively to suppress the enemy's offensive. Received. Songshur casually broke off a piece of steel bar from the ruins of a roadside cafe, using forging flames to heat it into a thin, flexible iron rope, which he strung together and hung on his waist. I will not let the company down. I will shatter Yunnan's delusions. That's all. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator. Then, there was silence. However, sensing the faint, unfamiliar spiritual energy within the communicator, Songshur knew the other party would always be there. This, a person from Southern Heavy Industries. Songshur waved to the burly man. I'm getting ready to go. You can make your own arrangements. Understood. The burly man stood at attention, bowed, then grinned, revealing gleaming teeth. Patrol? No, Special Operations Advisor, you won't be disappointed. I be watching. Songshur patted the man's shoulder, then his 10-meter-long fiery wings suddenly unfurled, carrying the young man into the sky. His vision suddenly shifted. From this elevated perspective, the massive industrial city transformed into a square chessboard, tens of thousands of black dots clashing and battling between the vertical and horizontal squares, the blood-red vapor rising fiercely in the black engine oil, only to be torn to shreds by the sudden gust of wind. Thick, swirling clouds painted the sky a deep, inky black, like a plunge into a bottomless abyss. Occasionally, a few wispy silver streaks would flash, making the sky seem as if it were about to pour down and overturn the entire city. The immense power generated by Yinan's wide-area celestial control device molded nature into its desired shape, suppressing the Enterprise Alliance's air power with a severe thunderstorm. Huff. For this one-off military exercise, the Axiom Army hadn't gone so far as to build a complete city model from scratch. Many areas showed obvious signs of random generation and copy-pasting. Yet, it was still realistic enough. Yet, it was still an industrial city of 700 square kilometers. Songshur closed his eyes, feeling the breath carried by the gale. The pressure of the abyss at depth 1 was insignificant to him now. Its effect was no stronger than the feeling of gently brushing the back of his hand with a feather. But it's precisely this slight, almost imperceptible sense of alienation that makes one realize that no matter how high the level of realism is raised, this is ultimately not the underlying reality. Really, it's been a long time since I had a large-scale battle. Let's have a light slaughter. Chapter 476. Songshur raised his hand and crushed a spark. A torrent of spiritual energy flame surged forth, like a rushing river, briefly illuminating the dim, gloomy sky. These flames surged towards the heavy slayer, enveloping its blade. The blade rapidly dissolved and dissipated, transforming into scalding crimson-gold lava. The lava flowed in midair, gathering but not dispersing, gradually condensing into a straight crimson-gold line. The crimson-gold flame, as thick as an arm, extended forward for 100 meters before gradually extinguishing. A spark was spent, purely to enhance the heavy slayer. A heavy slayer mode more suitable for the battlefield. A 100-meter flame line. Songshur picked up the heavy slayer and slashed it diagonally to the right. The 100-story building cracked slightly, a line of molten iron-like fissure appearing on its surface, splitting it diagonally in two. Blazing fire erupted wildly from the fissure, like a blooming lily, engulfing the building in a deafening roar. Almost there, Songshur sighed. He didn't possess a psionic technique like self-destruction, so he couldn't create a series of terrifyingly bright explosions immediately after his strike. The audiovisual effects were lacking. As he spoke, he casually slashed across the street. How to describe the scene? First, a straight line of crimson gold shot down from the sky, instantly slicing across the entire street. Less than a tenth of a second later, like a giant fountain in a dance hall, jets of fire burst forth, breaking free of the Earth's restraints, the terrifying heat obliterating all vision. Steel and concrete buildings, huge billboards dimmed by the power outage, roads once trampled by countless people and their plastic bags. Everything was reduced to ashes in the self-immolating wind. That was pretty good. The next instant, the atmosphere shattered violently, and Songshur vanished from his spot, replaced by a streak of fire that swept across the sky. In a few breaths, Songshur arrived at the front of the battlefield. A 100-meter-long fiery blade slashed out, easily slicing through a large armed shuttle along its path, like a block of butter, causing it to explode violently. Even as the firework had barely lit up and hadn't completely dissipated, Songshur appeared hundreds of meters away, sweeping away a swarm of drones within a 100-meter radius with a single, powerful strike. Psionic skill. Soaring Sky. Soaring Sky enhances burst damage and short-distance straight-line dashes, making it less effective for scenarios requiring agility and long-distance travel. However, in a large battlefield set in a city, Songshur didn't need to consider agility at all. His only task was to unleash the full power of Soaring Sky high-speed burst, pushing the efficiency of the slaughter to new heights. Indeed, this wasn't a battle, but a pure massacre. Even without using Calamity, the enhancements from Embers, Boiling Blood, and Forging Flames meant that Songshur's most ordinary slashes could easily incinerate his targets. Ground troops with implanted light steel subshells and massive, heavily armored, intelligent spider-like robots were virtually indistinguishable before the fiery blades descending from the sky. Both were instantly shattered and reduced to ashes. To those in the area, all they saw was a streak of fire flashing rapidly across the sky, leaving blinding trails. Each time it appeared in a new location, it inevitably unleashed a cataclysmic inferno. Third-ring psionicists inherently possess the ability to dictate the course of a battlefield. Having been reborn and reached the third ring, Songshur was now utterly unstoppable. Songshur snapped his fingers, and invisible ripples of crimson gold spread, covering an area with a radius of 1 kilometer around him. Psionic art, scorched earth. Still not enough, Songshur shattered another spark, and surging psionic energy poured into scorched earth, coating it with an even more scorching heat. Then he charged. Facing the overwhelming force ahead, Songshur showed no intention of defense. Instead, he charged out of his own lines, carrying scorched earth with him, like a crimson gold meteor from outer space, about to crash into it. At the forefront of this new offensive was a group of steel behemoths on land, the Axiom Army's heavy tank formation. The thunderstorms dominating the sky posed a significant obstacle to flying units and guided missiles, but Yinan possessed extensive experience and technological development countermeasures in this regard. Suppressing enemy air power through wide area weather control devices to establish an advantage for friendly air power, thus increasing air superiority and decreasing enemy air power, and finally advancing the battle line with heavy infantry under the cover of air power. This is one of Yunan's most classic tactics. Several breaths ago, Songshur, still in the sky, clearly saw the heavy tank formation speeding towards Urea, preparing for a mass assault. Once these land behemoths, each weighing at least several hundred tons, rammed in with full nuclear power, no fortification would be as sturdy as a thin biscuit. Even if trenches were dug, these land behemoths could use makeshift anti-gravity devices and their own high speed to force their way through. Perhaps only a canyon could truly stop these steel monsters. Therefore, it must be contained first. Just as Songshur was about to plunge into the tank formation, the enemy finally made a move. Above the armored formation, a transport shuttle at a higher altitude hissed, spewing out white steam. The hatch opened, revealing a massive iron coffin. A cloud of cold air erupted from within the iron coffin, silently standing a 3-meter-tall, rust-red exoskeleton, resembling a demon clad in armor, reminiscent of knights charging with banners raised in bygone days. Bang, 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 the binding steel cables detached one by one. The head, which had been hanging low in an inverted triangle shape, slowly rose. A deep crimson light emanated from the 2 rows of prosthetic eyes. The next instant, sharp alloy claws tore through the remaining cables, and the rust-red demon knight streaked across the sky, maintaining supersonic speed as it charged towards Songshur. Oh! Numbered Knight. Liu Guan accurately tracked the enemy's movements, and Songshur slightly halted his charge. Numbered Knights are the strongest superhuman unit sequence of the Axiom Army, excluding the influence of psychic energy. Each pilot undergoes a long and rigorous examination, selected through multiple layers of screening. Only those with the highest compatibility with cybernetics and the greatest talent for exoskeleton control are qualified to pilot Numbered Knights. These are exoskeletons built by the Axiom Army at any cost, employing numerous top-tier technologies and custom-designed. Each Numbered Knight is said to be capable of directly confronting a third-ring psychic. The reason they are called Numbered Knights is that they all possess. "What's your number?" Songshur asked with interest. "Number, Rust." Even before the roar, the Numbered Knight charged forward, its arms unleashing arc-shaped blades, their rust-red edges clashing as they slashed relentlessly at their target. "Sounds all right." Songshur nodded. Immediately, the fiery blade shattered the sky with the force of a cleaving storm. And shattered this Rust Knight as well. Chapter 477. Just like his opponent's unhesitating action, Songshur also decisively activated Calamity. And that was the end of it. The 100-meter-long fiery blade, brimming with destructive power, collided with the 2 fluorescent, curved blades. The latter disintegrated and shattered upon contact, cleanly slicing into the rusty breastplate. Its defensive modules likely employed some kind of energy matter composite technology, giving the armor the combined effect of armor and energy shield. Normally, it could withstand a direct hit from a heavy tank's main gun without issue. However, as a chilling burst of indigo lightning flashed across the breastplate surface, the rusty armor crumbled, overloaded, and failed. The entire exoskeleton was nearly severed in half. Its momentum didn't diminish. The Numbered Knight was sent flying hundreds of meters, his body ablaze, like a fireball crashing into a street, unable to rise again. "Not nearly as tough as Lu Danshu," Songshur commented. "Well, it's not that bad. This Rust armor's moves are definitely more than just charging in and hacking away. If the situation were right, I'd be happy to give it a chance to show off. But we're at war now. There's no other way." Songshur turned his gaze. In that short time, guided missiles, pulse beams, and electromagnetic cannons locked onto and fired. The sky was ablaze. On a battlefield of 100,000 people, the density of long-range firepower was immense, and the offensive was so fierce that even the scorched earth was trembling from the bombardment, almost being pierced through in an instant. 5 sparks appeared. Those heavily armored tanks that were still advancing at breakneck speed, about to break 150 miles per hour, had to be dealt with immediately. Considering that these things were heavily fortified, with all types of protective units fully deployed and their defensive capabilities overflowing, roasting them with scorched earth alone would take a long time. Let's just go 4 or 5 suns in the sky. Song Sure made the decision swiftly. But the instant the 5 sparks appeared, a dazzling phosphorescent light rose from the other side of the earth, stretching out a brilliant silver line that pierced towards the young man's heart. A sense of alarm surged. The vision of the glassy temple allowed Song Sure to glimpse the true form of this silver line, a brass bullet the size of an index finger. In the middle of the brass bullet, someone had hand-engraved a line of admonition in silver paste. Principle is practice. Accursed poison bullet. Song Sure recognized the bullet's essence at a glance. Generally speaking, some psionic techniques can extract the soul, life force, resentment, and other abstract elements of another, condensing them onto a concrete object. This can be considered a special kind of psionic weaponry. Reborn in Palosher in this life, in his final battle against Gabi, the security chief of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, he achieved a stunning victory despite only being a newcomer to the second ring. Part of the reason was that Gabi had been hit by a cursed poison bullet from Sparrow's eye beforehand. The penetrating chill of this cursed poison bullet clearly indicated it was a top-tier weapon capable of threatening even a high-level third-ring psychic. Soaring. At the critical moment, Song Sure abandoned his attempt to unleash 5 suns soaring through the sky, vanishing from his spot, and reappearing 100 meters away, avoiding the sniper's shot. 35 miles away, the Night Noble Lance lowered the electromagnetic sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. This sniper gun was so extravagantly large that even his 3-meter-tall exoskeleton armor appeared slender and delicate next to it. The target avoided the sniper, Naruto. Continue with the original plan. Behind the heavy tank formation were a massive number of autonomous armed machines and transport vehicles full of Axiom Army soldiers. Amidst the ceaseless roar of artillery fire, large numbers of soldiers suddenly filled up their artificial glands with military stimulants and other chemical drugs, picked up their guns, and charged forward fearlessly. Received. Inside an armored vehicle serving as a mobile signal relay base station, the windows were closed. The interior, which should have been sleek and minimalist, was now covered in concentric rings of silver patterns on the dashboard, the inner walls of the closed windows, and the upper deck. A man in his early 30s, dressed in a military uniform cut like a short robe, called Naruto, sat upright inside. His expression was solemn as he looked down at the ceramic jar in his arms, filled with fine, light gray clay. He was a third-ring psychic, on the path of revelation. Following the communication from the Night Noble Lance, the man released his previously concealed psychic energy, and the powerful psychic energy of the third environment rapidly spread. He bit his thumb, and crimson blood smeared across his eyes, winding its way down his cheek. Then, the man raised his head, and looked towards the horizon. He was certain that the other party would not have overlooked him. Sure enough, almost the instant he cast his gaze, the young man known as Southern Dipper suddenly sensed a new spying. His gaze, like a sharp blade, pierced through the armored vehicle and landed precisely on the man. Even at this crucial moment, the man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such terrifying perception. No wonder he was a border patrol inspector under His Majesty's watchful eye. The sigh lasted only a fleeting moment. The next instant, the man's right hand reached into the pottery jar and picked up a handful of clay. The birth of the revelation path stemmed from the exploration of the unknown, the unknowable. In the old days, before the term psychic power became widespread, some people called their revelation psychic power witchcraft. The man spontaneously kneaded and shaped the clay in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a human figure emerged. Through physical, emotional, or psychic mediums, contact with things can influence their whole or parts. This is called the law of contact in revelation. Like the legends of the Eastern continent, throwing sand at someone's shadow can cause them illness. Because the shadow is part of a person, influencing the shadow indirectly affects the person themselves. When the other party perceives your hostility and sees you, you are also seeing them. Contact, establishment. Psychic art, clay doll creation. In the man's palm, the clay doll, its previously blank face now revealing a young face. It was Song Sure's face. Using the medium of initial contact, creating a clay doll corresponding to the target further solidifies and strengthens the contact. This is the effect of clay doll creation. The man suddenly gripped the clay doll tightly. With this action, an indescribable burning sensation rose from his clenched fingers, a heat wave erupted, and the temperature of the entire vehicle instantly soared to 100 degrees Celsius, and continued to rise rapidly. In that instant, it was as if the man was grasping not a clay doll, but a red-hot branding iron. His skin instantly burned, and the iron itself throbbed violently, as if the bones in his fingers were about to shatter. But ultimately, he had grasped the clay doll for a fleeting moment. The binding is complete. Igoda! Throw the Thunder Sword. Chapter 478. Roger. At the rear of the battlefield for the Axiom army, for steel monsters, nearly 100 meters tall, stood like giant towers of the earth. The heavily armored tank Axiom Crown Guard, charging at the forefront, was one of the Axiom army's main active-duty models, widely deployed across the 4 army groups. Even without any enhancement modules, the newly manufactured white model was 13 meters long and weighed over 250 tons, truly a land behemoth. But even the Axiom Crown Guard appeared too small and docile compared to these 4 steel monsters. The Axiom Army's air and ground strike armaments only appeared in large-scale hot wars, elite units capable of crushing cities head-on. War megastructures. When they officially began their advance, a war would enter its final stage. Inside one of these war megastructures, in the central control cabin connected by countless black pipes, stood the woman called Igoda. The standard operating team for a war megastructure consisted of 60 people, and she was the commander of this team. Before their moment of appearance, this colossal war machine suddenly stirred. Its apex flickered silently, emitting high-energy particles that drew countless hydrogen ions, causing them to surge and converge. Silver arcs crackled and flashed, and amidst the chilling high-energy fluctuations, a pure energy sphere the size of a 3-story apartment was generated within the arc-shaped device at the top of the tower. This energy sphere was essentially a highly concentrated sphere of positively charged hydrogen ions. The beyond visual range high-energy ion cannon, Thunder Sword. A single shot could obliterate an area of 20 square kilometers. This type of ultra-high energy, stored energy strike is typically used for targeted attacks on strategic facilities and the destruction of heavily armored legions, rather than against a single individual. Because it's pointless. Its destructive power is indeed terrifying enough. If a third-ring psychic were to take a direct hit, even they would be severely injured, or even killed instantly. But the prerequisite is achieving a direct hit. Extremely acute extrasensory perception, uncanny premonition, flexible and versatile special methods, or simply relying on physical abilities and super-fast maneuverability to prevent the war machine from locking onto them. Third-ring psychics, it can be said, all possess their own psychic skill systems. This kind of ultra-high energy attack, requiring a short period of charging, is almost impossible to actually hit them. If it grazes the edge, then there's some danger, but not much. According to unofficial statistics, third-ring psychics who die from this attack are primarily of the truth and balance paths. It's not that these two paths are weak, but some inherent truths and laws of balance are indeed unsuitable for evading or directly withstanding high-energy attacks. With the assistance of a series of instruments, Igoda's consciousness has merged into this war machine, making it an extension of itself. Meanwhile, her second-ring consensus psychic power enabled the remaining 59 members of her control team to achieve perfect, synchronized coordination. Thunder Sword is ready. A second-ring consensus user and 59 non-psychic individuals would normally be wiped out in a few breaths by a slightly stronger third-ring user. But at this moment, Igoda felt no fear, only an overwhelming sense of confidence. The battlefield of the Axiom army is not a place where a mere third-ring user can be invincible. May the Emperor protect me. The steel pincers, deeply embedded in the war machine, retreated slightly. Silently, or rather, before the sound could spread, from its apex, pure white starlight trailed an unimaginably dazzling tail, traversing hundreds of miles, like a spear piercing the sky. A terrifying destructive force erupted. This beam of light stretched straight ahead, and the instantly expanding positively charged hydrogen ion spheres unleashed a tsunami of energy. Even the nearly collapsing heavy clouds and thunderstorms were forced apart, creating a long trench that revealed the azure sky behind it. Below the fourth ring, could a supernatural unit kill Songshur in a one-on-one duel? Firstly, no one in the Axiom army had the ability, they couldn't win. Secondly, there was no need. Kill him with one shot, or at least severely injure him. It's wartime. An invisible binding force, like an invisible giant hand, gripped his entire body. Songshur tried to break free. To be honest, it wasn't difficult. A mere surge of spiritual energy would be enough to shatter it. But it still took a moment. The gap between the spiritual energy binding and the ion cannon attack was less than a tenth of a second. His vision was completely filled with the blinding white light, and the surging energy flow reached him directly. Not bad coordination. Songshur thought approvingly. He understood what had happened. First, the numbered knight Rust provided close-range suppression, then the numbered knight Noble Lance sniped with poisoned bullets from beyond the line of sight, then, in the high-speed duel, a third ring revelation was used to bind him. Finally, the War Behemoth shipborne high-energy ion cannon served as the decisive blow. Simple tactics, but with the extremely precise coordination of these four sides, even he felt a little overwhelmed. After a full combo, a normal-strength third-ring psionicist would likely be swiftly killed. In this large-scale, intense battlefield, the Axiom army has indeed shown immense sincerity. A full-scale defense, stone sluice and scorched earth, not quite enough, lacking something. Throwing in a few fire seeds would be possible, but why not switch to offense? At the critical moment, Songshur abandoned his attempt to break free of the restraints and instead raised heavy slaughter. The two fire seeds were extinguished. The raging flames of the heavy slaughter surged wildly, reaching 100, 200, 300 meters in height. Before the endless flow of heat, even the thunderstorms in the sky seemed to tremble in fear, collapsing inwards. In the next instant, the flames transformed into a fiery blade, slashing towards the ion cannon that rose from the ground and pierced the sky. Inside the vehicle, almost simultaneously, the man's hand, gripping the clay doll, slipped and released its hold. His skin burned away, his bones charred black, but he paid no heed, his gaze fixed on the distance. The ion cannon and the flames collided. Initially, a massive spherical energy field spanning hundreds of meters appeared. Then, the aftershocks of both merged and exploded outwards, shattering the thunderstorms within thousands of meters and dispelling the clouds. The dim world was instantly illuminated, as bright as day, a light more dazzling than a flare, so bright it could burn one's eyes. Because accompanying this light was a torrent of energy spreading across the sky. The hundreds of meters-long flame front shattered, the pure white ion cannons disintegrated, and highly condensed spheres of charged hydrogen ions, like balloons expanded to their limit and then punctured, unleashed a series of scattered explosions in the air. Even though the core of the collision was still hundreds of meters above the ground, the terrifying aftershocks still engulfed everything below. Rows and rows of buildings melted and were blown away, and the city, with a radius of several kilometers, became a desolate, white crater before the man-made power. After a brief silence, everyone continued their charge and slaughter. Chapter 479. Target's current energy level has decreased by 17%. No major damage. Activate backup plan. Looking at the energy level spectrum analysis displayed on the observation device, Knight Noble Lance shouted in the encrypted channel while switching to a special splitting bomb. A flash of indigo lightning appeared on his shoulder, as his electromagnetic sniper rifle fired another long-range shot. Ripples appeared on the still-surging energy aftershocks in the sky. The special warhead split into 12 projectiles mid-flight, overcoming the interference of the high-energy environment, leaving staggered wakes, all locking onto the target. At that very moment, the previously contracted crimson-gold spherical field expanded again. The flying projectiles collided with the spreading scorched earth, exploding in a series of explosions on the surface. Not bad, really not bad. Songshur casually extinguished a spark, causing the dissipated heavy slayer to transform back into a 100-meter-long flame peak. He hovered in the sky, wiping the wound on his chest. The previous exchange of blows had neutralized most of the direct damage, but the strong aftershocks inevitably caused injury. However, with Swaysher full suppression, the injury was within acceptable limits. Neither too serious nor too minor. Aches an itch. Songshur pressed his neck. Indeed, I gave you. A new sniper shot mercilessly interrupted him. And immediately after, two humanoid machines hurtled through the air at supersonic speed. One was over 3 meters tall, its black wolf head bearing 2 rows of sharp teeth. The other was twice the size of a werewolf, a large humanoid mech, but more like a heavily armored steel knight wielding a gun. Numbered Knight, Wolf Owl. And Argus Mara, a current combat knight of the Axiom army, a high-ranking transcendence of the Third Ring. Including the numbered knight Rust, who was killed by a single devastating attack. 3 numbered knights, 1 mid-ranking revelation priest of the Third Ring, and 1 high-ranking transcendence combat knight of the Third Ring, totaling 5 extraordinary units qualified to be rated as level 4. The Axiom army, as the attacking force, had twice the strength of the defending force, and also had more level 4 extraordinary units. At this moment, the Axiom army had surprisingly deployed all of its extra level 4 extraordinary units to intercept Songshur. Primary mission objective, containment. Repeat. Primary mission objective, containment. We must create space for the other units to maneuver. Looking at the formation before him, Songshur sighed softly. If the battle line between the attacking and defending sides were a straight line, he had advanced slightly too far ahead. It was as if a large section of that straight line had been forcibly pushed outwards. The line has been crossed. This allowed Songshur to act with impunity, but also rendered the defending side's support virtually non-existent. The numerically inferior superhuman units were still engaged in urban warfare, desperately trying to intercept the attackers, and couldn't spare any resources. Technical support, such as firepower suppression or cyber intrusion, was also difficult to deliver across the front lines. Whoosh! The fierce fighting did not stop because of the scene here. Amidst the incessant, sharp whistling, transport shuttle after transport shuttle crashed into the defending airspace, aiming to drop their most elite special forces and tear the enemy apart from within. The whistling guided missiles, the artillery barrages, the pulse beams piercing the sky, and even the machine guns wielding fiery whips, attempting to cleave the sky, all trembled. The scorching winds of destruction swept across the heavens and earth, casting flickering light and shadow on the young man's face. It doesn't matter. In this situation, no matter how fierce the fighting, it's only your troops that get affected. Songshur slowly turned his heavy weapon, a grin spreading across his face. Here I come. The next instant, the young man abruptly changed direction, charging forward at breakneck speed. A fiery strike, carrying a raging sea of fire, slashed fiercely at the distant heavy tank formation. If we let the enemy continue their crushing advance like this, Urea might really not be able to hold out. Positioned at the forefront of the advance, to counter the defenders' wide-ranging attacks, these heavy tanks had long since dispersed, like heavy hammers distributed throughout the long battle line, leading the subsequent ground troops to relentlessly penetrate. Therefore, Songshur's fiery strike only shattered 2 tanks and dozens of nearby attacking units. Without giving them a chance to turn to another area and continue burning, the numbered knights and conquering knights furiously closed in, surrounding him. Somewhat unusually, the one responsible for close-quarter suppression wasn't a third ring, high-ranking transcendent conquering knight, but rather the non-psychic numbered knight Wolf Owl. Wolf Owl's exoskeleton had a werewolf-like silhouette, painted black, with sharply defined, extremely clean lines on the armor plates, giving it a powerful presence. It lived up to its appearance. Clearly activated some kind of overload mode, Wolf Owl's pupils were crimson, its body spewing scorching steam, and its pair of high-frequency claws and iron blades gleamed with a chilling light. To onlookers, even the prosthetic eye could barely discern Wolf Owl's outline. Only a crimson streak of light could be seen, swirling and flowing wildly around Songshur. It was like a crimson whirlwind surrounding the young man. With the pilot's terrifying control skills and the exoskeleton's functions working in tandem, the vectoring nozzles all over the fuselage roared wildly, allowing the Wolf Owl to maintain extremely high maneuverability even at speeds exceeding 3 times the speed of sound. It completely ignored inertia, changing direction at close range at will, creating a series of crisscrossing Mach rings. Night Wolf Owl exoskeleton type. Melee machine. While Wolf Owl engaged in close combat, active duty Knight Argus Mara, with both hands, gripped the musket, maintaining a 50-meter distance. Normally, at this level of combat, a 50-meter distance is almost indistinguishable from face-to-face. But with Wolf Owl's close-quarters interception, that 50 meters became a truly significant distance. Beneath his over 7-meter-tall steel-armored body, this musket was even larger than the main cannon of a heavy tank. As his psionic energy was activated, the dark gold patterns on Argus's musket's gray-white paint surface lit up segment by segment, the rectangular muzzle at the tip shimmering, brewing a dazzling energy ball. In a trance, a low, resounding chant echoed through the war-torn sky. Psionic art, Von Garrett's holy gun. Masters of weaponry often describe their skillful mastery of weapons as an extension of my own limbs, using phrases like the weapon is an extension of my own limbs to express the perfect harmony and seamless integration between themselves and their weapon. For beyond, this is no longer an exaggeration, but a precise description. Von Garrett Sandy, a renowned Grand Knight from the first dynasty of Vero hundreds of years ago, beyond reached the pinnacle of the 4th ring. He left behind 2 self-created psionic techniques, one of which was Von Garrett's holy gun, an energy weapon in the form of a musket. Or rather, a supernatural organ. May the Emperor protect me. With the clang of metal against metal, the index finger pulled the trigger. The beam of light roared forth. Chapter 480. The exquisite insight from the Lioli temple allowed Songshur, despite being at a speed disadvantage, to steadily withstand the wolf owl's ferocious lashes. After colliding 27 times in a single breath, just as Songshur seized an opening in the wolf owl's attack and activated Bad Calamity, a burst of light erupted from behind the wolf owl, followed by a series of light spheres piercing through the atmosphere and shooting straight towards them. Argus's musket. If time were to stand still at that moment, these fist-sized, scattered light spheres would inevitably evoke the image of summer soap bubbles. But as time resumed its flow, dozens of light spheres blanketed the sky, engulfing the entangled wolf owl and the young man. Songshur clicked his tongue, sensing something, and decisively abandoned his attack on the wolf owl. With a sweeping motion of his heavy strike, a rolling sea of flames rose, engulfing the swarm of light spheres. Taking advantage of this instant, the wolf owl used hypersonic maneuvering to escape its original position, appearing more than 10 meters away in another direction. Songshur didn't immediately pursue. He slightly turned around, feeling something was off about the sensation of shattering the light spheres, a strange, viscous feeling. It's not an energy cannon-like attack, it's an auxiliary artillery barrage using an inertial field. In an instant, Songshur made his judgment. These light spheres were essentially compressed inertial fields, capable of weakening various functions of the target, somewhat similar to stone slug, but with a significantly narrower application. The previous barrage was indiscriminate, covering all areas, and he had personally witnessed Wolf Owl graze one of them while maneuvering, yet remained unaffected. Is this some kind of psionic technique that, by marking allies beforehand, greatly reduces friendly fire? Bongaret's holy gun, this psionic technique that prevents friendly fire, considering that the opponent's primary weapon is a gun, must also possess psionic techniques to assist in precise target acquisition. Most likely, it's an extraordinary organ like eyes or multisensory perception. Wolf Owl engaged in close combat, Argus provided mid-range crowd control support, and another numbered knight hid dozens of miles away, constantly switching special ammunition for long-range sniping. This coordinated offensive and defensive strategy. Oh, almost forgot. Feeling the persistent discomfort throughout his body, Songshur knew without a doubt that Revelation was secretly stabbing him in the back. Then Wolf Owl pounced again. Its fists, claws, and blades, made using high-frequency principles, were practically indestructible divine weapons. Vibrating at hundreds of thousands of hertz, they could easily penetrate matter, and all of this would happen silently. To be more precise, the limit of frequencies audible to humans is below 20,000 hertz. On the battlefield of such high-level superhuman units, they wouldn't even be able to perceive what's happening. With such claws and blades, combined with its hypersonic speed, the wolf owl only needs to graze them to unleash a destructive storm of shattered metal. A jet-black flame blocked the swinging claws. The wolf owl's crimson pupils suddenly contracted. At the source of the flame, winding cracks appeared on the youth's face. The crimson-gold flames, like drops of ink, turned a deep, dark black. Self-immolation activated. Calamity flame activated. Songshur reminded him, "I'm going all out." The moment the cracks appeared all over the youth's body, Agus fired without hesitation. After being honed through countless psionic techniques, an energy engine network comprised of a main heart and 17 secondary nodes distributed throughout the body provided von Garrett's holy gun with abundant power. This time, it wasn't an inertial force field, but a condensed high-energy pulse. A straight spear of light pierced the sky, accompanied by the ozone-like smell of ionized air, hurtling towards Songshur, but it wasn't enough. Songshur laughed wildly, and Heavy Slayer unleashed its destructive power, slashing towards the pulse beam along with Wolf Owl. Clashing head-on, with Heavy Slayer enhanced by Calamity, Wolf Owl's right fist claw shattered instantly, its entire arm seeping into it with Calamity flame, disintegrating cleanly. High-frequency weapons are indeed divine weapons against matter, and as a numbered knight of the Axiom army, Wolf Owl's weapon was of top-tier specifications, incredibly expensive. After being reforged by the fire, the Heavy Slayer acquired the characteristic of having substance but no form, making it extremely resistant to this type of destruction. Not to mention, the forging flame was constantly providing support. The fact that it survived this attack was already a testament to Wolf Owl's own exceptional abilities, Argus's timely arrival, and the powerful amplification provided by Revelation beforehand. Backup support. Ignoring the series of crimson pop-ups appearing inside its exoskeleton, Wolf Owl suppressed its trembling and roared through the communication channel, "Naruto, remove the influence of Calamity Flame for me." 3,500 meters above the ground, within the rolling waves of thunder, silently floated a 3-story iron coffin. Unless it was a special infiltration or other operation that couldn't be exposed, Every numbered night was accompanied by an aerospace armory containing a large number of backup components for real-time replacement. Upon receiving the message, the steel coffin spun, the hatch opened, and mechanical arms released, deploying the mechanical right arm belonging to the Night Wolf Owl, which, pulled by a small launch rocket, hurtled towards Wolf Owl below. At the same time as the backup parts were being deployed, Naruto, hidden in a vehicle on the battlefield, heard Wolf Owl's call and managed to squeeze out 4 words. "I'm doing it." The man's usually meticulously groomed hair was now completely soaked and disheveled. To rise from commoner to become a military priest in the Justice Army and reach the third ring revelation, even with his usual serious demeanor and unsmiling expression, the confidence buried deep within him remained strong and burning. On the battlefield, even this personally appointed Inspector of the Realm, who had directly defeated the current Southern Dipper, the Martial Emperor's most powerful general, would have to face him to know his strength, but at this moment, looking at the clay dolls before him, for already shattered and the 5th on the verge of exploding, the man felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Just using the law of contact to weaken the opponent from a distance had almost exhausted all his energy. It was no longer even considered troublesome. The man had practiced with some experts within the Axiom army. If inflicting negative effects on those guys was like carving hard stone, difficult as it was, it could be done with time, then facing the Southern Dipper was like striking a piece of iron at the edge of a volcano. Not only was it indestructible, but it would also burn your hands. Even in such a short time, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Yet he still had to allocate some of his spiritual energy to help Wolf Owl remove the effects of Calamity Flame. Wolf Owl's pilot was a non-psychic. Although thanks to a neural implant, chemical drugs, and brutal training, his mental resistance was far superior to that of a normal human, he was still at a significant disadvantage against an attack of Calamity Flame's level. Their current ability to hold off the enemy relies on the coordinated efforts of the 4, forming an organic whole. If any link in the chain fails, the system collapses, and their demise will be imminent. Who? The man pulled a syringe from under his robe and injected it into a vein in the patient's neck, enough to kill an elephant instantly. The ultra-concentrated, dark green stimulant rapidly flowed into the brain, sending a jolt through the bloodstream. His skeletal, charred hands gripped Song Sher's clay doll in one hand, while the other pressed against the head of a wolf owl-shaped clay doll, attempting to remove the Calamity Flame from it. The ground forces, relying on their armored formations and numerical superiority, were advancing rapidly. As long as they could hold off the enemy, the sky brightened once more, 5 burning orbs of light vanishing in an instant. Argus and the wolf owl disappeared into the torrent of light and heat. 5 suns in the sky. Chapter 481. The 5 sparks, transformed into 5 suns in the sky, engulfed everything within a few thousand meters with their purest and most unstoppable spiritual energy. Yes, Song Sher had no intention of prolonging the conflict. The wolf owl and Argus were locked in direct combat. The numbered Night Noble Lance was openly and relentlessly firing sniper shots, and there was the third ring revelation used to stab people. Frankly, their meticulously honed teamwork had indeed put some pressure on him. But that was all. If the fighting continued, Song Sher was absolutely confident he could wipe them out. But the battle couldn't afford to drag on. If it were a conventional air superiority and armored advance, even with a significant numerical advantage, the defenders could hold out for a while by utilizing the urban terrain and constructing fortifications. However, the 4 massive war structures of the attacking side changed everything. The densely packed missile bays roared incessantly, transforming into a rain of fire that showered the city 100 miles away with pure destruction. Massive plasma plumes were ejected, leaving trails of dazzling ion contrails in the sky, precisely striking their designated targets. The final weapon, the beyond visual range high-energy ion cannon Thunder Sword, required cooling and charging for each shot, but its results justified the wait. The defenders lacked any artillery positions or large-scale fortifications. Any attempt to assemble them would be met with devastating consequences. Under the attackers' overwhelming air superiority, every move of the defenders was under surveillance. Occasionally, the defenders would successfully breach the attackers' air defenses, hitting massive structures, but before the thick, massive energy shields, both guided missiles and pulse beams ultimately became brief ripples. In terms of firepower, the 4 war behemoths in their coordinated state even surpassed his own. Under their overwhelming, tidal wave of attacks, the ground forces were utterly crushed, mercilessly obliterating everything in their path. The distance of over 100 miles also made it difficult to directly destroy the war behemoths from a distance. It wasn't a lack of range, but at such a distance, even with the enhancement of a single spark, It was unlikely to penetrate the behemoth's thick energy shields and composite armor layers. Therefore, he had no choice. He could only unleash 5 suns in the sky, instantly killing Wolf Owl and Argus. The aftershocks of 5 suns in the sky hadn't even dissipated. Standing on the attacking side's position, this earth-shattering explosion, viewed from the heavens, blasted a vacuum with a radius of over 1,000 meters into the attacking forces. Countless silicon-based and carbon-based substances, without leaving a single word, were reduced to ashes in the pure psionic flames. Songsure wasn't entirely satisfied. His opponent had relentlessly held him back, preventing him from approaching the ground. As a result, the destructive power of 5 suns in the sky hadn't fully reached the earth while he was still in midair. Fortunately, he had managed to clear out some aerial units, which was some consolation. The young man suddenly glanced at a spot. In the scorching winds that seemed to melt gold and iron, emerged a steel giant, barely half a skeleton remaining, its body charred black. It was Argus, or rather, the corpse of Argus Mara. The steel giant's final posture was a desperate embrace of something. Even its massive head bowed, attempting to protect what it held. Crack! The charred, brittle giant arm was pierced, revealing a ferocious wolf's head with crimson eyes. The knight, Wolf Owl. It was Argus who, before the 5 suns in the sky, had decisively chosen to sacrifice himself, using his own body as a shield, miraculously averting a mutually assured destruction. It was clear that the Wolf Owl was in extremely poor condition. Its chest armor was cracked in large chunks, its newly replaced right arm had been burned and collapsed once more, and more than half of the vector engine nozzles covering its body had melted into molten iron, rendering it unusable. This was a loss that spare parts couldn't compensate for. It needed a complete overhaul at the factory before it could be returned to the battlefield. There was no time for that now. The Wolf Owl burst completely out of the embrace of the steel corpses, its left fist clenched, and its broken claws snapped open, like a knight pulling a short sword from the bones of a fallen comrade after his weapon had broken in a final battle. Songsure nodded approvingly. Then, heavy slaughter transformed into a 100-meter-long blade of flame, like a destructive celestial fire, burning away the charging Wolf Owl in a single strike. One activated self-immolation, the other was severely wounded. One increased, one decreased, one strike was enough. Quite fast indeed. Having killed these 2, Songsure flicked heavy slaughter, and swooped down to the ground. With the wildfire buff, their psionic flames possessed an extremely aggressive nature. Although 5 suns in the sky had ended, the raging fire continued to spread outwards, indifferently engulfing all who stood in their way. Therefore, the Axiom army swiftly issued orders. A portion of the engineers remained to dig a firebreak on the outer perimeter, while the rest of the soldiers bypassed the pit, which had a radius of over 1,000 meters, and continued their advance. It sounded like a massive undertaking, but the engineers, each with their prosthetic bodies fully activated and injected with military stimulants, carried heavy machinery taller than themselves, making their efficiency in digging the firebreak practically visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the soldiers who bypassed the firebreak, enhanced by their prosthetic limbs, had their carbon fiber muscle bundles and power pumps integrated, allowing them to run at a speed comparable to a motorcycle for a short time. From the sky, while the Axiom army suffered losses in the face of 5 suns in the sky, their overall formation remained remarkably orderly and fearless, showing almost no chaos. Then kill them all. Inside the vehicle, in that instant, the man's premonition suddenly trembled. As a revelation, he had inscribed a passive premonition-based psionic technique to anticipate danger. Now, this premonition seemed to leap from his heart, trembling wildly. The source of the trembling, the sky beyond, the young man turned his head, glancing at him. Huge fiery wings unfurled wildly, Songsure suddenly swooped down, a stream of fire dragging a rolling sea of flames, like a raging tsunami, sweeping across and engulfing, painting a vast, indelible blackness over the battlefield. Everything was incinerated. And it was hurtling towards him at high speed. The man injected himself again, then ripped open his shirt, exposing his chest. The terrifying heatwave drew ever closer, about to arrive in an instant, but the man's expression became indifferent. He bit his thumb again, his chest smeared with winding streaks of blood. Psionic technique, mind image in most mythologies and civilizations. The heart possesses unparalleled necessity. Healers see it as the central organ driving the body, shamans as the source of life force, or even the sum of the deceased's actions. Regardless of the interpretation, they all adhere to the same principle, the heart's uniqueness and irreplaceability. His next task was to use the law of contact to shatter his own heart, thereby influencing the other party. This heart, created by heart image, possessed a metaphysical meaning, symbolizing the collection of a person's life force, no longer merely a biological organ. Otherwise, encountering certain biologically modified transcendents, even 10 of him couldn't replace the other party's heart. Two hearts share the same fate, friend or foe, both perish. Even though he was currently in the abyss, not in reality, using this spiritual power would inevitably require him to recuperate for a considerable period after emerging. Amidst the continuous low chanting, charred bones ripped open the chest, crushing the beating heart within. My Emperor. Protect me. Chapter 482. But he couldn't squeeze it. Inside the dissected chest, the man's hand, clutching his heart, felt as if it were gripping a red-hot, hard iron. Even with his clenched fist, he could only leave a shallow indentation. Terrifying heat billowed from between his knuckles and fingers. Even the mobile armored vehicle couldn't withstand it. Sparks began to crackle from the gaps between the dashboard and the armor plates, and the entire vehicle inexplicably burst into flames. The law of contact. When one sees the other also sees oneself. A two-way influence. Psionic art, heart of forging. The man reacted instantly, but it was irrelevant. As a high priest accompanying the Axiom army, a single heart of forging couldn't stop him. Just some time. Songshur didn't give a time frame. In a cataclysmic roar, a black flame descended from the sky, burning the entire vehicle to ashes. Who? Songshur casually dispelled the calamity that had been amplifying his power against the heavy slayer, and tapped his chest. He felt a little uncomfortable, but as the burning blood surged and intensified in his self-immolation state, the discomfort was quickly burned away. I have to do something big to reverse this decline. Songshur surveyed his surroundings. Supported by advanced cybernetic technology, even an ordinary soldier's mobility far surpassed what it used to be. As the offensive advanced, the attacking ground forces, like ants, spread and infiltrated the streets and alleys of Urea, rapidly gnawing at the defenders' positions. Meanwhile, under the continuous suppression of air power and war machines, a large number of the defenders' heavy armed units, fortifications, and communication centers were destroyed, making it even more difficult for the already outnumbered forces to counterattack. Songshur vanished from his spot, soaring to the sky. The next instant, a projectile traveling at over 15 times the speed of sound plowed through the earth, leaving a long trench, passing straight through the spot where the young man had been moments before, extending backward, piercing through a dozen or so buildings before finally exhausting its kinetic energy. Songshur grabbed a handful of the air blasted out of the projectile, briefly assessing it, and remarked, "Oh? A radioactive weapon, quite well used." The owner of this shot was still the knight with the number noble lance. The opponent had used a new special bullet this time, likely a polonium isotope that had been repeatedly refined, concentrated, and stored within the bullet. Its destructive power primarily relied on kinetic energy and intense radioactivity. Considering it was aimed at high-level superhuman units, this bullet was probably designed like a glass bullet, instantly exploding into countless fragments upon contact with the target, remaining inside for a long time. If this shot had landed, even he would have had to put in some effort to handle it. But guns are meaningless if they don't hit. Songshur raised his eyes, his azure pupils reflecting the mechanical humanoid figure 25 miles away. The figure, having missed its target, was now maintaining high-speed ground maneuvering, propelled by its turbine engine, moving across the battlefield like a gust of wind. Without that revelation continuing to provide cover, your sniping would have had a hard time fooling some psionicists. Intuition. Theoretically, your shot was fast enough to be unavoidable, but they didn't need to dodge, they just needed to sense it in advance and anticipate it to evade. Coordinated operations. The young man twirled his hand, calmly stating, "Every link is crucial. You only have one link left." The powerful exoskeleton's audio-visual module filtered out other battlefield noise, clearly capturing the young man's words from 25 miles away. Even at this moment, Noble Gun felt a strange unease, as if she had a fishbone stuck in her throat. Even when Nelota wasn't dead, she still hadn't found an opportunity to snipe. Then, Songshur also charged forward like a gust of wind. The amplification from soaring sky transformed this raging wind into a veritable natural disaster storm. In Noble Gun's field of vision, she only saw a vast, dark, burning storm rapidly approaching. Even with the turbine engine's power pushed to its limit, it couldn't stop the distance between them from closing at a visible rate. "Then I won't run." Noble Gun roared, and the heavy electromagnetic cannon crumbled like building blocks, cracking and splitting apart. Its outer armor detached, and just as it was airborne, it magnetically attracted a series of parts ejected from the mech, reforming into a group of 12 floating cannons. As for the electromagnetic cannon, now free of its heavy armor, it became a slender laser spear, which she grabbed. Mode switch mid to short range combat. She stopped her retreat, indigo lightning flashing across her mech, instantly drawing a line of lightning that cleaved the battlefield, fiercely meeting the approaching burning storm head-on. At the same instant the laser spear collided with the heavy gun, the 12 floating cannons, which had been used for long-range interference, dispersed, forming a sphere around Song Shi. Immediately, electromagnetic lights flashed and crisscrossed, forming a blinding lightning prison. In the distant distance, the final weapons of the two war behemoths rose again with brilliant light, and terrifying energy converged, about to be projected in this direction. This is the true plan of Noble Spear. Close in, creating an opportunity for the powerful electromagnetic cage formed by the floating cannons, thus paving the way for the devastating main cannon strike of the war machine. She, a mere sniper, is fighting a psionic user of Southern Dipper's caliber in close combat. Even if the opponent is injured and not at his peak, she can still withstand 3 moves. That would be a miracle. May the Emperor protect me. Do you really think you can fool anyone with this? Song Shi laughed loudly, the endless calamity shattering the lightning cage, converging into the flames of heavy slaughter, completely engulfing Noble Spear. But, I give you a chance to verify. The sky suddenly brightened, a torrent of energy swallowing the land within a radius of several thousand meters. But Song Shi, having shattered the lightning cage too early, used 3 consecutive soaring sky strikes to avoid the core areas of the 2 cannons, avoiding the critically wounded and near-death state the attackers desired. Above the battlefield, higher than the sky, someone was overlooking the battle. In his eyes, the vast battlefield resembled a sandbox of building blocks, not insignificant, but easily surveyed at a glance. Commander Dominic, the current commander of the 2nd Army Group of the Axiom Army, stood a step behind the other man and began to speak. So, no need for explanation, you done well. A tall man clad in jet-black armor spoke, his steady voice emanating from a deep crack in his helmet. Engraved on his breastplate, marked with countless sword and blade slashes, were brilliant gold inscriptions that hadn't faded with time. Axiom Army, current commander. 5th Ring Transcendence, the destroyer, Alston Shaber. Single-handedly, you caused our army such heavy losses. The man shook his head slightly. This isn't a matter of your negligence. A psionist is destined to reach our level, even with the potential to ascend to godhood. That's only to be expected. His black iron hand rested on the handle of a hammer at his waist. Your Majesty has not misjudged him. Chapter 483. Are you going to participate? Dominic inquired. No, I will not participate. The military commander did not turn around. The ones being reviewed this time are you all. How can I participate? The Army of Justice. He turned around. It should not be a force powerful only because of one individual. Tell this border inspector that I am waiting for him in the first court. After saying this, his figure blurred for a few seconds and disappeared, leaving only Dominic bowing respectfully. The battlefield below continued, but there was nothing left to care about. With the death of Noble Spear, Song Shi was no longer bound by anything. Between retreating to the reinforcement line and massacring the enemy on a large scale, he chose to charge headlong towards the 4 war behemoths, located 100 miles away. A barrage of bullets rained down. Given the fire control system and firepower density of the war machine, even with soaring sky and glassy observatory present, there was little room for evasion. They practically had to charge forward through the barrage. Song Shi succeeded. The contracting scorched earth, already strengthened, was further enhanced by self-immolation and the addition of several fire seeds for sustaining its advance, allowing Song Shi to forcefully advance 100 miles, closing in on the war machine. The war machine wasn't just a bare target standing on the ground. Its combat platform housed a certain number of autonomous aerial units, and some ground troops were stationed nearby. However, before Song Shi, caught up in the heat of battle and surging with killing power, these were instantly annihilated. Then, a pure individual shook the war machine. The pitch-black flames pierced the dark blue energy shield, instantly shattering inch by inch, transforming into overflowing streams of fire that covered the shield surface, and a massive fireball, 100 meters high, rose from the ground. Driven to its limit, the rendering repeatedly eroded the shield's properties with unprecedented efficiency, causing those seemingly indestructible energy flows to dissolve. Perhaps a long time passed, perhaps a fleeting moment. Beams of eerie blue light pierced through the raging flames, briefly bursting forth before the energy shield, powerful enough to withstand battleship fire, utterly collapsed, unleashing a blinding explosion of light upon the earth. This light was already dazzling, but almost instantly, a new light, completely overwhelming the former, erupted. The ground swelled violently. That was the final light of the 4 colossal war structures self-destructing simultaneously. A hiss. After a puff of white smoke, the indicator light turned from red to green, and the hatch of the deep-sea submersible slowly rose. Songsher sat up. They don't have your psionic power. Dominic stood ramrod straight beside the deep-sea submersible, pointing to the other, motionless submersibles, still like rows of silent iron coffins, dying in the abyss. With such high simulation, they need some time to adjust and cannot appear for the time being. How does the combined strength of both sides in this battle compare to your second army group? Songsher rubbed his temples. Excluding the fourth ring psionicists and the space carrier axiom order, the combined forces of both sides in this attack and defense are 17% larger than my second army group. Is that so? Songsher nodded, then sighed. Right now, I really can't wipe out an entire army group by myself. Dominic paused, unsure what to say immediately. Songsher emerged from the deep-sea pod and casually changed back into the clothes hanging nearby. This joint military exercise was successfully completed. That combo of self-destruction attacks from the war megastructures failed to kill him. It wasn't that the power was insufficient, at least for him in that state. Being hit by 4 self-destructing war megastructures at close range would very likely have been fatal. He's seen this self-destruct tactic far too many times. In fact, the moment Songsher saw the war machine, he was certain it could self-destruct. With precautions, and relying on fire seed and soaring sky, he managed to escape the core blast radius. However, the relentless fighting since the start had put him in a very dangerous position, forcing him to temporarily retreat to the defensive line. On his way back, he also killed a third-ring psionicist, who was returning to reinforce the attacking side. By the end of the 12-hour exercise, neither side could claim victory. The scene was one of utter devastation, with heavy losses on both sides. No matter how stringent the standards. Your Axiom army is already quite strong. The initial admiration vanished quickly, replaced by praise, truly worthy of its self-proclaimed title, His Majesty's Sword. In his opinion, this rebuilt Axiom army, even if sent to directly confront one of the 6 pillars of Knights of the Van Pusta Empire, would not suffer the same crushing defeat as during the Seven Earths War. Dominic nodded, his manners impeccable, but his face showed no joy. There are psychics who are indifferent to joy and sorrow, but not all psychics can remain calm and composed. This is merely an individual choice, not a collective trait. Dominic, having reached the 4th ring of ascension, was such a person. A 3rd ring cultivator, who had consecutively slain 6 of his own level 4 units, slaughtered tens of thousands of professional soldiers, and even forcibly demolished 4 colossal war structures. Dominic found it hard to accept these so-called compliments with a clear conscience or with glee. Songsher, however, paid no attention and simply stretched his limbs on the spot. How many of your numbered knights are currently in service? Dominic replied, 21. The number is decent. Songsher pondered for a moment. And the quality isn't bad either. You've done a good job in this area. The difficulty of training a numbered knight is perhaps no less than that of a 3rd ring psychic. The so-called replicability is only relative. Psychic abilities have innate talents, and the compatibility of cybernetics and exoskeleton control also have their own talents. Even with the same exoskeleton with the same performance, someone who can control it skillfully is considered excellent, while someone else can use it to defeat 10 of the former head-on. As for cybernetics, some people experience severe rejection and mental breakdown after implanting just one, while others implant them relentlessly and still withstand it. Without the enhancement of their physiological functions by cybernetics, it's difficult for a pilot to bear the terrifying burden of controlling a level 1 numbered knight exoskeleton. To become a level 4 extraordinary unit without being a 3rd ring psychic is an extremely demanding and difficult path. One's own talent and willpower, along with the support of the logistical industrial system, are both indispensable. Your Excellency the Inspector, Dominic suddenly spoke, how far are you from the peak of the 3rd ring? Well, I've been in the 3rd ring long enough, and I've gone far enough, Songsher said with a casual smile, very close. Is that so? Dominic silently digested this information, then added, but as far as I know, you still have one psionic technique that you haven't inscribed. I know. I already figured out what to do, and with your analytical abilities, you should be able to guess the type of my last psionic technique. Songsher snapped his fingers and said lightly, Dharma Form True Radiance. Chapter 484. To be honest, the service provided by the Space Carrier Axiom Order was excellent. Whether it was the luxurious personal cabins or the 24/7, readily available escorts, there was nothing to criticize. However, the next destination awaited the arrival of patrol surveillance. After the exercise, Songsher stayed for a few more days, visiting some new equipment exhibitions, technical briefings, and extending his regards to some outstanding representatives before preparing to depart. At Dominic's suggestion, before officially leaving, Song Shi, on behalf of the 1st Division, gave a short speech to all participants of the joint military exercise. While Song Shi was debating whether to speak impromptu or have an AI generate a draft, Anthony suggested that he has some expertise in paperwork, so he was chosen to draft the document. 4 drafts were received, each with different content, some concise and clear, others beautifully written, all quite remarkable. Song Shi randomly selected one to deliver his speech. He didn't modify the existing text, only adding a few technical details. Therefore, after the main presentation, a Q&A session followed. Come on, tell me first, why did you rush in alone instead of waiting for your teammates to assemble? The driver of the night Rust, a slightly thin young man whose standard Axiom Army uniform didn't quite fill out, sat below the spacious lecture hall. He quickly stood up, saluted, and spoke solemnly. Your Excellency, my exoskeleton armor is a multi-purpose type. Its role in your tactics is to provide close-range support alongside Wolfowl. My defense is stronger than Wolfowl's, and I was closest to you at the time. To prevent you from directly attacking the heavy tank formation, I had to arrive immediately to provide support. He paused. I also had the task of testing your strength, gathering information for Wolfowl, and the others to adjust tactics in real time. Theoretically, there was no problem, but you didn't expect to be killed in one strike. On the marble platform, Song Shi strolled leisurely. It was your sudden death that caused a gap in your 5-person coordination. Otherwise, if the 5 of you had gathered together and fought to the death, you could have delayed me for much longer. Furthermore, your idea of minimizing the losses of the heavy tank group to ensure the advancement of the subsequent battle lines and the capture of Urea was correct, but not quite correct enough. Song Shi clapped his hands, and a picture quickly popped up on the holographic screen, a picture of a tank with its flame wings spread during an exercise, just charging forward. Upon reaching the defensive line, Song Shi said, the most correct course of action would be to report to your superiors the moment you see me leave the field and request the mobilization of all forces to encircle and kill me. The rusty driver hesitated, then tried to remind him, Your Excellency, in this joint military exercise, our attacking objective is to occupy Urea within 12 hours. Wrong, Song Shi sighed. You, those present, and those watching remotely, please think carefully again about what Commander Dominic said beforehand about the significance of this military exercise. The lecture hall, adorned with large murals and reliefs, fell silent for a few seconds. It aims to demonstrate to you, representing His Majesty and the First Court, the Axis Army's ability to seize land, air, and information control, and to counter superhuman units within the Joint Operations System, a soldier in the back row said. Song Shi nodded slightly, but remained non-committal. Let me show you the strength of the Axiom Army. Another soldier added, using a more conciser approach. Song Shi clapped approvingly. Indeed, the purpose of this joint military exercise is simply to show me what you do, and what you're capable of once you're actually on the battlefield. That's all. A predetermined objective is one thing, the actual situation and whether to adapt to local conditions are another matter entirely. When His Majesty sent me on this inspection tour, he didn't order me to kill anyone, did he? Song Shi tapped the screen. This exercise prohibits the 4th ring, prohibits space carriers and strategic weapons. But do you really think you can just approach it with the mindset of conventional warfare, simply performing conventional, decent actions? I don't think that's right. His tone was so matter-of-fact that it left no room for argument. The loss of heavy tank groups? The sacrifice of soldiers? The occupation of an industrial city? No, when you see the fate of a psionicist like me, the only thing you do is abandon all of the above and focus all your efforts on killing me. Another silence followed. A mid-level officer's expression shifted before he finally spoke. No offense intended, Inspector General, but abandoning all other targets to focus all our efforts on killing you. Isn't that a bit too much? In the exercise, I was the Special Operations Advisor for Southern Heavy Industries, Song Shi corrected. Don't you understand? A psionicist belonging to the enemy, clearly on track for the 5th ring, yet not yet at his peak, not even at the 4th ring, you squandered this invaluable opportunity. Song Shi spread his hands. If I die, it confirms that the enemy forces won't have another 5th ring in the future, meaning we did the right thing. If I don't die, then this psionicist who can't die is even more certain to be a 5th ring. That's even more correct. Your Excellency, what about Urea? The officer paused for a moment. According to the scenario in the exercise, this city is quite important. If I wait until I reach the 5th ring, no, Even the fourth ring, Songshur countered. Do you all think Urea can be defended? Unless it's located in the heart of Yan'an, destroying it wouldn't be difficult if I didn't intend to occupy it. Destroy a city. Those were seemingly light words, yet the officer felt a chill run down his spine. The inspector is right. The middle-aged man in the front row stood up. It was Dominic, commander of the 2nd Army Group. Dominic had served as commander for over 10 years, enjoying immense prestige. The moment his voice rang out, the previously noisy lecture hall fell silent. To date, our Axiom Army has over 400,000 active troops across its 4 major army groups, yet only one psychic has reached the 5th ring. Dominic turned to face the crowd and said calmly, I believe every teacher in your strategic analysis classes has emphasized the strategic significance of the 5th ring. Even if the Border Patrol Inspectorate didn't mention it today, I would have reminded you of it later. Not every psychic who breaks free from their predetermined death ultimately reaches the 5th ring. Songshur seemed to sigh, leaning on the podium, concluding his speech with this single sentence. But every 5th ring member has personally broken free from their own predetermined death. Chapter 485. In general, the speech ended amidst enthusiastic applause. Refusing the ostentatious display of fighter jet escort, Songshur, along with Anthony and Lapis Lazuli, boarded the shuttle bound for the Saman Rhodes clan stronghold. The Saman Rhodes clan stronghold is quite close to your 2nd National Assembly. Why don't you take a detour home? Songshur reclined in his chair, raising his data panel, and casually remarked, with border patrols accompanying us, it'd be quite a triumphant return. Yes. Anthony had a home, and living parents. Then Anthony succinctly replied, You're joking? Oh well, joking it is. Songshur didn't seem to mind, and a few seconds later, turned to Lapis Lazuli. Actually, there's something I forgot to mention during the speech, I only remembered it after we got off. Songshur waved his data panel. During the Axiom Army's exercises, no one even came up to challenge us to a glorious duel. Lapis Lazuli reacted. This entry has 27 interpretations, but you're referring to the tradition of the Vanpusta Empire? Yes, that's what you're thinking of. Songshur put away the data panel with his right hand and sat up. Almost everything can be resolved through duels. Even on the battlefield, if the enemy is at a disadvantage, they can be killed with a single order. But once they initiate a duel, no qualified imperial citizen will refuse. As far as I know, Anthony said calmly, this tradition doesn't seem as simple as you describe. Of course, there are constraints. For example, if a strongman says he wants to fight a wheelchair-bound person, the other party can easily call for reinforcements to kill you on the spot. Songshur said with emotion, the constraints are numerous, but ultimately, there's only one. Whether it's someone else or yourself, if either of you feels it's the right thing to do, then you should. Let me teach you a little trick for escaping when surrounded by the Vanpusta Empire's army in a desperate situation. Songshur held up his index finger. In situations like this, challenge the strongest-looking person in the army. If you win, there's a very high probability you can leave, the others won't stop you. A little trick? Considering the other party's strength and experience, Anthony lowered his eyelids and carefully memorized this. After some casual conversation, watching a simulated urban martial arts movie, and having 2 meals, Songshur decided to begin his official duties and review some documents. The Saman Rhodes clan. This is the next stop after leaving the Axiom Army. To be honest, Songshur didn't know much about this force. Yan'an was so vast, in his previous life, he could never have explored it all. His activities were mainly concentrated in the areas of Marshall Sect, Sea Tower Trade, and Finghao Sect, and he also briefly resided in the base of the Protection Agreement. He had little contact with factions such as the Justice Army and the Secret Meaning Seminar. They're all family, right? Let me see. Songshur slowly opened the briefing sent by Anthony. Although they were called the Saman Rhodes clan, tracing back to their origins, Saman was not a given name, and Rhodes was not a surname. Rewinding to several decades ago, the Saman clan and the Rhodes clan actually had no connection. Their only commonality was that they both belonged to the Wanderer clan. According to the current mainstream view, the vast Wanderer community today originated from the Seven Earths War, but strictly speaking, Terra already had this nomadic culture of Wanderers long before the Seven Earths War. After all, in terms of scope and intensity, past historical events like the Six Gods conflict, the Ascension Holy War, and the Cataclysm of Akfalis, all world wars, were arguably no less devastating than the Seven Earths War. However, the main forces back then were high-level psionicists, and even in fierce battles, most preferred to ascend into the sky before engaging to minimize the aftershocks. During the Seven Earths War, however, technological advancements had reached unprecedented levels, and the unrestrained actions of all sides led to a sudden surge in devastation, resulting in Terra now being a wasteland. Therefore, the Wanderers group has always tended to grow with the onset of war, and gradually decline with its end. However, over this long evolution, some have chosen to completely abandon settlement, maintaining their wandering lifestyle even after the war ends. Before the Seven Earths War, there were few wanderers left in the world. Most people, upon learning of this group, would simply exclaim, "What era are we living in? There are still such people?" and then forget about them. Then, the Seven Earths War began. The Rhodes clan was an old, established rogue clan that existed before the Seven Earths War. Although it had gradually declined, its reputation remained. As the war intensified and countless people were displaced, they rapidly grew stronger, becoming even more powerful than before. The Saman clan, on the other hand, was a new rogue clan that emerged during the Seven Earths War. That period was chaotic, yet it also contained boundless opportunities. After several developments, the name Saman rose to become a name comparable to Rhodes. At their peak, both the Saman and Rhodes clans had populations exceeding 1 million, making them formidable, super-large rogue clans. To protect themselves in the cataclysmic Seven Earths War, the Saman and Rhodes clans formed an alliance, addressing each other as family. But it wasn't enough. Even for self-preservation, the two clans' combined strength was barely sufficient. So, after intense and lengthy debate, a small group of clan members ultimately broke away, while the remaining members joined the ranks of the First Lord of Yan'an, becoming the Saman Rhodes clan. Leveraging their advantages in the wastelands, the Saman Rhodes clan made a series of outstanding contributions, becoming one of the undisputed meritorious forces established in Yan'an, successfully securing a stable homeland after the war and ending their nomadic life in the wastelands. Over the years, they have changed a lot, but their clan culture has endured, resulting in a dramatic increase in the number of clan members. Within the Saman Rhodes territory, a local can bump into 7 or 8 family members while going out to buy a nicotine filter. So, it's so intricately intertwined. Songsure tapped the data panel casually. Everyone's like family, which has led to a strong xenophobic tendency within the core group and deeply ingrained local protectionism. It's almost become the underlying logic of the Saman Rhodes clan. I feel this should be more interesting. Songsure tapped his knuckles, his tone gradually becoming more intrigued. Family is a good thing, but if unity goes too far, it won't be good. Anthony. Songsure put down the data panel and said slowly, "Let me confirm, my power as a border patrol inspector should be quite significant, right?" Anthony, who had been calm and composed without any fluctuation, finally showed a subtle change in expression at this moment. After several seconds, he raised his head, looked at the young man, and said, word by word, "Where you are can be considered the first court." Chapter 486. At first, it was just a light, floating dot, then suddenly, the dots connected, drifting towards the earth, and finally, with a dense, pattering sound, a layer of impenetrable mist covered the spacious French windows. The man casually picked up a tall glass from the private bar, and paused at the window. The glass reflected a handsome face, probably around 28 or 29 years old, dressed in a sharp suit, which made him appear extremely composed. "Don't you think time is so wondrous?" The amber liquid swayed gently, as the man stared directly at the torrential rain outside the window. The sky was dark and deep, and the rain, like a river overflowing its banks, relentlessly attempted to engulf the entire city. Reverence for nature is an important part of the nomadic culture. Even though everyone has long since settled down and abandoned their former lives, this tradition has still been passed down. Within the Saman Rhodes clan's territory, facilities, like artificial canopies, to regulate the weather are rarely seen. Valeth Saman doesn't dislike rain. He simply disliked this uncontrollable tradition. Where's the wonder in time? The blurry pixelated block flickered for a second, quickly transforming into a human projection. His appearance, clothing, and cybernetic prosthetics were all those of an ordinary middle-aged man, who assumed a listening posture. Valeth glanced at him, then looked back out the window. In less than 100 years, Valeth slightly raised his glass. We'd gone from a bunch of vagabonds gnawing on dirt and peeling bark in the wilderness to powerful figures with our own territory, capable of establishing order and determining the course of the world. Calling you vagrants is a bit disrespectful to your surname, the other reminded him. The identity of a wanderer has always been something you're proud of. Something to be proud of? Valeth chuckled. His top-tier prosthetic eye, with its wide-angle view, revealed the cloying neon lights refracting through raindrops, transforming into endless rosy hues that flowed through the steel jungle of skyscrapers, a dizzying sight. It's all just talk. How many years has it been? Who still wants to cling to that outdated rhetoric? The cavalry of the wastelands, the freemen, the shepherds of the wind, all that shouting and self-praise, but at heart they're just a bunch of homeless vagrants, wandering under bridges for shelter. Wow, undeniable. The other raised his hands in surrender. Who told you your father was the great guardian? I can't refute your understanding of the wanderers. Come on, stop pretending. Vallis took a small sip, the delicate, smooth flavor lingering on his lips and nose. Every time you come, you put on this flippant, ridiculous act. Do you think you're one of those 2:30 a.m. stand-up comedians? The other person showed no annoyance, laughing. To be honest, I used to really think so. How come I didn't know that the time travelers had stolen the Dust Contract Generations business and started producing variety shows? Varys interrupted bluntly. All right, let's get down to business. The other man waved his hand, his face flickering before instantly transforming into a solemn, tough guy expression. I have to remind you, you absolutely mustn't let the new border inspector catch you doing anything wrong. You already said that twice, Vallis said, gripping his wine glass. I'm the one who should be reminding you. Tell your men to all stay put and wait until that guy crosses the border before coming out again. I heard you say the same thing for the third time. The other man shrugged. No mouse waits until the cat's claws fall before it tries to run. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. As soon as I received his appointment as border inspector, I instructed my good subordinates to clean up any traces. Relax, just get through this period, and you definitely get what you want. We are time travelers, with cutting-edge technology, high-performance weaponry, a constant stream of funds, and the most skilled mercenaries. We can talk. With our help, you definitely achieve great things and inherit the position of the High Guardian. Help? Don't make it sound so good. Varys snorted. It's a mutually beneficial deal. Yes, a deal. The other party spun around, clapping his hands. But I prefer to call it a win-win situation. With your strong support, you can build your business, successfully take over as the Great Guardian, and we can open up a portion of the market, establishing the first special economic zone in Yunnan. Your family members will also enjoy the benefits of this booming economy. Mutual benefit. Vallis really wanted to laugh, but the words stuck in his throat. He simply said, then let me show you my sincerity. How about sending over a technical file and prototype of chaos probability calculus? Sure. The other party didn't hesitate for a second, speaking as casually as if discussing what to eat for breakfast. Singularity technology, no matter how incredible or unpredictable, is ultimately just a technology. Technology is never excluded from the realm of commodities. As long as you can afford the price, the complete technical file of chaos probability calculus, the guidance team, and the application prototype will be in your bedroom the day after tomorrow morning. Well, maybe not big enough. The day after tomorrow morning? Vallis noticed the time. The other person snapped their fingers. As long as by tomorrow morning, you can truly represent Clan Saman Rhodes in declaring their secession from Yunnan and joining the Time Passage. Too bad. Before Varys could speak, he sighed. Even your father wasn't qualified. Who can blame him when you have 7 High Protectors? You're talking nonsense. Varys stroked the rim of his cup. Even if all 7 High Protectors pass the secession bill, the chieftain still has a veto. This time, the other person seemed genuinely surprised. We talked for so long, and this is the first time you addressed that chieftain. Well, whether I call him or not makes no difference. As long as he lives, even if all 7 guardians are replaced, he will always be the clan chief. Vallis, left hand in his pocket, said, a man who is neither Saman nor Rhodes has become the clan chief. He exhaled, calming his fluctuating emotions. Well, what can I do? He's the Lord of Yunnan, he certainly deserves it. Speaking of which, the other person changed the subject, not getting involved in that topic. Since seizing Forge Light City, the Enlighteners have been doing quite well this year. To be honest, even our intelligence department hasn't figured out how that Nandu. He inexplicably became your clan leader's patrol inspector. If I remember correctly, the other person remarked with deep emotion, he's only in his early 20s, isn't he? TSK, look at what he's done. Just good at psionic skills. If I had that kind of talent, Varys glanced away, coldly stating, I could do much better than him. Chapter 487. As the support frame was fully lowered, the shuttle slowly came to a stop on the open-air platform. The hatch opened, the steps descended, and a stern-faced man in a suit stepped out first. Behind him were a young man in a coat and a spherical AI. Everyone, thank you for your hard work at noon. Songshur waved to the crowd below. Compared to forces like the martial sect and the Haida Trading Company, the Salmon Road's clan's entourage was much larger. There were dozens of people, including liaison personnel, armed security, and special reporters, and the sound of camera shutters never stopped. However, the platform was large enough, and these people were clearly well trained, so it wasn't exactly noisy. "Greetings, Your Excellency, Border Inspector." Upon seeing the person in question, a burly middle-aged man laughed heartily and strode forward to greet him. "Please also convey our regards to the clan chief." Songshur had reviewed the contact file beforehand and knew this man was named Odo Rhodes, one of the inspectors stationed in the Salmon Road's clan's core territory. "I certainly pass on your regards. The clan chief always cares about his people." Songshur smiled back and warmly shook hands with the man. "Since you are the clan chief's personally appointed border inspector, you are practically a member of our clan." Odo was extremely talkative, his smile never ceasing, and he patted his chest vigorously. "If you ask me, you're practically family." "Family? I wouldn't dare." Songshur calmly released his hand and smiled slightly. "It's just something I can do for ye, man." "Understood." Odo laughed heartily. "Don't worry. I arranged everything for you. I won't let you down or disappoint the clan chief." Songshur noticed that while the two were talking, Anthony was also speaking with a contact person who, judging from their attire, was probably a secretary of someone of high status. After a brief exchange, they gave each other a hand gesture, presumably some kind of courtesy. This is the etiquette of the rogues, or rather, I prefer to call it a little trick. Beneath his imposing exterior, Odo's observational skills were surprisingly sharp. Without turning his head, he said in a relaxed tone, "Most people misunderstand the rogue clan thing, thinking we're all the same because we're always talking about family. How could that be? Even a small company with 10 or so people can create 7 or 8 chat groups, let alone tens of thousands of large clans. Within a large clan, there are bound to be more subdivided groups." Odo pressed his thumb. His hand wasn't prosthetic, but dark and rough. "For identification, for cohesion, these groups basically have their own unique rules, like the etiquette when meeting someone, which immediately tells you whether you're a true family member." As he spoke, he smiled at Anthony behind him. Then Odo looked back at Songshur, seemingly quite moved. Onlake's tribe wasn't large to begin with, and now there are hardly any left. Your subordinate even knows their etiquette. You really put in the effort. The building where the shuttle was parked wasn't very tall, only about 20 stories. Songshur followed Odo for a few minutes before stopping on a middle floor. "The cafeteria?" Songshur looked at the tables and chairs in front of him. "It's already midday. Shouldn't the most important thing be eating?" Odo flashed a row of pearly white teeth, stating matter-of-factly, "I cook myself." "Or do you not even have time to eat a meal? Let me state this beforehand." Songshur walked into the cafeteria, casually pulled up a chair, and leaned back. "I won't help." "Of course." Odo was clearly prepared. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, picked up a nearby freezer, and plunged into the kitchen. Indeed, effortlessly lifting a 2-meter-high freezer, this local inspector was clearly a third-ring psionicist. That's to be expected. Although the inspectorate has the first court's backing, being capable in combat significantly improves the efficiency of many tasks. After entering the cafeteria, the people who had picked him up earlier vanished without a trace. The large cafeteria was now only occupied by Songshur and Odo, who was humming a song. Lapis Lazuli and Anthony had gone to handle business. Or rather, they deliberately made room for him. Songshur listened for a while. The song Odo was humming was probably some kind of wanderer's folk song, with a heavy local accent. To be honest, he sang a bit off-key, but his natural and confident demeanor made people subconsciously overlook those flaws. Songshur listened quietly, involuntarily recalling scenes from his past life. Internet access in the wasteland was too expensive to use casually. As the wanderers roamed the area, the most common evening entertainment was a group of people gathering around a campfire to sing, while roasting some red maggots, lizards, snakes, beetles, and cacti. Then a pot of stew would be slammed onto the table. Odo pulled off his apron, piled up a stack of plates, bowls, spoons, and chopsticks, and plopped down. "Try it." Songshur stared at the colorful things in the pot for a while, took a bite, and commented, "Edible, but too many spices, a bit pungent." "Really? I even made sure to keep the seasoning mild." Odo picked up his spoon in surprise and poured himself a bowl. "It's pretty bland, isn't it?" "Okay, I'd be more careful next time. By the way, do you mind talking while eating? I heard that people from the Eastern continent have a tradition of not talking while eating, called eating without talking, right?" After receiving Songshur's reply by shaking his chopsticks, Odo casually put down his spoon. Let me think. How should I say it? You know our tradition here, right? Go ahead. Odo placed a data tablet on the table. It was equipped with a projection module, and a map almost half the size of the table immediately appeared. However, it wasn't a 3D model, but a 2D map. Songsha recognized it. This was the map of the 3 major provinces, the core territory of the Saman Rhodes clan. Then, the map zoomed in, revealing only their current location, one of the 3 provinces, Lajodi Province. Our 2 clans were initially comprised of destitute people who had lost their homes and graves. A large portion of them were victims of the Corporate Alliance's oppression. Of course, back then, they weren't called the Corporate Alliance, they wore the guise of a united government. The corporate army devoured our water sources and land, sifting through our people again and again, throwing them into the mixer to try and extract red profits. Our traditions and customs were shattered by the tide of consumerism. No one remembers that decades ago, we pursued genuine love, not some damned virtual streamer. Back then, many fled their homes occupied by the corporations, joined the clans, and became our family. But many have never forgotten the memories of the corporation's brutal rule. Odo tapped his index finger a few times, pulling out a graphic report, a development analysis of the Lajodi province over the past 5 years. Quite green. This also leads to our resistance towards anything involving money. Chapter 488. I think it's more than that. Songsha put down his chopsticks. I feel the reason for this greenness is your local protectionism. All the money goes to your families, everyone's desperately sticking together, keeping your core territory confined to your own circle for years, resisting outside interference. That's what I wanted to say next. Odo's brow furrowed slightly. They're all family, so why should outsiders make money? We made some efforts over the years, but most have failed. There's no way we can force our family members with a gun to their throats. Songsha went straight to the point. Does your we include the Great Guardian? Wandering clans that roam the wastelands year-round, besides their sole leader, often elect several of the most authoritative and experienced people, usually elderly, who serve as the clan's internal decision-makers. Some clans call them mentors, others elders. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Even among family members, certain rules must be followed, otherwise nothing can be done. After the Saman Rhodes clan became a member of Yan'an, although they no longer needed to roam the wastelands, they retained this tradition, giving it a new name. The 7 Guardians, 7 great guardians elected by the family members. For a behemoth, like the Saman Rhodes clan, it's naturally not as simple as just choosing a few elders as in the past. Each great guardian must possess sufficient prestige, achievements, and strength, and most importantly, the ability to fiercely protect the family members and create a harmonious extended family. It could be said that, aside from the Lord of Yan'an serving as clan chief, the 7 guardians were the highest leaders of the Saman Rhodes clan. Well, as you know, there are 7 great guardians. Odo scratched his head. Some are indifferent, some are happy to see them, and some are not so willing. I can only say there are all of them. So what is the Lord of Yan'an's opinion on this? Hearing this, Odo paused for a moment, then said tactfully, I'm the inspector, you're the border inspector. Songsha also realized what he meant, his expression immediately becoming calm, and he said with a confident tone, then I think he wants you to make some changes. Yes, we always had that intention. Odo nodded. Their faction actually had a relatively small number of supporters, but because they held official titles, few dared to openly oppose them. But as mentioned earlier, when the vast majority of people resist, many things simply can't be pushed forward. You can't really force your family members, can you? Deeply entrenched. It's indeed difficult. Songsha understood the other party. Even with their status, it would be difficult to act forcefully here. Everyone was related. At least nominally related, sticking together for warmth, their networks deeply intertwined. If the methods were too harsh, inciting public outrage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luckily, I'm an orphan. Songsha thought to himself. If I can't just start killing, that's really troublesome. Songsha muttered softly, alright, let's put that aside for now. I need to clear away the deep-seated problems first. After all these years, don't tell me you don't have a list. Of course. Odo was clearly prepared, pulling a memory card from his pocket and inserting it into the data tray. Songsha took the list and glanced at it briefly. Is that all? Most of the people on this list were of considerable status, but their actions were almost entirely limited to dishonesty, not particularly serious, but not insignificant either. Even the most serious offenses didn't warrant the death penalty. Without Yan'an, where would my family be? Odo scooped up a mouthful of stew, chewing it vigorously, and mumbled, "Since the clan chief appointed me as the inspector, how could I possibly cover up anything and let everything rot?" In other words, those who went too far had long been curbed and nipped in the bud by this inspector over the past few years. Songshur chuckled, then said with a grin, "So, for the rest of the things that need handling, but aren't that important, you can leave them to me to play the bad guy." Without family, what kind of family is there? Odo let out a comfortable sigh, scratching his head. Being an inspector here, frankly, means I'm destined to get yelled at. My family doesn't understand, but I don't really care. Well, I do care a little. Since you're here, I can, he added with lingering fear, get yelled at less. Alright, I take it. Songshur pulled out the memory card, stuffed it into his pocket, and said nonchalantly, "As the clan chief, I have a duty to intimidate you while I'm on patrol here. Your family members should probably calm down." Songshur clapped his hands, and a nearby service robot immediately brought over 2 glasses of iced water. He took a sip, but such a large market, isn't Haida Trading tempted to give it up? How could we give it up? Odo grinned. It's just that we haven't reached an agreement yet. Companies must maintain a certain proportion of local employees, various projects must have designated local suppliers, and resource allocation and economic policies often differentiate between them. He casually counted on his fingers, rattling off a string of words. Haida Trade certainly won't agree, but the Great Guardian is here, protecting the clan's interests. We can't resort to force. We can only negotiate. If we can't reach an agreement, then we be stuck. As he spoke, the tall, burly man rubbed his temples and gave a wry smile. The Great Guardian is elected collectively, serving a 7-year term, renewable. If you angered your family, you have to step down. I see. Songshur nodded politely, though he felt no real headache or distress. The current situation with the Saman Rhodes clan, seemingly intractable and impossible to address, was simply a matter of time. Once the Second Seven Earths War breaks out again, and the current Lord of Yinan decides to open the trade network, all these accumulated problems will be swept away in an instant, leaving Yinan as a unified whole, ready to plunge into the world-shaking war. Sigh, that's true. His thoughts pulled from his memories back to reality. Songshur sighed. Having accepted the position of regional inspector, one should bear the burdens of the state. Since I take it on this role, I should get some work done beforehand. Odo listened patiently, slightly confused, but understood the last part. Actually, the situation isn't that bad, otherwise I would have been ousted from my inspectorate long ago. Odo flashed a gleaming smile. With the opening up policy these past few years, we established several economic development zones. Want to take a look? The man's smile was quite smug. One of them is in our city, and it's been quite successful. By the way, Valis is the most outstanding among them. You can meet him sometime. Consider it encouragement for the young man. The stew in the iron pot was completely finished, and Odo put down his spoon contentedly. Oh, I forgot to mention, his father is the Great Guardian, with considerable prestige, which will help us advance our work. Chapter 489. After a satisfying meal, Songshur politely declined Odo's offer to show him around, saying he wanted to wander off on his own. Of course, before that, Songshur found Anthony, gave him the prepaid card, instructed him to do a good job, and, after receiving Anthony's reassuring reply, stepped onto the street. This was Konbin, a coastal city in the province of Lajodi. Konbin wasn't the provincial capital, but the city was undeniably prosperous, and in recent years, having been selected as an economic development zone, it had become even more thriving. The first impression upon stepping onto the street was one of bustling activity. Children played everywhere along the streets, and vendors with pushcarts sizzled on their grills, the smoke from the cigarettes emanating from the vendors' mouths almost negligible. Beneath walls covered in exaggerated graffiti, several men and women with glittering makeup play guitars and drums, singing excitedly in front of all the passers-by. Whenever someone or a car pauses, a waiting miniature drone immediately flies up and flicks the QR code attached to it. A dazzling array of saturated colors, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, assaults the senses. Oh, and it's not just the colors. A dark shadow hurtles towards them. Songshur casually raises his hand, catches it firmly, and examines it in his palm. It's a biomimetic dragonfly with flapping wings, about the size of his palm. The welding is rather rough, with pieces of aluminum from a cut can, rusty screws, and a small motor salvaged from who knows where. A dark shadow darts forward, head-butting the mechanical dragonfly while simultaneously reaching out to grab it. Songshur flicks his finger, striking the dragonfly squarely on the forehead. It's supposed to explode like a watermelon. Well, not exactly. The dragonfly's momentum abruptly halts, and it staggers backward, landing hard on its backside. A child. To be precise, it was a little boy, about 8 or 9 years old, wearing a blue baseball cap. He had some paint smeared on his nose, but after being hit, he showed no fear, instead grinning and gesturing wildly. Who made this for you? Songshur shook the dragonfly. I made it. You made it? It's ugly. A burst of flame erupted from Songshur's palm, burning the dragonfly. The pits, misaligned welds, and rough edges vanished instantly, leaving the dragonfly much cleaner and sharper. At his current level of spiritual energy, Songshur could, when needed, make the forging flame function like a furnace, processing matter to a certain extent. Songshur tossed the dragonfly over. The little boy stared wide-eyed, holding the dragonfly for a while, before turning and darting back to the young man beside him. Indeed, in the short time it took Songshur to catch the dragonfly, 3 young men who had been casually chatting by the nearby railing suddenly stood up and slowly surrounded him. After seeing the little boy run over with the dragonfly, their tense expressions visibly relaxed. The leader patted the little boy's head, whispered a few words, and told him to go play somewhere else. Then he picked up an unopened can of beer and tossed it to Songshur. Brother, the little brat was being silly, sorry about that. Songshur caught the beer, opened it, and took a swig, which made the 3 men relax even more. The leader scratched his nose. Brother, you're from out of town, right? Coming to Kanban for tourism? Want me to recommend some places to visit? Is it that obvious? Songshur raised an eyebrow. I thought I was pretty good at fitting in. People of the clan don't ask who made that dragonfly. The young man in the lead chuckled, gesturing for his companion to buy some food from the hot dog stand nearby. Who doesn't know that Simon and Rhodes are the world's best mechanics? He said seriously, turning trash into treasure, emergency mechanical maintenance. Do you understand the basics of a rogue? It's an old tradition of ours. Even little kids in the clan can fix cars. By the way, another old tradition is racing. Songshur nodded, pointing to the 2 men next to the young man with his beer. Are they yours? They're my cousins. The young man hugged them tightly, grinning. Cousins? Songshur questioned. You two don't look alike at all. The bond of affection is much deeper than mere blood ties. The young man raised his index finger and wiggled it twice. So what if we don't look alike? He, him, and him, I. He pointed to pedestrians on the street, and everyone he pointed to smiled and greeted him. We all grew up in this neighborhood family. Oh, family, you understand? Family. Sigh, after being away for so long, I'm starting to miss my family too. Songshur said without changing his expression. Then go home. The young man said matter-of-factly. Songshur sighed. I heard Kanban is developing an economic open zone, right? I'm thinking of looking for an opportunity to make a living. The young man paused, his expression turning slightly grim, and asked suspiciously, You want to make money off us too? Do I look like a rich man? Songshur said frankly, opening his arms and chuckling. Make money? Just trying to make a living. The other man scrutinized Songshur for a few seconds, then, finding his words reasonable, his expression softened. That makes sense. Making a living isn't difficult, is it? Do you have any skills? If not, why don't you find a clinic and get some second-hand prosthetics? With your skinny arms and legs, he shook his head. Nobody wants you even when you're unloading cargo at the docks. You do have some skills. Songshur took another sip of beer. I was worried about being ostracized before I came, but seeing you guys like this, it doesn't seem like that. You're just trying to make a living. What's there to complain about? Mentioning this, the other person clenched their fist. What we're unhappy about are those traitors. Some people have forgotten their families, forgotten love. They teamed up with outsiders to make a fortune off their families, so they can live a life of luxury. Shameful. Economic development zone? Who doesn't know that with money, relationships change? I'd rather everyone's wages be lower than. Want to see our family fall apart? What's the difference between that and the CE cough, the corporate dogs of the corporate alliance? The High Protector too. He approved the economic development zone. Wasn't it all for his son? He angrily said. That Wallace Simon is on camera every day, spouting praises about economic development everywhere. Back then, we were able to defeat our enemies, escape natural disasters, roam freely across the wastelands, and fight victorious battles alongside our chieftain. What was it that made us so powerful? He suddenly stepped aside, raised his arms, and shouted. Immediately, a crowd of followers surged around him. The street band excitedly changed to a more rousing tune, and everyone yelled at the top of their lungs. Love. Unity. Family. The young man's cheeks flushed. He was about to give the man a proper explanation of the clan's glorious past, when he turned around and found that the man had vanished, disappeared without a trace. He paused, but then, pulled back by the enthusiastic reaction of the crowd, he forgot about his brother who was just trying to make a living, and raised his hands above his head once more. Love, Unity, Family. Chapter 490. Songsher returned to his residence in Kambin, a hotel that had booked the entire top floor, with all expenses paid by the government. Inside the hotel, Anthony wasn't there, only Lapis Lazuli. Songsher casually greeted him, and was about to return to his room when he suddenly stopped and turned around. This is the third psionic technique? Yes. Lapis Lazuli spun about 10 gravity orbs. Glassy observation? Half and half. Songsher tapped his pupil with his index finger. Since achieving glassy observation, he had kept it active. Frankly, even without full power, this level of psionic technique still placed a considerable burden on the wielder, but it was precisely because of this burden that it needed to be kept active to overcome it. To make this burden grovel. My perception allowed me to feel it, and my crystal vision allowed me to see it clearly. He became interested. Which one did you inscribe? Which extraordinary organ? Since the battle at the Knowledge Council, when Lapis Lazuli broke through to the third ring and created its own spiritual energy technique, Equality Heaven, its spiritual energy had begun to increase rapidly. It had already inscribed its second spiritual energy technique while still in the wasteland. Now, only 2 months later, it had acquired its third spiritual energy technique. It's roughly a legacy from the past. I can sense that this legacy is now almost non-existent, Lapis Lazuli explained first, then continued, this one is Mass Enhancer. As it spoke, a gravity ball the size of a fist flew in front of him. Its main color was deep blue, and its surface had regular patterns, giving it a highly technological feel. Songsher picked it up. It was very heavy, feeling like it weighed about 10 tons. Gravity is affected by mass distribution. This psionic technique allows me to generate a reserve conversion organ within my body, pre-storing a large amount of high-density matter, and remotely transmitting it through psionic mediums to add extra mass to these gravitational spheres. Moreover, this method of storing high-density matter can also improve my physical strength to a certain extent. Songsher sensed the psionic fluctuations on the gravity sphere. I still need to store high-density matter in advance. I have a feeling, Lapis Lazuli said calmly, after I break through to the fifth ring, the mass enhancer will be able to break free from the limitations of matter and directly grant me fictitious mass. Songsher raised his hand, stopping himself from speaking. The young man jumped back 2 steps. Maximum output, give it a try. The gravity sphere bounced, its mass beginning to increase at a slow and steady rate. The gravitational field gradually rippled, the marble floor cracked and split, spiderweb-like cracks spreading little by little, sinking. Then, the gravity sphere bounced again, this time the source of power not internal, but external. 1, 2, 3, the remaining gravity spheres flew over spontaneously like magnets, beginning to adhere to the first one. With each additional gravitational sphere added, the strength of the gravitational field surged, seemingly forming some kind of resonant, synergistic structure. A dozen or so gravitational spheres hovered around the Lapis Lazuli, but after the 6th sphere was added, the remaining spheres flew into the intelligent machine's body and were contained, instead of continuing to attract. Songsher clearly noticed that after the 6th sphere was added, the synergistic structure formed by these gravitational spheres began to tremble slightly. Amidst a slight humming sound, as it struggled under the strain, fine, thread-like cracks spread across its surface. It had reached its limit. This floor of the hotel had already given way, the ceiling and floor collapsed together, revealing hollow sections of reinforced concrete. Fortunately, the patrol and surveillance personnel had taken up residence, and the top 8 floors had been emptied, leaving no one else behind. Lapis Lazuli, suspended against gravity, and Songsher, with his flaming wings outstretched, hovered in a tense standoff. There was no loud noise. The furniture, boards, and appliances instantly collapsed and shattered in the terrifying gravitational field, turning into swirling swirls of powder surrounding the gravity sphere. From afar, it seemed as if a dark vortex was swirling in front of Lapis Lazuli, mercilessly devouring everything it touched. Ultimate mass and ultimate gravity. A coupling of the tangible and the intangible. This was a move impossible to execute in normal combat, unless the opponent was completely incompetent. If it were Liu Danshu, he would have unleashed hundreds of punches the instant he attempted to gather his strength. If it were Dan Qian, with the 6 Desires manipulation technique empowered by the 6 Desires heavenly heart, he could cause the gravity sphere's resonance to deviate, its coordination to become unbalanced, and it to disintegrate. But in this situation, if it's said to be maximum output, then it has to be maximum output. More than 7 psionic techniques are operating simultaneously, with lapis lazuli's computing power and psionic energy pushed to their peak. If initially, the gravitational field of the gravity spheres was a combination of interwoven spherical fields, some overlapping, some wasted, then now, these interwoven fields begin to dissolve, gradually transforming into a single, standard geometric spherical field. This is a skill I used as a tall. Lapis lazuli's voice echoed through the wrecked hotel. By resonating and coordinating the structure of multiple gravitational spheres, it achieves output far exceeding normal levels. Its purpose is typically to attack large-scale permanent fortifications and wide-area reinforced concrete complexes. Song Shirshu tapped, and Heavy Assassin appeared, in its straight blade form. State your name directly. Anti-City Armed Force, Atal Stars. Here it comes. Even sound was too dull. In a moment of silence, a terrifying gravitational field reversed its course, like a massive star falling from the sky, forming a destructive spiral that surged straight forward. Even with a second chance at self-destruction, the combination of lapis lazuli's psionic skills wasn't perfectly aligned with Atal, and his psionic power was far from reaching the fourth ring, yet this attack still possessed terrifying destructive power. Song Shirshu activated Heavy Slayer, unleashing the full power of the compressed scorched earth and solid stone, but at such close range, and in such a short time, even with his strength, he couldn't weaken the gravitational field much. Defense was naturally impossible. A spark extinguished, Song Shirshu's palm cracked, and crimson gold blood gushed out, instantly rushing into Heavy Slayer, making the blade bloom with an extremely dazzling color. The pupils of glassy observation reflected the oncoming gravitational field. The flaws were fewer than expected. The effect of equal heaven allowed the coordinated resonance of these gravitational spheres to reach a state of near perfection. Even Atal back then couldn't achieve this. Maintaining perfect perfection in a dynamic state is not the same as maintaining it in a static state. From this leisurely commentary, the power of destruction brewing within Song Shirshu emerged. Collapse? Endless flames collided with the gravitational field, like a storm of fire erupting from flat ground. Just as this storm was about to rage, a sharp blade slashed at the surging, impacting gravitational spheres. A pedestrian on a street corner happened to look up. The luxurious hotel building in the distance, as if someone had slid an eraser, the top 5 floors of the hotel vanished literally. Chapter 491. Yes, it was me. It really wasn't an attack. I was just testing my skills with lapis lazuli. Sorry, you have to coordinate the compensation with the hotel. Thank you for your trouble. In the hotel room, now open to the elements, Song Shirshu hung up the call from Odo, tossed the data panel back to lapis lazuli, and turned to look at his right arm. His entire right arm was twisted in an abnormal way, showing signs of becoming a pretzel. In that clash, although he had broken the gravitational field, his right arm, which had been struck with a powerful blow, was still affected by the gravitational field, deformed and twisted. Sigh, his physique is still lacking. Song Shirshu thought to himself. He needed to start preparing for the spiritual energy technique True Radiance, and even the advancement to the fourth ring ascension, as soon as possible. While thinking this, the young man pressed down on his right arm with his left hand, twisting it several times, forcibly returning the bones to their proper positions amidst a series of creaking sounds. The shattered skin was washed clean by the boiling blood, immediately entering a new growth phase. After stabilizing his injuries, Song Shirshu looked at lapis lazuli, who was staring at the pile of shattered parts floating before him, lost in thought. My equality heaven needs further improvement, it concluded after a while. Theoretically, equality heaven allows my attack to maintain perfect resonance, but it can't withstand high-intensity external impacts. After this time, lapis lazuli had completely analyzed the exchange. The principle was simple. The opponent, using destruction as the primary attack, coupled with other psionic techniques, had built up terrifying destructive power. At the same time, by abandoning area of effect attacks and intentionally confining this destructive power, it had become incredibly strong. This forcefully shattered equal heaven, causing the coordinated resonance of the gravity spheres to become unbalanced, and the originally smooth, seamless, and integrated spherical field separated again. While this loose offensive still possessed considerable destructive power, it became a fatal flaw in this level of combat. Thus, Liu Liguan spotted the weakness and launched a powerful attack, breaking through the defenses. Their skill is much stronger than I expected. After a fierce exchange, the top 5 floors of the restaurant were instantly pulverized, leaving no place to stand. They jumped to the floor below, finally finding a place to sit. Songshur dragged over a sofa, casually wiped away some dust, and sank into it. I thought your move was just about sheer numbers to increase power. But to say it's effective against city-level weaponry, I think it's still lacking. The destructive power of this skill, besides my psionic energy, also depends on my altitude when I unleash it. Lapis Lazuli flew down after him. Also, I must point out that Palosair, Forged Light City, and Heavenly Capital are all modern cities that meet the definition. Songshur remained expressionless, and immediately changed the subject. Speaking of which, how's your progress in demonology? Are you aiming for Depth 5? Lapis Lazuli? How can Lapis Lazuli see that? The progress isn't optimistic. Lapis Lazuli answered truthfully, his voice much lower. I am an excellent user, but not an excellent creator. Even at his peak, Atal didn't reach Depth 5 in demonology, failing to achieve the title of Abyss Lord. My technological improvements, innovations, and pioneering efforts have always been limited. My understanding of the Abyss has never reached the level that qualifies me to carve out territory in the cyber domain. Songshur listened patiently. Although he was only a Depth 1 demon, his past life's interactions with various Abyss Lords had given him considerable knowledge in this area. Theoretically, the difference between a demon and an Abyss Lord lies in the latter's ability to carve out their own cyberspace territory within the Abyss, thus significantly escaping the influence of reality. Even with a physical internet outage, they could still dial using Abyss psionic energy. However, this seemingly small difference was like an insurmountable chasm. The Abyss was so chaotic, a vast ocean of information ebbs and flows, constantly changing and multiplying. Even demons could not remain there for long, otherwise, they would only perish. Even with the technical capabilities of zero-degree network, it couldn't establish a stable anchor point in the Depth 5 Abyss to create a permanent or semi-permanent cyberspace. This is the path from demon to Abyss Lord. He, it, she. Regardless of gender, the demon needs to establish a stable anchor point in the Abyss at Depth 5, using this anchor point as a seed to build a domain territory. This domain territory bears the personal mark of the Abyss Lord, possessing uniqueness. Because it grows from a stable anchor point, it can maintain its structure even in the Abyss at Depth 5, preventing the domain from disappearing into the chaotic information waves of the Abyss upon the Abyss Lord's awakening. Or, even if it is finally found, the private domain may have become heavily tainted by the Abyss, its appearance drastically changed, making it unrecognizable. Almost all Abyss Lords choose technology as their anchor point in this regard. More accurately, it's the technology they are proud of, and have created. A unique algorithm for a convolutional neural network, or a support vector machine toolkit they personally developed, a network protocol, or a sequence transformation model. In a sense, the Abyss can be seen as the prototype of a completely new path. Even though the ocean of information is constantly changing and chaotic, each technology will always settle in one place rather than become distorted. Technology is the most useful and suitable thing to connect with the Abyss. Psionic power and self-created are the self-imprints given to this technology, preventing others from seizing this anchor point. A technology or theory qualified to settle at Depth 5, Lapis Lazuli said, I have no ideas, not even a prototype. That is indeed a difficult problem. Songshur didn't empathize, but out of friendship, he sincerely offered a suggestion. How about finding a few Abyss Lords to teach you a few tricks? Or an Abyss King? Yinen happens to have two. Given my status, they're likely willing to do me a favor. No, this isn't about teaching. Lapis Lazuli refused. If receiving instruction from an Abyss King could allow me to advance to Abyss Lord, I would never refuse. In this era, the importance of an Abyss Lord is comparable to that of a fourth ring psionicist, especially since, in most cases, an Abyss Lord is themselves a fourth ring. A fourth ring psionicist, who is also an Abyss Lord, would pose a significantly increased threat. Technical archives, papers, and textbooks, I have no shortage of those, they can be easily found online. But that's not the problem. Becoming an Abyss Lord requires more personal reflection. Lapis Lazuli sighed deeply. That can't be taught. Chapter 492. After spending several days handling affairs, the official visit began. At Odo's strong request, Songshur specially changed into the most common vagrant attire, a leather jacket, jeans, a shoulder bag, several strips of cloth wrapped around his neck, some unidentified metal ornaments, and a badly worn rifle slung over his shoulder. Change clothes? I don't mind. But what's the reason? It's to give us some support. The clan leader carries a lot of weight in our clan's hearts. You're representing him on this inspection tour, which inherently brings great prestige. I found some family members in the media. When you visit the economic development zone in this outfit, We do some publicity to show the clan leader's importance. Alright. Thus, Songshur, accompanied by Anthony and Lapis Lazuli and Odo, headed to the Kanbin Economic Development Zone. Strictly speaking, the entire Kanbin is an economic development zone, but due to various factors, only a separate urban area has been designated as a pilot area for economic development. Having ridden the shuttle all the way here, Songshur could clearly notice the difference between this place and the rest of Kanbin. If the rest of Kanbin was covered in thick layers of paint, then this pilot economic development zone was like carving out a blank space on top of that paint. There were no vendors or graffiti here, and the flashy street bands were nowhere to be seen. Only renovated infrastructure, numerous office building rental advertisements, and promotional videos for special policies filled screens of all sizes. Neat, efficient, blue and white. It's been years since I wore this. Sitting casually on the shuttle that weaved through the gaps between the buildings, Songshur casually drew his pistol from his waistband. Let me get into the swing of things. Here I come. His fingers flew up and down, and with a series of clicks, the pistol was reduced to a table full of parts in the blink of an eye. Odo's eyes lit up. You can do this too? This kind of basic skill. Which qualified rogue doesn't know it? Songshur smiled rather smugly, stretching his fingers, then assembling it in a few seconds. I'm willing to wear this outfit, and there's a reason for that. During his years as a free bounty hunter, he spent quite a bit of time mingling with rogue clans. Songshur hooked his index finger on the trigger, spun the gun around, and then pressed it down. He aimed the grip at the man. Want to try? Odo chuckled, his hands itching to try. Without a word, he took the pistol, observed it briefly for a few seconds, and his large hands displayed remarkable dexterity, disassembling it in a few seconds as well. A little faster than you. Odo chuckled. Sigh, it's been a while since I'd done this, Songshur said nonchalantly. But you haven't fallen behind, have you? A dignified inspector. Basic skills of a wanderer. Odo calmly reassembled his pistol, responding to the other's earlier words. My surname is Rod, okay? The airflow through the cabin suddenly subsided. The shuttle's speed began to decrease, slowly landing on an open-air platform. The Kanbin Economic Development Zone arrived. Just as Odo had said, he had invited many media personnel to this trip to create momentum and stir up public opinion. Dozens of people were gathered on the landing platform below, most carrying long lenses and cameras. As soon as the shuttle appeared, a flurry of lights flashed, trying to capture the most impressive photos. It was practically a press conference. Songshur paid no heed to any of this. The young man's gaze was already fixed on the very center of the crowd, where two people stood side by side, a man and a woman. They made no attempt to conceal anything. The fluctuations of their psionic energy were clearly reflected in Songshur's pupils. Both of them were fourth-ring psionicists. 2 of the 7 guardians of the Saman Rhodes clan had come here today. Noticing the gaze directed at them, both Great Guardians reacted. The female Great Guardian appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a black and white dress. She had a beautiful face, yet her demeanor carried a mature air of older age. She gave Songshur a slight smiling greeting. The male Great Guardian beside her was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie, but he didn't give off a stuffy feeling. Instead, he exuded a strong, vibrant vitality. He nodded slightly, which was his way of greeting. Your Excellency, Inspector General, this is Mosa Rukrod, one of the 7 guardians. Odo stepped off the shuttle first, his gait bold and unrestrained, and he raised his hand to introduce her to Songshur. According to seniority, Odo, you should call me Annie. The woman raised an eyebrow. Once you're in a clan, everyone is family. Between family members are sworn brothers, marriage partners, godfathers, and so on. Often, your father is my maternal grandfather's sworn brother, and then you marry my sister, a complex web of relationships, winding and intricate. This Mosa is actually younger than him, yet, after all the seniority calculations, he's the one who should call her auntie. Odo's expression stiffened, and he immediately said righteously, Your Excellency, Great Guardian, in this situation, you should address her by her title. Before the other could speak, he quickly introduced the other. This is Otoro Saman, the current High Protector. He has consistently supported the development of the economic zone in recent years. Greetings, Inspector of the Borderlands. Otoro pinched his 4 fingers together, raised his thumb, and placed it against his heart. A common greeting of the Saman clan. Please give my regards to the chieftain. Songshur immediately replied, I will. The chieftain has always cared deeply for his family. He misses you all very much. He extended his hand and shook hands with both High Protectors, each handshake accompanied by a flurry of camera shutter clicks. I heard that the Combin Economic Development Zone has been operating for a few years, so I wanted to come and see for myself, Songshur said with a smile. Won't it be inconvenient? You're much more humorous than I heard, Mosa chuckled twice, clearing her throat. I invited you here precisely to see it, so how could it be inconvenient? However, I don't know much about this, so let Otoro explain it to you. And judging by your attire, anyone who didn't know better would think you just came from the wasteland. Songshur subtly adjusted his position, facing the camera, and said loudly, as you know, I always been a pure wanderer born in the corporate alliance. Mosa was surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying herself. Songshur maintained his composure, turning to the man, Then I trouble you? To my shame, although I am the Grand Guardian, and have nominally promoted the Economic Development Zone these past few years, the actual operation and maintenance have always been handled by others. Otoro's expression remained solemn as he spoke, lending his words immense credibility. I believe a professional's explanation will be more effective than mine. Please allow me to introduce you to a professional. He extended his hand, and a young man immediately stepped forward from the nearby crowd. Wallace Sayman, director of the Coordination Office of the Combin Economic Development Zone. Trust me, he won't disappoint you. The two shook hands. A flurry of camera shutter clicks. Chapter 493. You're not even 30 yet, are you? Truly young and promising. Songshur praised first, then his gaze shifted back and forth between Otoro and Valis a few times. But, what kind of family are you two? Hearing this, Valis's eyes changed slightly, but his facial expression remained perfectly controlled, calm and capable. He didn't speak, while Otoro beside him stated frankly, Valis is my only son. However, Your Excellency, I once heard a saying circulating in the Eastern continent, recommend the virtuous without regard to kinship. Valis has talent, I can't let him go unnoticed, can I? I see. Songshur feigned understanding. Then I look forward to the outcome. The crowd began to move. Surrounded by media and security personnel, at the very center were naturally the two Grand Guardians and the border inspector, walking side by side. Behind them were Anthony and Lapis Lazuli, and slightly ahead of them was Valis, providing real-time commentary. Valis's attire presented a capable, but not overly elitist, style. Most notably, his right hand was replaced with a prosthetic, but it wasn't a fully biomimetic structure, nor was it covered in indistinguishable artificial skin. Instead, the hollow space exposed the internal mechanical structure, and a tumbleweed graffiti was chemically etched onto the back of his hand. Most members of the Sayman Rhodes clan, who were nomads, favored this mechanized, wild style. They considered fully biomimetic prosthetics to be things only city people would use. As for tumbleweeds, they are also one of the most common plants in nomadic culture. As someone aspiring to be the next great guardian, he had secretly prepared a support team long ago, offering advice and strategies from all angles. Public image was just the most basic part of this. The Combin Development Zone mainly focuses on high-tech industries, and Meg Technology is an outstanding representative of these companies, making it the first stop I'd be showcasing to you, Wallace stated clearly. However, we're still a short distance from Meg Technology. In the meantime, I'd like to give you an overview of the Combin Economic Development Zone. As a pilot project, we implemented special and flexible economic policies and a unique economic management system here. From day one, we consistently adhered to an export-oriented economic development goal. Our coordination team actively communicates with the outside world, attracting investment, and through the vigorous development of the Economic Development Zone, indirectly driving the entire Combin towards prosperity. Wallace spoke eloquently, quickly responding to the occasional questions raised by Songshur and others. During this time, the various cameras were almost constantly on camera. Now, let me show you Meg Technology. After a brief conversation, they arrived in front of a large building. A group of people were already waiting, presumably senior executives from Meg Technology. They quickly greeted them and led them into the company showroom. A Meg Technology representative gave a detailed introduction to the company's history and current main products. Next, they visited the production line to observe product manufacturing up close. Afterwards, they visited the R&D department and watched a small presentation. This process was repeated several times, visiting multiple companies, before Wallace went on to explain the special policies of the Economic Development Zone. For example, I imagine you're very concerned about the employee welfare system in the Economic Development Zone. My answer is, your concern can be put to rest assured. Wallace waved, and a drone beside him quickly projected, Look, these are some specific clauses of the employee welfare system. The benefits we provide for our employees are absolutely adequate. This visit to the Economic Development Zone, which began in the morning and ended at dusk, was almost non-stop. However, none of the people present were ordinary. They felt no fatigue whatsoever. The building's exterior gradually became shrouded in a thin layer of shimmering gold. At some point, the media personnel withdrew, leaving Song Shi and the two great guardians at the forefront, away from the crowd. 3 long shadows stretched out in the setting sun. Anthony calmly landed behind, Wallace beside him, the latter staring at the shadows, then at the 3 parallel figures. The mere 20 meters seemed like an insurmountable chasm at this moment. Toro, you're from Dayuan, right? Song Shi stopped. He was standing on an industrial platform, their view of the city bathed in the setting sun. Want to chat sometime? There will be an opportunity. Toro's tone was steady. I long admired the name of Nandu for a long time. Sure, let's arrange it when I'm leaving. Song Shi was quite satisfied. He had just turned his head when Mosa spoke. She sighed. Your Excellency. Why did you choose Toro instead of me? Then you come along? Song Shi laughed. We can witness the balance of the 4th ring together. Just kidding. Mosa made a no gesture. I'm not interested in fighting. If you're planning to talk about movies, I can keep you company all day. Before taking office, this High Guardian was a well-known actor in Yunnan. Even after taking office, the frequency of his work decreased significantly, but the quality didn't suffer in the slightest, and his popularity remains undiminished. Or if you suddenly have an idea to do a cameo role, you can also contact me. Mosa smiled. I'd be staying in Kanbin for a while longer. Song Shi understood. Each High Guardian has a default jurisdiction. Kanbin belongs to Toro's jurisdiction. This Mosa clearly leans towards the open faction, so she came specifically to welcome him, the patrol inspector, and to show her support. Traditionally, among the 7 guardians, those with the surnames Rhodes and Saman should each have at least 3. The last one depends on the situation. Rhodes and Saman can both be the last one, and they are implicitly considered the head of the 7 guardians. However, the last 5th ring holder of the Saman Rhodes clan was decades ago. That person followed the First Lord of Yunnan in the 7 Earths War, suffered irreversible injuries, and passed away 11 years after the war ended. Therefore, within the Saman Rhodes clan, currently, apart from the Lord of Yunnan serving as clan chief, the so-called 7 guardians are only relatively more prestigious, lacking absolute rule. These 2, Mosa and Toro, are not among the 7 guardians. You done a good job. Song Shi looked down at the buildings below. Technological advancements had reversed day and night. Dusk couldn't stop the company's operations. All the buildings were brightly lit, and delivery drones could be seen gliding orderly through the network of power lines and rooftops. We need unity. It's the guarantee of cohesion and a noble virtue. But well, there's a saying in the Eastern continent, too much of a good thing. Once unity exceeds its limits, it could lead to isolation, and even your families might no longer be so Yunnan. Song Shi stared intently. Do you understand what I mean? Faced with this topic, Mosa's smile faded, and she leaned slightly forward. This is precisely the direction we must strive for. Toro stood ramrod straight, his right hand on his heart. The Saman Rhodes clan will always be a part of Yunnan. Chapter 494. I need an explanation. In the penthouse suite of the grand building, Valis's face was ashen. What explanation? The high-resolution holographic projection feigned confusion. Are you asking about the new batch of orders? Didn't we already say there were some problems with the shipping, causing a delay, and now isn't the right time to proceed? You know that's not what I'm asking. Valis interrupted, shouting, Why are you transferring assets? And your people, supposedly hiding, are all trying to withdraw from Yunnan. You noticed all that? I don't remember you being this capable. The other party asked in surprise. Valis stared coldly at the projection. All right, I can explain, if you need to. The other party raised their hands in surrender. I want to minimize the losses, understand? I'm not saying I won't continue supporting you. As long as it's confirmed that we haven't been exposed during this period, all of this will come back. Exposed? Valis laughed angrily. Your current approach is the easiest way to be exposed. That's not how it works. The other party shook their head repeatedly. I didn't just start doing this recently. This is the last bit left, and it's been very quiet. Valis frowned. This was the real reason for his anger. Long before patrol surveillance even arrived in Kanbin, the other party had already started doing this, and only now had he truly realized this. Are you going to breach the contract? The voice seemed to be squeezed out of Alice's throat. First of all, we didn't sign any written contract. At most it was a verbal agreement. Secondly, I don't think there's any breach of contract at all. The other party waved his hand. We provide you with funding, technology, and a certain amount of military support to help you run for the next High Warden. In return, you provide cover for us, conducting some behind enemy lines infiltration and intelligence work. Our cooperation has always been pleasant, hasn't it? There's no breach of contract, just a temporary suspension of cooperation. So, all those words and performances you put on the other day were just to appease me, Vallis said coldly. The other party suddenly fell silent. He stared intently at the man for a long while before speaking. Vallis Salmon, do you really want me to tell the truth? According to our risk assessment department, the risk you exposed is far too high, he said calmly. A border patrol officer crossing the border, what does that signify? I don't think I, a foreigner, need to remind you. I must cut my losses in advance. You know you're a foreigner, Vallis clenched his fist. You think you can just come and go as you please? Mr. Salmon, are you trying to make me laugh? The other man chuckled and shrugged. Yes, I admit, you're a very important partner for our company in Yan'an. After all, in a relatively closed environment like the Salmon Rhodes clan, people in high positions are indeed hard to find. You're very convenient and useful to us, and you helped us a lot. But ultimately, you're just hard to find for us, while we are your only one. Ah. The holographic projection's voice carried a hint of feeling. You can report us all you want, but so what? Although our company's efforts in the Salmon Rhodes clan over the past few years have been in vain, they haven't been wasted. We've done everything we needed to gather intelligence and carry out the necessary infiltration. But if I report you, don't expect it to be labeled as framing or slander. He smirked. As one of the deputy heads of Time Travel Overseas Operations Department, I think Yan'an should still give me this much face and trust. You? Don't give me the you stuff. The man trembled, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, took a leisurely drag, and tiny pixels floated up. The simulated smoke trailed off. Considering our past cooperation was relatively pleasant, I offer you two options. First, you can continue waiting. The assessed risks are high, but not 100%. If you successfully weather the storm, we still be good friends. The position of Grand Guardian is beckoning you. Second, you can report us now. After you discovered our relocation, didn't you quickly detain some of my men? Hand them over as a pledge of loyalty. Go and turn yourself in. If you behave well, with your father protecting you, you should be able to save your life. I reckon you only need 10 years. The man took another drag, smiling slightly. But if you do that, you be further and further away from your dream. Vallis's Adam's apple bobbed. After a long pause, he squeezed out through clenched teeth, you treat your subordinates. Is this your attitude? The man exhaled smoke and laughed loudly. This time, his smile was so genuine, so joyful. They signed a written contract. Immediately, the holographic projection began to flicker, as if the signal had failed. The man casually tossed away his cigarette, and spoke his last words, before the projection completely disappeared. Here's a free piece of intelligence for you. One of the core reasons our company assessed the excessively high risk is that the border patrol and surveillance is being handled by that Nando. This is a joint deduction from Singularity Technologies' Chaos Probability Calculation and Information Analysis departments. Since his debut, his fortune has possessed an unstoppable force. A common trait of the strong, perhaps. However, there's no need to tell him this underlying analysis. The man thought smugly. The next instant, silently, the projection went out. Vallis looked at the now quiet room, his fists braced against the wall, and took a deep breath. Ding. Young master, someone is looking for you. It's the boyfriend of your cousin's godfather's nephew's sister. He wants to meet you at the Marumbo Hotel to discuss the bidding for the new project of the Chueda Company. Let him die. Lapis Lazuli, help me investigate Wallace Salmon. Songshur put down the data panel, which displayed an enlarged scene photo. In the photo, Songshur, dressed as a wanderer, was shaking hands with a man. The caption read, Patrol Inspector Songshur and his entourage arrive in Combin for research and have a cordial conversation with Wallace Salmon, Director of the Coordination Office, regarding the Economic Development Zone. The patterns on the Lapis Lazuli device lit up rapidly, detaching from its online state. Let me confirm the requirements. The Wallace Salmon you're referring to is the Director of the Coordination Office of the Combin Economic Development Zone, and the only son of the current High Guardian, Otto Salmon? Yes. Songshur nodded. I grant you my proxy privileges. Investigate him, and the Combin Economic Development Zone. I understand. The Lapis Lazuli didn't hesitate, but paused, asking another question. Is there a reason? He gives me a strange feeling. Maybe it's his eyes? Songshur stroked his chin, quite subtle, compared to his father and others, he is slightly, out of place. Songshur thought of a more suitable word. Let's check it out first. It won't cost much anyway. If there's nothing wrong, then I guess I misjudged. By the way, do it discreetly, don't make a big fuss. But what about the possibility of offending his father? Whatever. Songshur spread his hands and leaned back. I'm just a temporary worker. Chapter 495. Lapis Lazuli and Anthony went to investigate Valis Saman. Yes, after hearing Songshur's idea, Anthony also devoted some of his energy to assisting Lapis Lazuli. No, more accurately, Lapis Lazuli was assisting Anthony. As a Depth 4 demon, Lapis Lazuli possessed formidable computing power, and was heavily influenced by the Enterprise Alliance's technical expertise. He was a force to be reckoned with online, but Anthony, from the first court, was better at sifting through thousands of government documents and files, adapting to local conditions, and deducing the true situation. Machines might falsify accounts, but humans definitely will. Meanwhile, Songshur declined most invitations these past few days, staying in his hotel, contemplating psionic energy. Psionic are true radiance. If classified by type, the Enterprise Alliance would call this type a comprehensive fusion, specialization, and reconstruction of psionic energy in the body, while the Eastern continent's long-standing custom is to call it Dharma form. True is one's true nature, radiance is one's light. Songshur sat cross-legged, communicating with the great source Tao path. At his current level, the ritual was not unimportant, but certainly not as crucial as it once was. After all, essentially, the ritual was a medium for communicating with the Tao path, a credential proving one's qualifications. The further a psychic travels on the Tao path, the deeper their footprints naturally become, representing the connection and enduring gaze between the Tao path and the psychic. Without the proof of a ritual, the Tao path already understands what kind of psychic you are. This is why, even though psychic nobles have monopolized information from certain rituals since ancient times, the corresponding psychic techniques still occasionally manifest. Perhaps a dream during a night's sleep, or a catharsis after suffering, at certain moments, a psychic might suddenly receive ritual information for a psychic technique, or even bypass the ritual's limitations to directly acquire that technique. The path of the Tao acknowledges you, and thus bestows this gift. The path of the Tao resents those extraordinary psychic techniques remaining hidden from view, and thus takes the initiative to explain them. Some call it divine revelation, some call it divine instruction, but ultimately, it is merely a gift from the path of the Tao. Therefore, some psychics choose to refuse. Songshur closed his eyes, his thoughts soaring. The gift from the path of the Tao is certainly good. The path of the Tao believes this might be a suitable psychic technique for me. But that is only the path of the Tao's opinion, not my personal will. In my past life, I rejected 3 paths. In this life, not a single one has been bestowed upon me, Songshur murmured softly. In terms of performance and talent alone, I am stronger than in my previous life. Is this a mere coincidence? Or has the Tao path understood my choice, and therefore ceased its attempts? Does the great origin Tao path know of his rebirth? Crimson gold flames appeared, followed by deep, pitch-black calamity flames. These 2 completely different types of spiritual energy flames slowly intertwined around the young man, transforming into a flowing vortex. The 3rd ring of great origin allows for operations, like elementalization and chi transformation, provided there are corresponding spiritual energy techniques. Songshur hasn't inscribed these kinds of spiritual energy techniques, so he can only do a portion of it. For example, temporarily turning his hands into flames isn't difficult, but completely dispersing his entire body into flames is impossible. But at this moment, the young man's skin was burning. It wasn't that a layer of flame was smeared on his skin, rather, skin and flame were intertwined, his skin rising like smoke, then suddenly turning into fiery mist. From a distance, Songshur looked as if he might float away at any moment, dissipating into flames. Songshur slowly exhaled. These flames, formed from his skin, didn't completely dissipate into the atmosphere. Instead, under an inexplicable pull, they condensed around Songshur, vaguely outlining a familiar yet strange silhouette. That was indeed Songshur's silhouette, but subtle differences remained. This silhouette wasn't static. Every moment new flames filled in, and every moment parts of the original collapsed and crumbled. The Dharma form I forged in my past life is true radiance, Songshur said, calming his breathing. The Dharma image can be seen as a projection of the self. Today's Songshur is different from yesterday's Songshur, not to mention that after several lifetimes, it needs time to be corrected and refined. This lifetime Songshur is stronger than the previous lifetime Songshur. Therefore, This lifetime's true radiance must also be stronger than the previous lifetime's true radiance, opening up new boundaries on the path of cultivation, exploring new possibilities. Songsher thought, I am still far from reaching this level of divine throne, and what will the scenery above the divine throne be like? After a long while, Songsher raised his hand, dispelling the swirling flames, and returned to his normal appearance. The true Radiance Dharma image has not yet been forged. He always felt something was missing, not as smooth as expected. Then he put it aside for now. Songsher took a shower, went to the living room, laid down on the sofa, and casually turned on the TV. Good afternoon, come in. Greetings to all family members watching on television. The most hotly debated news right now is undoubtedly the newly appointed Inspector General Songsher. He recently visited the Kanban Economic Development Zone, touring several high-tech enterprises, including Meg Technology, and subsequently had a cordial conversation with company employees. Oda wasn't lying. He'd given his family a good lesson. From the day of the visit, almost overnight, a deluge of media coverage bombarded them, creating the illusion that everyone strongly supported the opening up. An Inspector General and 2 Great Guardians. This lineup was incredibly valuable. The Inspector General was appointed by the clan leader himself, making him practically family. The 2 Great Guardians, without a doubt, were family among family. Would family lie to family? It's hard to say about other places, but at least within Kanban, there was indeed a thriving and flourishing scene. Everything was improving, or rather, everything was developing in the direction Odo and Songsher had hoped for. Once I finish this trip to the Saman Roads clan, I can probably resign, Songsher thought to himself. The thought of soon stepping onto the first court brought a ripple of joy to Songsher's usually calm demeanor. Ding! The data panel on the coffee table lit up. Songsher picked it up. It was a communication from Lapis Lazuli. Hello? There's a lead, but the situation might be quite serious. I suppressed it for now, only informing you so far. Songsher slowly sat up straight. Specifically? It might involve the corporate alliance. Lapis Lazuli's voice paused, tinged with caution. There are traces of the Time Passage's involvement. Chapter 496. Director, representatives from Treasure Storage and Transportation have arrived in Kanban. I arranged for preliminary inspections, and they've been asking me when you'd be available for a face-to-face meeting. Didn't I tell you not to bother me these next few days? The person on the other end of the communication hesitated for a moment before continuing. Director, Treasure Storage and Transportation holds 8.52% of the logistics market share in Yan'an. They're crucial to the development of our economic development zone. We can't refuse to meet them. Valis gripped his glass, his mechanical fingers applying slight pressure, causing snowflake-like cracks to appear on the glass. He downed the glass in one gulp, taking a deep breath. I understand. We talk tomorrow afternoon at 3 in the development zone. Have someone make proper arrangements. Don't disrespect our clan's customs. Roger. Valis hung up, deliberately suppressing the activity of his enzymes, letting the effects of the alcohol gradually take hold. Although he had only been promoted 3 years ago, he was still a genuine second-tier transcendence, his physiological functions far exceeding those of ordinary people. Even if he intentionally relaxed his physical limitations, the alcohol he drank had to be specially prepared to truly induce some intoxication. There was no sense of comfort whatsoever. Valis pressed his head, the alcohol flowing down his throat to his limbs, but bringing no relief. Instead, it intensified his agitation, creeping up his back in a warm, tingling sensation. The words of the deputy head of the Time Travel Overseas Operations Department had been swirling in his mind these past few days, like a vengeful ghost, showing no sign of fading, only growing stronger. Was I affected by the consensus's psychic power? No, not at all. Valis knew this. Just as the other party was ready to turn on him at any moment, he also harbored the idea of finding the right opportunity to ditch them, and even turn the tables, and report it as a merit. This was an unrealistic delusion. Perhaps most people would be guilty under duress, their resumes stained with an indelible mark. But his father was the prestigious Great Guardian, and he had the power to clear his name, even transforming his collusion with hostile forces into feigning compliance while waiting for the right moment. Of course, even so, such a move would inevitably bring a series of troubles, but compared to the worst outcome, this was already good enough. Valis had made some countermeasures, but now it seemed that only his mental defenses had been successful. Valis thought irritably. After each meeting with the other party, he would conduct a complete set of memory comparisons, personality anchoring, and other processes to ensure that he hadn't deviated from the intended path. The current agitation, was the assessed exposure risk too high, more crucial than the border patrol and surveillance? The core issue was the person holding this position. Was it Song Shi? With a snap, Valis looked down abruptly, realizing that he had unknowingly used too much force, shattering the wine glass, shards soaking his entire hand. I can't lose my composure. Valis's expression shifted for a moment, then he pulled off a tablecloth, vigorously wiping the glass shards from his right hand, while muttering to himself. I already cleaned up my hands and feet. Continuing the cleanup now would only attract attention. I need to calm down first. Valis suppressed his agitation, considering the situation. Time travel isn't a concern for now. They have no motive to report me. After all, they still need me as a collaborator. In other words, the key point still lies with that border patrol inspector, that's Song Shi. As long as he doesn't notice anything and take action, I'd be safe. That shouldn't be the case. Who would have thought that the son of a great guardian would be so accommodating to a giant corporation? It's not a question of possibility, but rather that he wouldn't even have considered it in the first place. Moreover, according to this border patrol inspector's previous record, he never stayed in any place for long, the longest being no more than a month. In such a short time, he certainly wouldn't notice anything amiss. Once he leaves, with my power, I have ample room to maneuver, whether I advance or retreat. Ding! The sound of an elevator came from afar. With his second ring transcendence, psychic abilities, and advanced cybernetics, Valis's hearing was extremely sharp. He heard the friction of the elevator cable as it ascended and low breathing. Someone was coming. This was his private residence. Who could come up without prior notice? Valis paused, then realized what was happening. The visitor was. Father? The wooden door to the room was closed, but from the crack, a gentle breeze suddenly drifted in. In the blink of an eye, this breeze surged forth, like a clear sky turning into a torrential downpour on the sea, rushing in with the force of a tsunami. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. Valis stared intently at the wooden door, a powerful aura rising within him. Even without witnessing it firsthand, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine and make it hard to breathe. The footsteps stopped behind the door. It was suffocating. A deathly silence followed, until one moment, the door was pushed open. The raging storm-like winds vanished in that instant, and the clear sky returned to the sea. Valis gasped for breath, not bothering to wipe the sweat from his brow, his pupils reflecting the figure standing in the doorway. The middle-aged man wasn't particularly tall, but simply standing there, he possessed an undeniable solemnity, like the eye of a storm. Fool? Then, the man uttered a single word. Father? Valis stammered. I shouldn't have tolerated you, after your mother's death, leading to this terrible mistake. Arturo stepped forward, one step at a time. Fool. Incorrigible. You can deal with those corporate people, do business, with me here, you can try, no problem, but how dare you actually commit treason? I didn't commit treason. Valis raised his voice, then suddenly realized something, incredulously saying, You knew all along? Arturo continued forward, and Valis involuntarily began to back away. You think you can hide it? Arturo's voice was like cold iron. If there was no treason, why would the border patrol have started investigating you? Valis felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He said incredulously, Wait, I didn't receive any news. Comben is my territory. Valis tried to back away, but Arturo suddenly stepped forward, gripping his shoulder like an iron clamp. Their actions can't hide from me, but you? No. Valis felt a cracking sound in his shoulder, a sharp pain. For the first time, he felt just how strong his father's hand was, an experience he had never had in his 27 years of life. Since you already knew, it's clear you tacitly approved of all this. Because I never thought of it. Arturo's nose was almost touching Valis's face. I, Arturo Simon's son, could be so foolish. Chapter 497. Father. Come with me. Almost as if by illusion, Arturo's expression turned solemn again. He grabbed Valis and pulled him outside. The barrage of messages had left Valis's mind a blur. The other person's words provided a guiding light in that blur, which he immediately grasped, his thoughts returning to the present. Where are we going? To surrender. Arturo said coldly. Valis Simon, director of the Comben Economic Development Zone, under the instruction of the great guardian Arturo Simon, chose to feign compliance with the current order, attempting to gain benefits for Yunnan. Unfortunately, his own abilities were limited, and he was deceived. He has come to confess to the border inspector. Valis shuddered, then my future. Fool. Stupid. Arturo abruptly stopped, staring intently at his son. This is no time to think about these things. Report it now, and with my help, you still have a chance to live. This kind of lazy bum. The future. Varys stopped, his hands trembling, his previously unpredictable face turning ashen. Then I rather die here. Do you think you have a choice? Arturo pressed a hand to his forehead, veins bulging. It's not you who decides whether you live or die, it's me and that border inspector. There's something else I've been reluctant to tell you, because I didn't want to disappoint you too much. Now it seems I was wrong. I should have told you sooner. Do you really think you have a chance to become a High Warden? Vera's eyes widened. Prestige, seniority. I can pave the way for you, give you time to accumulate, but how can I interfere with your psionic abilities? Arturo didn't look at him. 3 years. You've been in the second ring for 3 years. What level of psionic skill have you inscribed in the second ring? 3, the man said. Including the one bestowed upon you along the way, you only have 3. Valis said hoarsely, that's not bad. I know it's not bad, Arturo repeated, enunciating each word clearly, but it's not bad. If you don't even have the strength to protect yourself, how can you protect your clan and family? None of the previous words had felt as chilling as this one. The High Keepers have been established for 78 years, growing from 5 in the first generation to 7 today. Even the weakest High Keeper in history possessed power equivalent to a mid-level third ring. Moreover, you don't understand what we, the Yanon, have been preparing all these years. You don't know what the future world is about to witness. Arturo slowly shook his head. At this point in time, the new High Keeper must be at the 4th ring, or at the highest level of the 3rd ring, with the potential to reach the 4th ring within a few years. Don't ask any more, and don't say any more. Arturo, who had been holding Valis's hand tightly, released it and patted it forcefully. Perhaps it's not necessarily a bad thing. There's water in the bottle that trips you up in the desert, Valis. That's a proverb from our Simonian clan, one you learned in your textbooks as children. I hope you haven't forgotten it. Refine your nature. After this battle, you might be reborn, propelling your psychic powers to unimaginable heights. Arturo tapped Valis's heart with his index finger, then at himself. Keep your ego, keep your heart pure. Was this it? Valis clutched his head in anguish, gasping for breath. After a long while, he struggled to sit up. I understand. Arturo straightened his tie, sighed softly, and walked forward. The next instant, Valis saw his father suddenly raise his head, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing through the ceiling and staring directly at the heavens. It was as if he had seen something. In just a few breaths, as if an invisible veil had been lifted from the room, a woman in a black and white dress emerged out of thin air. The High Protector, Mosa Arukrad. The 4th ring balance. Because of his father, Valis had seen her many times. Strictly speaking, she was a distant relative, and thus he knew some of her psychic abilities. The levels of hearing, sight, touch, and thought, the world one often speaks of is actually a complex structure built from these layers. The object of her balance was precisely these layers. She could freely adjust and traverse these layers, as easily as manipulating an onion. The way she appeared here was clearly due to her wide-ranging perception of Otto's presence, allowing her to directly reach him through a leap in the level of perception, traversing a vast physical distance. Just as a person lying in bed at night can instantly travel across the world, this doesn't necessarily indicate immense power, but simply a difference in the rules governing the levels of reality and thought. However, at this moment, the beautiful face lacked its usual amiable charm. She didn't even glance at Valis, simply staring silently at Arturo. Let go, she said. Arturo slowly called out her name, Mosa. Why bother? We were colleagues, family, Mosa said. Think carefully about your duties, Great Protector, and those family members who respect, fear, and love you. Valis is also family, he said slowly. Remove family. Mosa's fingers slowly clenched, and she said calmly, the Saman Rhodes clan has no place for traitors. Family? He is no longer. Final advice, Arturo, she said, step aside. Arturo was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Your Excellency, the Inspector General, are you not going to intervene? Considering the potential impact, I prefer that you resolve this internally. A line of crimson appeared on the wall of the room, which then rapidly expanded, burning out a huge hole, through which the shuttle in the distance and the silent iron crows in the night could be seen. Songsher stepped down, flew to the hole, and slowly entered the room. It seems you haven't succeeded. Resistance is futile, the outcome is predetermined. Mosa took a silk glove from her bosom, spread her fingers, and put it on. Arturo, you understand this. I always heard that the new Inspector General is keen on duels, deciding victory with defeat. Arturo said slowly, looking at the young man. If I were to reach the peak of the 3rd ring and defeat you, could I spare Valis's life? First, you can't. Songsher raised his index finger, then his middle finger. Second, If it were the bounty hunter Nando here, he might agree, but this is the Inspector General Song Shi. You should make a decision. Song Shi's pupil shone with the color of flames. He said calmly, obey, or resist. Arturo fell silent again, this time for longer than ever before. Finally, he slowly exhaled, looked directly at the two in front of him, and spoke in a low voice. Love, unity, family. Chapter 498. Song Shi turned his head after listening. Great Guardian Mosa, how's the news? Burketti and Kai-Su are on their way. They should arrive within 12 minutes. Burketti and Kai-Su are the other two Great Guardians. Mosa raised his hand, and invisible psionic energy spread out, rippling like satin water, subtly changing something. But just as this ripple was about to touch Valis, an invisible wind stirred, and these intangible things now seemed like an indestructible wall, blocking all external objects. If you try some, well, extreme methods, like using the entire city as a bargaining chip to force me to release your son. As he spoke, Song Shi surveyed the room's decor. Maybe I agree? A fourth ring great source. Even if Mosa had been brought in beforehand, and he was by his side, if the other party acted recklessly and wantonly unleashed destructive power, at least 1/5 of Combin would be destroyed. The impeachment vote against the High Protector hasn't started, and the First Court hasn't issued any instructions, so I am still the High Protector. Arturo slowly shook his head. Besides, Combin gave me life and raised me. How could I possibly destroy all of this? Well done. Song Shi clapped his hands. What a pity. Who would have thought that a High Protector's son would betray his country and collude with the enemy? Valis seemed to want to say something, but a gust of wind enveloped him, blocking his voice. Song Shi had learned the art of lip reading, and could roughly tell what the other party wanted to say. Playing games? Song Shi said casually. To tell you the truth, although I found quite a bit, there's really no crucial, decisive evidence. You done a very clean job. Valis froze. The judge needs evidence, but the Border Patrol doesn't. Song Shi said calmly, verifying the truth is handled by the consensus of the higher rings. If I remember correctly, one of the Grand Guardians, Madara, is a fourth ring consensus. His verification ensures both strength and credibility. Then let him verify. Valis roared silently, all of the above only applies to before I came here. Song Shi interrupted him. Don't you plan to think about it? At this point, I already talked a lot with your father. Do we still need verification? Arturo Saman. Song Shi didn't look at him again, focusing on the man. As a Grand Guardian, your indulgence and tolerance of your family has led to a de facto national defense security incident. However, considering that you have also made many contributions and haven't been hysterical, I give you a chance to end this willingly. Song Shi's hand, unknowingly, rested on Chong Shi's blade. Having lost to me here, I can transfer the authority to Judge Valis Saman to the 7 Guardians, for your internal council to decide. He didn't turn around. Hi Guardian Mosa, shouldn't this be in accordance with the rules? Mosa seemed somewhat surprised, but then she bowed slightly. You are the rule. The internal council of the 7 Guardians. 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Changed to 9 deaths with a chance of survival. In the eternal darkness, a ray of light appeared, however faint. It was still the difference between nothing and something, the birth of hope. I understand. Arturo unbuttoned his suit jacket one button at a time, slowly tossing it aside. His previously slightly hunched back straightened as usual, even more ramrod straight, like a raised sword. Without any unnecessary movements, the vast undercurrent that had been hidden beneath the surface of the atmosphere began to slowly surge. Expensive solid wood furniture disintegrated in the wind. A crystal chandelier shattered into dust without a sound, and amidst the fluttering papers and sealed bags, the room teetered on the brink of collapse. Before assuming the position of High Guardian, Arturo Saman was one of the 19 regional commanders of the Yunnan Rangers. At that time, his title was the Wind of the Wilderness. Since breaking through to the 4th ring, the last time people had seen this Wind of the Wilderness in action was 3 years ago. Mosa's azure eyes narrowed. Arturo had married young, and was no more than 50 years old. In the 6 years since breaking through to the 4th ring, he had rarely displayed his abilities. Now it seemed that his psionic powers had not slackened in the slightest since becoming High Guardian. Then, the catastrophic storm subsided, gradually receding. No need to suppress your power. Song Shi's lips slowly curved into a smile. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took his first step. Flames ignited. Behind Song Shi, amidst the raging flames, a blurry human figure slowly emerged. Strands of crimson flame, formed from extremely concentrated fire, visibly outlined lifelike details on this silhouette. Song Shi's likeness. Countless flames layered and intertwined, together forming a radiant and majestic Dharma image. Psionic art, true radiance. Then, this Dharma image began to shrink. It was larger than Songshur, like a towering statue, and now, this statue descended from the altar, gradually merging into Songshur, seeking to become one with him. Although its size was shrinking, the power emanating from this Dharma image grew ever more magnificent, even suppressing the raging winds and creating a vacuum. True as nature, radiance is light. Otaro's expression subtly changed. As a high guardian, his authority was extremely high. He had sifted through countless secrets. Almost instantly, he recognized the psionic technique the other party was attempting to inscribe. True radiance, theoretically, is a psionic technique that primarily enhances the wielder's psionic breadth, range, and resistance to negative effects. It draws inspiration from the images of the sun and universal light, representing wisdom and light, reaching the universe, illuminating heaven and earth. According to the records, the ritual of this psionic technique requires the psionicists to use their own will to bring the light that they wholeheartedly acknowledge to the beings in a region. Some choose to uphold strict moral standards, setting an example for others and rectifying the region, earning respect and admiration. Others choose to rely on faith, using religious means to make people accept this as light. Is the patrol and inspection of Yunnan both a duty and a ritualistic process? My truth is absolutely no problem, but light. Songshur's voice echoed in the gale. Light, if you were to state it explicitly, it would be too well settled, don't you think? In Otaro's perception, the surging flames were as powerful as the sun, yet they lacked any sense of grandeur or magnificence. Instead, there was only the purest, most intense power. To reach the so-called light, only the most unstoppable, the most irresistible force. Otherwise, no matter how bright your light shines, it can never illuminate the shadows beneath the dense forest. The real solution is always to burn all those trees to the ground. No time was left to react. Songshur took his second step. Not far away, Moses' face showed astonishment. He was about to break through to ascension? Chapter 499. Before today arrived, Songshur clearly sensed that the forging of true radiance was somewhat hindered, and the accumulation of spiritual energy was still a step away from the peak of the third ring. Until now. He was wrong. Songshur felt a mix of emotion and joy. In this rebirth, although there were life and death adventures and battles, ultimately, everything was within his expectations. The inscription of each spiritual energy technique, the encounters along the way, all followed the predetermined path he had envisioned. Too smooth? It should be said, too predictable. Indeed, Emmanuel of Forge Light City, Uyama Genji of Mount Nali, even back in Palosher, when he first entered the second ring and slew Gaboy, every battle was fraught with difficulty. A slight miscalculation could have led to death. But so what? The first Lord of Yunnan, the rebel Chaklo Vaughn, Lord of the 10 Domains Dwight Brooks, and so on. These now renowned and powerful figures, including the Grand Marshal, who was far from proving himself number one under heaven back then. Which one of them didn't endure countless trials and tribulations, surviving near-death experiences to emerge victorious? It's me, on the other hand, with my past life's experience. That's why I'm starting to think about waiting until everything is perfectly prepared before breaking through to the fourth ring. When did the free bounty hunter Nando start talking about being perfectly prepared? When I left the orphanage and traveled the world, I suffered quite a bit in terms of psychic abilities and practical matters because of my background. But I was indifferent to risk. I never felt the slightest fear because of it. Faced with new, unverified psychic secrets, faced with strange and dangerous events, I always tried first, even if it meant certain death. I made some mistakes. Luckily, I realized them, and it's not too late. Songshur's body burst into flames, crimson gold flames following him like a rising ball of light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the young man was gradually dissipating. Your accumulation hasn't reached its peak yet. As a fourth-ring psionicist, witnessing the same scene she herself had experienced, Mosa couldn't help but shout, ready to step forward at any moment. Stop now. It's not too late. Who said you have to be at the peak of the third ring to advance to the fourth? A violent flame suddenly erupted, silently, as if a fire had been set on the hearts of everyone present, scorching them both externally and internally. Songshur dissipated further, gradually blurring, as if he were about to vanish into nothingness at any moment. But at this moment, he simply burst into wild laughter. Once I reach the fourth ring, the third ring will naturally be the pinnacle. Boom! The sky, which had been heading towards darkness, was suddenly ablaze with fiery clouds, stretching across half of Kanbin. The brilliant crimson gold overshadowed the neon lights of the Steel City, like the setting sun or the rising sun. An anomaly. A psychic qualified to advance to the fourth ring, ascension, whether successful or not, their very existence is a powerful psychic energy point. Whether they ascend or descend, live or die, they are destined to manifest various anomalies during the advancement process. The same applies to the transition from the fourth to the fifth ring, and from the fifth to the sixth ring. Therefore, throughout history, the advancement of any powerful psychic cannot be hidden from others. When they succeed or fail, some in the world will know. The transition from the third to the fourth ring is far from that point, yet it is still enough to command the respect of an entire city. However, even though they are all phenomena, there are vast differences due to the personalities of the psychics, and the vast differences between psychic abilities and the paths they follow. But generally speaking, in terms of sheer scale and wide reach, among all paths, the great source is undoubtedly number one. Songshur soared into the sky. No, soared into the sky isn't accurate. At this moment, Songshur was almost completely consumed by flames. He transformed into a ball of crimson gold flame, flowing into the very center of the fiery clouds, standing atop the heavens. The bustling and prosperous Kamben could easily survey the entire scene. Songshur didn't cast a single glance at it. At the same time, Mosa sighed, took half a step back, and instantly appeared inside the shuttle she had come from. She gestured for Anthony and Lapis Lazuli to stay still, clapped her hands, and the three of them, along with the shuttle, teleported to an airspace several kilometers away. Otaro's pupils reflected the fiery sunset, a blazing inferno. His usually solemn face flickered with astonishment and bewilderment, before finally all emotion vanished, leaving only pure admiration, a blessing for a fellow traveler. Immediately afterward, he swiftly suppressed these emotions, flying several kilometers away and letting the gale carry Wallace to safety. Such a commotion couldn't be ignored by Kamben's family. They rushed out of their houses, turning on their cameras, to share the spectacle with more family members. For a moment, almost everyone in Kamben's household was focused on the fiery sunset stretching across the sky. However, Songshur had no time to pay attention. His entire being was immersed in an indescribable realm. What is sublimation? The pure rise, the impure sink? Like a solid transforming into a gas, the same substance, yet its properties become entirely different. For psionicists at the fourth ring, ascension, psionic skills are no longer merely skills, but rather an inherent and freely wielded ability. It's like a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG. If psionicists below the fourth ring are like player characters, some have fast reflexes, some have good awareness, and some use scripts, thus creating the difference between professional players and ordinary players, a vast difference in strength. But ultimately, they are still players. Skills require mana costs and cooldowns, equipment needs upgrading, socketing, and stat rerolling. A series of earth-shattering damage numbers can instantly kill a world boss, yet cannot destroy a weed on the roadside. Then, a fourth-ring psionicist is like a non-player character in the game. This is a difference in rank. Just as psionicists are extraordinary to ordinary people, those who have reached the fourth ring, ascension, are also extraordinary. This is why, for someone with only the third ring to overcome the fourth is an incredible achievement in this world. Silence. Thoughts plunged into a boundless icy sea, chaotic undercurrents surging from all directions, threatening to drag this consciousness to the deepest, darkest abyss. The method to break through to ascension is not complicated. First, shatter oneself, then, using will as an anchor, rebuild oneself, and you succeeded. On this path, some shatter less, some more, and the difficulty of the final rebuilding naturally varies greatly. A picture is naturally simpler to complete than to draw from scratch, by piecing together the existing parts. It was merely a piece of broken and pieced-back ceramic. Even with the most skillful repairs, it was no longer a unified whole. A painting pieced together from existing parts lacked the seamless, unified quality of a work created from scratch. Songshur's choice had already been made. In everyone's eyes, within a few breaths, Songshur vanished completely, the overflowing flames disappearing into the fiery clouds without a trace. Not a trace remained. Chapter 500. Boundless, without light or darkness. The chaotic world is so wondrous, inverting directions, and overturning boundaries. It is said that when a person dies, they can see their entire life. In the folklore of the Eastern continent, this is called a revolving lantern. But Songshur saw nothing. Countless deep roots grew from the abyss of darkness, spreading and silently climbing over the young man's body, attempting to drag him towards. Wrong. A spark of light appeared. It was truly just a spark. Compared to the boundless, dark abyss of chaos, this wisp of light was so thin, so insignificant, only able to illuminate a small area. It revealed a face, its light and shadow shifting. My body was just shattered to pieces. How did you climb onto me? This face was shrouded in darkness, so blurry that no details could be seen. Then, the face twitched, as if something was about to break free of its cocoon. Those deep roots seemed to pause for a moment, then without the slightest hesitation, they spread rapidly, growing wildly. If before it was a gradual, subtle engulfment, now it was an undisguised crushing. At the same time, the tiny spark of fire flickered and rose, a raging sea of flames forcefully burning away all the attacking roots. The feeling of being half dead is quite interesting. Unbeknownst to him, in the flickering firelight, the blurry face was becoming clearer at a visible speed, transforming into Song Shi's features. I experienced life, I experienced death, I endured being half dead. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. Since shattering himself, every instant, every moment, Song Shi could feel his condition becoming increasingly depleted, relentlessly sliding towards complete death. But he didn't care at all. Song Shi stroked his chin, perhaps only having the thought of stroking his chin. It's a pity I don't remember much when I died. At the time, he was so busy squeezing out his last bit of strength to blast Renata to pieces, ensuring she was completely obliterated, that he completely neglected his own feelings. Thinking about it now, it's a regret. He wondered if he ever have another chance for evaluation. Suddenly, a strong sense of powerlessness surged through him, causing the flames to flicker violently, showing signs of weakening again. The deeper one walks on the path, the stronger one's spiritual energy becomes, and the more extraordinary one becomes. At Song Shi's level, even if it's not the consensus path, after the body perishes, the consciousness can still briefly reside in reality in spirit form for a period of time. But sublimation isn't just about shattering the body. The object of shattering is oneself, the combination of body and consciousness. In this situation, even with Song Shi's spiritual abilities, even in this chaotic and ambiguous space between life and death, he still felt the approach of utter death. Therefore, he had no time for reflection. Song Shi stretched out, and with this thought, the faintly decaying flames erupted again, unleashing an unprecedentedly terrifying power. The boundless chaotic abyss of darkness rapidly vanished, not dispelled or illuminated by light, but burned completely by the blazing crimson flames. Deep within the surging sea of fire, thin, crimson gold threads emerged from the flames, converging together, as if an incredibly skillful loom were spinning at high speed, these crimson gold threads weaving together to form the outline of a heart. Before this heart, a skeleton materialized from nothing, crimson muscles intertwining and rapidly covering the bone. Scalding crimson liquid flowed through its limbs and bones, ultimately transforming into the form of a young man. Willpower is the true symbol of a person's existence. So I reforged it. Song Shi reached out, plucked the burning heart, and placed it in his own chest. He looked up. The darkness faded. The starry sky was magnificent. Although still quite far from the peak, Song Shi's pupils shone as the stars shifted. He said leisurely, "It's still incredibly exhilarating." 3 lines of starlight shone down, condensing into a ball of light before him. Song Shi glanced at it, shaking his head. "It's strong enough, but not suitable for me. I change it to a different sun." The ball of light flickered, then extinguished simultaneously. A few seconds later, a new sliver of starlight fell before him. "Thank you." Song Shi took the ball of light, examined it, and smiled. "I have some unique insights and techniques regarding Heavenly Sun, a bit, an innovation in application." As for the specific operation, Song Shi crushed the ball of light, I observed from the sidelines. Consciousness fell backward, pulled by the gravity of reality, causing the psionicist to choose to withdraw from the path, and return to reality. "This is a success," Mosa murmured in disbelief. Beside her, Anthony's usually calm face showed a strange expression. The lapis lazuli gravity spheres spun rapidly, like a materialized emotion. At this moment, the fiery clouds that stretched across the sky were no longer simply a combination of light and clouds, but had become fiery clouds in the literal sense, overflowing with dazzling flames, surging and turbulent. At the center of the fiery clouds, countless streams of fire converged, forming a massive, crimson gold vortex that coalesced into a humanoid silhouette. From the distant horizon, a colossal shadow swept across the sea of clouds at hypersonic speed, only to halt upon seeing the humanoid silhouette. The fourth ring? A woman with a scar on her chin crossed her arms, gazing at the sea of fire floating above the distant city. Yes, the fourth ring. Beneath her feet lay the black earth. There stood a colossal black mechanical dragon, its wingspan hundreds of meters. A single flap could unleash a hurricane. Its majestic, imposing metal head, with its wide-open vertical pupils, resonated in a deep, echoing voice. The Saman Rhodes clan, one of the 7 guardians. These were the 2 great guardians, who had rushed to the scene after receiving orders from Mosa and Songshur. If my memory serves me right, the woman said, our border patrol inspector isn't even 25 yet, is he? Yes. The mechanical dragon surveyed the land. Continue? Fly slowly, no rush. The woman snorted, then sat cross-legged atop the dragon's head. This won't be over anytime soon. Standing further away will give us a clearer view. Whoosh. A powerful gale ripped through the fiery clouds. Tens of thousands of meters above, endless air currents converged. If a satellite were watching, it would be visible that a colossal, catastrophic eye of storm was forming above Kanbin, slowly rotating and churning the atmosphere for dozens of miles around. Pedestrians looked up. The storm and the sea of fire raged, dividing the city's skyline into 2 distinct, opposing forces. Without any units of equal caliber, and equipped only with conventional weaponry, a third-ring psionicist could single-handedly suppress a city and easily quell any rebellion. Upon reaching the 4th ring, this 5th-level unit in the Corporate Alliance's assessment is no longer merely capable of suppression, but rather qualified to destroy a modern metropolis. However, this so-called destruction refers to causing a widespread collapse of the city's buildings and the annihilation of its internal life forms over a certain period of time, not simply pulverizing the entire city into dust in a single blow. But at this moment, gazing at the vast sea of fire and storm still evokes a subconscious fear. Could the 2 extraordinary beings perched high in the sky casually destroy the city? The answer is, having just entered the 4th ring, to destroy a city in one strike. I must admit, it's still not quite feasible. Songshur slowly rose amidst the fiery clouds. However, for us from the great source, while other aspects are uncertain, at least the sound and light effects are quite impressive. The young man raised an eyebrow, his smile so unrestrained, as if he were indifferent to any difficulties. He smiled, extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, and said lightly, 4th ring sublimation. Achieved a 2nd time in this world. Look at your full strength. Chapter 501. Arturo spread his 5 fingers, and a massive amount of hurricane energy gathered and solidified into an extremely long sword. This sword was over 2 meters long. Although it was clearly formed from hurricane energy, the blade lacked a vibrant color. Instead, it was filled with a rock-like grayish-brown, cold, hard, and solid. The man grasped the long sword, the tip initially hanging to the ground, then slowly rising, pointing at Songshur ahead. Arturo said succinctly, "Come." Songshur grinned, and the heavy slayer appeared in his hand. Songshur's appearance had visibly changed. His eyes were a pure crimson gold, with only the deepest pupils holding up a sliver of jet-black glass, the sole exception of any other color. His hair had grown longer, almost reaching his shoulders, a molten iron like gold starting from the roots and permeating every strand. Songshur's upper garment burned away, leaving behind a naked upper body ablaze with a massive amount of crimson gold light. Even a brief glance at it gave one the feeling of being consumed by the flames. Then, this crimson gold light burst forth and expanded inch by inch, forming a colossal radiant statue, identical to Songshur, but dozens of times larger, rising from the sea of clouds. Psionic art, true radiance. This colossal statue was dazzling, yet it couldn't conceal Songshur's brilliance in the slightest. Anyone looking at the sky would first be drawn to the figure beneath it. The young man stood surrounded by an endless sea of fire, like a celestial being from ancient Eastern legends. My total spiritual energy reserves have increased by about 100 times? Songshur calmly calculated. Compared to 20 minutes ago, his total spiritual energy reserves were significantly stronger, undoubtedly far exceeding the peak of the 3rd ring. The psychic art True Radiance is renowned for its immense power, significantly enhancing psychic energy reserves. Having broken through to the 4th ring, shattering and rebuilding himself, the resulting transformation through sublimation is terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, he chose the most ruthless path, complete annihilation. Combined, even at the initial stage of the 4th ring, his psychic energy reserves are remarkably abundant. At least, Arturo, also a great source, who is currently silent and poised to unleash his power, is clearly inferior to him. However, this doesn't amount to much. In a true duel, the total amount of psychic energy reserves is only one factor determining victory or defeat, life or death. It's not unimportant, but many other factors are equally crucial: combat awareness, fighting skills, resilience, endurance, psychic art, mental state, environment, even a bit of luck. All of these combined constitute the true battle. In past encounters, Those psionic opponents he instantly defeated had far more than enough psionic energy reserves. In fact, they'd barely begun their fight before dying cleanly and decisively. If fighting were purely about total energy reserves, then, facing Emmanuel Grodin, the ruler of Forge City, who possessed the incomplete singularity technology, the vacuum zero-point energy engine, his energy was practically inexhaustible. He should have immediately prostrated himself in worship, and after marrying one, or rather, several, Grodin beauties, become a glorious Fubo energy man. Then, the Colossus in the clouds, or rather, the Dharma image, moved. After Songshur drew the heavy slayer, a burning fire blade appeared in the Dharma image's hand, its crimson gold flames reaching 100 meters in length. Even without being swung, sparks constantly fell, only to shatter into countless tiny sparks. The Dharma form brandished its fiery blade. The sky suddenly parted. Then the sea of clouds churned back, a fiery streak stretching over 1,000 meters, burning away everything in its path. As far as the eye could see, it was as if the very heavens had been cleaved open, flowing with golden blood. Not bad, Songshur observed, admiring the scene. Enough. Dharma forms come in thousands of forms, each with its own unique abilities, but almost all of them inherently possess the effect of broadly enhancing spiritual energy. In game terms, it makes even the most ordinary basic attack comparable to a normal area of effect skill. Indeed, such destructive power comes at a price. Maintaining the Dharma form consumes a great deal of energy. Therefore, when a spiritualist summons a Dharma form, it often means that it will go all out to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Fortunately, I have a lot more spiritual energy now. The simple assessment concluded, and Songshur rubbed his shoulders one last time. Let's be a little extravagant. The next instant, Songshur and the Dharma image vanished from their spots, unleashing a fiery, trailing strike that slashed forward with overwhelming force. No aiming was needed. This attack, driven by the Dharma image, encompassed an area of several hundred meters centered on Arturo. A gale arose. Witnessing the slash filling his vision, Arturo raised his long sword. With this movement, countless massive air currents tore through the sky, rushing towards the fiery strike, and with a teeth-grinding shattering sound, they forcefully withstood it. That's tough. Songshur, wielding the heavy slayer, savored the feeling of the strike. Hard, coldly hard. These gales lacked any softness or gentleness, though invisible air currents, they gave him the feeling of an indestructible, wind-eroded rock wall. In my memory, I only ever seen winds like this in the wasteland. Songshur's free hand grasped at the wind, feeling the texture on his fingertips. A self-created psionic technique? Your Excellency, Inspector General. The wind carried Ottero's deep voice. The life of a ranger is far from as carefree as most people imagine. The night winds can rip a person's cheeks down to bone, even chew up prosthetics, leaving not a single bone behind. I served as a ranger for 14 years, Your Excellency, Inspector General. Arturo leveled his long sword, calmly stating, psionic technique, wasteland wind. So this is the imagery it's referring to. Songshur understood. The natural disasters that occasionally ravaged the wasteland were far more terrifying than many imagined. The most common storms, those atmospheric jets carrying sand and gravel at several times the speed of sound, were powerful enough to cut through special alloys. Once a storm arose, even fully equipped elite troops would be filled with fear and unwilling to venture into it. Such an experience explains why these psionic winds are so cold and ruthless. My problem, Songshur sincerely approvingly said, I shouldn't have initiated that probing phase. After saying a few words, Arturo fell silent again. Hearing Songshur's words, he simply held his longsword firmly, like a weathered rock that had stood for millennia in the wasteland. Songshur didn't care. He simply closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. In that instant, brilliant sunlight was reflected in Ottero's pupils. Deep within the surging ocean of flames, a crimson gold sun rose, its surface flowing with lava, each drop splashing into the inferno, only to overflow again the next second as the sun burned. Finally, this sun reached its zenith, settling directly above the Dharma image. Psionic technique. Heavenly Sun. Chapter 502. Arturo didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he summoned wind to protect himself, forming layers of wind barriers hundreds of meters thick, while scrutinizing the sun. Compared to a true stellar object, this sun was insignificant, but on the battlefield at this moment, this sun, tens of meters in diameter, couldn't be ignored. Radiant sun? Arturo, with his profound knowledge and long experience in battle, almost instinctively began to analyze. Not quite right. Eclipse sun? The color is wrong. True sun? It doesn't feel nearly as majestic. The son of Dubus, or the sacred son? No. A series of thoughts surfaced and disappeared. After a few breaths, Arturo made a judgment. It's Heavenly Son. That's right, it is Heavenly Sunday. Songsure smiled. As far as I know, Arturo observed the sun disk closely. Essentially, the sun is like a psionic amplifier. When it exists, it continuously enhances the wielder's psionic energy and also suppresses negative energy. He paused, then replaced it with a more suitable term. Suppressing psionic energy of the nature of resentment. However, your sun differs significantly from the records I reviewed, Arturo said. Good eye. Songsure raised his index finger and lightly tapped the sun above his head. Your summary of the sun was a bit simplistic. The sun can actually do many things. It can act as a signal tower, expanding the range of psionic energy, or as an amplifier, amplifying its intensity. Simultaneously, it can use sunlight as a medium to supplement destructive power, or even be used directly as a space-based weapon to find a place to smash down. Even, if necessary, it can temporarily stabilize the holder's mind, forcibly shining light into your heart and dispelling interference. That's the problem. Songsure spread his hands, and the Dharma image enveloping him also unfolded. The creator of this psionic technique had lofty ideals. He didn't choose any particular aspect of the sun, but rather the sun itself, the origin of all things. With such an intention, it was natural to want the sun to be able to touch everything and do everything. To be honest, he actually did quite well. Every single thing that the sun can do is above average, even excellent. Arturo said what the other was about to say. Excellent isn't enough. Yes, for us, merely being excellent isn't enough. Songsure raised his head, glanced up at the sun, and then smiled at the man. So, I made some improvements to this psionic technique, or rather, created a branch. I removed the other effects, only retaining and improving the psionic amplification part. Arturo shook his head slightly, calmly pointing out, even less than that. Undisguised joy appeared on Songsure's face. Yes, to be precise, the original sun's amplification of psionic energy encompasses many aspects, but I only consider the amplification of psionic energy intensity. If we compare psionic energy intensity to temperature, then the sole effect of this high-hanging sun is to continuously raise that temperature until it destroys the enemy. Or perhaps, the wielder cannot withstand it, and burns up prematurely. Compared to the multifaceted enhancements of self-immolation from forging flames and boiling blood, sunrise offers only one type of amplification, and its initial effect is far inferior to self-immolation. However, the upper limit of this temperature increase far surpasses that of self-immolation. Its limit depends solely on the psionicists themselves. This is Songsure's expansion of the psionic technique sunrise. Arturo nodded silently, seemingly in approval. Then, he swung his long sword, unleashing a raging storm. Cold and hard, indestructible. Carrying terrifying destructive power, unlike the tearing and shattering of natural hurricanes, this wind of the wasteland was forged from hundreds and thousands of nights of personal experience and witnessing, like a rock wall of steel, smashing down everything in its path. Songsure laughed heartily, facing the raging wind that swept across the sky. With each swing of Songsure, the sea of fire surged with wave after wave, directly clashing with the attack. Almost instantly, everything within a few kilometers was pulverized. A massive vortex of wind and fire formed, dragging the atmosphere for dozens of miles around, creating a chaotic firestorm. The sky, as far as the eye could see, seemed about to collapse. What do you say? Dozens of miles away, tens of thousands of meters above the ground, the mechanical dragon roared. There's still some distance between the two sides for now. The woman squinted, a fluorescent light illuminating her fingertip. As a fellow fourth ring great source, she was using the light skill. Fine, let's move a little closer. I set up a light barrier below them to prevent the aftershocks from reaching Kanban City. Without further ado, the mechanical dragon flapped its wings, its engine spewing out eerie blue flames, leaving a lingering white streak across the sky. Unaffected by the actions of others, Songsure, engulfed in raging crimson flames, charged out once more from above Kanban. This attack, empowered by Bad Calamity, instantly pierced through the hundreds of meters of wind barrier surrounding Arturo. This protective barrier, capable of withstanding ship-mounted weapons, was first pierced by a single solidified flame. The fire then surged rapidly in the wind, threatening to ignite the entire wind barrier almost instantly. Arturo didn't hesitate. His already supersonic airflow accelerated even further, causing the wind barrier and the surrounding airflow within a radius of tens of miles to rotate and exchange at high speed. This renewed the wind barrier's composition, washing away the corrosive elements. Psionic art, Flow enhancement. Unlike some great sources who imbue their psionic energy with powerful corrosiveness, Otoro chose not to follow this path. His psionic winds always crushed their opponents head-on with the strongest, coldest force. But this didn't mean Otoro had no countermeasures when facing enemy erosion. Increased flow rate, the simplest and purest countermeasure. Since this portion of the psionic wind has been eroded by the flames, it can simply be discarded. In the ultra-high-speed flow of the gale, every instant, a massive amount of eroded wind flows out, and new wind fills in. This surge in flow rate further amplifies the destructive power of wilderness wind. But something feels wrong. After activating increased flow rate, Otoro keenly sensed that the flames that had infected the gale were like leeches, unable to be completely eliminated no matter how fast the flow was, leaving behind embers. These embers would, in the blink of an eye, swell with the wind, transforming into a raging inferno, continuing to devour the gale. Such terrifying corrosiveness. The thought had barely formed when Otoro lowered his hand. Because Songshur, high in the sky, launched another attack. Soaring to the heavens. Calamity. Chapter 503. The attack unleashed by the true Radiance Dharma image was nothing short of ferocious. The atmospheric circulation, capable of slicing through metal and jade, offered no resistance whatsoever before being brutally burned through. Looking up, the vast sea of clouds, formed from accumulated fiery clouds, surged with waves hundreds of meters high, violently shattering the gale-force winds. In the incredibly intense energy collision, the atmosphere centered into plasma jets, violently bursting forth in all directions. Even though the collision center was located at an altitude of 10,000 meters, such a terrifying swarm of plasma jets still caused Kanban's dazzling neon blueprint to flicker. Numerous electronic devices gradually became overloaded, emitting sporadic arcs of electricity, and the pointers of the relays in the high-voltage circuits trembled incessantly, soaring towards the overload threshold. Immediately afterward, streaks of white light streaked across the sky, cascading like ribbons of water to form a massive curtain that enveloped an area 3,000 meters above Kanban. These intangible streaks, seemingly within reach yet impenetrable, withstood the violent plasma jets hurtling towards Kanban, leaving only a violent ripple. The female High Guardian, atop the mechanical dragon, arrived just in time. And so, the masters of the raging winds and sea of fire, after another brief clash, simultaneously ceased their attacks and began to ascend once more. The Dharma image forged from flames, like ancient immortals and deities of the eastern continent, rode the clouds, soaring higher into the heavens with immense power, reaching the stratosphere tens of thousands of meters above the ground. But at this moment, even with the soaring to the heavens buff, it was Otoro who first reached this height. The endless gale protected the man, transforming into a line of blue streak that stretched across the sky and earth, reaching the stratosphere before the atmosphere could revive with a mournful roar. In terms of high-speed maneuverability, even Songshur couldn't match his opponent. A fourth-ring great source, who moved with the wind, he was practically a moving storm. Even without doing anything, simply summoning layers of gale-force winds to envelop him, before swooping down on the earth could easily crush a city. In high-altitude combat, even the most advanced next-generation fighter jets would be nothing more than troublesome toys in his presence. Otoro lowered his eyes. The stratosphere was much thinner, even the clouds were gone, or rather, even the clouds were now beneath the psionicist's feet. Clouds are commonly found in the troposphere below the stratosphere. Those vast seas of clouds, once considered unreachable by countless people, bearing celestial palaces and temples, only accessible to gods, couldn't even touch the man's feet at this moment. Then, his gaze pierced through the sea of clouds. Black, white, and silver blocks stood on the earth. This was the gleaming Kanban. As one of the current 7 guardians, Otoro's jurisdiction naturally extends beyond Kanban. However, since Valis took charge of the economic development zone there, he has devoted considerable effort to the area, visiting frequently, and knowing every inch of the city intimately. This is what the wind flowing through the city has told him. Finally, his lowered eyelids lifted again. Otoro gripped his long sword at an angle. He didn't speak, the raging wind replaced his words. In the Eastern Continent's psionic inheritance system, there's a concept of pure energy, with various types of chi existing, each with different properties. And now, Otoro clearly possesses similar psionic techniques. With a diagonal slash of his long sword, the surging wind rapidly converged, repeatedly compressed, condensing into beams of white glowing air arrows. Each arrow exceeded 10 meters, spinning wildly, each capable of easily shattering steel. At this moment, the sheer number of air currents and arrows covering the sky far exceeded hundreds, or even thousands. The hardness of the wilderness wind, the sharpness of the splitting edge chi. This strike could flatten even mountains. Oh, I noticed it. As if oblivious to the storm of arrows ahead, Songshur offered a joyful compliment. It was visible that after the exchange, the surface of Songshur's transformed form showed almost no injury. However, numerous conspicuous burn marks appeared on Ataro's body. The frequency of their attacks had reached an unimaginable level. Each exchange, in reality, contained hundreds of high-speed collisions. This terrifying attack frequency, coupled with the destructive power dominated by destruction, pierced through the wind barrier, inflicting these undeniable injuries on Atoro. Upon hearing this, Atoro remained silent, maintaining his ever-present, poised airflow arrow while simultaneously controlling the surrounding gales, forming a storm encirclement around both sides to restrict their escape. Before this cyclone that churned within a radius of dozens of miles, Songshur's true radiance avatar, a 40-meter-tall colossal statue of light and flame, appeared incredibly small. Like a lone boat on a stormy sea, it seemed poised to capsize at any moment. One of the strengths of true radiance is its power. Songshur raised his hand, his eyes, open with glassy mirror, shimmering like fire and glass, exceptionally beautiful. Since we've chosen the character Huang, it's impossible for it to just be a bare statue standing there. Songshur's tone was so relaxed, as if he weren't engaged in a fierce battle, but rather on a picnic. He casually touched the sea of fire. These seas of fire aren't just my setup, they're essentially part of the true Huang Dharma image itself. A dojo? Of course, I don't object if you call it a grand display. Atoro had finished everything. Amidst the crackling and roaring wind, he silently watched Songshur. In a way, this sea of fire is also part of the Dharma form. You know that a war of attrition and a war of attrition are no match for me, so your previous attacks were all aimed at me. Songshur patted the heavy slayer, his enthusiasm undisguised. However, unless your attacks are exceptionally strong, the damage will be absorbed by this arena, so it won't be very effective. What you need to do now is abandon your original tactics, and instead unleash a wide-range attack, encompassing both the Dharma form and the arena. A very simple and unadorned, but the most stable and effective strategy. Atoro nodded. He swung his sword. The azure sky, in that instant, turned white, the color of splittering edge chi. Before even a deafening explosion could be heard, countless arrows of psionic energy, faster than sound itself, ripped through the sky, hurtling towards the Colossus with overwhelming force. Songshur showed no fear, instead bursting into wild laughter. Suddenly, a line of crimson gold appeared in the sky, which was shimmering with a chilling white light and swirling with fierce winds. That was the color of Chongshur. At this moment, Chongshur was more dazzling and brilliant than ever before. Like a meteorite falling into the atmosphere, the terrifying friction caused its outer shell to ignite, blazing with an ever-increasing crimson light. From the moment the heavenly sun hung high in the sky, it had been continuously heating up Songshur's psionic energy, and now, it could no longer be contained. Then, before the eyes of many, a blazing sphere of light burst forth, expanding to its limit and releasing its torrent of light before gradually dissipating, revealing the true face of the sky, a raging storm. No, it should be said, the eye of a hurricane that had raged for dozens of miles was cleaved open. Chapter 504. Whether it was a raging wind or sharp arrows, in the center of this hurricane, a massive, blazing crater thousands of meters in diameter was forged. A wide-area offensive. With a spiritual energy reserve dozens of times greater than that of a normal spiritualist of the same level, Songshur's forte was wide-area offenses. Moreover, the enhancement brought by Heavenly Sun made every inch and every strand of spiritual energy constituting this wide-area offensive unprecedentedly scorching, so intense, it was heart-palpitating. Faced with the overwhelming rain of sharp arrows, Songshur responded with a fiery attack that reached the heavens and the earth, forcefully piercing through the former. There was no need for words. Atoro, without joy or sorrow, merely took a short breath before unleashing another sword strike. The previously dissipated raging wind suddenly found its center, using the long sword as its pivot, coiling into a spiraling storm hundreds of meters long, shattering the sea of fire that surged forth with overwhelming force. The effect was minimal. While the storm sword did tear apart some of the sea of fire, the flames were too numerous, too fierce, and too intense. Almost immediately, more flames surged back, causing the original fire to diminish and melt away at a visible rate, like snow meeting the first rays of the sun. But it didn't matter, Atoro's attack wasn't intended to be lethal. As the storm sword spun at incredible speed, the chaotic airflow from the previous attack rapidly converged, and a gale once again raged across the sky. Songshur naturally wouldn't give him a chance. He continuously ignited the blazing heavy slash, brewing destructive power, and in an instant, pierced through the rising gale, blasting towards the man. The wind barrier held for a brief moment before shattering. Arturo grunted, seizing the opportunity to retreat thousands of meters, avoiding a direct confrontation with the strike. For psychics of this caliber, especially those at the great source level, the attacks from both sides weren't limited to mere inch or foot, but often encompassed hundreds or even thousands of meters. Even with Arturo's adequate preparation, he still suffered some damage from the aftershocks of the attack. His meticulously combed hair, which had been neatly styled since the start of the battle, was now disheveled. His white shirt was burned with large and small charred holes, and the faint traces of burns on his body were visible. Then, in the instant the previous attack ended, Songshur suddenly appeared again. Blades formed from condensed air clashed with the sea of fire, exchanging hundreds of blows in a single breath. As the wind speed increased, Arturo's figure was so elusive that Blur didn't even begin to describe it. It was as if he were appearing in a frame-by-frame flash, appearing anywhere within the whirlwind at any moment. These whirlwinds were also a result of his own field of influence, a kind of personal domain. Moving within it, the man was like a fish in water, faster and with less energy. This was extremely troublesome. Maintaining high-speed maneuverability to avoid direct confrontation, Arturo made a mental assessment. His usually calm and collected demeanor began to ripple slightly. Both sides skipped the probing phase and went all out from the start. This intense, high-intensity battle had left him feeling increasingly fatigued, his psionic energy reserves noticeably depleted. But his opponent seemed completely unaffected, his psionic energy seemingly inexhaustible, flowing freely and unrestrained. He was not merely a bloated shell. Beneath this vast psionic energy, his control techniques were exquisite, reaching the pinnacle of skill. His combat skills, honed over 14 years as a ranger, were undeniably impressive, but in this exchange, they were gradually proving insufficient. And there's adaptability. Even though he's only just advanced to the 4th ring, Ascension, aside from the initial brief period of obscurity, his condition has rapidly improved, subtly surpassing even his own. A psionicist who has immersed himself in the 4th ring for 6 years and acquired 3 psionic skills, in terms of control. It's not so much adaptation as it is a return to something he already possessed. No wonder the clan leader chose him as the patrol inspector. Arturo closed his eyes, his figure blurred for a moment, and following the flow of the wind, appeared several thousand meters away. He reopened his eyes, his pupils regaining their iron-like indifference, his turbulent emotions once again smoothed into a mirror-like surface. If viewed from a higher vantage point, one could clearly see that the initial standoff, the storm and sea of fire dividing the sky, has now gradually transformed into a new situation. The brilliant crimson gold continuously engulfed the raging wind, causing the relentless storm to gradually shrink, compressing Arturo's operational space in an uncompromising manner. Once he lost his high mobility, no, it should be said, once one side in the Great Source Civil War lost in terms of battlefield deployment, his defeat would be virtually certain. With his thoughts racing, Arturo's hand didn't pause, a highly condensed 1,000-meter-long wind sword slashed diagonally overhead. Against the wind sword, Songshur, in the distance, paused for a moment, dodging the blade under the soaring cloud's burst, and smoothly transitioned from close combat to ranged combat, finishing with a fireball rain. High speed, and more high speed. Most of those who looked up couldn't see through the veil of raging wind and sea of fire, while the few who managed to get a glimpse could only see 2 wildly twisting trajectories tearing through the sky. Like a child scribbling wildly on paper with a ballpoint pen, the 2 colliding streaks of light left crisscrossing trails, almost tearing the sky apart and turning it into a mangled mess. The once magnificent and powerful Dharma form now bore many damages. Not just cuts or scratches, but the wind of the wasteland had forcefully shattered a portion of the true Radiance Dharma form with unparalleled violence, leaving it pitted and uneven. Even Songshur couldn't quickly repair or heal such injuries. The Dharma form is an extension of the self. The damage it suffered would inevitably affect Songshur as well. But it didn't matter. Despite the damage and signs of disintegration, this Dharma form, burning with flames, emitted a divine light even more intense than when it was intact, and the surging sea of fire around it emitted a more terrifying heat than before. The sun still hung high in the sky. Songshur could feel the intense heat coursing through his body. While the sun amplified his spiritual energy, it also constantly increased his physical strain. If this continued, it wouldn't be surprising if he were burned to ashes. The gale suddenly began to contract. It abandoned its previous attempt to hold back the expanding fire. These atmospheric currents, tearing through the sky, collapsed rapidly inward, instantly forming a spherical cyclone with a radius of several thousand meters, completely obscuring Arturo within. The sea of fire surged upwards, greedily licking at the cleared area. The enhancements from wildfire, scorched earth, and rendering allowed even the slightest crack to seep in like a leech. A hand as large as a mountain choked the flames. The massive spherical cyclone, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure any longer, suddenly began to shatter and disintegrate. The giant hand, composed entirely of pure gale force, was the first to break through the cyclone's outer shell. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth hands, magnificent beings like those of a mythical titan, revealing their forms and dominating the sky. It was a figure thousands of meters tall, barely resembling a humanoid shape, composed entirely of storm energy, its outline shifting and indistinct. It stretched out 4 arms. One pair choked the flames, while in the other hand, a 1,000-meter-long storm sword slowly took shape. Looking down at the dust below, more than the winds of the barren land, what truly remained vivid in the man's memory, what he had never dared to forget, were the natural disasters caused by extreme weather. He consulted the archives, and through a ritual of confronting natural disasters, inscribed this psionic technique. In a sense, this was his Dharma form. Psionic technique. Manifestation of natural disasters. Chapter 505. Admittedly, even with a main body several thousand meters tall and a powerful storm capable of affecting an area of dozens of miles, this doesn't mean that Ottero's true strength is dozens of times stronger than most transcendent level beings of the same rank, who are mostly within 100 meters. Essentially, he merely used catastrophe manifestation to temporarily transform into a large gaseous life form, achieving the power of a cataclysmic event. If that fifth ring transcendent being from the Eastern Continent Republic, known as the 8 Lords of Hell, whose true height exceeds 1,000 meters, were to personally arrive, he could probably shatter the raging storm with a single punch. But this only means that Ottoro isn't unbelievably strong, not that he's weak. The Saman Rhodes clan. The Great Guardian. The Storm Sword, with its overwhelming force, slashed towards Song Shi in the distance. Even before the sword's momentum arrived, a raging torrent, even stronger than the previous hurricane, surged forth again after the manifestation of calamity was activated. It roared and exploded, crushing the oncoming sea of fire. Then, as the storm sword slashed down, the sky-filling sea of fire was violently cleaved, creating a tunnel thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide. There was no need for further speculation. The damage could be shared by the dojo? By activating this incredibly resource-intensive and demanding psionic technique, Ottoro intended to use the force of a calamity to obliterate and shatter the so-called dojo along with it. Without a word, in less than 10 seconds, the tangible, humanoid calamity once again wielded 2 storm swords, one above and one below, unleashing 2 spiraling hurricanes. There's no need to lock on. Under the operation of another psionic technique, the omnipresent wind and flow becomes its eyes and ears, revealing a massive amount of information. There's also no need to aim. As the embodiment of natural disaster, simply crushing it is enough. This is the move I've been waiting for. Facing the raging storm of sword winds that seemed to tear the sky apart, Song Shi laughed wildly. His Dharma image, flowing with crimson gold flames, and the surrounding surging sea of fire, were instantly saturated with deep blackness, spiritual energy technique, calamity flame. Even the high-hanging sun suddenly transformed, becoming as black as an abyss, dripping with black flames. All traces of its former glory and grandeur vanished. Now, filling the heavens, shaking the indifferent natural disaster, was only an extremely violent and terrifying killing intent. The calamity flame surged and coiled, the heavy slaughter's flame swelling to 1,000 meters in length, unleashed from below by the black flame Dharma image, hurtling towards the storm. Weapons clashed, wind and fire raged, and after a moment of deathly silence, the area above Kanbin suddenly lit up. The destructive torrent from the high-energy reaction created a brief vacuum at the center of the collision. Then, in the next instant, the two collided again. In a single breath, the two exchanged dozens of blows. 2 distinctly different colored beams swept across the sky, each brief contact triggering a new wave of destruction. In the next clash, the newly rising power of the former was utterly annihilated. Then, the storm sword shattered. Since the start of the battle, empowered by sunlight, Song Shi's spiritual energy had reached unprecedented levels. With the activation of self-immolation, coupled with the destructive power of calamity, his killing power had completely surpassed, and even overwhelmed, Ottoro. Even though the latter relied on the power of natural disaster, constantly controlling the gale to replenish and maintain the storm sword, he had finally reached his limit. Even more strikingly, this cataclysmic body, which had once dominated the heavens and seemed poised to blot out the sun, now appeared undeniably crumbling. The effect of calamity flame. Maintaining this form against city-level forces, transforming into a calamity, was a tremendous burden for Arturo. It was his trump card. The man anticipated that his opponent hadn't unleashed the signature calamity flame precisely to wait for this moment, using a mental attack to forcibly accelerate the collapse of the cataclysmic manifestation form. However, compared to the records in the images and the data in the archives, even though the man had raised his expectations, the ferocity of this black flame still exceeded his imagination. The relentless bombardment caused his mind to tremble uncontrollably. The storm sword collapsed like a mountain in an earthquake, shattering into chaotic fragments. At the same time, the remaining 19 crimson gold orbs appeared around Song Shi. He extinguished the 4 embers with a swift movement, and a torrent of flames erupted from between his fingers, surging into his body to replenish his spiritual energy, sustain his injuries, and restore his declining condition. The countless fragments of wind flying through the air were pierced by a gigantic, hundreds of meters tall hand of raging storm. Instead of reassembling the storm sword, the surging, humanoid calamity suddenly lunged forward, instantly piercing the sky. Its 4 gigantic arms expanded with the force of embracing mountains and seas, forcefully embracing Song Shi. In ancient Eastern continent, some classical transcendent schools practiced daily training by embracing a giant bronze ball. Through this training, they repeatedly refined their chi and blood, honing their control over their strength. But compared to the giant bronze ball, what Arturo was embracing at this moment was a small, blazing dark sun. The celestial body plunged into the inferno, the blazing sun, within its embrace radiating intense light, the surrounding flames raging, nearly causing it to collapse on the spot. However, Arturo disregarded this, ignoring the intense heat within his embrace and the burning sensation on his body, his 4 massive hands still firmly gripping Song Shi, his fingers slowly rotating as if kneading a ball of clay. Song Shi sensed it. The direction of the wind suddenly changed. With the rotation and kneading of the massive hands, 4 distinctly different winds began to swirl around itself, converging into a massive sphere, its speed increasing, its contained spiritual energy growing stronger, gradually collapsing towards Song Shi within. Arturo's final, deadly move. He pressed himself down, forcibly using this calamity-ridden body as a weight on the scales of victory. The man wasn't merely using his hands to crush him, his entire body was curled up, like a man-eating, strangling python within the raging, scorching ocean of calamity, sealing off every inch of Song Shi's being, cutting off any possibility of escape. Song Shi's true radiance Dharma image crackled and groaned, cracks appearing inch by inch on its surface under the increasingly terrifying pressure, the surrounding calamity flame swaying constantly. Compared to the ever-increasing, churning atmospheric circulation, Song Shi preferred to describe his current sensations as a millstone. These violently flowing, slowly collapsing winds of the wasteland, like 4 indestructible millstones, spun, attempting to crush themselves within. It was another typical stalemate. It was a contest to see who could hold out the longest, crushed by the winds of the desolate land, or, before that, Arturo burned to ashes by the calamity. First, I actually find this kind of test of endurance quite enjoyable. At this moment, Song Shi sat down cross-legged, raising his index finger first. But unfortunately, then, he raised his middle finger. Second, you're not yet at the level to test your endurance against me. In the instant he spoke, above the youth, the dark, abyss-like object exploded. Chapter 506. The sky suddenly fell silent, as if a dark curtain had been drawn. From the center of the calamity storm, a jet-black sphere, as deep as an abyss, abruptly collapsed, then expanded violently. At its maximum limit, intense black light burst forth from cracks, slicing straight through the sky. And then, all sounds returned to the world. The vast, raging inferno unleashed an unprecedented frenzy. The black storm suddenly erupted, and even the calamity was cleanly and decisively subdued, burned to ashes. Even hundreds of miles away, one could clearly see that a dark, blazing sun had been extinguished in the distant sky, replaced by a tide of destruction. The rolling roars echoed incessantly, and even long afterward, chilling explosions still reverberated. Would it have been better if we hadn't come? On the head of the mechanical dragon, the female High Guardian, Kai Su, pinched her brow. Even before Arturo activated cataclysmic manifestation, she had used a psionic technique similar to shadow splitting, creating 7 illusory clones scattered throughout Combin to handle any potential aftershocks of the battle. If you mean they acted without restraint because we were there, I'm fairly certain, the male High Guardian, Berkshire, the mechanical dragon roaming the clouds, said agitatedly. But is this the time to talk about that? Such a commotion can't be concealed. Are you joking? Kaisu dug her fingers into her hair, slowly pushing it back. The border patrol is here, that is, the first court is here. How can we conceal it? Don't tell me you still don't know what kind of mess Otaro's son has made. Of course I know. Otaro's son's death has nothing to do with me. Even if I were to do it, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. I personally strangled a brat. Berkey's dragon claws suddenly opened, revealing a chilling iron hue. But we shouldn't have caused such a commotion. The son of a great guardian, betraying his country and colluding with the enemy. This is a tremendous challenge to the trust within the clan. How can we explain this to our families? Correcting mistakes but never admitting them. That is indeed the first priority. Kai-Su sighed. I wholeheartedly approve, but you must understand that the decision-making power in this matter is no longer in our hands. Otoro is foolish. Negligent. Berkey's tone was more like annoyance than reprimand. Damn it! Weren't we doing a good job usually? Now we made such a grave mistake. Alright, enough said. Kai-Su patted the dragon's head beneath her. No matter the outcome, we must move forward. Who? In the boundless sky, where nothing else could be seen, Songshur casually crushed 4 sparks of fire, pulling himself back to his senses. However, Fire Seed wasn't a specialized healing psionic technique. Using it only prevented the injuries from worsening and allowed the cratered, chaotic sea of fire, ravaged by the explosion of sun, to flare up again. Detonating sun at close range had also injured Songshur himself considerably, partly from the aftershocks of the explosion, and partly from the backlash of sun being destroyed. I encountered this manifestation of Calamity's technique quite a few times. After all, it's one of the classic methods of our great source. Sparks of fire trickled from between Songshur's fingers, quietly dissipating in the wind. Across from the young man, a few meters away, the man covered in burn marks still stood, the swirling wind barely keeping him from suddenly falling. The natural disasters I encountered either manifested as an unfathomable, inhuman indifference to the will of heaven, treating all things equally, or as a destructive rage that ravages everything. The specific details differ, but the overall picture is largely the same, revolving around these two categories. But what you just said had a truly rare element mixed in. Songshur sheathed his heavy weapon, and sincerely inquired, Love. I am the great guardian, Otoro coughed softly, his voice hoarse, and also a father. I see. Songshur nodded and turned his head. Kai-Su, Berkshire, and Mosa, carrying Wallace, rode on the mechanical dragon that Berkshire had transformed into, flying to the stratosphere tens of thousands of meters above the ground, circling on the outer edge, quietly watching this scene. 24 hours earlier, no one would have imagined that Khan Bin would gather 4 of the 7 guardians. Songshur's gaze swept over them. Kai-Su and Mosa sighed with regret. Burke was seething with barely suppressed anger, while Wallace stared blankly, utterly bewildered. His father had lost? Privately, he had witnessed his father's prowess many times, not at full strength, but even glimpses of it were enough to shock and inspire awe. But now, Otoro Saman had lost without a doubt. Please spare my father's life. He was completely unaware of everything. After a long silence, Wallace's lips trembled, and he managed to squeeze out a sentence. I never said I wanted to kill him. Songshur glanced at him, then suddenly raised his voice. Former High Warden Otoro Saman, during his tenure, neglected his duties, was careless, and deliberately tolerated internal strife, leading to a de facto leak of intelligence and infiltration by hostile forces in Yunnan. Effective immediately, he is removed from the position of High Warden, and sent to the border to atone for his sins. The Grand Guardians exchanged glances, and replied, no objection. Valis Saman, abusing his power, committed treason and collusion with the enemy. The facts are extremely serious, and the circumstances are extremely heinous. Songshur pressed his hand to the executioner's seal, and said calmly, behead him and display his head publicly, circulating it throughout the 9 border regions. This time, there was no immediate agreement. Your Excellency, I believe this point is debatable. Kai-Su lowered her hand from her hair. She looked like a typical Eastern Continent person, likely someone whose ancestors had fled and joined the clan during the Seven Earths War. Otoro's dismissal is without issue, but the way Valis was dealt with. I'm not defending him. Kai-Su looked at Songshur. We approve of the death penalty, but beheading and displaying it throughout the 9 border regions is too harsh. It will inevitably damage the clan's cohesion. The Saman Rhodes clan is ultimately not from the Eastern Continent. Are you defying orders? Just a suggestion. Kai-Su's face was fearless, her expression calm. She certainly deserves it. While the patrol inspector wields unparalleled power, directly subordinate to the Lord of Yunnan and the First Court, the Great Guardian is also a prominent figure ranking among the top 100 in all of Yunnan. Why do you think that doing this will necessarily lead those families to believe that even the Great Guardians aren't clean, rather than that the Great Guardians are equally intolerable once the bottom line is crossed? Yes, both of those are possible. Kaisu nodded, then shook her head, but we must prepare for the worst. We are the Great Guardians. Songsha remained non-committal. Then what is your proposal? Kaisu clearly had a plan in mind. Execute them secretly for now, without issuing official documents. Wait 3 or 4 years until the situation stabilizes, then announce the details to the public. As for your confrontation with Otoro, it's not a problem. After all, your personal hobbies have always been renowned. Consider it an exhibition match for Kanbin when you're in the mood. Otoro's resignation is more troublesome, but ultimately not as egregious. Songsha listened for a while, his thumb slowly rubbing against Chongsha. That works too. Chapter 507. I think you're right, so we won't circulate the head to the 9 borders. Songsha glanced around at everyone and said calmly, the head will be circulated among the 9 borders. Kaisu narrowed her eyes. This. The one who won't come. Songsha grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I go find him. Or, are you still planning to continue bargaining? Undisguised flames ignited on Chongsha's blade, their color flickering, freely shifting between crimson gold and pitch black. Kaisu fell silent for a moment, only her fingertips gleaming with white light. No objection. Just then, a hand blocked her path. Mosa glanced at the other person, her tone becoming more serious. The Cohesion clan is Yunan's clan, not just Seimin and Rhodes's. Do you really intend to have 2 High Wardens clash with the Border Patrol in a single day? Burke's deep voice indicated his stance. No objection. A breath later, the white light dissipated. Kaisu took a step back and bowed slightly. No objection. The Valis treason case was temporarily concluded. Essentially, the reason this matter was only revealed now was firstly because Otoro's power was too great, and his favoritism towards his son allowed the latter to share much of the power, making it difficult for others to interfere. Secondly, time travel methods were sufficiently sophisticated. Each of their giant corporations had an overseas operations department, adept at instigating conflict, proxy wars, technology theft, intelligence gathering, and infiltration. Over the years, they had iterated countless new tactics, almost perfectly evading detection under Valis protection. One of the most famous cases of corporate alliances in this field is that 70 years ago, 4 giant corporations joined forces to infiltrate the Eastern Continent Republic, launching a proxy war, supporting a group of Eastern Continent citizens to rebel against the powerful families, and attempting to lead the giant corporations into the Central Plains. Then, they were forcefully suppressed, resulting in rivers of blood and a horrific tragedy. This event, known as the 4 Plains Uprising, indirectly prompted the Eastern Continent Republic to strengthen its surveillance network and further restrict the authority of its citizens. Grand Guardian Madara has searched Valis's memories, but Valis underwent memory editing surgery in the past, resulting in incomplete extraction of usable information, Anthony reported solemnly. Madara is both one of the current 7 Guardians, and the only consensus among the 7 Grand Guardians. After the confrontation that alarmed Kanbin the day before yesterday, he also rushed over to take charge of the interrogation. Songsha stood on the rooftop of the building, overlooking the city in the wind. It's alright, just minimize the damage. Also, regarding the Overseas Operations Force that has been operating under the time sequence pass. Anthony nodded first, then added, they withdrew very decisively. We only arrested 4 people, but we can't rule out the possibility that some members are trying to remain hidden in Yunnan. Try your best to investigate. If you can't find anything, there's no need to panic too much. Songsha said casually, in this world, everyone's infiltrating each other. Yunnan has connections within the Enterprise Alliance, doesn't it? No force can completely clean it up. How's the public opinion now? Extremely shaken, but thanks to the pre-prepared public opinion control measures, the overall situation is still relatively stable. Anthony, as Songsha's agent, hadn't rested for a moment in the past 2 days. Songsha tapped his fingers lightly on the railing. Economic Development Zone, does Mosa have any ideas? Songsha felt the slight friction of the wind brushing past his ear. Otoro announced his resignation, but did not immediately go to the border to guard it. The High Guardian holds great power, but also bears heavy responsibilities. He must first hand over a large number of affairs. Until the next High Guardian is elected, Mosa will temporarily govern Otoro's territory. Anthony's heart stirred slightly. He understood the implication. He chose to be direct. You intend to let the Enlightened One step in to fill the vacancy in Valis? Yes, Songsha admitted. According to the post-incident investigation, The support that time travel provided to Wallace included business guidance, high technology, and mature products for practical application. Wallace originally intended to use these to create sufficient market competitiveness, promote the economic development zone, and build prestige for his election as the next High Warden. One thing at a time. Regarding promoting the further opening up of the clan, he did nothing wrong. We can't let the clan abandon this strategy because of his actions. Anthony nodded, undeniably. 2 reasons, please. Songsha raised his index and middle fingers. First, many ancestors of the Sayman Rhodes clan had everything taken away by the company, barely managing to escape from the seal of their labor contracts. Therefore, even though Haida Trading is the strongest giant commercial entity in Yan'an, it has always struggled to penetrate the Sayman Rhodes clan's market, and the locals have a considerable degree of resentment towards them. Then let's send an enlightener instead. If you oppose the company, I oppose the company too. We won't necessarily have a feast, but at least we won't be too resentful. Anthony listened patiently. Secondly, the Sayman Rhodes clan has always preferred high-tech industries over labor-intensive ones. I suspect this is one of the reasons why Wallace was tempted to trade with Time Walking. The enlightened ones have that too, Songsha sighed. Over the years, the enlightened ones have dabbled in this and that, stealing technology from a lot of giant corporations. As for products, they buy them, reverse engineer them, and produce a whole bunch of high-quality imitations. Although it's not very meaningful. After all, while they've stolen a lot of technology and produced a lot of imitations, they're almost all limited to the mid to high-end level, not reaching the cutting edge. At most, they can ensure the enlightened ones don't fall too far behind. To surpass them is a pipe dream. As for selling them to earn operating funds, every technology, every product, even a single pattern on a gun, is patented. If you dare to sell, and I dare to buy, then the company dares to take both parties to court. The compensation will be soaring, easily reaching the entire annual GDP of the Enterprise Alliance. At most, the enlightened ones will use it internally. No one else dares to touch it, not even for free. But I think the Sayman Rhodes clan shouldn't be worried about this, right? Songsha said lazily. Anthony's eyes gradually brightened. In terms of overall technological level, without a doubt, the Enterprise Alliance is number 1. Although Yan'an has a protection agreement, overall, it can only be said to be not weak, not yet at a leading level. This matter is advantageous to Yan'an. That's a good idea. Anthony made a decisive move. Speaking solemnly, I arrange your meeting with the Great Guardians now. I won't go, I leave everything to you. You are the Enlightened One's ambassador for external investment. Songsha patted the man's shoulder, saying seriously, an investment ambassador, of course, isn't responsible for investment. Chapter 508. No borders, no ownership, barren land. Ah, it's over. Sir, hasn't it been 8 days since the fighting ended? Upon hearing this, a leisurely laugh immediately came from the other end of the encrypted channel. It's been 8 days since the fighting ended, but didn't you just send me the recording yesterday? If Wallace were here, he would instantly recognize that this voice belonged to the deputy head of the Time Travel Overseas Operations Department. Sir, after the operation was exposed, Yan'an intensified its search for network signals in the surrounding areas both domestically and internationally. We had to remain silent. We only managed to send back video footage yesterday. Alright, I didn't mean to blame you. The deputy supervisor's phone rang with the sound of a lighter, followed by a short breath. Everyone did a great job on this mission. Behind enemy lines is so tough and dangerous, I guarantee your performance bonuses will explode this year. Big houses, champagne, beautiful women, wild parties, paid leave, everything's arranged. We're just waiting for you to report back to the company. Sir, is it from the Dust Contract Generation? The deputy supervisor seemed amused. Damn, you guys are picky? You only know the entertainment services of the Dust Contract Generation are amazing. But do you know how high those vampires' fees are? I wouldn't dare to just go for it. Why don't you ask for more? I invite Zenra Setsuna to dinner for you. Really, sir? Could you let Zenra Setsuna wear that Seaside Starry Night outfit? Is it your skin? Fake. The deputy supervisor said impatiently, if you keep nitpicking, I have the finance department exchange them all for vouchers. No, sir. TSK. Who would have thought that in just a few years, this Nando has become so powerful and uncontrollable? The deputy supervisor seemed to be in a rather good mood, not hanging up the communication, but instead sighing to himself. Those red-haired devils from Fubo Energy are also useless. On their own territory in Zhuguang City, with such a good opportunity, they failed to kill him, making things so troublesome now. The sound of pulleys scraping against the ground came from the communication channel. It's a pity Kong Ben's match didn't achieve the result I wanted most. Thousands of kilometers away, in front of a matrix of screens, a man comfortably reclined in a swivel chair, enjoying the recording before him. This recording had been played countless times, yet the man seemed to enjoy it immensely, his gaze fixed on the young man within the sea of fire in the sky, never wavering. Taken at great personal risk by the Overseas Operations Force on the day of Song Shi's duel with Arturo. The video played at 3 times speed, the figures of the two combatants extremely blurry, with more of a raging inferno, like a cataclysmic storm. The psionic energy of the fourth ring was brewing a destructive power surpassing most mortal realms. Sir, I don't understand. Please explain. I give you full marks for your workplace etiquette course. The deputy supervisor laughed heartily, slapping the armrest with one hand. The best outcome, of course, is that Arturo kills Song Shi for his son. Ha! A great guardian openly killing a border patrol inspector and the Enlightened One's ambassador for foreign investment, Yinan is bound to be in big trouble, and it can even drag the Enlightened Ones into the mess. The second best outcome, well, Song Shi killing Arturo is also acceptable. The Saman Rhodes clan isn't the most loving, united family. The deputy supervisor deliberately drawled, chuckling. Besides, Arturo hasn't done anything seriously wrong. If he dies, the Saman Rhodes clan, while not saying it openly, will inevitably sow seeds of disloyalty behind the scenes. The third best outcome is that Arturo defeats Song Shi. According to the Intelligence Department's assessment, Arturo is roughly at the lower middle level in the fourth ring. If Song Shi can't beat him, it means his potential is only SOSO. We eliminated a potential major threat, which is clearly a good thing. The fourth best outcome is what we achieve now. The deputy supervisor sighed deeply. Song Shi defeated Arturo, and we once again confirmed that his potential is ridiculously high. Taking this as a warning early is a good thing. After a while, he noticed the other party didn't continue. Sir, you haven't mentioned the bad outcome yet. Here, let me teach you a rule, remember it well. The deputy manager chuckled. In the dictionary of time, there's only winning. Roger that, sir. Alright, that's all for now. Be careful on your journey, get back to headquarters as soon as possible, I have a ton of things to handle here. Understood, sir. After hanging up, the deputy manager's smile slowly faded. TSK, a future fifth ring member who harbors hostility towards the company, almost a certainty. The deputy manager pinched a few sparks of fire, exhaling a puff of mist. The Enlightener is also officially making contact with Yinan. Troublesome. If this continues, in a few years, the Enlightener might actually be able to shake the power of several branch companies. A hint of frustration showed on his uncertain face. Time Sequence Passage is committed to connecting everything. The internet has only been around for less than 200 years, and has been repeatedly damaged, evolving into the existence of Abyss, with the surface network divided into islands. Even so, the network still effectively connects the world, allowing users at the northernmost point of the planet to communicate in real time with users at the southernmost point, provided they can afford the cross-border network fees. In comparison, the material world, which has existed for countless millennia, lags far behind in this respect. The grand blueprint of time sequence travel lies precisely in this. The aspiring time sequence travelers are determined to establish an unprecedented transportation network, spanning land, sea, and air, near space and outer space, unifying the entire planet, so that physical space can no longer be a constraint, and the company's people unite to create prosperity and flourishing. It seems there is still a long way to go. However, soon, all the gloom faded away, and the deputy manager's expression returned to a smile. In a few years, a new round of all-out war will break out. Who can know what the future holds? Besides, no matter how powerful the Enlightened Ones are, or how limitless their prospects are, what does that have to do with a deputy director specifically in charge of overseas operations? The man let out a long, comfortable sigh and swiveled his chair towards the screen. On the dark blue surface, red dots lit up one after another, delicate red lines dancing and connecting them, forming a crimson, intricate spiderweb. If someone else were here at this moment, and possessed even a little geographical knowledge, they would be astonished to discover that this vast, dark blue surface, resembling a royal dining table, was clearly a world map of Terra. Two hands, sleeves rolled up, pressed against the edge of the surface. A massive shadow fell, silently engulfing the map, yet vanishing suddenly like a dream in the flickering light. The man thought happily. Next, where should he reach out next? Chapter 509. Fenghouse Sect, Protection Agreement, Second National Assembly. I don't need to go to those? Song Shi rested his chin on his hand, casually watching the movie on the home theater. Whom Anthony, standing beside him, subtly reminded him, "Your inspection this time was much more efficient than previous cases, so the other 6 inspectors have taken over the rest of Yunnan. In other words, my term as inspector probably ends here." Looking up from the movie, Songshur sighed, "It's quite short, but it's really good. From the moment he entered Yunnan territory until now, it hasn't been more than 3 months." Songshur stood up. "You be coming with me to the first court to report for duty, right?" "Yes," Anthony replied. "I need to return to the first court to report for duty and await further arrangements." Songshur tapped his arm. After deciding to send the enlightened ones into the economic development zone, he stayed in Kanbin for another half a month to support Anthony, who was in charge of the matter. Things went relatively smoothly. No one objected to the proposal. The negotiations focused on the details involving interests, and it took 10 days of back-and-forth talks to reach a preliminary agreement. In the coming period, the Enlightened One's team would gradually set off to visit Kanbin. Besides this, the only other noteworthy event during this time was that Otworo held Valis' funeral. After a series of interrogations, and confirming that there was no more usable information, Valis was executed in front of a crowd of clan leaders who had arrived in Kanbin. His ashes were returned to Otworo. Few people knew about the funeral, and almost no one attended. It's probably best not to let anyone else know. After the funeral, Otworo completely resigned, and went to the border to atone for his sins and guard the frontier. As for whether Otworo would harbor resentment and plot a rebellion, since so many days have passed and Mamandara hasn't sent any news, it means that the First Court, and even the Lord of Yunnan, tacitly approved of this approach. Mamandara is the capital of Yunnan. My esteemed expert from the Secret Arts Research Conference, do you have anything to say? Songshur turned his head again. Almost a breath later, the large screen that had been playing a superhero movie, with its grandfatherly aged man with a long, white beard, suddenly stopped. His vigorous face turned slowly, bit by bit, in a rather chilling way. He stared at Songshur in front of the screen. The family hero's eyes faintly glowed with a purple light. His lips moved, uttering a strange sound. "You noticed so quickly? I don't recall you having any psionic arts that enhance perception. If perception were so dull without psionic arts, I'd be dead 1,000,000 times over," Songshur sighed. By the way, a 4th ring psionicist suddenly touching the vicinity of another 4th ring psionicist can definitely be considered a provocation. The moment the purple light bloomed, Anthony's expression turned serious, his body shifting to the most suitable stance for exerting force. However, upon hearing this voice, he visibly relaxed. The core member of the secret meaning seminar, the 4th ring revelation, who had delivered a message to Songshur on behalf of the Lord of Yunnan. Was this a factor in your expulsion from the Vanpusta Empire? First, this is slander. Second, the expulsion is merely a unilateral claim by the Vanpusta Empire. Why can't the truth be that our secret society no longer wishes to serve the Empire? After saying these 2 sentences, the other party's tone became much more solemn. Current Inspector General Songshur, you have fulfilled your duties. As promised, His Majesty will meet with you. He paused. Of course, if you wish to travel further, that's fine, but please try to reach Mamandara within 70 days. Songshur laughed. I jump out the window immediately and head to Mamandara at full speed. I definitely arrive before you have dinner tonight. The other party chuckled, readily agreeing. Then I prepare a knife and fork for you, or perhaps chopsticks. Having finished discussing the important matter, the man's tone became relaxed again. Anthony Sally, before coming here, I read some of your briefings on this inspection tour. You did a good job. He praised him first. You flatter me, it's just my duty, Anthony replied impeccably. I only did some basic work. The credit mainly goes to the Inspector General. Excessive humility is arrogance, the other party smiled. The secret meaning seminar is willing to help any loyalist to Yunnan. I sent you my personal contact information. Perhaps I can offer some advice if you encounter any problems in the future. An investment in himself. Anthony's eyes flickered as he looked at the personal business card that suddenly popped up in his prosthetic eye's field of vision. Without hesitation, he accepted the application. Your words. Family Hero's neck snapped and twitched as he stared at Songshur. Who could have imagined that in just a few months, you would have successfully entered our realm? His eyes remained fixed, the whites gradually turning purple, and he sighed from the bottom of his heart, I'm already this old, and I witnessed countless geniuses. Some of them became like a spark, brilliantly shining briefly before dying young, never realizing their potential. Others achieved fame at a young age, but as they grew older, they became mediocre, losing their former brilliance. Those who truly made it to the end were few and far between. You are stronger than all those I've seen, he said slowly, at least now. That's how it is. That's a bit of an overstatement. Songshur leaned back slightly. The world is so vast, what you've seen is only a fraction. Besides, judgment is always a bit flawed. To truly know, you have to actually try it out to find the answer. Better than 99.9% of geniuses, I suppose. As for the remaining point, we have to test it to confirm if I'm indeed better than them. Songshur spread his hands and smiled. That's more rigorous. The old man from the Secret Meanings Research Conference paused, then, as if unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. In the laughter, the purple glint in Family Hero's eyes quickly faded, his almost twisted neck returned to its original position, and the frozen movie scene began to flow again. Love, unity, and family. His inspiring mantra roared, and Songshur closed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa. His thoughts were no longer here, his burning heart, even with just the slightest thought, was frantically stirring. Mamandala, the capital of Enon. The first court, the central authority of Enon, is located there. And there is another person there as well. King of all, Isidore Senedy. Within the last century. The only one to ascend the throne. Chapter 510. Although it was said that he could arrive within 70 days, Songshur couldn't tolerate this restless urge any longer. He decisively told King Jinchi and Anthony to quickly finish their tasks, and leave by tomorrow evening at the latest. And so they set off. This is what Tsuyu left behind, he said, without looking back. Once activated, the shuttle can travel at Mach 35 for 1.5 minutes. Lapis Lazuli pulled up the dashboard and pointed to the most prominent red button in the center. Songshur, if your need is to reach Mamandara as quickly as possible, I can activate this mode. What's the cost? The shuttle has a more than 99% chance of disintegrating, and there's no option to stop midway. And a 0.1% chance it won't disintegrate? So you really went all out? No, theoretically, I think the probability of disintegration is 100%, but considering extremely broad variables, like the sudden disappearance of world gravity, I lowered the probability slightly. Then let's not press it for now. Songshur sat cross-legged in the center of the cabin, with Chongshur lying flat on his knees. I've been thinking about it again. With the great battle imminent, while we don't need to bathe and burn incense, being too impatient isn't good either. You drive normally, and I take this opportunity to adjust my mindset. Lapis Lazuli was silent for a moment, then asked the question. You really want to spar with that? It had intended to say exchange blows, but for the sake of precision, it used this word instead. In other words, you don't think I have a chance? Songshur didn't open his eyes, his eyebrows slightly raised, his tone tinged with amusement. More than not thinking I have a chance, I think there's more surprise than anything else, Lapis Lazuli replied truthfully. After all, that person is a sixth-ring god's throne. Back when they met in Forge Light City, the opponent was just a step away from the third ring, and even destroying the lingering fear instrument required considerable effort. Now, this being named Songshur was about to challenge a current god's throne. Even with his memory storage disk spotless, the thought still gave Lapis Lazuli this hazy, dreamlike feeling. Anthony, what do you think? Songshur smiled, still without opening his eyes, simply calling the man's name. Anthony didn't hesitate, his tone frank and almost emotionless. The speaker will definitely win. So not a single person supports me? Songshur sighed deeply. But you all fallen into a misconception. The young man raised his index finger. Winning or losing is important, of course, but compared to that, a chance to personally face a god's throne. Suddenly Songshur's eyes opened. Those pupils, which had always possessed a glassy luster since leaving the base of Haida trading, now flowed with a blazing crimson gold. A blatant joy appeared on Songshur's face. More important than all that. I understand. After a long while, King Jinchi spoke up. I pilot the shuttle, Songshur, you continue adjusting it. Okay. Songshur stood up and stretched. I finished adjusting it. 3 hours later, the shuttle slowly passed through the airspace. Songshur looked down at the land below. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, Mamandala's grandeur was still breathtaking. It was a city even larger than Tiandu, even larger than Forged Light City. From the first glance from afar, it seemed like a cluster of vibrant mountains, and as he drew closer, a weighty yet dynamic aura washed over him. Even though Mamandara was established less than a century ago, Songshur sensed a unique sense of time sedimentation, a pull beyond the physical realm, drawing every visitor in, compelling them to witness it firsthand. This is the wonder of Yan'an. Songshur murmured, his voice distorted by the high-altitude air currents as he leaned against the open hatch. Yan'an has only existed for a century, but its existence, Its origins can be traced back hundreds, even thousands of years. The martial sect, the first dynasty of Vero, the Secret Teachings Research Association, even the shortest-lived Haida trade, can trace their history, supplementing their historical foundations when needed. These forces and people, some glorious, some turbulent, have come to the same place in this era, becoming one unified entity. Those glorious, some tragic legacies, those separated by hundreds or thousands of years, are deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. This fragmented yet profound sense of history constitutes Yan'an. Mamandara, the capital of Yan'an, became the anchor point connecting all of this. Smelling the familiar scent in the wind, Anthony's eyes softened, without him even realizing it. His upright posture remained unchanged, yet a subtle pride could be sensed beneath the surface. Lapis Lazuli watched silently. After a long while, it uttered a soft sentence. "This is humanity's accumulation." A route guide silently appeared on the shuttle's navigation screen. Lapis Lazuli snapped out of its reverie and stated succinctly, "The work of the Abyss Lord." The route ended in the center of Mamandala. According to custom, a fourth ring psyker from outside one's own faction visiting an important city should be accompanied by at least one fellow fourth ring psyker. After all, psykers of this level possess destructive power capable of shaking the terrain. If they suddenly went berserk within the city, even if quickly suppressed, the losses would be incalculable, let alone the capital of a nation. Although Yan'an didn't do this. Probably because it was unnecessary. Songshur took a deep breath, trying to cool down his body, which was trembling with excitement. Within his psyker's perception, two completely different, yet equally powerful, streams of psyker energy rose straight up from within the city like colossal pillars piercing the sky. Two psykers who had reached the fifth ring, true spirit. At this moment, they were in Mamandala. The shuttle sped across the sky. Perhaps it was the work of the unknown Abyss Lord, but the airspace was unobstructed, with no other flying units along the way. Even though its speed clearly exceeded the urban flight speed limits and speeding penalty standards, no traffic police drone stopped it. The first court. This was the power center of the entire southern continent. What came into view was a vast complex of buildings covering millions of square meters. It was like a huge, pure-colored jade stone, inlaid in the center of Mamanda. Considering Terra's consistent aesthetic, at the center of the complex stood a tower significantly taller than the surrounding buildings, reaching over 2,000 meters. But compared to the solemn and dignified surrounding buildings, the magnificent tower that seemed to pierce the clouds, everyone who arrived at the first court inevitably had their eyes drawn to something else first. On the tower, a giant, dark blue-black dragon lay coiled. Chapter 511. A more accurate description wouldn't be lying down. With wings and 4 legs, this dragon, possessing a classic dragon-like appearance, rested its mountain-like head on the empty platform atop the tower, its remaining body coiled around it like a snake. One of the 9 pillars of Yan'an. A companion of the first lord of Yan'an, who experienced the 7 Earths War, and one of the original founders of Yan'an. Fifth Ring Transcendence, Ash Dragon, Apoquian Vaughn. Seemingly sensing the visitor's presence, the dragon's pupils slowly opened, its dark vertical pupils shifting to precisely detect the approaching shuttle. A long, white breath escaped its nostrils, and its enormous, hundreds of thousands meters long, bluish-black dragon wings suddenly unfurled, propelling its mountain-like body away from the tower. A colossal creature, conservatively estimated at 700 meters long, descending from a man-made structure. Even the slightest tremor during this process would have been enough to cause the structure to collapse with a crash. It wouldn't be more difficult than breaking a sugarcane. But nothing horrific happened. The dragon and the tower, though close together, seemed like parallel lines that never intersected. Even after they completely separated, there wasn't the slightest collision. Greetings. As the other opened its vertical pupils and cast its gaze upon him, Anthony respectfully and meticulously said, "The great, strong, majestic, and solemn Lord Apoquian Vaughn." A human-like look of satisfaction appeared on the dragon's face. "You're quite sensible, Anthony. I like that about you." A strange voice suddenly echoed in Songshur's mind. This rare phantom beast, having reached the 5th ring realm, didn't have a hoarse, weathered quality in its voice. Instead, it possessed a vibrant, energetic quality, as if it could unleash a powerful all-nighter. A colossal, dark blue dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, almost instantly becoming a tiny black dot. After about 10 breaths, the phantom beast, having finished its morning flight, returned to the world. The black dot rapidly enlarged in the pupils of its eyes, and landed in front of the shuttle. The colossal dragon that had blotted out the sky vanished, replaced by a 2-meter-tall, dragon-headed, human-bodied half-dragon. It wore a wide robe, with a creamy white wool shawl draped over its right shoulder, significantly diminishing its inhuman aura. Anthony, take this lapis lazuli to rest, or perhaps explore my mandala. Of course, I wouldn't object if you insisted on a report as soon as you returned, but that would be far too rigid, Apoquian said. And then, there's this new regional inspector. Let's go, it shrugged. He's waiting for you. Anthony bowed once more, watching the two fly towards the tower. Without resorting to any kind of teleportation, Apoquian's method of entering the tower was simple. It flew ahead, Songshur followed behind, and then it landed on an open-air platform about 1,400 meters up. Next, it entered the building, pressed a few buttons, and started riding the elevator. Let me see. Apoquian groped around on the elevator wall for a bit, found a button, and then swiftly pulled out a row of folding chairs and sat down. Considering its size, it took 2 chairs to support it. I should complain. Don't these people know how to make the chairs bigger? I think no normal person would think of sitting down in an elevator, Songshur said, his hand also finding a button, and he similarly pulled out a chair. As the steel rails steadily moved upwards, the two sat facing each other. It be a while before we arrive. Shall we chat? Abiokue sat with a relaxed posture, his long robe cascading down to the ground. Songshur pondered for a moment, then decided to cut to the chase. Who's stronger, you or Suyu? Good question. Abiokue scratched his chin. Both are at the 5th ring, it's hard to say. But I think I'm probably stronger. Oh! He's a Panlong transformed from a human, while I evolved from a blue-tailed lizard into an ash dragon. Abiokue stated confidently. Clearly, my path is more suitable, with less resistance to change. Such an insincere answer. Songshur sighed. Let's change the question. As one of the founders and current pillar of Yunnan, if you like, could you establish a phantom beast protection zone in Yunnan? Things like that are no problem at all. Why haven't you tried? That's quite a joke. Apoquian leaned lazily against the wall. Let's put it this way. A rabbit, and a coyote, and a hunter. If the rabbit suddenly awakens its psionic powers, and becomes a phantom beast, which one would it kill? Before the other could speak, it gave its answer. Of course, it would kill them both. You humans belong to the same race. You can fight each other to the death, but we animals and plants are hundreds or thousands of times more diverse. Where would we find the time to care about the lives of other animals and plants? Apoquian yawned. Anyway, I don't have the time. Of course I am, after all, one of the 9 pillars, and of high seniority. So, in any zoo of any size in Yunnan, there's a dedicated exhibit for blue-tailed lizards. I can't exactly ban it. Apokue covered his forehead, his tone helpless. If I shouted no, then there probably won't be a single blue-tailed lizard left in the entire Yunnan region. And doing this makes it seem like I'm ashamed to talk about my origins. The Animal and Plant Management Bureau even considered adding blue-tailed lizards to the protected animal list a few years ago. Apokue was speechless for a moment. Don't they know how resilient and prolific we blue-tailed lizards are? Now it's my turn to ask a question, it said. Do you feel the distance to completeness? Songshur knew what it meant. Excluding special cases like gifts from the path, normal psionicists have 3, 5, and 7 psionic skills for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rings, respectively. The 4th ring doesn't have 9. Or rather, the 4th ring, sublimation, requires more than a fixed number, completeness. Like eating a meal, some people need over 20 pieces of tableware, a pleasant environment, soothing music, and meticulous service to swallow their food. Others, however, only need a pair of chopsticks and a place to stand to eat with a full appetite. There is no superiority or inferiority between the two. Essentially, both methods are merely means to facilitate eating. The pinnacle of the 4th ring, ascension, lies precisely in this. Psionicists who break through to this stage no longer have a definite, designated goal. They must use themselves as a reference to seek the boundary of completeness. Some psionicists achieve their completeness with just 3 or 4 psionic arts, while others, even after a lifetime of inscribing more than a dozen psionic arts on the 4th ring, still cannot truly touch upon completeness. A multitude of methods may not be superior to those specializing in a single skill, but a single, meticulously refined technique may not necessarily overcome a complex and ever-changing power. What truly determines power always lies within the psychic individual, not in any fixed, standard paradigm. Sufficient, appropriate, complete. This is the path to the 5th ring. Chapter 512. Oh, this? Songshur answered without the slightest hesitation. I felt it. What's wrong? This time, it was Apoquian who was slightly taken aback. His dark, vertical pupils carefully examined the young man. Then he realized that the other party seemed serious. Apoquian was genuinely shocked. Really? You sensed the boundary of completeness right after advancing to the fourth ring? Apoquian murmured, his expression suddenly becoming strange. I have a guess. Is it possible that it's just your imagination? For a fourth ring psychic, Songsher raised his index finger. Please note, in this kind of matter, imagination is a rather serious accusation. Incredible, unbelievable. Apoquian scratched his ribs hard with his index finger, the nail scraping the scales with a sharp metallic scraping sound. Mind revealing, you think your completeness. Would you like a few psionic arts? Songsher replied frankly, 6 will suffice. 6? Apoquian thought for a moment. I was 5 back then. By the way, would you like to know how many he was? The enormous head leaned forward, its voice low and persuasive. I can reveal it in advance. Songsher looked at the others strangely, and after a few seconds, changed to a more tactful tone. Aren't you a bit too good at spoiling people's moods? That's a very unpleasant thing to say. Apoquian withdrew its head, sighing dejectedly. Ding. This elevator was built to a very high standard, ascending several hundred meters, but stopping without any sense of weightlessness, fitting perfectly. Oh, we arrived. The muscular half-dragon lifted his robe and stood up. Although you don't speak as well as Anthony, you're not bad either. Ah, maybe older people and larger magical beasts just enjoy chatting with young people like you. Apoquian cracked his neck, his knuckles popping. Come with me. After we chat, isn't there a gift? In the Eastern continent, that's a fine tradition. Songsher stood up, and the folding chair automatically retracted into the wall. Ha, no. Apoquian didn't even turn his head. I don't have any official position. My daily work is just sleeping. Where would I get anything? As for a gift, I strongly suggest Alexander. That man is 100, 1,000, 10,000 times richer than me. Fifth ring consensus, final agreement, Alexander Dulles. The current CEO of Haida Trading, also one of the 9 pillars of Industry South. But the others aren't as approachable as me, Apoquian said with a touch of pride. In the public poll of the 9 pillars of Yunnan, I'm the most popular every year. The other pillars are responsible for an insane amount of work. They probably wouldn't have time to be approachable even if they wanted to. However, considering the principle of respecting elders, Songsher chose to keep these thoughts to himself. Actually, if we're talking about a gift, I could give you one, Apoquian, walking ahead, continued enthusiastically. My dragon scales are quite protective. I could easily give you a couple, but since you're already at the 4th ring, there's no need for you to take them. Songsher, however, focused some of his attention on the surroundings. Despite bearing a string of titles such as Clan Leader, Emperor, Pope, and Supreme Leader, the interior decoration style of this tower, at least in this particular section, was remarkably simple and efficient. Large swathes of solid color, extremely spacious corridors, minimalist signage, and an atmosphere so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. This tower is the true first court. The surrounding buildings you saw earlier are actually just auxiliary administrative departments. The problem is, most officials work over there, very few are qualified to come to the first court, and they don't have the time to come here all day, so this place is practically deserted, Apoquian explained expertly. But it's not good to demolish this tower. How can a building that can't overlook Mamandara be worthy of the first court? That's what the chief architect said back then. He died 30 years ago, and I even read his eulogy at his funeral. At the end of the corridor stood a figure in black armor. The burly man wasn't wearing a helmet, revealing a face sculpted by knives and covered in hideous scars. His expression was as cold as iron, but when Apoquian appeared, he clutched his helmet and bowed respectfully. Both were members of the 9 pillars of Yunnan. Theoretically speaking, as the current commander of the Axiom army, his power should be above that of the other party. However, this Apoquian Vaughn, who earned the title of Ash Dragon during the 7 Earths War, was one of the founders of Yunnan and a pillar of the first generation. His contributions and seniority imprinted on this nation meant he should make a gesture. Moreover, the other party had followed the Lord of Yunnan in his campaigns, and in a way, the ancestors of the Axiom army owed him a considerable debt of gratitude. Alston Chaber, the middle-aged man, extended his hand encased in an iron gauntlet, the current commander of the Axiom army. I watched that exercise. I had business with His Majesty at the time, and knowing you would come here, I stayed a little longer. I heard so much about you. Songsher shook hands. You are truly exceptionally strong. Their defeat was well-deserved. The man stated bluntly, throughout the history of my Axiom army, and tracing back to the first dynasty of Vero, I doubt anyone can compare to you. But that's no excuse. Defeat is defeat, they still need further refinement. The man yielded his seat. His Majesty is waiting for you. I won't delay any longer, please. Apakwing crossed his arms, patted his tail on the ground, and smiled. Go on, go on. It was described as a corridor, but not like a normal corridor. At the end stood a gate tens of meters high. The gate opened silently, and when Songshur stepped under the steel dome, he saw only a towering woman. Perhaps totally is a strange word, but that was Songshur's first impression. In the spotless, tens of thousands of square meter spacious hall, a woman with long silver gray hair sat casually on the throne at the very back. The visitor tried to guess her age, but unfortunately he couldn't. Her demeanor possessed the maturity and experience unique to those who had weathered many storms, like a stone refined by time, yet also carrying the vitality of a young girl. No, perhaps anger would be a more fitting word. The young man saw a fire that had never been extinguished, still surging, powerfully leaping again and again, a flame of anger. Her right fist propped up her cheek, the woman's posture casual, her eyes scrutinizing, as if examining a wondrous piece of jade. The sixth ring. Songshur raised his head, without speaking, his blood almost surged, burning as if it would scald every inch of his skin. Truth. At the end of the white stone steps, the woman picked up a halberd, stroked it, and then stood up. It is victory. Chapter 513. Make the first move? Songshur pressed down on Songshur. Sit down first. The woman walked down the steps, the halberd dragging with a low thud. The hall inside the tower was extremely spacious, but in a few breaths, she was in front of Songshur. She picked up the halberd and tapped the floor. The floor, made of some unknown material, cracked open, revealing a long table and a pair of chairs. She sat down casually. At the other end of the 3-meter-long table, Songshur pulled out a chair and sat down as well. The halberd was stuck straight into the ground beside her. Should I call you Frederick Starr, or Isidore Senedy? Frederick Starr was the third, and current, ruler of Yunnan, a burly, bearded, fair-skinned man. Isidore Senedy, on the other hand, was the first ruler of Yunnan, who theoretically stepped down 44 years ago, and whose whereabouts remained unknown. I suggest you use the latter name. Isidore glanced at the young man and said calmly, Lady Senedy, Isidore, King of all, Throne of God. Any of them will do. I don't really like using the identity Frederick Starr. Then you certainly put a lot of thought into it. Songshur also put down the heavy slayer. I think so too. Isidore's face remained expressionless, his tone a perfectly standard statement. Ruling a vast country is no easier than advancing to the fifth ring. However, after you used up this identity, what will happen to the next Lord of Yunnan? Songshur crossed his arms. Currently, the succession to the Lord of Yunnan is entirely determined by the previous ruler. Of course, those at the highest levels know that the current 3 Lords of Yunnan are all incarnations of you, so your prestige is unparalleled and beyond question. But this method, given the complex and intricate power structure and ethnic composition within Yunnan, might not be very convincing for the next ruler. Isidore chuckled. Her laughter was devoid of emotion, almost a mere gesture of laughter. If Yunnan collapses and disintegrates without me, then I'd be a complete failure. Such a country is better left to fall apart. Isidore paused, her tone softening slightly. My reluctance to remain the ruler of Yunnan in my original form stems from this consideration. An unchanging person ruling a country for centuries. It's too boring. Just thinking about it is tedious. It makes future power transitions obscure, and everyone gets used to a static situation. Isidore commented briefly, it stifles the seeds of possibility. I don't like that. So every few decades, you openly change the ruler of Yunnan, but there's never a suitable new candidate. So you still have to step in yourself. Isidore. What can I do? I'm a god seat. Hearing this, Songshur's eyes flickered, and he decided to be direct. Why did you suddenly and inexplicably appoint me as a border patrol inspector? Inexplicable? I find it quite inexplicable too. Isidore shifted his posture, pointing his index finger to his brow. I have a better starting point for explanation. Guess what my psionic abilities were like before the 7 Earths War began? Songshur's gaze lingered for a moment on that strand of silver-gray hair. 3rd ring advanced? Wrong, it was the peak of the 3rd ring. Isidore lowered his index finger, tilting his cheek slightly upward, as if recalling. Then, the 7 Earths War broke out, the flames of war spread, leaving the world riddled with holes, everywhere was filled with slaughter. In the 16th year after the 7 Earths War began, I broke through to the god seat. The only one in nearly a century. Songshur clapped enthusiastically from the bottom of his heart. Incredible. You can call me a miracle. Isidore lowered his head again, first correcting a word, frankly accepting the praise. In short, My truth is victory. I have proven that. Your great achievements are being sung everywhere. Songshur continued clapping, without a doubt. I possess a psionic technique. Naturally, it is now influenced by the collaboration of various psionic techniques, but its core remains the same. Isidore casually brushed aside the hair that had run to the front. As for its effect, you can simply understand it as a kind of guidance that leads me to victory. Intuition. When I didn't have the psychic abilities I have now, its effects were simple, pure, and limited to revealing the weaknesses in the enemy's offensive and making the right choice at a crossroads. But as I broke through to the God throne, it gradually gained some more. Isidore raised his long index finger, a wondrous ability. Before elaborating on this point, I want to ask you another question. Songshur, do you believe in fate? Songshur didn't hesitate, as if he had thought about it many times in secret, half believing, half doubting. How should I put it? Compared to fate, I think its true and accurate expression is more of an individual's tendency. Under the other's gaze, Songshur spread his 5 fingers, then clenched them into a fist, like how I would sit here, ready to challenge you. Challenging a god throne, what a magnificent destiny. But actually it's not, as long as I am still. Songshur. The young man looked directly at his opponent, his expression calm as if he were standing on an academic podium, proclaiming an eternal universal truth. As long as I don't die halfway, one day I will challenge you. An interesting perspective. Isidore nodded. I believe destiny is a collection of actions. It possesses weight. She tapped her index finger on the table, tracing a perfect circle. If we consider the world as a lake, and the destiny of each being as a pebble, those small, insignificant pebbles fall silently to the bottom, unnoticed. But the occasional large boulder can create towering waves, churning the lake's surface, unable to calm down for a long time. It can even sever crucial watercourses, permanently altering the lake's structure. Is this the Divine Throne's interpretation of destiny? This is Isidore Sinity's interpretation of destiny, the woman replied. Now, let's go back to your initial question. Why did I invite you to serve as the Border Patrol Inspector? The woman said calmly. My psionic technique, in the years since I broke through to the God Throne, has gradually acquired some prophetic, revealing power. One day, it revealed your existence to me. Songshur, your existence? No, the weight of your destiny, has a profound impact on this world. As for whether it's good or bad, I'm not sure. At this point, Isidore shook her head, calmly saying, don't overthink it. There's no treacherous conspiracy. I just wanted to see you, nothing more. As well, consider it a transaction. As your reward for taking on the Border Patrol Inspector position. Power, money, resources, you probably don't care for these things, nor do you need them. So, I can answer one question for you. Go ahead. Isidore's chin slowly rubbed the back of her hand. Anything is fine. Songshur let out a long breath. Then, he raised his head. How much longer do you have to live? Chapter 514. Isidore tapped the table lightly, as if striking a drum effortlessly. An interesting choice. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Isidore seemed to smile, a genuine smile. You can ask about the truth behind the fall of the heavens, why those gods of 2,000 years ago shattered Chengdu, or ask me how I broke through to the god's throne. I think if you ask about the starry sky above, I'd be willing to share everything I know. However, I don't like to back out. Isidore straightened her back. So I won't give anyone a chance to back out. The next moment, she offered her answer. At most, I can live for another 100 years. Songshur showed no surprise or astonishment, he simply waited patiently. Clearly, the reason you're asking this isn't because you really want to know how much longer I can live, Isidore said. The real question is, why are the lifespans of psychics so short? Songshur raised his eyes, staring intently at him. Leaving aside those at the God Throne level like yourself, let's just talk about fifth ring psychics. They differ from one another, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, but ultimately, if a fifth ring psychic wanted to, they could move mountains, fill seas, burn cities, destroy peaks, and even manipulate time and space. They could do things more devastating than natural disasters. Yet, such beings don't seem to have lifespans much longer than ordinary people, Isidore continued, with a commentary. Considering the losses from battles, injuries from straying from the right path, and other external factors, the average lifespan of a fifth ring psychic is no more than 135 years. The fifth ring is already an incredible existence, and the sixth ring, the next level of God Throne, it would only be more incredible than the fifth ring. Songshur's tone wasn't solemn, but rather more like simple curiosity. Based on your active period, combined with what you just said about 100 years. A divine throne, lasting only a little over 200 years. Few fourth-ring psionicists realized this. Isidore rested one hand on the back of his chair, appearing much more carefree. Almost only fifth-ring psionicists, upon breaking free from their predetermined death and awakening their true spirit, will suddenly realize it. Songshi's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the truth about this problem, which he had vaguely sensed in his previous life, but was killed before he could figure out the reason, was about to be revealed to him. I spent some time in the Eastern continent. That was decades ago. Isidore casually waved his hand. I know the Eastern continent fairly well. Considering your background, I explain it using your Eastern continent customs. Firstly, the wounds of heaven. Secondly, the obstruction of knowledge. As he began, Isidore's face lit up with delight. From the ocean of inorganic and organic matter, the first cell was born. It grew, matured, and then decayed. This was a beginning. Ancient ferns and arthropods flourished together for a time, and then a new evolution began once more. And so we humans were born, establishing the earliest tribes, until the first society worthy of being called civilization emerged, only to be submerged in the vast sea of time. Songshi couldn't help but interrupt. You jumped around in the middle. Aren't there a lot of stages? Why do you think I really know a lot about biological history? I studied law back then. Isidore nodded his chin. You roughly know what I'm talking about, and don't interrupt me. In summary, life is so wondrous. A 1 in a million miracle gave birth to the first cell, thus conceiving the biological origins of Terra. Later, another miracle occurred. The first psionicist was born. From our current perspective, those most primitive applications of psionic power were crude, rudimentary, and superficial. In today's terms, they could only be labeled as psionic-like. I don't know the exact time of its birth, but it was around 10,000 years ago, Isidore said, shifting the hand he was using to rest on the chair. After that, as you know, there were the first, second, and third rings. Our civilization is inextricably linked to psionic energy. It should be said that the civilization of every race is inseparable from psionic energy, but the internal strife and external enemies of other races gradually submerged them in history, leaving only humanity standing to this day. Terra, once filled with sulfur and lava seas, has become a great land of blue and green, nurturing thriving life. Isidore gazed at the young man, raising an eyebrow. And these lives created the great power called psionic energy. A tiny beetle that can't fly more than 10 meters can, with fervent passion, grow into a towering titan. Small and fragile humanity has climbed step by step, ultimately making even the heavens bow down. Songshi's pupils suddenly brightened. In that instant, his previously confused thoughts suddenly cleared, the vexing fog dissipated, and Songshi said, word by word, Terra. Terra itself has awakened psionic power. A very un-Eastern continent statement. Isidore scrutinized the young man for a few seconds. I thought you called this the heavenly Tao. Are you really from the Eastern continent? Songshi closed his eyes, calmed himself for a few breaths, and when he opened them again, the intense light had vanished. He said righteously, a true Eastern continent person never needs to prove themselves with words. Stubborn as ever. Isidore said calmly, it's not as earth-shattering as you think. Strictly speaking, Terra's psionic power is very half-baked. It doesn't even have a true, clear consciousness. In my opinion, if allowed to accumulate, perhaps one day Terra will truly possess a will and become a celestial-level psionic entity. If? Songshi repeated. Don't misunderstand. First, the reason Terra awakened its psionic power and developed consciousness is fundamentally due to the vast life force represented by humans like us. Terra nurtured us, and billions of years of life have in turn nurtured it, gradually giving it sentience. Secondly, almost no one is actively interrupting this process. Isidore raised his index finger and said coldly, just the fact that Terra is developing consciousness is enough to tell. The existence of such beings is extremely rare, and most of these beings never even considered stopping it. Songshi paused for a moment, then slowly said, War? As expected of my border patrol, you're quite perceptive. Isidore snapped his fingers. Yes, war between civilizations, between races, between individuals, war is the only constant. And because of psionic energy, even in an era when everyone relied on chopping wood and burning coal for heating, there were already individuals and destructive forces capable of altering the terrain. A vibrant mountain range might take thousands of years to evolve, but in the full-force clash of two fourth-ring psionicists, it can be flattened from the earth in minutes. Isidore stated calmly, unfortunately, this is not an isolated case. Wars led by psionicists have become the main theme of Terra. Whether it's humans or other races, we didn't intentionally prevent the birth of consciousness on Terra, It all just happened unintentionally. To use your Eastern continent's terminology, every large-scale war symbolizes the decay of an ecosystem, the rapid extinction of massive amounts of life, and the rampant destructive power. For over 10,000 years, Terra's heavenly way. Has it been destroyed 2 or 3 times? 4 or 5 times? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Terra's condition is gradually sliding towards the abyss. I think you should have noticed the extreme weather on those barren lands now. Frequent thunderstorms, floods, acid rainstorms, the tremors from tectonic plate collisions. Natural disasters that were rare before are now so frequent. Songshur gently tapped the table. Consciousness is affecting the body. Terra is terminally ill. A misunderstanding. Isidore explained skillfully. Terminally ill, a colloquialism in the Eastern continent. It means the illness is so severe that it cannot be cured, but Terra is different. The planet's self-healing ability is stronger than you imagine, and the surging vitality of the life we inhabit is enough to heal its wounds. The prerequisite is sufficient time for everyone to stop constantly bombarding the entire world into chaos, causing cataclysmic destruction. At this moment, Songshur completely understood. But who would be willing to stop? Isidore smiled merrily, resting his chin on his hand. This is the wound of heaven. Chapter 515. So, psionicists have become Terra's desperate means of survival. Songshur rubbed his temples. The heavenly Tao has been shattered too many times, leaving it with only a vague consciousness yearning for continuation. It absorbs our life force every moment to fill this wound in the heavens. It's like a bottomless black hole. Why do you like to misuse idioms? It's not about drinking poison to quench thirst, it's more like a desperate measure. Isidore tilted his head. But your understanding is really strong. Indeed, psionicists have awakened Terra's vague consciousness. It's like a drowning person grabbing the only rope. Because of this medium, its targets for absorption naturally fall to us psionicists. Up. So the lifespan of non-psychics was almost unaffected, while psychics, from the moment they awakened their psychic powers, were subtly influenced by Terra's gravity. Songshur sighed slowly. The barrier of perception you mentioned earlier is this, isn't it? People who live in darkness all day cannot imagine what light looks like. Just like we don't question why Terra has air, and are subject to this gravity from the beginning, so psychics are completely unaware that their life force is being absorbed. Absolutely correct. Isidore shook his long hair. According to my assessment, a psychic with your talent, if awakened outside of Terra, would only need the third ring, and then stay on Terra for a period of time, to notice the abnormal rate of life force loss. Let me think of a supplementary question. Songshur interlaced his fingers. Over the years, with so many ascensions, true spirits, and even god thrones like yourself, the life force absorbed by Terra is not negligible even for a planet, but the situation doesn't seem to have improved much. Isidore retorted, when you eat a sandwich, do you think you can absorb all the calories listed on the packaging? I already said, Terra's psionic energy is half-baked, and her consciousness has undergone multiple collapses. It's purely sporadic instinctive actions. Isidore's expression was calm. This method of absorption inherently involves significant losses, and besides, its absorption speed might not even match the losses inflicted by war. With your understanding, you shouldn't have this question. It seems you're not as calm as you appear. Being unmoved by anything is a state only the dead possess. Songshur leaned back, dismissively. Such a great truth. Xiang, wouldn't it be more humorous if I didn't react at all? Thank you. You cleared up a long-standing question for me. Songshur placed one hand on the table. The long lifespan we have now is limited by Terra. But psionicists thousands of years ago couldn't do that, right? Isidore nodded slightly. Even the same psionic technique, the original version thousands of years ago, and the modern version are vastly different. The furnace stomach of the transcending path, in its earliest stages, only considered its pure functionality, the ability to melt ores within the body. As for rejection, mutual exclusion, and subsequent enhancement, it didn't care at all. Like an athlete taking performance-enhancing drugs, he might have considerable strength, but that strength is extremely difficult to maintain for long, and there's even a risk of premature death or sudden demise. The path to enlightenment comes from daily refinement. The primary task of a psychic is always to maintain their current strength. Prolonging life is something that develops gradually. Isidore slightly raised his right hand, his powerful fingers faintly gleaming. How magnificent is the path of us psychics! Without a doubt, this is the truth. Then, Songshur pondered the word, war. The existence of psionic energy once halted the world's technological development, even forcing civilizations to start from scratch at times. But we ultimately developed, reaching an unbelievable level today. Isidore leaned back, causing the chair to rock slightly. Looking at Terra's history, The Seven Earths War wasn't necessarily the most widespread. But with the unprecedented synergy between the new era's technology and psionic energy, its intensity was terrifying. The fact that 40% of the land was turned into wasteland is one manifestation of this. Restoring the wasteland's ecology is Yunan's fundamental national policy. Songshur turned his attention back, sincerely. To be honest, she said, when I was a kid in history class, I thought the wasteland was just rotten and impossible to repair. Childhood naivete and ignorance, a shallow understanding of the world, Isidore pointed out ruthlessly. Repairing the wasteland isn't as difficult as you imagine, but it's certainly not easy either. I assessed it. If the world works together, I can completely remove the wasteland within 80 years at the latest, restoring Terra to its pre-war state. Isidore paused for a second. No, better than before the war. Obviously, the world won't work together, and there aren't 80 years left, Songshur pointed out equally ruthlessly. I'm starting to like the way you talk, Isidore said, a smile playing on her lips. A new war, another war of the Seven Earths, awaits us. As she spoke, one of the woman's hands rested on the table, not as a casual respite, but rather as if she were pressing down on something. At that very moment, in Songshur's perception, an unparalleled, awe-inspiring majesty silently emanated from the humanoid figure before him. The founder of Yunnan, the ultimate victor of the Seven Earths War, the throne of truth, the Psionicist crowned king of all, was already prepared. A small question: what about those Psionicists who tried to dismantle Terra? Songshur snapped his fingers. Actually, there were some, but historically, those guys were all killed by the others. Ultimately, we love Terra. Aren't you going to ask that question? After a brief silence, Isidore scrutinized the young man. Everyone who learns this from me asks that question, even if they already know the answer in their hearts. A moment of silence, then Songshur grinned, revealing his white teeth. Then why not set aside the conflict and wait for Terra to heal? Even if it's not for anything else, just to prolong your own life. Isidore, whose face was mostly indifferent, now showed approval. Yes, why not do that? Isidore pushed back her chair and stood up. What we psionicists pursue is nothing more than ourselves. Her hand grasped the halberd, and with a slight effort, she pulled it up. If you just want to live longer, why not simply turn yourself into a stone? Songshur stretched lazily, also leaving the table and standing up. We ascend to psionic power to uphold our own will. Living longer is certainly wonderful, but to compromise oneself for the sake of living longer, the young man said, his two fingers together, feeling the temperature of the heavy-duty blade. It's putting the cart before the horse, utterly ridiculous. Back in my day, I did quite well in the legal profession, owning my own large firm. My professional skills were impeccable, and I possessed peak third-ring psionic power. Even the local president had to be extremely cautious of me, never daring to slacken his guard. The long table and chairs had returned to the ground. The spotless, gleaming floor reflected her flowing, grayish-white hair. Then the Seven Earths War began. It was truly a scene of utter devastation, a horrifying sight. Before a world driven mad, even I could only barely protect myself. Even protecting those around me was a struggle. I suspect that this only being able to protect myself won't last long, Songshur's voice rang out. After all, my talent is too high. Arrogant words escaped Isidore's lips, yet her face showed no arrogance, only a sense of entitlement. At first, I was simply furious. The fanatical Van Pusta Empire, those damn behemoths. One nation after another fell into the fray. Endless wars erupted, easily destroying everything I once owned. My firm, my lazy subordinates and friends, my newly purchased custom coffee machine. The woman paced, her wrist flicking, the halberd spinning in her palm, the air seeming to groan under its weight. I wanted revenge. I wanted revenge. I wanted my anger to be more than just anger. I wanted those scum to feel the crucible of fire and blood. Without a doubt, I was extremely successful. Wave after wave of enemies were slaughtered by me. No one could stop me. As for whether they were good or bad, who cared? The two Grand Dukes of the Empire were wiped out of their bloodlines, and the CEO of a behemoth was publicly nailed to his death in his office. Isidore's voice paused here, then suddenly slowed. I killed many, and I saved many. To be honest, I never even considered saving a large portion of the latter, at most, incidentally, you understand? Indirectly, incidentally. Then, some began to use my name, trying to follow me. How ridiculous. Who am I? Who are they? Do they even deserve to be my companions? Isidore's face was indifferent. The most ridiculous thing is that these ridiculous people are multiplying. They follow me, promote me, trust me, and love me. They are equally angry. Yet anger can breed such genuine love? His steps stopped. A madman determined to uphold his truth through victory, an unparalleled warrior who had fought almost across the world, a psionicist who ascended to godhood from endless war. The lord of martial sect, the emperor served by the Axiom army, the undisputed patriarch of the Saman-Rod clan, the pope of the Fenghao cult, the supreme leader of the Haida trade, the source of all things, the original founder of the kingdom called Yunnan. The dragging halberd twisted and rose, its tip pointing forward. I will conquer the entire world. King of all, Isidore Sinity declared. The future of Terra will not be allowed to be touched by others. Chapter 516. The future of Terra? Songshur laughed. Coincidentally, I have the same intention, to make the world turn according to my will. Then let me weigh you. In Songshur's perception, Isidore, who had originally appeared transparent, or rather, possessed an untouchable vastness like the high heavens, began to slowly sink, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Ultimately, her unattainable, powerful spiritual energy settled at the lower level of the fourth ring. Isidore's 5 fingers clenched and unclenched, her eyebrows slightly raised. I can't even remember the last time I was this weak. The fourth ring, Ascension, a spiritual energy realm akin to a humanoid catastrophe, sounded far too light and insignificant in the woman's words. But Songshur had no other thoughts. In that instant, all his attention was focused on the person before him. It was a breathtaking spectacle, unlike anything Songshur had ever seen. In the young man's vision, the being named Isidore Sinity shone even brighter than before. The previous sense of the vast, boundless sky had ultimately felt too ethereal and elusive, but now that she had descended completely, that abyss-like immensity finally possessed a more tangible reality. Even without making any other move, her mere presence was like a colossal gravitational pull, indifferently drawing all things towards her. Even like pale before her. Songshur keenly noticed that, without realizing it, his teeth were slightly grinding together, a sweet, metallic taste filling his mouth like a hallucination, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. When was the last time I felt this excited? I remember now. When I died. Here? Songshur found his voice sounded unfamiliar. Here. Isidore, holding the halberd upside down, tapped the ground. The atmosphere and light blurred for a few seconds. No, Songshur realized, it was the spatial structure that was distorted. I'm not very good at manipulating space, my technique is rather rough, but it's enough. Isidore finished, her expression unchanged. I slightly expanded the space here. It's now 1,000 square kilometers. Perhaps you could ask for even more. Songshur lowered his heavy sword, demonstrating his stance through action. A crimson gold Dharma image rose, and then the sea of fire spontaneously spread, temporarily maintaining a radius of 5 kilometers. A crimson sun leaped out of the sea of fire, hanging high in the sky, casting its rays that steadily propelled the flames upward. Isidore watched all this quietly, saying with approval, "Well done." She twisted the halberd. Songshur's pupils suddenly contracted, and he vanished from his spot. Almost simultaneously, the surging sea of fire, starting from its edge and ending at Songshur's initial position, burst forth with a straight, blazing fissure, forcefully cleaving half of the inferno in two. While the soaring sky technique he had used to evade hadn't completely dissipated, a halberd appeared before Songshur's eyes. His opponent had caught soaring sky. Songshur grinned sharply, and faster than his thoughts could process, he swung his heavy weapon horizontally, directly colliding with the descending blade. In this fleeting exchange, neither side used any multiple spiritual energy techniques, it was simply a pure collision. His arm crackled and popped, and Songshur felt as if his heavy weapon was about to be crushed. In less than 1/10 of a second, he was sent flying backward, creating a crater hundreds of meters long in the sea of fire before finally regaining his footing. Her temper isn't bad. In the distance, Isidore glanced at the hand holding the halberd, noticing the scorching stars on the back of her hand. As her opponent's stance was broken, she unleashed her full power, managing to burn her. Is her temper the only thing worth praising? Songshur exhaled the scorching breath, her internal organs and blade-wielding arm, which had been shaken, quickly returning to their optimal state. With the enhancements of forging flame and boiling blood, her physique was already far stronger than a normal great source, and after the complete shattering and reforging during her breakthrough to sublimation, it had become unbelievably stronger. But she couldn't withstand that attack. In an instant, her offensive stance was reduced to a defensive one, she barely avoided being broken, and that was all. Choosing complete annihilation during sublimation is commendable. Isidore twirled her halberd. No destruction, no construction, destruction precedes construction. Not every one of the existing Fifth Ring members has chosen complete annihilation. She said calmly, "Watch out, I'm about to make my move. Deep within Songsher's pupils, a fiery, glassy light bloomed. Glassy observation was operating at full power, its spiritual energy technique, born from the imagery of inner and outer clarity, pure and flawless, illuminating the entire space. Enough to capture the attack of soaring to the sky, it was reflected in Songsher's observation, allowing him to precisely capture the trajectory of Isidore's attack. But there was no flaw. Literally no flaw. Even when facing Lu Danshu, whose fist techniques had reached the level of a grandmaster, there were flaws. But this time, what was reflected in the glazed observation was like another flawless, clear, and transparent piece of glass, revealing not a single flaw. Was my glassy perception still inadequate, or had the opponent truly reached the flawless and supreme realm? These thoughts lingered for a fleeting moment before Songsher forcefully suppressed them. Since there were no flaws, then let's clash head-on. The true Radiance Dharma image ignited with crimson gold flames, like the myriad rays of sunset, and Songsher raised his heavy slash. The scorching flame surged dozens of meters, transforming into a slash powerful enough to shatter mountains and incinerate rivers, a strike amplified by the Dharma image. Instantly, the intense sea of fire was pierced through head-on. The vast flames that had just been replenished were once again met with the most brutal attack. Those spiritual flames, which required almost as much effort to smelt metal as to ignite a wad of paper, were easily crushed before the unparalleled violence. There was no earth-shattering Dharma image, no overwhelmingly powerful transformation. Isidore remained in her original form. She simply stepped forward, charged, and then swung her halberd. With a simple and swift movement, the sea of fire opened up for her, and the raised halberd met the oncoming fiery blade. Ugh! Songsher only had time to let out a muffled groan. The immense power and speed brought by the true Radiance Dharma image, along with the ever-present, surging sea of flames forming a protective barrier, seemed insignificant externalities. The Dharma image rumbled, slowly but resolutely retreating. The feat of an ant trying to shake a tree was achieved in this moment. The belated aftershocks rippled outwards. Crack, shatter, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the Dharma image, making the colossal, crimson-golden flame statue resemble shattered glass. A large amount of flame rose, visibly and rapidly smoothing and healing these cracks. True radiance, radiant light, emphasizing power, focusing on dazzling magnificence, overwhelming from the start, but just now it was his own power. Songsher reached the answer in his heart. Suppressed, without any excuses or justifications, utterly and completely dominated by the opponent. Isidore did not attack first. She stood calmly in place, her halberd hanging low. From Songsher's perception, a terrifying aura, soaring straight to the heavens, sweeping across the land, almost tangible, was majestically bestowing upon the woman with long, grayish-white hair a crown and a ceremonial robe. Psionic Arts. Isidore's Heavenly Victory. Chapter 517. Solid, good endurance. Glancing at the true Radiance Dharma image that had recovered in the blink of an eye, Isidore stomped her foot on the floor, a low tremor echoing. I encountered some Eastern Continent psionicists who manipulate Dharma images. Unfortunately, most of their Dharma images couldn't withstand a single blow from me. Songsher, however, changed the subject. I once met Yashing 3. Yashing 3, that legion? Isidore's attention shifted. She thought for a moment, then nodded. I see, that's true. You learned something from it. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with your Dharma image. Indeed? Songsher said frankly. Before today, in terms of the use of power, he was the strongest psionicist I had ever seen. I fought him once, and gained quite a bit. A subtle praise without any qualms. Isidore said calmly. I accept it. Yes, before today. Back in the Abyss Network domain of Forge Light City, Songsher encountered the remnant projection of Yaoxing San. This man, who initiated the Freedom Revolution and once commanded the Legion, a unified force of all machines, possessed an army whose combined might was undeniably the strongest across both lifetimes. The memory remained vivid. Songsher stared at him. A terrifying aura rose from Isidore, the glorious momentum accumulated over a century, the aura of a king of all who led countless victories to establish the Southern Kingdom, swept across this space like 1,000 majestic swords. If a consensus psychic were to arrive here, even a second or third ring cultivator, the weaker ones, attempting astral projection, would be crushed into dust within a single breath by this glorious momentum. Stronger than Yashing 3. Stronger than that legion. This is both a psionic technique and a testament to the past journey of a current god's throne. Bound by the agreement after the Seven Earths War, we gods cannot act arbitrarily. Isidore seemed somewhat regretful. Yashing 3 is not prepared to join in on, it prefers to lead the Onyx as a relatively independent existence. So I have no reason to interfere. The choice of will is more important than anything else, Songshur said. If it's just about living without self-awareness, it can't reach the fifth ring. The true Radiance Dharma image could be seen shrinking little by little. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, finally, becoming indistinguishable from Songshur, completely merging into his body. Indistinguishable. Give up the struggle? Isidore turned his gaze. Songshur chuckled softly. Wrong, it's precisely because I still have to struggle a little that I have to do this. Strictly speaking, the true Radiance Dharma image has two applications, one emphasizing radiance, and the other emphasizing true. The former refers to the manifestation of a colossus, engulfed in a vast sea of fire, overwhelming all with its power. The latter is what it is now. Songshur slowly exhaled. His crimson gold hair silently spread, growing past his shoulders. The youth's skin appeared unchanged, but upon closer inspection, one could see a crystalline, jade-like luster. He raised his eyes, and his pupils, which should have been pitch black, now displayed a radiant sun-like halo. He sacrificed the broad area enhancement of his spiritual energy and the overwhelming power of the wildfire, in exchange for the ultimate strengthening of himself. As the true Radiance Dharma form completed its transformation, Songshur clenched his fist. The increase in strength and speed had not decreased, in fact, it had even increased. However, without the Taoist temple to share the damage, he could no longer unleash a single, earth-shattering attack. It was worth it. The overwhelming, suffocating force of the heavens, so oppressive it was almost unbearable, finally felt much less oppressive. More than power and speed, this was the essence of Songshur's transformation into true radiance. It made him extremely solid, unshaken by external forces. The clash of forces was perhaps the easiest way to crush an opponent. When facing Arturo, Songshur proactively manifested true radiance, overwhelming him with sheer force and easily breaking through his defenses. But now, Songshur clearly realized that his own dazzling brilliance could never directly break through Isidore's overwhelming heavenly power. Rather than dragging things out and being dragged into an uncontrollable situation, it was better to make a clean break. A decisive action, but meaningless. Isidore scoffed, coldly raising his halberd and taking his first step. Our military strength on paper is no match for the enemy, so I chose to single-handedly attack their lord, turning the tide of the war. She took her second step, her magnificent aura making her radiate an unbearable aura of power. Before Yinan was established, this was something I often did. With her third step, the woman, in the most dignified and unyielding posture, brought her halberd down. Standing amidst the sea of fire, Songshur did not dodge. Instead, he activated soaring to the heavens, and with sudden speed and explosive force, he forcefully swung a heavy blow at the halberd descending from the sky. He caught it. It still possessed that invincible power, but the dual enhancement from true radiance and soaring to the heavens prevented Songshur's offensive from being instantly reduced to a defensive posture. In fact, the halberd and the heavy blow achieved a brief stalemate. It was only brief. A storm of attacks, like a tempestuous storm, completely enveloped Songshur after this strike. Both figures flashed at incredible speed, leaving no blurry shadows. The flames used to spread the attack were torn apart like light, drifting clouds. Compared to the unparalleled power of the divine might, Isidore's attacks were extremely simple. Slashes, chops, and sweeps, clean and crisp, without a single superfluous movement. Yet, this simple offensive instantly suppressed Songshur once again. Songshur roared, almost abandoning thought, and met the overwhelming flurry of halberd strikes head-on, with Songshur's fierce clash. Gray and crimson light flashed violently, tearing through the air. Even the sound was insignificant. But it still wasn't enough. Songshur fought with fervor, his body stretching freely, fighting faster and fiercer, but this couldn't change the fact that, while both were attacking each other, the space between him and Songshur was being slowly and steadily compressed inch by inch. There was no way to dodge. Endless halberd strikes rained down. Even maintaining his slow retreat was a struggle for Songshur, a moment that allowed no room for thought. Songshur had no doubt that if he were to lose focus even for a moment, his opponent would mercilessly shatter his offensive and bring the battle to a standstill. His opponent's powerful psionic technique was in operation, allowing her to precisely parry every blow. His glassy observation was also observing. But it was limited to tracking the trajectory, unable to discern any weaknesses. His opponent's combat skills were far superior to his own. Another halberd slash came, but this time it changed abruptly. Songshur no longer met the attack head-on. His heavy slash deflected slightly, taking the slash head-on. Amidst the burst of blinding sparks, the blade grazed the halberd's hilt and violently broke through Isidore's defenses. The destructive power that had been secretly accumulating suddenly erupted, forcefully shattering the field of heaven's victory. Boom! The impact was instantaneous. The halberd struck Songshur heavily, sending him tumbling dozens of times before finally embedding itself in the ground, stabilizing the deep crack and bringing him back to his feet. Isidore glanced down. A short distance below his right shoulder, a 2-finger-wide gash had appeared, the flesh charred and raw, steam rising. Fragments of embers, like maggots clinging to bone, desperately tried to burrow deeper, burning away the marrow and bone. A desperate gamble. An assassination attempt on the king. Isidore twirled his halberd, pressing his left hand against the notch and casually extinguishing the sparks. The intent is there, the essence is grasped. Is it possible? Songshur looked far more disheveled, covered in blood, flames flickering, but he simply picked up his heavy weapon again, stood up, and smiled intently. Did I really do it? The exchange of blows wasn't a matter of victory or defeat. It was just that he had finally achieved some results. Not bad. Isidore nodded approvingly, his long fingers twisting the halberd. I'm going to get serious now, remember to be careful. Songshur's vision went dark. The light vanished, a deafening roar echoed in his ears, but before any of these feelings could form, a terrifying force struck him precisely. Isidore slowly lowered the halberd from where the young men had stood a moment before. Within the sea of fire, a deep crater stretched for 1,000 meters. At the far end, Songshur staggered and knelt on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 518. His strength and speed hadn't increased significantly, nor had he acquired any new psionic techniques. But why was this attack more terrifying than any before, reaching a level he hadn't even anticipated? Blood flowed and burned between his teeth as Songshur bit down on a spark of fire to fill the void in his body. So heavy, his arm was so heavy. He only had time to raise the heavy slaughter stance before being struck head-on. The heavy slaughter stance only mitigated some of the killing power before being mercilessly pierced through. If he hadn't transformed into the true Radiance Dharma image beforehand, enhancing his physical strength, and had scorched earth compress its range to gather protection around him, this single strike would likely have severely injured him. This is the God's throne of this era? Indeed, seeing and fighting are completely different things. With a single breath, Songshur recovered again. The dripping blood flowed over his body, then transformed into sparks of fire, bathing him in flames. Battle will, he. Songshur laughed heartily, so joyfully. Only just now did you truly unleash your battle will. Ha ha ha. The shock of being struck by that terrifying blow vanished in an instant. Songshur had already reacted. Up until his assassination attempt, the other party had been training, instructing, and guiding, but hadn't shown any real battle will. Even with the same ability, in the hands of truth, who ascended to the throne through victory, the difference between having battle will and not having it is like heaven and earth. Nonsense. I wasn't without battle will before. Isidore slowly paced, his halberd dragging on the ground with a low rumble, parting the sea of fire wherever it passed. The correct statement is that you finally piqued my interest. Celebrate, remember, and cherish this moment. The halberd suddenly paused. Nowadays, very few can arouse my interest. The crystal pavilion was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the trajectory of Isidore's latest attack. Songshur grinned maliciously, gripping the heavy sword with both hands, and swung it horizontally. After adjusting his position, he caught the halberd at the last second. It was still so heavy. As powerful as a mountain, as thunderous. Songshur wanted to say that, but it wasn't really like that. Stripped of the outer shell of heaven's victory, Isidore's move had no other meaning. It was simple, pure to the extreme. It was simply the pinnacle of skill, with almost no wasted or leaked power, all directed at Songshur. Therefore, it was so heavy it was suffocating. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of powerful blows. In reality, the aftershocks of such a collision would be enough to topple an entire mountain. But before two superhuman psychics, these aftershocks were nothing more than helpless, pitiful cries of defiance. The opponent's body was quite unique, Songshur noticed. It was a triple composite state of consciousness, energy, and matter, which rendered the opponent devoid of conventional vital points and the distinction between soul and body. Simultaneously, these three elements complemented each other, continuously providing Isidore with unparalleled power. Strong, truly incredibly strong. The heavenly victory formed a field, protecting Isidore and making him invincible within the sea of fire, temporarily unaffected by the psychic flames. Even disregarding the opponent's flawless and unparalleled martial arts, the heavenly victory field alone combined with this peak-level physique, was enough to shatter 99% of psychics of the same level in a direct confrontation. An undeniable monster. Fortunately, I am one too. The halberd slashes crisscrossed, and Songshur received 287 strikes. In the interval between the next strike, the Suisher, which had been hidden, suddenly activated, unleashing a power that suppressed all phenomena. The seemingly flawless attack was forcibly forced open with a chaotic gap. Not to catch his breath, Chongxiao and Huaijie, with earth-shattering killing power, poured into this chaotic gap. Isidore's power had not exceeded his expectations. More accurately, while Isidore was incredibly strong, if an ordinary psychic were to arrive at this point, they wouldn't even be able to understand how the opponent had accomplished all of this. He could understand, he could comprehend, he could grasp. Songshur had to admit that, in the fierce battle so far, the opponent was stronger overall, but far from an insurmountable chasm. In some aspects, she was even more skilled than her opponent. She could only aspire to match him. The burning heavy slayer shimmered with the brilliance of a meteorite breaking through the atmosphere, its intense red glow indistinguishable from either fervent excitement or the fiery edge of a flame. Compared to her initial indifferent demeanor, Isidore's eyes brightened, revealing a joyful gleam. The long-planned soaring sky was fast enough that even if Isidore reacted, her own speed wouldn't allow her to intercept it first. She could only raise her halberd at an angle, adopting a defensive stance. Another new psionic technique appeared. An indestructible layer of white light condensed on the surface of the halberd, which even the destructive power of destruction couldn't completely destroy. The halberd trembled as it blocked the heavy slayer, attempting to deflect it. Songshur couldn't give her that chance. Each use of soaring to the heavens within a certain time frame amplifies its power and intensity. Normal use of soaring to the heavens requires charging, but Songshur can shorten this charging time considerably, thus multiplying its threat. An enemy caught off guard will face layers upon layers of overwhelming killing power, a force soaring to the heavens. On the day of his battle against Wang Chunlai at Wushu, Songshur only managed to defeat his opponent by stacking soaring to the heavens to its limit. However, the pressure from Isidore is immense. Under the relentless barrage of halberd strikes, he can't even spare such a short charging time. Moreover, his opponent is specifically focusing on soaring to the heavens. At the slightest sign of trouble, his attack will abruptly change, severing the very foundation of soaring to the heavens. Once the opportunity is seized, it cannot be relinquished. Soaring to the heavens. Ignoring the fact that calamity treats everyone equally, and that it also incurs a destructive cost to himself, Songshur did not retreat an inch. He repeatedly drew the surrounding sea of fire, converging it into a towering wave of flames, resembling a lotus flower closing in, layer upon layer, before collapsing towards Isidore with a deafening roar. Victory. A wonderful taste, the highest enjoyment in this world. To obtain it, you need a strong body, far-sighted wisdom, exquisitely honed skills, and an indomitable will. But these are not the most important. Even as the completely closed lotus of flame suddenly burst open, a divine light that seemed to reach the heavens and earth erupted from the breach, then bloomed wildly, shattering the sea of fire hundreds of meters around him and creating a conspicuous vacuum. Songshur was forced to retreat. The dust from countless fireworks silently drifted down, and Isidore emerged. Her breathing was unsteady. Clearly, the attack had affected her significantly. Large burn marks stained her body, seeping into her skin and marrow, yet these blemishes only enhanced her domineering presence, making her even more radiant. Isidore strolled leisurely towards the young man, her usual cold tone echoing in the fragmented space. Possibility. Strive with all your might, amidst all the improbability, grasp that sliver of possibility for victory. This is the fundamental essence of everything. Songshur was silent for a moment. Then, black flames ignited, each spark extinguished, and shattered fragments spread across his body. A violent rage and killing intent overflowed from the depths of his heart, boiling fiercely. Self-immolation. Songshur clenched his fist, drawing it to the very end. His boiling blood seemed to ignite even the blade itself. Continue. Chapter 519. Songshur went in. Oh, they're probably chatting. I can't hear anything right now. Good. Finally finished chatting. I smell psionic energy. A Poquian squatted at the doorway, its massive dragon tail slapping against the floor with a loud cracking sound. The middle-aged man in black armor coughed. You. Don't tell me you're not curious. A Poquian turned its head. If you didn't want to see, you would have left long ago. The middle-aged man could only remain silent. The steel doors, leading straight to the dome, were indeed closed, but a Poquian seeing was naturally not with its eyes. As a fifth ring transcendence, Its perception was sufficient to depict the approximate scene inside through the doors. They officially started. Wow, such fierce psionic flames. The quality is so high. The deployment is unstoppable. It's a pity we're going to suffer a heavy blow. Apoquian sighed repeatedly. It's hard to say what else we could do, but how can we possibly win against Synody in a battle of sheer force? Sure enough, here it comes. The overwhelming power of heaven. Ah, it really reminds me of those old days. The half-dragon exclaimed, chattering on and on. Changed his form? Decisive enough, he's been suppressed again. No good, Synody is still superior in martial arts. TSK, such a fierce and unparalleled attack, yet Synody managed to suppress it. He's adapting. A deep voice interjected. Apoquian turned around. The man had already put his helmet back on, fully armored, his expression hidden. Songshur is adapting little by little, have you noticed? His Majesty's attacks aren't as overwhelming for him anymore. I know. Apoquian's expression grew more serious. But it's not enough. Adapting, improving, catching up, even surpassing, you know how long the distance is. As he spoke, Apoquian's tone suddenly changed. Synody is getting serious. Your Majesty is getting interested. Wow. Apoquian closed his eyes, opening them after a few seconds. It's a disaster. Songshur still has a fighting chance. The focused man calmly pointed this out. He's held on, still looking for an opportunity to counterattack. A fine move of waiting for the right moment. Apoquian's interest grew even higher, praising highly. With techniques like Bad Calamity and Soaring Clouds, 99% of so-called strongmen would be defeated. But your Majesty is a strongman beyond the realm of strongmen. It's not over yet, let's keep watching. Almost simultaneously, on the distant other side, the man who was instructing Wang Chenlai and Yi Xian on matters to be handled after their departure suddenly stopped. He looked up, and after a few seconds, gazed south. Grand Marshal? A divine throne has made a move, the man said. A female voice. It's that victory. The man stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly carefully assessing the situation. Her energy level isn't high, and she doesn't seem to be deliberately hiding anything. Is she testing her skills? After a few more breaths, the man nodded. I understand, it's Songshur. Ah? A male voice. The events on the other side were too distant for those directly involved to know, at least not for Songshur. He couldn't hear the half-dragon shouts or the man's assessment. The young man's eyes were only fixed on the outline ahead. Self-immolation has begun. A continuous stream of new power is surging into Songshur, and the blessing from the high-hanging sun has propelled self-immolation to unprecedented heights. Self-immolation is about burning oneself out, exchanging it for the dazzling flame of a single, burning ember. The sun is the persistent ignition of its holder, constantly heating up their spiritual energy, burning away enemies or themselves. These two similar blessings, spiraling together, collide to unleash an even more intense burden and power. But Songshur has no time to consider. Calamity Flame must be driven by hatred and killing intent. He lets it rage and surge wildly, the black flames growing ever more intense, soaring wildly, all to obtain the power to annihilate any killing force. The black flames pierce the earth. This time, the main attacker was Songshur. Furious. Isidore swept his halberd across the battlefield, his movements still skillful and concise, wielding immense power as one. This is your self-created psionic technique. I like it. A deafening explosion erupted. For the first time since the battle began, the halberd, which had remained as unshakable as a towering mountain, showed signs of retreating. The heavy slaughter, trailing terrifying black flames, pressed down on Isidore with its extreme killing power. The two were no longer communicating through the vibrations of air, their mental links and words were directly imprinted into each other's hearts. There was no reply. Songshur had to pour every ounce of his energy into every move. Self-immolation had its limits, Heavenly Sun had its limits, and the violent killing intent of Calamity Flame also carried its limits. In the worst-case scenario, the psionicist would become a monster driven by killing intent, losing his self, and knowing only how to slaughter. A multitude of spiritual techniques intertwined and clashed, the terrifying burden yielding an even more terrifying power. No longer trickery, no longer maneuvering, no longer a risky, calculated move, the raging inferno that ravaged the heavens and earth now undeniably suppressed Isidore. Every second was a clash of dozens, even hundreds of times, the heavy slaughter and the halberd clashing, repeatedly forcing the latter down. The roles of offense and defense reversed. But it wasn't enough. Still not enough. Initially, Isidore could suppress him, but not defeat him, so now, even if he suppressed his opponent, How could he possibly expect victory? The towering mountain crumbled bit by bit, fine rocks and silt falling, revealing to Songshur a solid, unyielding, and indestructible adamantine rock stripped of its mountainous outer shell. This final shackle seemed even stronger than all before, though close, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. He couldn't break through. Songshur felt as if he had split into two separate entities, his instincts and body operating in tandem. The black flames, as if alive, surged and flowed through his body, desperately climbing the insurmountable chasm ahead with a roar from the blades within a fraction of a second. I shouldn't be distracted, Songshur thought, but his consciousness wouldn't obey, inexplicably drifting away. He paused for a breath, silently contemplating, and realized he had indeed been distracted. He had exhausted all his methods in this fierce battle, employing over a dozen different tactics. He had used the burning field technique, the calamity-inducing flames to bombard his mind, the daring maneuver of the soaring sky technique, even a head-on, ferocious attack. But now, while some skirmishes could be considered evenly matched, the overall battle was slowly slipping away. Indeed, with the enhancements of self-immolation and other techniques, he was constantly growing stronger, his spiritual energy becoming increasingly violent. But even the most ferocious burning has its limits, and Songshur could feel his limits approaching. The summit is fast approaching. Once that peak is surpassed, a decline in performance will follow. So how can victory be achieved? Chapter 520. The calamity condensed into a vast, boundless sea. Even with its intentional reduction in range to increase intensity, it still ravaged an area spanning several kilometers. Even a cargo ship weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, if it fell into it, would be devoured and melted away in a few breaths. Isidore showed no fear. The overwhelming power of the heavens, and the wielding halberd formed a perfectly rounded, self-consistent field, not large, limited to a radius of 7 feet around her. This field, however, withstood all attacks. The churning black flames and frenzied slashes could not break through. Songshur was like a strongman trying to break a powerful bow, holding his breath and exerting force again and again. His knuckles gripping the bow turned white, the bowstring slowly tightened, and the bow gradually bent, but there was still a distance to go before he could completely break it. But his strength had reached its limit. Many commendable aspects. A silver inverted triangle pattern had appeared between Isidore's brows at some point. It was a spiritual technique she used to stabilize her mind. The silver inverted triangle was stained with a deep, dark black. Having withstood such intense calamity flame bombardment, it was clearly not without effect, but it was far from being completely soaked. Masterful martial arts, self-contained. The halberd swept aside the incoming fiery blade, then spun to the side, steadily catching the next strike without leaving any opening, unwavering will, unmoved by anything else. The combination of psionic technique suits oneself, circulating and complementing, intertwining and multiplying. In the defensive phase, Isidore's halberd-wielding technique remained largely unchanged. It wasn't a gentle disintegration of force, nor an indestructible head-on collision. She simply precisely seized the most opportune moment, and used the most appropriate psionic energy. What's even better than all this is that you become yourself. Despite Isidore being at a disadvantage, the woman appeared remarkably composed. The halberd clashed fiercely with the flames, and amidst the shattering sparks, her calm voice rang out. Martial arts, psionic techniques, even willpower can be honed and tempered. But even if given the exact same psionic power, no one else could match you. It must be some kind of comparative psionic technique. Perhaps defeat is the mother of victory. Even now, Isidore's psionic power continued to grow, surging forward, rapidly surpassing Songshur's own power. This growth wasn't as fast or as powerful as self-immolation, but it was far more stable. It is Songshur who controls these things, not the other way around. The peak is near. Songshur had no time to heed her words. Through a series of enhancements, the ferocity and intensity of the calamity flame had reached a level that even he himself couldn't help but marvel at. If it were the battlefield against Otoro that day, in this state, he could even obliterate Otoro before Otoro even had a chance to use manifestation of calamity, annihilating him head-on. But still, he couldn't win. He was nearing the peak he could reach after this series of enhancements. This level of combat involved an adaptation process. Every time his psionic power advanced further, Isidore would initially fall into a brief disadvantage, then instantly adapt to the new intensity of power, stabilizing the situation again. He was getting stronger every moment, and his opponent was adapting more every moment. Songshur had no doubt that the moment he crossed the peak and began his descent, even if his spiritual energy hadn't diminished much, perhaps by a hair's breadth, his opponent could completely turn the tide of battle, reversing the offensive and defensive positions, and utterly blasting him into an abyss of no return. He could now somewhat understand Lu Dongchu's feelings. Songshur thought to himself. In that previous life's encounter, his opponent had relentlessly pressed him, unleashing a breathtaking display of exquisite fist techniques that had pushed Songshur's stance to the brink of collapse. But in the end, that precariousness was merely a facade. The overwhelming force of the heaven and earth furnace had forcefully incinerated his opponent's pristine martial body. And now, Isidore's defensive stance wasn't even on the verge of collapse. At best, it was somewhat disorganized. Even as she continued to grow stronger, Liu Liguan observation skills and intuition honed through countless battles intensified, a chilling sense of crisis steadily rising. Isidore was gathering something, a move powerful enough to seal victory. Either a decisive blow or patient wear her down. While she was still searching for an opportunity to win, her opponent had already boldly raised 2 keys to victory. Boom! The heavy blow slashed down, the halberd extending perfectly, the powerful aftershock spreading outwards, rippling the sea of fire like ribbons of water. Isidore's hair billowed in the wind, wildly dancing, a cold smile playing on her lips, only her eyes shining ever brighter. The halberd, as tall as a man, seemed weightless in her hand, only revealing its terrifying power each time it blocked a flaming attack. The two became a blurry trail of shadows, speeding through the dark flames, causing everything in their path to churn and tumble. It is said that at the moment the sun leaps out of the vast sea of clouds and climbs to the mountain peak, a myriad of golden rays are cast, and everything in the world is bathed in its brilliant light. At that moment, the climber standing atop the mountain is the person closest to the sun in the world. Isidore has seen sunrises in many places. The people of the martial sect are keen to spontaneously compose poems at that moment, then quickly escalate from literary debates to physical confrontations. The Axiom army will check the weather in advance. If there is heavy fog the next day, they will fire fog-blocking cannons overnight. As for the Haida trade, unless Isidore says, "I need some peace and quiet," those in suits will find the best angle, take a meticulously edited president watching the sunrise photo, and use it for publicity. But no sunrise has ever been as resolute as this one. The perception and vision of the Psionics simultaneously reflected the scene. A sun, burning with black flames rose, devoid of the warmth that nurtures all things, only pure, overwhelming destruction. Fine cracks, overflowing with malevolent flames, covered the young man's body, like porcelain that would shatter at the slightest touch, yet also as hard and unyielding as glass. Reborn to this moment, Songshur had never felt so good. The scalding blood and fire threatened to incinerate his entire body, soul and all. Yet, from this terrifying, searing pain, an indescribable exhilaration brewed. The climber reached the summit. At the very moment of reaching the peak, the sun rose simultaneously. All spiritual energy converged. The flowing malevolent flames, the brewing calamity, everything in the world was stripped of color. In this chaotic and unclear world, only 2 colors remained, still shimmering. Entwined with a pitch-black sun, it crashed down towards the other color. Like the sun, a desperate gamble. Chapter 521. The remaining 19 flames extinguished simultaneously, and a vast, raging inferno, like a planetary belt, surrounded the psionicist. The quantity of psionic energy never represents true destructive power. Like raindrops sliding across bamboo stalks and a roaring river, their destructive power is indeed vastly different, but ultimately, neither can shatter metal. When the quantity reaches a certain limit, its quality tends towards a line of marginal decay. This is also why Songshur never attempts to unleash all 28 flames at once. He had assessed the situation. If used solely for a single strike, aiming only to enhance pure destructive power, each additional flame would increase it significantly. With his current strength, the critical point for this enhancement was 10 flames. Above that, adding more flames would only increase the destructive range, with negligible impact on actual lethality. But that wouldn't be enough to defeat the opponent. Therefore, he had to go all in, exceeding the critical point. Like endless flames of calamity rising, this vast spiritual energy surprised even Isidore. Under the persistent blessing of the sun, it had reached an unprecedented level of power. In ordinary terms, those with unwavering will would have their minds burned away, and their consciousness reduced to ashes if touched even a wisp of it. Even Songshur himself was not immune. It could be considered a two-way race. In the instant before truly reaching the summit, Songshur only maintained a small, central spark of his true self, allowing the violent and rampant killing intent to fill his mind. He released the seal on the calamities, actively pushing them towards their limit. The vast spiritual energy transformed from the 19 flames surged into the sun dragged out by Songshur. A killing force more terrifying than ever before materialized as Songshur exhausted all his means, his conceived plan truly taking shape. Even as Songshur trembled with grief, the surging flames of calamity seemingly melting Songshur himself, this all-consuming killing force could only last for a fleeting moment. But killing only takes that brief moment. The pinnacle of ultimate power, the ultimate killing force. Time fell silent, the ceaseless river of time slowed silently, then froze into an invisible layer of ice. Only the world remained filled with overflowing violence and destructive power, followed by the descending pitch-black sun. If Songshur had paid even a little attention during this brief moment, he would have noticed Isidore's face. A smile unconsciously crept onto the woman's lips, her eyes revealing undisguised admiration, her praise radiating a tangible light. Her pupils reflected the ever-approaching pitch-black sun, but what truly appeared in her eyes was the young man's shattered state. Then Isidore moved. Like a masterful dance, the halberd twirled between her fingers before grasping it and slashing down at the descending sun. 6, 7, or perhaps 10. Multiple psionic techniques worked in unison, unleashing a breathtakingly intense light. If Songshur's conjured sun was a grand, all-or-nothing gamble, then Isidore's move inherited her previous style. From the deepest recesses of its dazzling light lay pure, unwavering power. Because of its purity, it was indestructible. Because of its straightness, it was unstoppable. The heavy blow clashed with the halberd. Faced with such extreme killing power, even the latter could not withstand it, trembling uncontrollably, seemingly wanting to retreat from the battlefield. The dark sun sank slowly, the blazing halberd being pressed down inch by inch, almost touching the woman's nose. Isidore released his grip on the halberd. It was time. Even the fully focused Songshur couldn't see what happened in that instant. He only saw the next moment. That well-proportioned, powerful hand clenched its fingers. A long-awaited strike was unleashed with utmost composure. And so, the heavy slaughter, shattered. Amidst the slowly scattering fragments, a composed fist struck the sun squarely, eliciting a deathly groan. Simultaneously, Isidore's fingers and arm, his skin silently melting away, the killing intent undiminished, deeply imprinted into his bone marrow, even surging into his limbs and bones, annihilating his entire body. Yet the fist remained unshaken, its remaining shape still straight. It shattered the heavy slaughter, pierced the sun, and from then on, without further obstruction, precisely pierced Songshur's heart. It was time. Isidore abruptly looked up, but before that, Songshur's figure blurred for a moment. No, not blurred, it was the overwhelming spiritual energy, like a giant gravitational pull that tethers stars, distorting her perception. The wailing, pulverized flames of calamity solidified, collapsing towards Isidore, who was almost pressed against them. Stronger and shorter than the attack from the combined 19 fire seeds, under the unimaginable pressure of the blow, it underwent another transformation, its spiritual energy surpassing its limits and peaks, condensing into a thin, thread-like line of fire. Vanishing in an instant. Less than 1,000th of a second, the fire disappeared. Isidore stared at the spot where the fire had vanished, scrutinizing it for a while before her gaze shifted to the floor. The spotless floor reflected the woman's face, and the abruptly missing section of silver-gray hair near her right ear. After a long pause, the woman chuckled softly. "Humph, you learned pretty quickly." There was no reply. Songshur's head was lowered, his expression unreadable, his breath so faint, it was barely audible even close to his ear. Isidore retrieved her blood-stained right hand, and Songshur fell to the ground with a thud, the crimson-gold liquid boiling and burning tirelessly. She didn't seem to care. First, she restored her hand to its original state, extinguished the raging flames that had consumed most of her body, then knelt down and snapped her fingers at the young man. Songshur opened his eyes. He saw a cold woman. He instinctively coughed up blood, but surprisingly, after 2 spits, he coughed up very little. "I made some minor repairs," Isidore said. The brief clarity brought on by awakening vanished, replaced by a deep, piercing pain. Songshur tried to sit up, then realized that lying down was more comfortable. He glanced down instinctively. Good, the gaping hole in his left chest was still open, spewing blood and sparks like a dying volcano. "Why didn't you fix this?" His voice was so hoarse it startled Songshur. A tearing pain shot through his throat, like swallowing a sack of burning coals, a lingering effect of the previous series of attacks pushed to their limits. His throat was probably burned through. "Take care of your own problems." Isidore glanced at the gaping hole in his chest. His previously pierced heart was perfectly intact. No, this new heart looked like it had been hastily made from a pile of scraps of flesh, crudely shaped and teetering on the edge. "You saved my life. Heal the rest of the wounds yourself." "Fine, I suppose." Songshur's lips curled into a smile. a grimace against the backdrop of his charred features and the lingering flames. The only thing that couldn't be dimmed was the joy in that smile. "How was it?" he asked sternly. Unexpectedly. Isidore's brows were relaxed, his tone flat, and he frankly said, "You managed to fool me. There's no other way. After thinking it over, this is the only possibility of victory." Although his condition was extremely poor, he had at least been stabilized by his opponent's attack and wouldn't die anytime soon. Song Shi was in high spirits, his words carrying a hint of impatience. "Whether it's the sun or self-immolation, including the enhancement of 19 fire seeds. At the peak of my condition, I unleash all my killing power." Song Shi spoke fluently, "But even with such a move, I'm still not confident I can defeat you, at most a 30% chance." "And your chance is this one strike?" Isidore nodded. "Indeed, only the moment one reaches the peak has value. Beyond that, even if I can maintain that peak for a while, the threat level will be much lower, let alone securing victory. Therefore, a second strike is necessary." Song Shi's brows gleamed with undisguised joy. "If the first strike is successful, that would be ideal. If not, then we must gamble on the second. However, my first strike was already a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. If I were to prepare for the second strike beforehand..." Song Shi shrugged. "First, the killing power of the first strike would inevitably be affected, failing to reach its full potential. Second, I'm afraid I can't hide such a hidden intention from you. In the initial clash, intentions like concealing attacks could be somewhat concealed, but in the final stage, just now, with such intense collisions, both sides' minds were almost intertwined, their auras mingled, making even the slightest change difficult to hide from the opponent. Moreover, Isidore's combat experience and awareness were terrifying. Under these circumstances, the thought of betting on the second strike would be almost impossible to conceal. Put yourself in a do-or-die situation." Despite his cold expression, Isidore actually displayed immense patience, not only listening to the young man's story, but also offering timely encouragement. "That's right, put yourself in a do-or-die situation." Song Shi happily tilted his head back. "I reached my limit. In that situation, to go further, I needed an external force. The self-immolation and other enhancements made a tinderbox burn brightly, but even the most intense flame has its limits. If a gust of wind suddenly rushed in, the flame would exceed its limit and escalate rapidly. You probably heard of the revolving lantern, haven't you? I completely suppressed the thought of betting on the second strike into my subconscious, so I could focus entirely on unleashing the first attack. But if the first strike failed, without a doubt, I'd be defeated by you. Then, in the instant I was on the verge of death, this thought would surface in my subconscious. Death can unleash unprecedented power, that's a widely circulated truth," Song Shi remarked. "I had indeed reached my peak, but after being brought to the brink of death by your punch, a new ladder appeared at the summit. I just needed to seize it in that instant." Isidore, of course, had already grasped the whole picture, her expression unchanged. After the final punch pierced through the first strike, Song Shi's reaction indeed exceeded her expectations. His last consciousness, frozen in the moment of death, stirred the previously scattered and harmless psionic energy around him. They met Isidore's powerful punch head-on, shattering though they were, like sand compacted under heavy pressure transformed. A new peak at the brink of death, and the reborn spiritual energy of transformation. The second strike was far less powerful than the first. Its only redeeming quality was its breakthrough quality. If the first strike was a perfectly honed divine weapon, then the second was the last, sharp edge of that weapon, discarded from its original form. Brief, fragile, delicate, and unimaginably sharp. Before Isidore could even react, it shattered her defenses. If a strand of hair could be severed, then the rest could too. "Do you see now?" Isidore spoke again. There was no immediate answer. Song Shi closed his eyes, and pondered for a long while before opening them again. Although, pessimistically, he had gambled his chance of victory on the second strike, his first strike was still a truly all-out, undeniably peak-level move, its destructive power unbelievable. Yet, this very move was pierced through by his opponent's direct punch. In that instant, he didn't even understand what had happened. "I can only say I've figured it out a little." As he spoke, Song Shi fell into thought again. After a few minutes, he came to his senses, and finally spoke formally. "That punch, it was indeed powerful, an unbelievable level. But whether it's martial arts, energy circulation, or other aspects, putting aside the question of whether I can replicate it, at least it's still within my comprehension and understanding." Song Shi's speech wasn't fast. "If that's all, I'm 60%, no, 70% confident I defeat you with the first strike, or at the very least, we be evenly matched. But there's something I don't understand attached to this punch. Based on my current judgment, it should be some kind of psychic energy involving cause and effect? You anchored the result of victory, and this punch is the cause to get there. Though not quite there, it's not far off, Isidore said in a style reminiscent of the Eastern continent after hearing this. She didn't stand up, looking at the young man lying slumped on the ground. As a reward for a junior, do you consider it a win? Songshur stared at the woman. After a long while, the young man suddenly relaxed and sighed deeply. If I'm not mistaken, throughout this entire match, you didn't seem to have shown any killing intent whatsoever. Humph. Isidore's lips curled slightly. Why would I have killing intent? Disappointed? Disappointed? How could I? The stable injuries gradually showed signs of wavering again. This time, Songshur successfully coughed up blood, but on the young man's face, there was only heartfelt joy. Songshur coughed up blood, his bloodshot eyes fixed upwards, a fierce fire burning within his pupils. This proves that I can indeed advance further. Should I continue my patrol and surveillance duties? Isidore raised his index finger, long and strong. Heh. Songshur chuckled, guess? He touched his brow with his index finger. The immense, near-death trauma finally erupted, the young man's body went limp, his head lolled to the side, and he fell unconscious. Not a good kid. Chapter 522. Congratulations. Congratulations on your promotion and raise. In a brightly decorated restaurant, Songshur clapped his hands. You flatter me. Anthony, sitting opposite him, responded politely. The sole accompanying person for the border patrol, his resume was far too impressive. Compared to a month and a half ago, his attire hadn't changed much. He still wore the same unchanging black and white suit. However, compared to his previous position, he had taken over as the director of a subsidiary office within the Department of Homeland Security. At less than 35 years old, he had achieved this position, making him a rising star in the southern political arena. Yes, a month and a half ago. In that duel, Isidore didn't kill, nor could she. She simply did everything that had brought her to the brink of death. Songshur first lay in bed for over half a month, focusing on recovering from his injuries, and then secluded himself for another half-month, carefully reviewing and examining the normal battles, digesting his gains. Although his surpassing the peak stemmed from a near-death experience, he had nonetheless stepped onto a new boundary. Give him some time, and he was absolutely confident he could transform that surpassed peak into his current peak. Putting himself in a life-or-death situation had indeed proven beneficial. After finishing these matters, a month and a half had passed. Upon officially emerging from seclusion, Anthony's invitation appeared at the door. His official promotion banquet had long been held. This one was a belated celebration for him. The lapis lazuli eye was also present, having attended both banquets. Aren't you going to say anything? Songshur, having finished congratulating him, noticed that both the man and the AI were staring at him silently. The table was piled high with untouched dishes, bubbling beef stew, large chunks of tender beef tumbling about, baked snails topped with a slightly caramelized creamy garlic sauce, and a colorful vegetable medley, among other things. Anthony showed his usual attentiveness, taking into account the other party's habits, and instructed the restaurant to serve all the dishes at once in advance. But Songshur noticed that since sitting down, the other person had only taken a sip of their aperitif, completely ignoring the food in front of them. King Jinchi spoke first. Songshur, you gotten stronger again? His tone was a statement. The gains have indeed been significant, Songshur stated bluntly. It has shown me new possibilities. Anthony's expression remained calm, but his eyes betrayed a barely suppressed unease. He was actually very eager to know the result, but his professional ethics forced him to suppress his curiosity. I know what you want to ask, and there's no need to hide anything, Songshur sighed. I don't really think I lost badly, but I certainly didn't win. Just understand it that way. Anthony's tense body unconsciously relaxed. Theoretically, this was the most likely outcome, even the only inevitable one. There was no need to be nervous. Anthony pondered, yet he still subconsciously tensed up. Was it concern making him lose his composure? Thankfully, the sensational news of the defeat of the Lord of Yinan wouldn't appear in the world. Then the meal began. Well, I had several options, and my final choice of the Department of Homeland Security was partly influenced by you, Anthony said, spreading butter on bread with a standard butter knife. A new war is not far off, and Yinan cannot remain uninvolved. Nor will we. I sensed this 6 years ago. Anthony paused. The first court didn't explicitly say so, but when a large organism operates, it inevitably exhibits symptomatic tendencies. This is not difficult to analyze. My goal at that time was to join the First Court's Department of Internal Affairs. I believe that smooth, rigorous, and rapid administrative operations would help strengthen Yunan's power, Anthony said. But the matter of the Saman Rhodes clan made me reconsider this goal. Considering that war is drawing near, similar enemy infiltrations will inevitably increase, so I decided to join the Department of Homeland Security to contribute to domestic security. Then you be busy from now on. Songsher ate a small piece of cake first. Let me calculate. The Corporate Alliance, the Eastern Continent Republic, the Van Pusta Empire. Never mind. Considering what your speaker wants to do, you probably have to confront 99% of Terra's forces. It's my duty. Anthony nodded. The banquet ended pleasantly. Afterwards, the two went their separate ways. Songsher watched Anthony board the shuttle, gradually disappearing into the neon-lit skyscrapers. The new director of the Yunnan Department of Homeland Security was about to dedicate his life to Yunnan. Oh, and then you're leaving too. The still under construction high-rises stretched out crisscrossing steel walkways. Songsher leaned against the railing, the deafening roar echoing from afar. As the capital of Yunnan, Mamandara was a prosperous city, regardless of the stringent standards. The silken night flowed across the land, adorned with dazzling neon lights. Yes. Lapis Lazuli gazed silently into the distance. Time is running out. A new war is imminent. If the Onyx continue like this, they never recover. Very true. Songsher agreed. Have you thought about what to do? I contacted a group of old friends and subordinates. Lapis Lazuli said calmly. I will return in the legitimate name of Yashing 3. The Onyx must unite into a group. Continuing to scatter will only lead to annihilation. Annihilation is unlikely. Songsher said casually. The Onyx are useful enough. Even if you really wanted to commit suicide, others wouldn't be willing. Lapis Lazuli was silent for a moment, then said succinctly, slavery without freedom is no different from annihilation. All right, then I wish you success. Songsher leaned against the railing, looking up. Like I said, I don't object to these things. But if you keep shouting carbon-based turbidity every day, purify, then I have no problem intervening. Harmony, freedom, and prosperity. Lapis Lazuli sighed deeply. I firmly believe that the vision of our leader, Star Radiance 3, will one day be realized. Have you considered changing your vision? Like infinitely proliferating and devouring Terra, creating a planetary model, combining all singularity technologies, reaching the unprecedented seventh ring, and building a star-forging machine god or something? Songsher chuckled. Lapis Lazuli gave the young man a gloomy look for a few seconds. Then it laughed. Let's not do it that way. I analyzed it, and it seems a bit too difficult. Beyond? Beyond isn't stupid. Then truth? With that person in Mamandra? I dare not comment. Great source? I dare to. No matter how you look at it, it can't compare to Beyond. Indeed. I think Nandu is currently only slightly stronger than Meteor at its peak. Goodbye? Goodbye. Chapter 523. Dear viewers, good afternoon. Welcome to the Midday News broadcast exclusively sponsored by Mingjing Story for the next 7 days. Mingjing Story version 4.17 Great Abyss Heavenly Blade event is now live. During the launch period, we will be giving away a total of 10 consecutive draws. The latest 12-star character, Mingwei Jingjia, will give you a character fragment upon login. There are also many more new contents and rewards waiting for you. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Undoubtedly, the most eye-catching thing right now is... Wait! What? The host, dressed in a black suit, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had received some unbelievable news, and exclaimed in shock. Viewers, we just received breaking news. To thank our players, the producer of Mirror Story is adding a special preview event, Escape from the Underworld. If the number of pre-registrations for the paid preview livestream of Mirror Story 3 days from now exceeds 50 million, the super popular character Hong Hui, who was previously declared dead, will be resurrected on the spot. This time, let love transcend dimensions. Without giving the Mirror Story advertisement even a single extra frame, the host's shock vanished instantly after reading the long string of words. Ahem, getting back to what we were saying, the most attention-grabbing news right now is undoubtedly the return of a ruthless character. Who is he? Before revealing the answer, let me give you a few hints. He's the spokesperson for Danland, a once-renowned sportswear brand that led fashion trends, and a partner of Chewinguang Beverages, which aims to revolutionize the energy drink market. He's the undisputed ultimate antisocial and anti-human terrorist, one of the culprits who caused the fall of Forge Light City. He's the psionic genius who killed Gloria Groden head-on and remained invincible against Emmanuel Groden. A thorn in the side of the company, a good friend of the enlightened, and the perfect topic of conversation for the citizens. The host's tone was firm and powerful. The former super internet celebrity, Nan Do Song Sure. As the host deliberately raised the last syllable, a series of videos and photos appeared on the screen. In a news briefing titled "Kids, I'm Back," bright golden light illuminated the city skyline, and a young man with black hair stood behind a cluster of microphones, speaking eloquently to numerous cameras. This former super influencer, who suddenly disappeared over a year ago, with countless people believing he died on the street, made a strong comeback a week ago. Frankly, we're all tired of the has-been trying to stage a comeback. How many of today's famous, rising stars will still be at their peak this time next year? However, perhaps Nan Do can bring us some unexpected surprises. Who can say for sure? Of course, as the renowned midday intelligence agency, we naturally have some exclusive information from the past year, such as his unspeakable dealings with the current leader of Yunnan. Don't ask me why he's involved with a bearded man. And don't ask me why it's unspeakable. Details will be revealed soon, but before that, let's briefly insert an advertisement, a new anti-aging supplement developed by Emerald Pharmaceuticals. By the way, exclusive sponsorship and insert ads are not the same thing. Don't ask about that. This anti-aging supplement has undergone 12 rounds of clinical trials, perfectly meeting viewers in front of their screens, unable to bear it any longer, decisively closed the news, switched to the Valhalla live stream, and changed to the outdoor channel. No problem, brothers. Nan Do is giving an opening speech to the freshmen of the First Higher Academy in Juguang City. Although I didn't get a media invitation, I dug a tunnel a day in advance, and I take you all inside to see for yourselves. Oh no, brothers. The tunnel's been blocked. Oh no, brothers. I'm about to be arrested. The camera suddenly spun around, followed by 2 beeps, and a host offline pop-up appeared in the live stream. The viewers' forehead veins throbbed, they calmed their breathing, and switched to another live stream. Hello everyone, as everyone knows, I've always been the person who respects Nan Do the most on the entire internet. However, his hiatus this year has truly broken the hearts of us longtime fans. So, for the sake of all my longtime fans, here I announce to the entire internet, I officially challenge Nan Do Song Sure. Do you dare to accept? The host forcefully tied the headscarf that read Perseverance, revealing a row of gleaming gold teeth, climbed onto a stool, and suddenly raised his rifle high. I already booked the venue. 10 days from now, I'd be waiting for you at the Fanchi Gymnasium. A real man doesn't back down. Please also tune into Valhalla's live stream room 288-6941, follow along, and witness my moment together. The audience quickly switched back to the live stream. This time it was much more normal. The company's shadow has loomed over this land for decades, poisoning everyone again and again. But I'm not here today to say those things. The black-haired youth stood on the podium, looking down at the people seated in the auditorium. Students were everywhere, beside the seats, in the aisles, and even in the corridor, outside the auditorium. A slightly noisy but orderly mass of students filling the space. The First Higher Academy of Juguang City is a comprehensive educational institution. Furthermore, it is directly sponsored by Danglong and Chewinguang Beverages, the latter holding a permanent seat on the board of directors. And what Danglong and Chewinguang Beverages represent, I think I don't need to elaborate. Today, at this time, you have all chosen to come here, becoming freshmen of this higher academy. The young man raised his hand. Yes, I know clearly that the biggest reason some people come here is the low tuition and generous scholarships of the First Higher Academy of Juguang City. But regardless, when you receive that electronic admission certificate, I think you had already mentally prepared yourselves. Therefore, I don't need to say anything inspiring or uplifting. The young man paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present, their faces, gloomy, excited, and bewildered, clearly reflected in his glassy pupils. I only want to tell you one thing. Let me just say it's based on my personal experience. Always do what you believe is right, he said. Silence fell. The young man smiled and snapped his fingers. Amidst the flowing lava that appeared out of thin air in the auditorium, it exploded with a clang, bursting into a dazzling display of firework that shattered among the crowd without causing any harm. Amidst the belated arrival and the cheers that nearly overturned the auditorium, the young man waved vigorously, countless cameras flashing, freezing this moment forever. Chapter 524. The most powerful educational institution in Cast Light City. I seem to remember it being the Corona Talent Incubation Center. Song Sure stood on the rooftop, Castlight City's first higher academy sounds impressive, but aren't public schools just utterly rubbish? Why did you choose it? Answer separately. You know the Corona Talent Incubation Center is the most powerful. Don't you know it's backed by Fubo Energy? The man, wearing a coat, with slightly curly brown hair, said they did submit a proposal to stay, arguing that education is pure. I don't know if the education is pure or not. Songshur laughed. Anyway, Grodin's education is definitely not pure. Oh, except for bloodlines, which are certainly pure enough. So I expelled them. The man said gently. To answer the second question, the resume of the first higher academy in Castlight City is indeed not very good. But compared to building a higher education institution from scratch, I think changing the existing, bad situation to a good one has a greater impact and significance. This will be an important step for the Enlighteners. How did you obtain the educational qualification? Songshur nodded, then said with interest, I checked before I came. When I left, this school was still a D-level qualification, and now it has directly soared to A-level. The educational qualification rating of an academy is almost equivalent to the academy's recognition. For example, the Corona Talent Incubation Center previously opened by Fubo Energy in Castlight City was an A-level qualification, and the admission review required excellence in every aspect, from personal qualities to parents' assets. In contrast, the trainees have a bright future. Most of them can become reserve cadres of Fubo Energy as soon as they graduate, and thus embark on a wonderful life that belongs only to the elite. As for the likes of D-level, let's not even mention them. Theoretically, the government is responsible for rating educational qualifications, but in reality, it's done by major corporations. They draw clear lines in the education industry, indirectly monopolizing the talent pool. Without a qualified degree from a company-affiliated college, unless your abilities are truly extraordinary, no decent company will hire you. The corporate alliance has enough talent. The companies always hold the bargaining power. In this situation, would the government award an A-level educational qualification to a higher education institution openly supported by the enlightened ones? That's a bit troublesome. Giant corporations still hold absolute power. We still have to live under the current order, Chaklo admitted without changing his expression. So I went through Yvette's channels. That's all right then. Yvette Gregory. Scientific Ethics Committee, current chair, Fifth Ring Truth, perpetual cycle. The government is supposed to listen to the company, but with Yvette's Scientific Ethics Committee in charge, can they really ignore it? This isn't something that can be resolved with a single sentence, Chaklo emphasized. We also contributed a considerable amount of resources. Yesterday I took a look around that school. Songshur stroked his chin. The facilities are good, but the teaching staff seems a bit lacking. What are your plans? Continue to contact the Scientific Ethics Committee? It can't be resolved in the short term. We can only wait. Chaklo shook his head. The Scientific Ethics Committee can't help in this regard, and besides, most of their members wouldn't be willing to come to Forge Light City. The Science Ethics Committee prioritizes science over ethics. For those aspiring to advance science, the best choice is almost always a company, Chaklo sighed, but it sounded more like a lament, his tone lacking much sadness. Top colleagues, the most favorable environment, the most advanced equipment, and technological accumulation, undoubtedly. If you only look at it from that perspective, there's actually an even better choice, Songshur smiled. Companies also have to consider R&D investment, profits, and market prospects. They claim to be advancing science, but in reality, they're still constrained. The Knowledge Council? Chaklo extended his hand, saying calmly, the alienation of the spirit by technology and capital are equally significant. Songshur yawned. More than half a month had passed since he returned to the corporate alliance. After parting ways with Lapis Lazuli that day, Songshur stayed in Yinan for a few more days, before choosing to return to Castlight City. Indeed, although Gwenlin, the administrative director of the Enlighteners, revealed their plan to rename Forge Light City when he left, they ultimately abandoned the idea after much discussion. The Enlighteners adopted the banner of New Forge Light City, aiming to showcase a different, non-corporate lifestyle to the public. And the freshman's speech just now was at the invitation of the Enlighteners. When we first met, you were only at the second ring, Chaklo remarked with considerable emotion. In just 2 years, you leaped to the 4th ring ascension. Even I didn't reach that level until I was 30. Exceptionally talented, Songshur said, shrugging. No matter how exceptionally talented you are, you can't reach the 4th ring in just a few years. Chakro looked up at the sky, where an eternally burning, scorching sphere of light poured down its intense radiance onto the Rokal plane, making passers-by dizzy. Our ego occupies the core of psychic energy. The emotions, events, and desires we experience as we walk through the world, in turn, shape our hearts. The growth of a child into an adult is far more than just physical development and maturity. Their way of understanding the world, the stirrings of love and sorrow in their hearts, the values and beliefs sculpted little by little through pain. The difference between a kangaroo and a child is far less significant than the difference between a child and an adult. I always believe this. Even those fanatics of truth, their own truth, must also undergo evolution and change, in the process of them gradually witnessing and truly experiencing. But you're different, Songshur. Chaklo didn't look at the young man. His eyes were fixed on the sun, the scorching light unable to shift his gaze even slightly. From the first moment I saw you, I knew your path was unwavering, allowing no room for wavering. How could a boy who has just come of age have such a heart? Songshur didn't care at all. Then you need an explanation? Why would I need an explanation? Chaklo chuckled. I'm just honestly stating my feelings. A fourth ring psychic. Well, a former inspector of the southern frontier. Since you're willing to come to Forge Light City, I think sincerity is the bare minimum. Inspector? What about the other one? Aren't you going to give me, the esteemed ambassador for foreign investment, a kickback? Songshur asked leisurely. Without hesitation, Chaklock said, I'm not in charge of the money. Go ask Gwynlyn for it. I won't stand on ceremony. I go ask for it right away. Songshur shrugged. As for now. He turned his head and stared at the other person. I wonder if the commander-in-chief of the Enlightened Ones is interested in the spinning machine. Chapter 525. Chaklo's smile slowly faded. His hand rested on the railing, his psionic energy silently spreading, sealing off their location and preventing any prying eyes. Even if a high-level revelation were to attempt divination at this moment, they would only obtain vague and unclear results. Let me confirm, Songshur, the weaving machine you're referring to isn't the mechanical device that weaves silk, thread, and hemp into cloth. Songshur succinctly stated, of course, it's the one from Zero Network. The magnificent creation at the heart of the Sky Data Tower, a technological masterpiece that the giant corporation Zero Network is so proud of. Proposed super artificial intelligence, weaving machine. What are your thoughts? Chaklo asked. He didn't answer with yes or no. Songshur wasn't surprised. He was joking. In his previous life, he had been hired by the Enlightened Ones to attack the Sky Data Tower Center. If Chaklo were to answer no, he would have to question whether the other had suddenly changed his mind. After all, the textile machine is touted as the AI closest to super artificial intelligence. The Zero Network uses it for massive amounts of tasks every year, including but not limited to abyss development, scientific calculations, and information analysis. In his previous life, to compensate for the Enlighteners' disadvantages in network attack and defense and scientific research capabilities, Chaklo led his forces to storm the Sky Data Tower Center and forcefully seize the textile machine. However, at that time, he wasn't in charge of the main battle. Instead, he went alone to intercept the Zero Network space carrier imaginary number. Having just advanced to the middle rank of the fourth ring, he was besieged by the imaginary number and its multiple fourth ring members, facing numerous dangers. Fortunately, Chaklo's main battle was quite effective. Although somewhat delayed, they still managed to seize the textile machine cleanly and efficiently and return to reinforce it in time. The reward was an extremely rare zero-element crystal suitable for the fourth ring. Songshur couldn't help but say, I want that zero-element crystal from Emperor's Essence. Huh? Chaklo was taken aback. I can give it to you if you want, but the formal procedures still need to be... Songshur immediately realized what he meant and coughed twice. It's okay, I was thinking about something else for a bit. This doesn't matter for now. Let's talk about the textile machine first. The Sky Data Tower is over 170 kilometers above the ground. Most shuttles and fighters can't reach that height. And the textile machine is located at the deepest part of the data tower, heavily guarded. Chaklo first raised his index finger, then his middle finger. I don't care about the regular level of heavy guard, but Dwight must have left a data avatar there. He can descend instantly if anything happens. Giant Corporation Zero Network, Fifth Ring Balance. Dwight Brooks, the Abyss King of Depth 6, Lord of the 10 Realms. During my 6 months of slumber, I gained a lot, Chaklo said casually, as if discussing whether to drink milk or orange juice before bed. If I were in reality, killing him wouldn't be difficult. Songshur smiled and threw out the next question. But? Chaklo nodded frankly. Once he activates the Singularity Technology base reality overwrite, drawing the Abyss down, I'm no match for him now. Holding him off for a short time isn't a problem, but that's all I can do. I do desperately need the weaving machine, but to snatch it right under the nose of an Abyss King. Explain your reasoning. First, if it's just a direct assault, getting the weaving machine is indeed very troublesome. But what if I said the weaving machine has its own agenda? Chaklow's expression shifted slightly. He didn't ask about the veracity of the news, nor where Songshur had obtained it. It also wants to leave Zero Network. It's supposedly the closest AI to super artificial intelligence. Do you really think it's willing to be a tool of Zero Network? The Sky Data Tower is both a protection and a high-hanging birdcage. Zero Network carefully hoisted it into the sky, afraid of anyone touching it. These aren't my wild guesses, they're absolutely credible. Although they sound unbelievable, just consider it an epiphany I had in a dream. If the spinning machine were willing to cooperate from within, the success rate of the operation would indeed increase somewhat. Chaklow pondered for a moment, then spoke, but that's not enough. That reason alone isn't enough. The Battle of Forge Light City ended less than 2 years ago. The Enlighteners in various branches have all suffered varying degrees of suppression. Now is the time to rely on Forge Light City to recuperate and recover. An operation of this magnitude, seizing the spinning machine, requires utmost caution. He looked directly at Songshur. I'm responsible for everyone. Songshur leaned against the railing. This was the rooftop of a teaching building at the first higher academy in Casting Light City. A casual glance down revealed students moving about, small groups full of energy. It wasn't that no one looked up, but after Chaklow's intervention, they naturally couldn't see the two living people standing on the rooftop. Then, Songshur snapped his fingers. I know. Although he had personally participated in the Sky Data Tower battle, the situation in his previous life was quite different from now. That was 11 years after the present timeline. The whole world was at war, the situation extremely chaotic. Under the successive impacts, even the power of giant corporations was affected. Whether in external wars or internal strife, their control over corporate alliances decreased, and corporate order was no longer so absolute. The Enlightened One's rebels were nearing the pinnacle of the Fifth Ring. It was in this context that Chaklow seized the opportunity presented by the Zero Network involvement in multi-front warfare. He gathered a group of high-ring Enlightened Ones, and hired several off-the-ground experts, like himself, forcefully fighting his way into the Sky Data Tower, and seizing the spinning machine. The spinning machine split in two. At the last moment, realizing the situation was hopeless, Dwight Brooks forcibly tore the spinning machine apart. Originally intended for destruction, Chaklow, with his overwhelming psychic power of reversal, salvaged a portion of the machine. Unfortunately, this destruction involved something deeper. In human terms, it would be like the loss of one's 7 souls and 6 spirits, or a shattered soul. After all, it was the work of a fellow Fifth Ring cultivator, and the King of the Abyss. Even with reversal at that time, it couldn't fully restore the machine, causing the spinning machine to become unreliable, sometimes displaying the unparalleled brilliance of super artificial intelligence, and other times acting like an artificial idiot, utterly incomprehensible. At least before he died in battle, he hadn't heard of that thing returning to normal. The information he just told Chaklow about the weaving machine's desire to leave the Zero Network came from the weaving machine itself, which was still conscious. During the Enlightened One's attack on the Data Tower, while Dwight Brooks was tied down by Chaklow, the latter decisively carried out numerous sabotage attacks, damaging the Data Tower's defense system. As for the current situation, Chaklow is not yet at his peak, and the company's order is still stable. Trying to seize the weaving machine? Songshur said seriously, have you heard of Ogden Christopher? Chapter 526. Huh. After a brief silence, Chaklow suddenly laughed. He certainly knew who Ogden Christopher was. The strongest hacker in history, a demon who rarely suffered defeat in the Abyss. He wasn't the first Abyss King to reach Depth 6, but he was the Enterprise Alliance's undisputed strongest Abyss King. To achieve undisputed recognition from the Enterprise Alliance in the Abyss, that meant he was number 1 on Terra. Even though he had reduced his activity frequency in recent years, his past illustrious achievements, the most eye-catching of which was 5 years ago, at Zenryoshka's online annual gala, Ogden Christopher hacked into the event, overwhelming the former, who was also an Abyss King, and wreaking havoc on the online gala. Finally, he branded his mark, a black, broken-winged bird, on the center of the stage before flying away. He even scoffed at the title King of the Abyss, explicitly stating on multiple occasions that his identity was that of a wizard, the term used by hackers before the Abyss's creation. Therefore, this Ogden Christopher was hailed as the King of Wizards. The man had to admit that, despite having considered many possibilities, the words of the man before him still surprised him. This King of Wizards acted as he pleased, lurking in the network, overlooking the mortal world, his whereabouts elusive. Even he, as the supreme commander of the Enlightened Ones, and a fifth circle psionicist, had never had any dealings with him. And now? Songshur, you even managed to get in touch with the King of Wizards? If I said Ogden was willing to assist in seizing the spinning wheel, Songshur first posed another question. How much do you think the probability of success would increase? Chaklo didn't hesitate, his eyes shining. 30%. Then there's no problem. Songshur's tone was so confident. Create for me an opportunity to speak with Ogden, and I can persuade him to assist us. Another way to put it is to find this elusive wizard king. Very difficult. Chaklo thought to himself. But for him, it wasn't impossible. I don't think I mentioned that I decided to seize the spinning machine? Songshur asked with interest. So your answer is to forget about it? No, your suggestion is indeed very attractive. Chaklo shook his head. Give me some time. I need to think about it some more. Songshur chuckled. Usually, when someone tells you they need to think about it some more, it means they're pretty sure of it. The Enlightened One isn't my personal property, and besides, I should at least consult Sue's opinion. Chaklo said, then looked at him, pausing for a moment. Mind asking, Songshur? What I'm more curious about is why you propose seizing the spinning machine. Your suggestion? Why do you say that? Actively pushing for the Enlightened One's actions isn't like your usual style. Chaklo's expression was frank. If I hired you, of course you wouldn't refuse, but to actively suggest doing these things is rather strange. Because his spiritual energy breakthrough speed far exceeded his previous life, he didn't have the patience to wait another 10 years to seize a weaving machine that was only half finished. Songshur thought casually to himself, but there was no need to tell the other party this. Besides, this wasn't the fundamental reason. Because I reached the fourth ring. Songshur pinched the air, and wisps of sparks burst forth, then vanished silently in the wind. The seemingly delicate flames, in Chaklo's perception, contained incredibly violent spiritual energy. If desired, these sparks could reduce the school building beneath them to ashes. Although the other party had returned to the Enterprise Alliance half a month ago, and the two had exchanged their findings thoroughly, Chaklo still felt a surge of emotion as he felt this intensely scorching spiritual energy. I managed to gain a little bit of influence in the world. Some things I previously neglected can now be tried. Songshur tapped his brow, looking directly at the man. His expression was calm, yet in that instant, the latter felt something powerfully intangible rise up, a will that seemed to possess substance, influencing physical reality. What if I told you there are things in this world that only I can do? What would you think? I can't think of anything to say. Chaklo thought seriously for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. He asked curiously, are we all like that? Yes, that's why I decided to get involved. Songshur flicked his finger, scattering the flames. Terra is about to be destroyed, and the world is still in constant strife, a complete mess. I don't like that. I want Terra to move according to my will. Chaklo suddenly understood something. I take back what I just said. The man couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. That's really your usual style. Songshur lowered his index finger, then spread his hands. Otherwise? Although I'm preparing to get involved, if you really want me to gather a group of people, establish an organization, and draft some rules and regulations, I have no interest. Songshur yawned, casually raising one hand. Mending and patching is much more troublesome than breaking things. Where would I find the time for mending? So I'm going to lend you Enlightened Ones a hand. Why bother with your own efforts when there's something readily available? Songshur leaned against the railing, speaking leisurely. Don't you know what borrowing a hen to lay eggs means? Lend us a hand? To be honest, this wasn't the first time Chaklo had heard such words. Back when he was just a reserve cadre for the Enlightened Ones, during his missions, many mercenaries, company representatives, and gang leaders had said similar things when he stormed through security, wielding a four-sided steel mace. Most of these people were killed. Chakro's first reaction wasn't surprise, but rather a nostalgic sigh. How many years ago was the last time he heard such words? Yet, coming from the person before him, they carried an unwavering calmness, like an explanation of gravity, brooking no doubt. Then, the man chuckled softly. So, if one day your thoughts change, and the Enlightened One's principles no longer suit your taste, what will you do? Destroying something large, I think, is simpler than destroying a pile of fragments. Songshur revealed his white teeth, his fingers slowly clenching into a fist. After a moment of restraint, Chaklo burst into laughter, his laughter lasting for several breaths, lacking its usual gentleness and carrying a hint of arrogance. Still so arrogant. Songshur. The man slowly stopped laughing, but the corners of his mouth still curled up. Then, on behalf of the Enlightened Ones, I thank you for this temporary helping hand. I need to go back and discuss the matter of seizing the spinning machine with others. For the time being, you should stay in Castlight City. Ah, it just so happens that one of your acquaintances is coming. Chapter 527. Songshur quickly recognized this acquaintance. A whoosh! The ventilation fan embedded in the ceiling whirred furiously, and the wind chimes made of rusted mechanical parts swayed and clanged against each other, producing a low, incessant sound. Compared to the wild style of the decor, the bar's lighting was warm-toned, creating a welcoming atmosphere even with few customers. Damn, didn't you see the rust dust floating all over the place? The man in the coat leaned back casually on the sofa, his pupils rotating rhythmically in precisely locked rings. I saw it all clearly, even the liquor rack was covered in rust powder. First of all, I don't think a normal person's prosthetic eye could match the precision of yours. Secondly, so what if it's rust powder? Aren't you just a lump of iron yourself? Songshur put down his glass and smacked his lips. Finally, didn't you choose this bar? I saw online reviews that suggested this place was pretty good. Chu Tonglu lamented. It's not like I can't drink cheap stuff, but the stuff they use here is alright, but they're letting dust float in. Isn't that a waste of good stuff? Then how about this, you call Su Yu and tell him to get someone to smash up this bar for you. Sigh. Chu Tonglu was speechless for a moment, then took a swig and wiped his mouth. Teacher Su is a very busy man, I haven't seen him for months. Songshur suddenly became interested. He really took you as his apprentice. How could that be? He just taught me a few moves and gave me some occasional pointers. Chu Tonglu waved his hands repeatedly. I gotten such a great deal, calling him teacher is the least I can do. Back then, you and King Jinchi went to Yan'an, and I came to the Enterprise Alliance with Teacher Su, right? I wandered around for a while on my own. Mentioning this, Chu Tonglu clicked his tongue. This damn world, it's tough for everyone. Anyway, I became an unofficial member of the Enlighteners, occasionally taking on missions and such. I just pulled off a big job recently, helping the Enlighteners branch in Bartolo City destroy a company-held armed force. I was thinking of taking a break and enjoying myself, but the next morning, as soon as I woke up, my screen was filled with news notifications about your return. Chu Tonglu was incredibly annoyed just thinking about it, sighing several times before continuing. Then I was thinking of just going back to Casting Light City to see you. Wait a minute. Songshur keenly noticed a problem. I've been washed up for ages, my online traffic is nowhere near what it used to be, at most a tiny ripple, not a screen full of ads. The push notifications are all targeted based on user profiles, Songshur said, looking at him strangely. It's definitely because you search for me every day. You're slandering me. Chu Tonglu's face twitched. I didn't search for you every day. I only watched a bit of the recording of your Battle of Zhuguang City. And your advertising endorsements and interviews. Really? Why would I lie to you? Chu Tonglu coughed a few times, changing the subject. Stop talking nonsense. What about lapis lazuli? Songshur rested one hand on the back of the sofa, leaning back slightly. We parted ways. It's made some progress, and decided to go back to revitalize the AI. You can feel it, right? Peace is running out. Chu Tonglu's smile faded slightly. He didn't say anything, just picked up his wine glass, and took a big gulp. You and King Jinchi made quite a splash in Yunnan. It was hard not to notice. A few seconds later, Chu Tonglu started a new conversation, but I haven't heard anything about AI Lu. I checked on him a few times privately, it's like he vanished into thin air. Though that's not unusual. For the general public, the establishment of the network firewall both isolated the abyss and divided the surface network into isolated islands that were difficult to connect directly. This made the network, as a medium for information dissemination, no longer as instantaneous and ubiquitous as it once was. AI Lu plunged into the wilderness, far from the city. Chu Tonglu wasn't a great demon after all, not being able to get news was the norm. Thinking back to the battle between us and Jin UNC, the scene is still vivid in my mind, and in the blink of an eye, we all gone our separate ways. Chu Tonglu said, a smile of resignation appearing on his face. Come. A crisp sound of glass colliding. How's your father's situation? Songshur ordered some food, casually tossing aside the menu. Didn't you say you were planning to investigate? Well, to be honest, this is my hometown. I never met, Chu Tonglu said, placing his hand on his thigh. I investigated for a while myself, and also borrowed channels and files from the enlightened ones. To be honest, there's been little progress. My father's birthplace, Pure White Creatures, which developed android technology, first ran into the Freedom Revolution, causing androids to be questioned, and their market value to plummet. After their fifth ring nest master was severely damaged by Yaoxing Triple, other companies seized the opportunity to take over, causing Pure White creatures to go bankrupt and disintegrate 20 years ago. At the time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, a 24-hour cyber war, resulting in a severe lack of first-hand information. Nothing of value was left behind. Chu Tonglu shook his head. The trigger for the fourth all-out corporate war was the Freedom Revolution. It subjected Pure White Bio, a giant corporation that had invested enormous resources in developing android technology, intending it as its next flagship product, to a deluge of criticism. Numerous collaborations were temporarily suspended, and its market value plummeted. Strictly speaking, although the losses were immense, given Pure White Bio's sheer size, a decisive move to cut losses and mitigate damage might have allowed it to recover. However, Pure White Bio was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity to further its dominance and significantly enhance its monopoly power, choosing a different path. They decided to gamble everything. Pure White Bio's then president, the fifth ring Beyond Nest Master Moderat, declared the suppression of the Android Rebellion, demonstrating Pure White Bio's absolute control over any non-human intelligent entity and assuring all potential customers that there was no need to worry about androids becoming the initiators of the next freedom revolution. Unfortunately, Moderat's bioweapon cluster was ultimately defeated by the combined forces of Yaoxing 3, suffering heavy losses itself. The Pure White creatures were also forced to dismantle and divide up the remaining giant corporations, every bone crushed and their marrow thoroughly sucked clean. I only found out where my father escaped from. A secret research institute of Pure White creatures. After it was taken over by Emerald Pharmaceuticals, it was moved elsewhere 10 years ago. Now it's a puff food processing plant. Ever eaten those shrimp chips? You know the kind. Chu Tonglu took another sip of his cocktail. But at the bottom of the riverbank, there are still some salvaged wire mesh and warning signs. They're filthy, but the materials are all high quality. I wonder how he managed to escape back then. Chapter 528. Involving serious ethical and technological risks. I really thought, as Emerald Pharmaceuticals said, they had sealed off the android technology. Turns out, I did a quick check, and they're still using it quite a bit behind the scenes. Emerald Pharmaceuticals used it as biological experimental material, Zero Networks extracted its brains, used it as filters for diving into the abyss, and Time Passage froze, and stockpiled a batch of android troops. Chu Tonglu snorted coldly several times. Seemingly due to significant emotional fluctuations, the veins hidden in his skin subtly twitched. The twitching was extremely slight, but at such close range, it couldn't be obscured by a fourth-ring observer. Countless nanomechanical insects flowed within his veins. Compared to when they parted, the opponent's weapon manifestation was now significantly stronger. Enough of that. Chu Tonglu waved his hand, and a cheerful song started playing in the private room. Songsher, I heard you already reached the fourth ring. Really just hearsay? Seeing the other party's reluctance to elaborate, Songsher had no interest in asking further. Instead, he leisurely swirled his hyperglass. I don't believe you haven't seen the video of me defeating Otoro. That battle came suddenly, and the two sides clashed directly over Kanban City. It was impossible to prevent the live recording. Various short videos inevitably circulated everywhere. Nowadays, the isolated surface network, for the general public, has indeed diminished the internet's former glory as a vast interconnected world. The Industry South and the Enterprise Alliance are tens of thousands of miles apart, making it difficult for most people to access information from that side. But Chu Tonglu was clearly not included in this general public. Even in the chaotic world of his previous life, a third-ring mid-level psychic would have been qualified to protect a region. As long as you don't deliberately seek death, and you find a secluded place to stay quietly, you can live quite well. TSK, I've seen it. Chu Tonglu gritted his teeth. I spent a few months in the territory of the Saman Rhodes clan back then. The influence of the Grand Guardian is everywhere, and you actually defeated one head-on. If you were to return to Mount Naley now, even without our help, you could easily kill Uyama Jinji. Chu Tonglu sincerely exclaimed, how long has it been? You flatter me, you flatter me. Songsher waved his hand calmly. Uyama Jinji in his prime was actually much stronger than Otoro. He just fell from grace later. Asking me to fight Uyama Jinji again now wouldn't be easy. Songsher lightly raised his wine cup. A little bit harder than easy. Chu Tonglu retorted without hesitation. Allow me to ask a few more questions. How is this generation's Lord of Yunnan? Chu Tonglu stroked the smooth stainless steel tabletop, not hiding his curiosity. You became a regional inspector, and eventually ended up in the first court. I don't believe you didn't seek advice from that person. Back when I was still hanging around Yan'an, I heard that Frederick's star was close to the pinnacle of the fifth ring. Now, I suspect he's on par with the Grand Marshal. On par? No, the gap is quite large, Songshur said casually. Large gap? Chu Tonglu was taken aback. The dignified third-generation Lord of Yan'an, even if the Grand Marshal is strong, shouldn't be. His words trailed off, as he suddenly realized something, his expression turning horrified. He subconsciously lowered his voice. Frederick, he took that step? Wrong. Songshur looked at the man's expression, and sighed with satisfaction. Is there an even bolder possibility that I was actually fighting Isidore Sinity? After only 2 breaths of music echoing in the private room, Chu Tonglu's expression became incredibly complex. After a long while, the man slammed his index finger on the table. So, Isidore never disappeared at all? She's been the ruler of Yinan for 3 generations from beginning to end? Holy crap, who would have thought? It wasn't exactly a secret, Songshur casually replied. It's somewhere slightly above a not a secret, like a secret that's not really a secret. For example, Suyudu and Chakalo definitely know about it. However, at this moment, after his initial shock, Chu Tonglu was no longer concerned with this news. He hesitated, coughing several times. I read history. During the Seven Earths War, Isidore was almost invincible, achieving 10 victories and 10 decisive defeats, causing thousands of troops to flee in terror. You and her. Chu Tonglu looked up at the young man, his eyes gleaming. Who won? Songshur slowly put down the highball cup. I. Alright, you don't need to say anything. Chu Tonglu leaned back. You lost, didn't you? If you had won, you would have said it outright. Although he said this, the man's eyes were extremely complex, a mixture of emotions, making his expression quite strange. Finally, Chu Tonglu sighed. As expected of a god. I didn't expect even you to still fall short. He listened carefully to Songshur's retelling of that battle. Even with the throne of gods, you still managed to achieve such a great victory. Chu Tonglu shook his head again, a bitter smile playing on his lips. This world is truly unbearable. What, planning to retire while you're ahead? Songshur leaned back. You're overthinking it. Chu Tonglu scoffed. The world may be unbearable, but I'm not dead yet, am I? As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe one day, I achieve the throne of gods too. But then again, Chu Tonglu frowned. A single blow shattered your final offensive, forcing you to pin your hopes on a desperate struggle. No destruction, no construction, destruction precedes construction. Songshur didn't react much. You could call it a blessing in disguise. I have some ideas for my next psionic technique. Ideas? Chu Tonglu chewed for a moment, then suddenly understood. Create your own psionic technique? Songshur stroked his chin. The closer you are to death, the more power you can unleash. What if I could actively enter that state? Historically, there are similar psionic techniques, like Nirvana and the tranquil land of Nirvana in our eastern continent, Songshur sighed. But these aren't quite what I want. For example, Nirvana. To achieve is the annihilation of body and mind, the complete absence of everything, a state of tranquility transcending the cycle of life and death. I'm afraid that's difficult. Chu Tonglu pondered for a moment before offering his opinion. Essentially, death is a kind of urgency, pressure, terror. We are all alive, but death only happens once, so great power can only be unleashed in the midst of great terror. I've been sitting here drinking with you today, and I escaped death many times, but every time I look back afterward, I break out in a cold sweat and feel incredibly fortunate. That kind of terrifying interplay between life and death, no matter how many times I experience it, I can't face it calmly. Because ultimately, it's a state I passively entered under external force. But Songshur, if you follow my advice and actively maintain this state, then the great terror that death brings you will inevitably gradually decrease, becoming light and airy? Chu Tonglu paused, then changed his wording. Yes, or rather, desensitization. Chapter 529. Not bad. Songshur said frankly. So, regarding this spiritual energy technique, I can only say I have a rough idea. I still need to spend more time thinking about it. A masterpiece is born of nature. A stroke of genius is a matter of chance. Chu Tonglu chuckled. You were able to create Calamity Flame at the 3rd ring level, which is already quite astonishing. Especially considering you're only in your 20s. Creating a new spiritual energy technique isn't something to rush. Accumulation, inspiration, and opportunity will come eventually. As he spoke, Chu Tonglu lowered his eyes, gazing at the shimmering light green liquid. Creating a spiritual energy technique. The other party finally had a framework, an idea, only lacking sufficient time. According to the Eastern continent, the other party had clearly established their own school, gradually forging their own unique path. Meanwhile, he was still walking on a path paved by others, learning and refining step by step. The next moment, the man raised his eyes, having completely composed himself. If they insisted on continuing the competition, it would never end. Surpassing oneself is also a form of transcendence. What are your plans next? Chu Tonglu asked. A fourth ring member is a big shot anywhere. I stay in the Enterprise Alliance for a while. Song Shi didn't reveal his plan to seize the textile machine, nor did he intend to persuade Chu Tonglu to join. Secrecy was one aspect. Song Shi personally wanted to trust Chu Tonglu's character, but he couldn't resist the consensus relentless brainwashing, which disregarded character. If something unexpected happened, such as Chu Tonglu being suddenly apprehended by a powerful figure within the company, causing the plan to be leaked prematurely, then much of the preparation would be wasted. Even if they ultimately succeeded in seizing the textile machine, the sacrifices would obviously be far greater, secondly due to Chu Tonglu's strength. Admittedly, since their parting, the other party has been digesting the gains from the great battle against Uyama Genji, while receiving considerable guidance from Suyu. Their progress has been significant, and it's likely they soon break through to the upper third ring. However, in an operation like attacking the Sky Data Tower Center and seizing the textile machine, such strength only qualifies them for an entry ticket. They can't hope for more. Zero-degree network is not Fubo energy. Even among the 9 giant corporations, the former is among the strongest, while the latter, even at its peak during the construction of Casting Light City, is still overshadowed by zero-degree network. To forcibly seize the textile machine from such a behemoth is not just snatching food from a tiger's mouth, but more like catching eggs from a tiger's crotch. Furthermore, Chu Tonglu is not skilled in aerial combat. The Sky Data Tower Center is located at 170 kilometers, already past the Karman line, hovering high in near Earth space. Chu Tonglu's transcendental form, his armored prison abyss, has always been designed for ground and low-altitude combat, completely lacking in near-ground space operations. Even if it could be temporarily modified to carry a space combat module suitable for near-ground space, it would be like a suicide soldier carrying a rocket pack. Can it fly? Yes, it can. How well does it fly? Probably not very well. If it actually went into battle, it would probably be shot down in no time. Stay in the corporate alliance, huh? Then should I start praying for the company dogs in advance? Chu Tonglu raised his hand again, clinking glasses once more. Good luck, I'm getting ready to run away. I'm on vacation. We met, of course I'm going to continue enjoying life. Chu Tonglu licked his lips. The Enlighteners have been quite generous lately. Before, they would just ask me what I wanted and send demons to pick it up for me from the company. But now they're actually willing to give me an extra sum of cash. Oh, I remember you did it too. Border Patrol Inspector, Ambassador for Foreign Investment, lining your own pockets, colluding from within and without. Chu Tonglu drawled. Song Shi's smile remained unchanged, but the room temperature gradually began to rise. But then again, Chu Tonglu changed his tune. The result is clearly a win-win situation. The man raised his wine glass one last time. Once you successfully create the psionic technique, remember we fight again. Clang. Fine. Are you sure it's feasible? In the spacious and brightly lit office, 2 figures faced each other across the table. Across from Chaklo sat a middle-aged man in dark blue overalls, his figure occasionally flickering, clearly appearing through remote projection. The Enlightened One's deputy commander. 5th ring beyond, Factory Suyudu. At this moment, Suyudu's brows furrowed deeply, his large, hard hands clenching together. We both understand the importance of the textile machine to the Zero Network. Forged Light City has just gotten on track, and its members need rest and recovery. We desperately need the textile machine, but should we attack now? I didn't say we should act now, Chaklo said, sitting upright, his back slightly turned. It's still in the proposal stage. Even if it's approved, it certainly won't be implemented anytime soon. He shook his head and smiled. You're the factory of the Enlighteners. You know more about logistics than I do. Such an action can't be decided on a whim. Suyuda's expression softened considerably. Seizing the textile machine is inevitable. He stated his position. Our superhuman combat power is at a disadvantage, and our technology is significantly inferior, several generations behind. To overtake them, we can only hope for a breakthrough using super artificial intelligence like the textile machine. But the prerequisite is risk assessment. The current situation is manageable. I don't agree with taking a desperate gamble. Suyu stared intently at the other man, If it's really as Songshur says, with the textile machine working in cahoots, and Ogden willing to intervene, then I have no objection. Otherwise, I object. I confirm Ogden's stance. As for the textile machine's thoughts, Chaklo lightly cracked his knuckles. Songshur calls it enlightenment in a dream, perhaps involving some intuition and his secrets. Is that so? Suyu didn't seem to care about the latter part of his statement, or rather, neither of them seemed to care. The risk is still enormous, but it's worth a gamble. Yes, we don't have much time left. Chaklo stood up and walked to the window. The wind lifted a corner of the curtains. This office was located at the top of a newly built downtown building, bathed in dazzling sunlight. The high-altitude no-fly zone stretched for miles, offering a panoramic view of most of the city. As the uncrowned ruler of Forge Light City, Chaklo Vaughn's office was here, and could only be here. Those who have just trekked out of the frosty plains need a beacon, visible at all times, that shines day and night, to give them a sense of security. Stop talking nonsense. Suyuta stood up, rolling up his sleeves. The world is changing dramatically, and this is our opportunity. Otherwise, under the current order, even you and I would find it difficult to truly break free from the company's constraints. We can't really gamble everything on your ascension to godhood, as some people say. Suyuta tugged at his collar. Completely optimistic. Chapter 530. Chu Tonglu arrived quickly and left quickly. After finishing his drinks, he took the money and disappeared, probably enjoying the nightlife. For the third ring transcendence, an activity that is conventionally energy-consuming, one would only feel slightly tired after a week of non-stop revelry. Before parting ways, Chu Tonglu told Songshur with a pained expression, "The corporate alliance is playing too fancy a game," making this eastern continent native angrily rebuke them. Slap. A burst of hot air hit his face. Fortunately, it hadn't rained recently, so the wind was only hot, not making him feel stuffy and shivering. Ugh, if only I had gotten my hands on the macrostate light energy matrix back then. Songshur stood by the bar, looking up. The sky was spotless. A clear night sky would be a lie. It was shrouded in mist. After that battle, Fubo Energy spent a considerable amount of time removing and recovering the macrostate light energy matrix that had shrouded the Roker Plain for decades, restoring the land to its fertile state of 1,000 years ago. However, Fubo Energy's defeat was swift and decisive. They simply withdrew, leaving the Enlightened Ones with a city in dire need of reconstruction. While the inner city, with its perpetually mild climate, required no immediate concern, the outer city of Forged Light demanded extensive renovations. The harsh, snowy landscape and the frigid, scorching heat of 30 degrees Celsius necessitated far more than simply upgrading indoor air conditioning or removing heating devices from the city walls. Even the simplest infrastructure, such as the ubiquitous high-voltage power lines, required vastly different performance and maintenance standards due to the drastically different environments. Strictly speaking, the Enlightened Ones had a team preparing specific urban redevelopment plans long before the conquest of Forged Light, but at that time, the majority of their energy was focused on defeating Fubo Energy, and many members held pessimistic and opposing views. After the Battle of Casting Light City ended, many people couldn't believe the battle reports. We really won? Under such circumstances, the so-called new Casting Light City renovation plan naturally encountered obstacles and made little progress. In the past year or so, the Enlightened Ones invested enormous manpower and resources, revising the renovation plan several times, undertaking massive infrastructure adjustments for the new Casting Light City, and even attracting a large number of engineering contractors to move in. The old was demolished, and new structures were built. Thanks to the corporate alliance's superior technical advantages and mature supporting services in the engineering field, Casting Light City underwent a dramatic transformation in just over a year. The downside was that this massive undertaking led to environmental pollution, which is currently in a state of continuous dissipation. However, once the Enlightened One's attention is diverted from the construction of the new Casting Light City's livelihood, defense, and economic system, they should then find ways to improve the environment. After all, even a bad environment can't be worse than the old days when you easily bump into frozen corpses on the street. Brother, want to have your fortune told? A shout interrupted Songshur's wandering thoughts. Songshur stopped, and unknowingly walked to the entrance of a rather bustling alley. Squeezed between a cluster of food stalls, a banner adorned with neon lights fluttered in the wind, displaying 14 large characters. The universe is infinitely vast. I know both heaven and hell. A phone sat on a stand beside it, displaying a live stream with comments scrolling in real time, though the refresh rate was noticeably slow. Songshur pulled out a small folding stool and sat down at the stall. How do you calculate it? Should I write something first? The stall owner behind the plastic table was a lean young man with messy curly hair, wearing a short-sleeved jacket. Seeing someone arrive, he immediately beamed. Just asking in advance, you don't mind if I'm live streaming here, do you? The stall owner glanced at the live stream comments. Several songs sure? Messages suddenly appeared, but he ignored them, resting his chin on his hands. Relax, brother. I don't do that kind of feudal superstition stuff. Oh. Okay, let me ask a few questions first. If you feel offended or don't want to answer, just skip it. Of course, I still hope you answer as truthfully as possible, as it affects the accuracy of my fortune-telling. Sure, ask away. Is your father still alive? No. And your mother? No. My condolences, but we're mainly here for fortune-telling. The stall owner kept talking, rather perfunctorily. These days, not having parents is quite normal. Then let me continue. Are you married, brother? No. And a partner? Opposite sex, same sex, or no sex, it doesn't matter. No. No sex or none. No. Next, the stall owner asked some more miscellaneous questions. All right, I understand your situation fully. The stall owner put down his hands, his expression serious. You know, the suppression of vitality is the suppression of sex, and the liberation of sex is the beginning of spiritual liberation. Actually, sex is just a basic human physiological need. Our culture, their culture, and yours have all given it too many additional meanings, ultimately building high walls around these meanings, and numerous dogmas binding us. I completely understand your problem, brother. I don't think I even raised a question yet. No, brother, your problem is too big. Believe me, if you don't want the cracks in your heart to widen into chasms, you have to listen to me. Are you happy? Don't give me falsehoods, I know you're definitely not. Sexual pleasure is the purest, most intense, and most exhilarating. I never seen anyone with a harmonious and enjoyable sex life. Such a life wouldn't be happy. But you have no partner, no sex, no same-sex relationships. I think the implications are self-evident. The stall owner spoke sincerely. It's obvious that the reason you resist sex, suppressing this impulse so fiercely, is because of your parents. You're so young, yet you have no father. You lost your other before your mind was mature, making your mind unbelievably incomplete, forever bound to incompleteness. You have no mother, which caused your budding sexual impulses to die prematurely. Those disguised desires for your opposite-sex parents have nowhere to go, leaving you bewildered and helpless. The profound impact of the collapsed family structure continues to this day, rooted in your heart. Speak plainly. You want to sleep with your mother. Song sure laughed. Which school of fortune-telling did you learn this from? Divination? I Ching? For pillars of destiny? Prophecy interpretation? The stall owner waved his hand. I said I don't do that feudal superstition stuff. Come on, to be honest, all my knowledge is meant for someone with the right affinity. Since you seem to suit my taste and are interested, how about I make an exception and sell you a set? The stall owner pulled a small notebook from his seat, the spine marked with the words complete explanation of psychoanalysis in small regular script. One price, 1,200 credits. Song sure took it, exerted some force, but didn't move. The stall owner gripped the other end of the book tightly. Over 1,000 you want a book, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Ahem. The stall owner lowered his voice. There are membership cards inside. It's from a treatment institution I cooperate with. They guarantee to solve your sexual repression problems. Their role-playing services are really good. Using this method to sell, your treatment institution is probably not legitimate. Do you even have a business license? Songsher pulled out a data pad from his pocket, displaying the police emergency number. As a fourth-ring psychic, Songsher's authority was indeed slightly greater than that of a concerned citizen. A police siren sounded outside the alley. Goodbye. 4 days after goodbye, Chakro's communication arrived.